Chapter 281 Hope for Trade. Ilma, the Ratman City-State. Lord City Lord. Intelligence has been sent from the border. The servant knocked on the door and walked into the office. Placed the sealed metal barrel on the desk. Bowed and left. Because he was concerned about the undead. The lower city lord did not go to the underground city to work, but stayed in the above city and temporarily shared an office with the upper city lord. The city lord picked up the metal cylinder and checked the magic seal on it to make sure that no one had tampered with it. Then, he opened the barrel and poured out a piece of animal skin paper from it. He spread out the parchment and frowned after reading just the first sentence. He resisted the urge to get angry and finished reading the information on the parchment before handing the parchment to the city lord. The city lord was shocked by the animal skin paper and immediately slammed the table hard, yelling in a shrill voice, "The undead is provoking you. Do you think there is no one in the rat tribe to bully me?" The first sentence written on the animal skin paper read, "The construction of the new city of the undead has been completed and named the Rat Border City." What does this name mean? A blatant mockery of the Ratmen. Can't we Ratmen defeat the undead? If there were no rules restricting us, countless Ratmen armies would surely crush the undead. This is intolerable. The lower city lord was furious. He had just taken office as the city lord, and the undead came to cause trouble. It was too bullying. He is the lower city lord in charge of military affairs. If he doesn't teach the undead a lesson this time, he will no longer be the city lord. Before he could say anything else, the city lord tapped the table with his fingernails, signaling him to continue reading. The lower city lord put out the fire, picked up the parchment, and continued to look down. The information below explained the meaning of the city's name. It was not a provocation from the undead, as they thought. People simply wanted to express that this city was a border city between Ratmen and undead. Even if you want to express that it is a border city, you can't name it like this. It will cause so much misunderstanding. The lower city lord was still indignant. The undead must change the name of this city. Must change. Looking back again, the city lord was silent. The following information is very interesting. It roughly says that some undead came out of the new city, reached the border, waited for a long time, and found these spies. The spies brought a message that the undead wanted to see the Ratman city lord to discuss trade matters between the Ratmen and the undead. It looks like a very ordinary thing, but what is revealed in it is very interesting. The undead did not cross the border and run directly to the city-state of Ilmaha to find them, but waited at the border and let the spies pass on the message. This shows that the other party recognizes the boundaries and respects the rules, and that they know that I have sent spies to monitor them. Sending spies to deliver messages means that the other party can communicate, is not the kind of existence that cannot be communicated with, and is not a cold-blooded monster that only knows how to kill. Discussing trade matters made the two city lords even more interested. In addition to their large population and advanced technology, one of the Ratmen's advantages is their developed commerce. Their intelligence is not only reflected in the development of technology. The Ratmen are also doing well in various business fields. Their caravans are spread throughout the central area, providing the Ratmen with a large amount of resources. Although the city lord was unhappy about the loss of the war and the cession of land to the undead, conflicts are conflicts and business is business. Even if he is angry, it will not affect making money. Interest is the key to maintaining everything. After the new lords of the upper and lower cities took office, they even conducted special research on this matter. There are many resources in the territory where the undead now live, and the Ratmen also need them. Originally, these resources belonged to the Ratmen, but now the territory has belonged to the undead, and the things belong to them. If you want them, you need to exchange them. Even if the undead do not propose trade, the Lord of Alimaha will propose trade. If you want to develop, you can't miss out on resources. Upper City Lord. What do you think? After reading the information, the lower city lord put down the animal skin paper and looked at the upper city lord and asked, "I think it's a good thing that the other party asked for trade. We should go meet them." The city lord said immediately. "Could this be a trap?" asked the lower city lord with some concern. "Are you afraid that they will launch a surprise attack on us, kill us at the border, and then invade the city-state's territory?" The upper city lord immediately understood what the lower city lord meant, and continued his words. The lower city lord nodded, indicating that this was what he was worried about. They were not familiar with the undead race. Although they appeared to be very well behaved, they did not know whether they were truly so, because there was no evidence to show how they did things. if the other party uses the excuse of trade to lure them over and then kills them, the Omaha city-state will be leaderless. By that time, when the undead launch another attack, it will be too late even if the Ratmen want to rescue them. This is not a big deal. We can act separately. You stay to guard Omaha, and I will go to meet the undead. The city lord seemed to have thought of a countermeasure long ago, and said without hesitation, "No. Let me go. It's safer if I go." The lower city lord frowned and said. He felt that the city lord thought he was a coward. As a lower city lord in charge of military affairs, he will not retreat in the face of danger. It would be better if I go. I am in charge of the upper city district, and I am responsible for commerce. I should go. Downtown is more important than uptown. And you can't take any chances. The upper city lord shook his head and explained to the lower city lord, seeing that he had no intention of looking down on him. The lower city lord relaxed his expression, thought about it seriously, and felt that what the upper city lord said did make sense. The biggest advantage of going to the border to meet the undead himself is that he is not likely to be killed. But discussing trade matters is indeed not his forte. Although it is dangerous for the city lord to meet the undead, it is a good choice in all aspects. Wait, why do we have to go there? Wouldn't it be better to let the undead come to Omaha City? The lower city lord suddenly figured something out and said suddenly, "Are you willing to let the undead come to Omaha?" The city lord frowned and asked, "Why not?" asked the lower city lord in surprise. Meeting at the border does not involve any secrets. But if we let them come to our side, it is likely that our intelligence will be leaked. The city lord said with some concern. "No, I don't think so. I think letting them come to our side is the best option at the moment." The lower city lord raised his head and said, "Leaking information?" The lower city lord didn't believe it. If you want to gather intelligence, you should at least be able to gather it. They are just a bunch of skeletons. Anyone who is not blind can tell at a glance that they are undead. Who would dare to tell them the information? The opponent's appearance directly leads to one's own vigilance. As long as the undead came to their sphere of influence, as long as they kept a close watch, the other side would have almost no chance to obtain any intelligence. The lower city lord is still very confident about this. "Well, I'll send a message to the undead, asking them to come to our side to discuss." Seeing that the lower city lord had made up his mind, the upper city lord simply agreed. The city lord found some animal skin paper, dipped it in ink and wrote something on it, then sealed it with a metal barrel. He called his servant and asked him to give it to the spies at the front line. Li Ziyu summoned Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing back. Their original mission was for Zhang Peng to dig holes under the central area and build his own underground passage network. Lu Xingxing's mission is to hide himself, explore the central continent, and draw a map. Li Ziyu did not expect that things would go so smoothly. It was so easy for him to gain a foothold in the central area and even obtained a fairly large territory. Plans will never be as fast as changes. If things go better than planned, the plans will have to be changed accordingly. Zhang Peng should give priority to building underground passages within the undead territory. The rat man's special skill is digging holes, and Li Ziyu doesn't want the other party to dig under him without knowing it. Instead of waiting for the other party to dig underground first, it is better to dig a tunnel yourself and use magic to defeat magic. Another point is that the underground tunnel will be very beneficial for future business. In addition to using corpse transport trucks to transport goods on the ground, Zhang Peng's rat fortress can also transport large amounts of goods, and it is faster and more convenient than the corpse transport trucks. The comparison is like the difference between long-distance freight and subway. The reason Lu Xingxing was called back was to explore the mineral treasures within the territory. To find these things, the best way is to send a treasure hunter cat. The Mountain of the Dead was originally discovered by Lu Xingxing. If you want to find out what available resources are within the territory in a short period of time, Lu Xingxing naturally has to take action. Li Ziyu doesn't think that he can find the mineral vein by relying on a group of undead. The environment of the wasteland was not suitable for a meeting. So Li Ziyu just told the two what they needed to do in private chat, because they were doing something they were familiar with. It was something Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng could do easily. The trade was the result of discussions between Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng. In the end, Zhang Peng is a businessman. He prefers to use business than other ways to gather resources. Li Ziyu naturally likes resources, but what he values more is the caravan. It would be best if there was a caravan that could travel around the central area. Through the caravan, he can get to know the central continent better and collect a lot of intelligence. which will be helpful for his future actions. Discussing trade with the rat people is like conducting an experiment to find out what the other party is saying. The Ratman spies have arrived, requesting a meeting. A piece of information passed through the Soul Network, and Liziu immediately sent a message to the Black Warrior, asking them to go and take a look. The border between the Alimaha city-state of the Ratmen and the territory of the Undead. Undead? Undead? Why me? These guys are too dangerous. I won't do this anymore after this mission is over. Sooner or later, I will die at the hands of those bosses. The Ratman spy looked around, his eyes full of vigilance, and he muttered to himself in a low voice. He felt like an unlucky guy who was sent to monitor the Undead. The Ratman spies witnessed the establishment of the Ratdead border city. It happened so fast. In just a short period of time, a city rose up before my eyes. Not the crudely built kind. On the contrary, the houses in the city are all built of stone. He couldn't figure out where the Undead had brought so much wood and stones from. Those wood and stones had all been processed, and it felt as if the Undead had prepared them in advance. After the new city was built, a group of Undead came out of the new city and came to the border. These Undead spirits are very interesting. They are standing on the border line. If they take one more step, they will enter the Ratman territory. But they don't cross the border line. He observed the Undead for a long time and always felt that they were looking at him. It turned out that his feeling was correct. The Undead really discovered him and saw through his disguise. For the first time, he was forced to show up. He thought there would be a bloody battle, but he didn't expect the Undead to ask him to deliver a letter to the city lord. There is no obstacle in communicating with the dead, and the other party speaks directly without beating around the bush. The Ratman spy knew that these matters were not something he could decide, so he organized the intelligence and sent it back to Ilmaha. Ilmaha had a reply. He needed to find the dead. The problem is that he doesn't dare to cross the border line. He just stands there stupidly waiting for the Undead, not knowing when the other party will discover him. What surprised the Ratman spy was that no matter how long he stood there waiting, a skeleton came over and stared at him silently. Soon, there were a dozen Undead standing opposite him. Hello. I'm here to deliver a letter. I need to see the one who can make the decision for you, the skeleton. The Ratman spy waved the metal cylinder in his hand and shouted to the skeleton Undead. In response to his shouting, the skeleton Undead did not move at all, just staring at him steadily, which made him feel uneasy. What's going on with these skeletons? They are so different from the armored Undead before. The spy retreated silently, intending to escape first, but a skeleton Undead bent down, picked up a stone, threw it at the spy, and pointed to the place where he had just stood. The spy was startled and tried to retreat. The skeleton opposite him started picking up stones again. He hurried forward, and the skeleton stopped immediately. This is letting me stand here and wait? The Ratman spy guessed what the skeleton meant and felt slightly relieved. After waiting for a while in boredom, he saw again the Undead warriors wearing heavy black armor that he met last time. You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't come. The spy, who was bored of waiting, complained to the Dark Warrior. It will take time for the Ratdead border city to get here. The Black Warrior explained, pointing in the direction of the new city. This is the city lord's reply to you. I'll put it on the ground, and you can take it yourselves, the spy said, taking out a piece of animal skin paper. He stared at the Black Warrior, slowly took 2 steps forward, bent down carefully, placed the animal skin paper on the boundary line, and pressed it down with stones to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. After doing all this, he immediately stepped back and looked at the Dark Warrior vigilantly. The Black Warrior looked at the spy strangely, then stepped forward and picked up the piece of animal skin paper. He shook the animal skin paper seriously and placed it in front of him. The eyes of the Undead floating in the sky floated over curiously and also looked at the animal skin paper. I really can't understand it. Through the eyes of the Undead, Liziu saw the handwriting on the animal skin paper. Those crooked handwritings were not any of the languages he was familiar with. But looking at the serious look on Darth Vader's face, he should be able to understand it. Right? What is written on it? Liziu asked in the Soul Network. Master, can't you understand? Don't you know what's written on it? The message from the Black Warrior came quickly. How can I possibly understand the language of the rat people? Liziu asked in surprise. Then why do you think I can understand the words of the Skaven? I am an Undead. The Dark Knight asked back. Damn. What you said makes a lot of sense. I didn't make any rebuttal. You don't understand what the pose is? Asked. Even through the soul network, the Black Warrior could feel his master's impatience. He waved the animal skin paper in his hand towards the Ratman spy, motioning him to come over. The spy hesitated for a moment, but still walked forward, and then saw the Black Warrior handing him the parchment. Spy, what's written on it? Asked the Dark Knight. Spy, so you can't read? Then why are you reading for so long? Read it to me. The Black Warrior spoke again. The spy was a little embarrassed, but after looking at the Black Warrior, he finally took the parchment and began to read the words on it. The general meaning is that the Lord of Alimaha has already known about the Undead's willingness to trade. They feel that trade between the two races is a good thing, so they invited the Undead to the Alimaha city-state for detailed discussions. Chapter 282, Trade between the two races. The Ratman territory. The city-state of Alimaha. The two newly appointed mayors of Upper City and Lower City, along with a group of Ratman officials, stood outside the city gate, waiting for the arrival of the Undead mission. They thought the Undead would hesitate and discuss, but unexpectedly, the other party agreed on the spot. Both parties agreed on a time, and today is the day when the Undead will arrive. The Ratmen have complaints against the Undead, but even with their complaints, they still have to stand outside the city gate and wait. This is etiquette. The etiquette of communication between the two races. After all, the two races are going to start trading next. Here they come. The Ratman adjutant standing next to the city lord pointed at the distance and whispered to him. The city lord looked in the direction the Ratman adjutant pointed, and in the distance, there were shadowy figures of more than 100 knights on war horses, escorting the bugs in the center. They were 3 modified corpse transport vehicles linked together. After the transformation, the width of the corpse transport vehicle increased. The mechanical feet underneath became smaller and more numerous, and the movement speed was slightly improved. The originally thin metal plates were also reinforced and thickened, led by the Ratman Guard of Honor. This strange team came to the front of the team waiting for them. The skeleton knights stopped their horses and spread out to both sides. The front and rear doors of the corpse transport vehicle opened, and one by one the skeleton undead walked out and lined up in a neat queue. Finally, it was the Black Warriors, holding long swords in their hands and walking out with steady steps. At times like this, the Black Knight is more suitable than the Skeleton Knight. After all, they are slow. The Black Warriors lined up in an orderly manner, walked towards the Ratmen, and stood more than 10 meters away from them. Gurgle. The city lord swallowed his saliva. Such a strong pressure. He knew many details of the war between Ratmen and Undead, but when he actually faced these black-armored warriors, he realized how strong the so-called sense of oppression described in the report was. Just by standing there, they made the hair on your body stand up and sent a chill down your spine. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the city lord, who also turned his head to look at him and nodded to him with a serious expression. The upper city lord withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. He and the lower city lord, along with a group of Ratman officials, enthusiastically greeted the Black Warrior. Ha ha ha. Welcome, my undead friends. I am Percy Clark, the Lord of the Alimaha city-state. I am Macon Harold, the Lord of the lower city. The two city lords stepped forward and introduced themselves to the Black Warrior. I am the Dark Warrior, and I am glad to meet the two city lords. A deep voice sounded from the hearts of the two city lords. Percy and Macon. Both city lords had strange looks on their faces. It turned out that this was how the undead communicated. It's such a magical feeling. Percy reacted quickly, waved his hand back, made a gesture of invitation and said, "Come into the city. If there is anything, we can talk inside the city." The Black Warrior looked up at the city of Ilmaha, and the eye of the undead floating on his shoulder turned at the same time. The city-state of Ilmaha was surrounded by tall walls. The city wall was built with long stone strips and was more than 10 meters high. Runes were engraved on each brick, and it was reinforced using the technology of the Ratmen. From time to time, a flash of magical light flashed on the wall, enhancing the overall defensive power of the wall. The Ratmen welcomed the undead team into the city of Alimaha. The city lord was very talkative and never stopped talking along the way, constantly livening up the atmosphere and trying to extract information from the Black Warrior. This trick might work for other people, but it's useless for Darth Vader. He just listened to the city lord's words silently and transmitted his words to the soul network. Li Ziyu controlled the eyes of the undead to observe the Alimaha city-state. Compared to the outside world, the city is much richer. The road is paved with whole stone slabs, with fruit trees planted on both sides and green spaces and flowers around it. The business here is very developed. Shops can be seen everywhere, and there are also many squares specifically used for street stalls. Citizens walking in the city are dressed more exquisitely, cleanly and tidily. Since Li Ziyu traveled to another world, he had never seen such a clean and prosperous place. As a powerful tribe in the central area, the rat men do have their merits. At least the people living in the city-state of Alimaha can live and work in peace and contentment. The appearance of the undead attracted the attention of the citizens. When the black warrior passed by, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at the undead with fear and curiosity. Is that the undead? Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. Why did the city lord allow the undead to enter our city? Has this place been defeated by the undead? The city lord smiled happily at the undead. Damn it. Is this city lord a member of the undead sect? The citizens looked at the group, whispering and pointing at the team. The undead naturally didn't care. But the upper city lord Percy and the lower city lord McKen seemed very embarrassed. These whispers from the public are not a good sign, and will likely cause their supporters to decrease. But as important as it is to trade with the undead, it is better to deal with the problem at hand first. The largest building in the Alimaha city-state is the city lord's palace. Not only does it cover a large area, but it is also built very luxuriously. Like a palace, the city lord's mansion is not only an office place, but also a military facility. It is the last defense facility after the upper city district was breached. Another theory is that the entrance to the lower city is within the city lord's mansion. The area within the city lord's mansion includes independent manors, squares, fountains, etc. After bringing the undead into the city lord's mansion, the city lord Percy obviously raised his head and stood much straighter. His eyes occasionally glanced at the dead. He believed that anyone would be shocked after seeing the luxurious city lord's mansion. The ratmen have many city-states, and unsurprisingly, the city lord's palaces in these city-states are all built very luxuriously. The more prosperous the city-state, the more luxurious the city lord's mansion will be. The Alimaha city-state is at the bottom among the many ratmen city-states, but the city lord's palace is also well built. Unfortunately, Percy was disappointed. The undead seemed normal, and was not moved by the luxury. The undead would not understand these luxurious buildings. To them, such buildings are no more attractive than a few corpses. The negotiation took place in the large conference hall of the city lord's mansion. If it were a normal race, Percy would also arrange many programs, such as singing, dancing, eating and so on, until everyone had eaten, drunk and had fun, and felt refreshed and comfortable, and then rested for a night, and discussed the matter the next day. But he wasn't sure about the undead. A bunch of skeletons. Do they know how to appreciate dance? Have a meal? Where to eat? If you eat it here, it will fall out there. Percy felt that it would be better to start the negotiations directly. The pace of the negotiations was very fast, without any of the usual verbal sparring. The undead are all straightforward, and they don't really need business. If Li Ziyu hadn't asked them to, they wouldn't have come. The two sides quickly reached an agreement to use Rat Death City as a trading location to promote trade between the Ratmen and the undead. After the negotiation, the undead left. The news of trade with the undead quickly spread throughout the city-state of Alimaha. Some are happy and some are sad. Those who are happy are businessmen. They are keenly aware of business opportunities, which are extremely huge business opportunities. The undead are naturally frightening, but if they can communicate and trade, they will no longer be frightening, and skulls will become incredibly cute in their eyes. For businessmen, once there is enough profit, death and enemies are all cute little treasures. If there is a 10% profit, the merchant will ensure that it is used everywhere. If there is a 20% profit, merchants will become active. If there is a 50% profit, merchants will take risks. If there is 100% profit, businessmen will dare to trample on all laws. If there is a 300% profit, businessmen will dare to commit any crime and risk being hanged. Merchants don't care about city-states, countries, or races. In their eyes, there is only profit. They will follow whoever can give them more benefits. Undead, a legendary race. How many good things will they have? When the news of trade with the undead spread from the city lord's mansion, the merchants in Alimaha city almost rioted. They screamed with excitement. Compared with the excited businessmen, there are also many people who are worried. Most of these people are ordinary citizens. They are more worried about the threat of the undead, and always feel that trading with the undead is not a good choice. Li Ziyu doesn't care what the residents of the Alimaha city-state think. And neither does the undead. On the day when the undead returned to Rat Death Border City, the citizens received news that they had a new city lord. What surprised them was that the city lord was not an undead, but a human being. It was none other than Zhongpeng. Li Ziyu has few people he can use, and the only one who started out as a businessman is Zhongpeng. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Zhongpeng may not be so good in other aspects, but he is still good at doing business. Li Ziyu didn't have high expectations for the Rat Dead Border City. It would be best if he could rely on this city to gather resources. But he didn't care if the city was gone. So the city was handed over to Zhongpeng. The residents in the Rat Dead Border City are all very confused. They don't remember that there are humans among them. Could it be that this human is on the side of the undead? That doesn't make sense. The undead are all skeletons. So how could there be a human being? But no matter what, a human became their city lord. This is a fact. And the undead have proved it. They can't resist. The end of resistance is death. But if you don't resist, you still have food, drink and a place to live. And your life is still pretty good. The citizens of Rat Dead Border City quickly recognized the fact that Zhongpeng was the city lord. After taking office, Zhongpeng quickly issued his first order, asking the citizens to build a site outside the city gate in the direction of the Ratman territory. In his opinion, everyone was very cautious in the initial transactions. Even if merchants want to trade with the undead, they will be cautious and may not be willing to enter the Rat Death Border City. After all, it is a city of the dead. It would be a lot of fun if one could only enter but not exit. The transaction has to continue. So let's just do it outside the city. The materials used for the outside venue are quite simple. Just build some broken sheds. Whether it is hanging a cloth with 4 wooden sticks or building a shed with thatch. This kind of shed is easy to build and requires no effort at all. Soon a commercial street was formed outside. Zhongpeng sorted out the resources and found helplessly that people in the city were really poor and had nothing. This is normal. After all, most of these people were once wanderers. It is difficult to even get a meal. So expecting them to provide supplies is simply a pipe dream. Fortunately, Zhongpeng has a lot of goods. He has always been following Li Ziyu. In addition to the resources provided by Li Ziyu, he also obtains resources through various transactions. In addition to the resources in the hands of the indigenous people, he also exchanged a lot of resources with other traversal lords through the system. Since the residents had no resources in the early stages, Zhongpeng had to find a solution on his own. In order to make the Rat Death Border City look prosperous and lively, he took out a lot of food, minerals, and other basic resources, and asked the city residents to help him sell them. In return, Zhongpeng will also give benefits to the residents. This is a win-win situation, and the residents have no reason to refuse. When the first group of Ratman merchants arrived, they saw a bustling scene. Some of the businessmen couldn't believe their eyes. Is it because the wind and sand are so strong that we are hallucinating? The people selling things are not the dead, but the living? They rubbed their eyes again and again, but could not believe what they saw. After standing there for a long time, some businessmen finally couldn't wait any longer. Since they were already here, they had to go up and take a look. He walked into the commercial street and looked around curiously. There were many people selling food, and some selling wood and stone. All simple things. The businessman came to a fruit stall out of curiosity, where he found several kinds of fruits he had never seen before. The ones selling the fruit are an orc father and daughter. Are you orcs? The merchant looked up and down at the fruit vendor in front of him and asked curiously. Yes. Do you need to buy some fruit? Asked the orc father with a forced smile. I'll buy the fruit. But can I ask you a few questions? The rat merchant looked at the fruit and asked with a kind smile. What do you want to know? The orc father instantly became alert. Don't get me wrong. I just want to know the answers to a few simple questions. Have you lived in this land before? The merchant asked the orc father in confusion. The orc father thought about it and felt that this question was no big deal. So he nodded and said, Yes. The Ratman merchant raised his eyebrows and asked, Why didn't you go to the Ratman's territory when you retreated? The orc father rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, Because the Ratmen don't want us. The Ratman merchant was even more confused. He looked at the orc father again, and then at the little girl beside him. Although they were not well dressed, they were very clean. So he frowned and asked, "Why?" Hearing this, the orc father got a little angry. He took a deep breath and replied in a cold tone, "Because I am a wanderer, a refugee. Is that all right?" "Merchant, are you here to buy fruit or to ask me a question?" The merchant quickly raised his hands, with a warm smile on his face, and said repeatedly, "Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I want all the fruits you have here." As he spoke, the merchant took off the purse from his body and asked the price. Zhang Peng meant barter. But in the central area, currency had already become popular, and the Ratman merchants would not bring large quantities of goods when they came for the first time. In desperation, Zhang Peng gave residents the freedom to choose. They could exchange with goods or money. But goods were the best. The prices were all set, and the orc father sold the fruits to the Ratman merchant according to the price set by Zhang Peng. The rat merchant kept his word and bought all the fruits on the stall. It was a great start, and the stall owners at other stalls were envious. The city lord has formulated a series of rewards and punishments. The simplest one is that they will be rewarded if they set up stalls. But there is a bottom line. If they don't sell anything, the reward will be gone. Each stall has a quota, and there will be more rewards for the part exceeding the quota. In addition to these, there will be corresponding rewards for a good start and the products with the highest sales. For people like the orc father and daughter, they sold out all the fruits on the stall directly, which was a good start. So naturally they would be rewarded. They couldn't help but be envious. Chapter 283, The Undead Market. At the border of the central zone, a vast number of undead walked out from the sandstorm of the wasteland, and after reaching the central zone, they dispersed in all directions. At this time, more than half a month had passed since the opening of the Rat Death Border City. Under Zhang Peng's management, the market outside the city was booming, with many merchants from the Alimaha city-state coming to trade every day. A wide variety of goods were transported back to the city by merchants from the Alimaha city-state and sold to citizens in the upper and lower cities, thus making greater profits. With the continuous transactions, merchants have become more and more aware of the benefits of the Ratman Border City market. What makes merchants most happy is that the undead follow the rules. This point even surpasses the Ratman city-state. Doing business in the market of the Rat Dead Border City is guarded by the undead. So it is not only very safe, but the prices are also fair and everyone is honest. As more and more merchants set their sights on the market, in order to facilitate better transactions, the market was expanded a lot. More trading locations were added, and there were no longer any restrictions on setting up stalls. Whether residents of the Rat Dead Border City or the Alimaha city-state, they could set up stalls in the market and trade freely. Another reason why the market is so popular is the endless supply of rare and colorful resources. Not to mention other things. Just taking fruits as an example, there are more than a dozen kinds of fruits in the market that the rats have never seen before, and the number is constantly increasing, with new fruits appearing every day. There are even more things that other types of ratmen have not seen. Every time they come to the market, the Ratman merchants are overwhelmed and want to buy all the items. When these rare items entered the city of Alimaha, Percy and McKin didn't take them seriously at first. Soon, the products of the undead became popular throughout the entire Alimaha city-state. Not only did the common people love these things, but even the Ratman nobles in the dungeon highly praised them. Percy and McKin were at a loss, so they called their lieutenant to ask about recent events in the city, and even went to the merchants in the city in person. Seeing the dazzling array of goods, the two city lords were shocked. Where did the undead get these things? They finally understood why the rat nobles in the city admired and worshipped him. Even they were amazed. And these things should not be seen before, because these things come from all over the world. And Zhang Peng exchanged it with other lords through the system. In a short period of time, the Rat Dead Border City became the favorite place for merchants in the Alimaha city-state. The voices against the undead in the city-state of Alimaha became smaller and smaller, and those novel commodities diverted their attention. In order to better serve the merchants, Zhang Peng also built some houses around the market to be used as restaurants, hotels, and other businesses. Where there are people, there is information. When businessmen eat well and drink too much, they will talk without thinking and say things they shouldn't say. Rat Death Border City is the territory of the undead after all. There are a large number of undead here, and they will appear in any occasion. For merchants, the undead are the makers and guardians of rules. But how could the undead have only this function? They are also spies. They will collect the information obtained from various places, report it upward through the Undead network, pass it to the Black Warrior, and then report it to Zhang Peng. In addition to his business talent, Zhang Peng also has a talent for information management. Before this, he had been helping Li Ziyu collect information from all over the place. He picked up the business and also took control of information management, and collected a lot of information about the Omaha city-state and the rat people. After Rat Dead Border City got on the right track, Li Ziyu became freer and no longer had to stay in his room to constantly light up technology like before. As a lord, even if the war is over, Li Ziyu still has things to do. For example, deploy more undead in the central area, taking advantage of the fact that the Omaha city-state was attracting attention from the Rat Death Border City. He returned to the base camp several times and transported back many young and middle-aged people of other races to the central area. He also brought back a large number of skeletons from the Mountains of the Dead, transformed them into various skeleton undead, and sent them to the territory. In addition, he also established several resource points in the central area. These resource points were all discovered by Lu Xingxing. They are various mineral veins, including metal veins, coal veins, stone mines, and so on. Without the Skaven's knowledge, batches of undead were deployed on the border between the two tribes. According to the Skaven, the undead are a very strange race, and they seem to enjoy wandering around out of boredom. Radman spies often see undead wandering in the wilderness. They have no purpose. They are just walking around. As long as the spies don't get close, the undead don't bother to pay attention to them. It's like mental retardation. Spies often laugh at the low-level skeleton undead, but they don't know that these undead are not just hanging around, but also paralyzing them and using them to monitor the border. With the surveillance of the undead, the internal environment became very stable. Li Ziyu could drive the fortress into the territory from time to carry out some construction. Lu Xingxing has drawn the map of the dead territory of the central area. Li Ziyu arranged nearly 100 soul base stations according to the map, and the soul network spread throughout the territory. At the same time, he also made many new eyes of the undead and placed them throughout the territory. Under the blessing of the soul base station, Li Ziyu can see any place at any time, except for the bones. The skeletons of the magic tattoos were not idle. The dark skeletons led their army to rampage through the territory, plundering everywhere, constantly expanding their legion, and at the same time looking for living people still living in the territory and sending them to the Ratman border city. Li Ziyu couldn't help but sigh at the power of the time traveler. In more than half a month, he has stabilized the undead territory and spread the soul network everywhere. Without the support of the system and the mobile fortress, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve this level in a year. Normal construction requires a large population. Without people, there is no way to build. This is a different world, not the modern world. There are not so many huge machines. The only thing that can be used is magic. But there are not as many magicians as imagined. With the system, all you have to do is click to build. There is no need to consume more population and resources. It is not only economical, but also speed guaranteed. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. How are things over there? Do you need me to bring some people to help? Don't want to take a driving test, brother Batu. How many people have you gathered? Free Flying Eagle, no more. 30 or 40 lords are no problem. We can fight against the rat men, although we may not win. Don't want to take a driving test, things are fine here. The rat people are not wary of me. I built a city in front, and it is developing quite well. Free Flying Eagle, in that case. I understand. Let me take the other lords to practice first. You can focus on your development. We can communicate if you need anything. Don't want to take a driver's license. This is the best. Brother Batu. You should pay attention. If there is a person like a son, otherwise it is expelled. Or if you kill it, don't keep it. It is a scourge. Free Flying Eagle, okay. I understand. I plan to take them out for some practice and see what their character is like. I don't want to take a driver's license, okay. Please contact me when you need help. Batubu also had good news over there, and he contacted many lords. But Li Ziyu still doesn't trust these lords. If they all abide by the rules, that would be fine. But he is afraid that someone like He Zipping who likes to commit suicide or jump around will appear, which will destroy everything they have created. The current situation seems to be very good for the time being, and there is no need to let Batubu and the other side intervene. This period of time is a good opportunity for Batubu to get along well with those lords. Li Ziyu felt that the reason why the time traveler lord lost to the Ratmen was because they did not coordinate well enough. There were many guys like He Zipping who caused trouble, which ultimately led to failure. In his opinion, it doesn't matter even if the lord's rank is lower or his subordinates are of inferior race. The key is to work together and not mess things up. People like He Zipping, even if he is strong. Li Ziyu does not want to allocate alliance with this product. The days calmed down for the time being. Li Ziyu used his mobile fortress to travel back and forth between the base camp and the central area, constantly expanding the undead. When he had time, he would study technology and unlock more projects. Sale, a rat man. Although he was a rat, he was not doing well. All his relatives before his father were slave rat people with very low status and no property. It wasn't until his father, who fought on his life, that he got rid of the identity of the slave and rat, and became a civilian. Even if he is no longer a slave and a rat. Sale, who does not have a home property, is still bad. He worked hard and was still poor. Rat people do not live in the dungeon. It is a shame. Faced with a choice between face and life, Sale realistically chose life. If you don't have enough food to eat, you're going to starve to death. What's shameful or not? What's important is to stay alive. When he arrived in the above-ground city, his life really changed. He grew up little by little, relying on his identity as a rat man. Through his quick thinking and hard work, he acquired his own house and had some savings. He set up a stall in the city-state of Ilmaha and earned a little money to support himself. Just a while ago, the Ratmen and the Undead went to war. The two sides fought fiercely, and the city-state of Ilmaha fell into a strange mood. Part of it is that they are in high spirits and clamor every day to go to war with the Undead and defeat the evil Undead. There are also some emotional departments. They believe that the Undead is the legendary race, and the rat people will fail. Ir Mahaham City will also turn into ruins. They will die, and they must leave quickly. Sale doesn't belong to any category. He is watching calmly. The crisis often means opportunities. The greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity. Only to see if you dare to bet. Sale believed in this sentence very much. It was because of this sentence that he transformed himself from a penniless civilian to a street vendor. He has been waiting for an opportunity, but never got the chance to take action. The war between the Ratmen and the Undead made him feel that his opportunity was about to come. The mouse loses and cuts the territory to the Undead. The Undead spirits that were so terrifying in the eyes of others became their neighbors. What disappointed Sayer was that, until the end of the war, he was still an ordinary street vendor, and the gods did not care about him. Although he didn't get the opportunity, he didn't lose heart. There is no opportunity if there is no opportunity. At least you are still a vendor. You can make money to support yourself. Just be hungry. But soon, a piece of news spread in the city-state of Alimaha that the Ratmen were going to trade with the Undead. The businessman's keen sense of smell made Sale realize that the opportunity had come. It's the kind of gambling. You can't miss the opportunity. He immediately packed his bags, took all his wealth, and followed the others to become the first group to head to Rat Border City, a city in the Undead territory. This is a kind of gambling behavior, because no one knows whether they are safe, and it is a great probability that it will be killed by the Undead. But the fact is that they are lucky. The Undead has not killed them, and there are not even too much to ignore them. They can trade randomly in the humble market outside the city. He saw many fresh things he had never seen. Rare is precious. Sale did not consider the stones, wood and made stable things, but did everything. Bought fruits and other things that had not been seen, and transported these things back to Ir Mahaha city-state. The first group of merchants, who went to the Rat-Dead border city, became the first people to try something new. As soon as they put those novel things on display, they were snapped up by citizens. They sold very well, and made huge profits. Sale's wealth increased several times because of this transaction. Thank you, God of the Dead. Thank you, Lord of the Dead. Thank you, the Dead, for your favor to me. He was awakened by laughter. To him, ancestors were meaningless. His ancestors were slaves anyway, and it seemed that their ancestors had never blessed his family. What can I do if I change my faith? Whoever gives him a good life. He believes in anyone. Reality. Having discovered the business opportunity, Sale did not dare to pause for even a second. He hired people to help manage the stall, and sell the goods he brought back. Then he took all his wealth again and hurried to the Undead market to exchange for more goods. Only at this moment did he feel that he was a rat man who liked to carry things just like those rats. The huge profits made Sale forget his tiredness. He would go back and forth to the Undead market every day, sometimes even making 2 or 3 trips a day. He was not like those big businessmen who drove their convoy directly over. Even if the goods sell well, wealth takes time to accumulate. If Sale wants to exchange his wealth for goods, he must be frugal. He relies on his own manpower to transport the goods. It was tiring, but seeing his wealth growing, Sale felt extremely fulfilled. The constant moving made him a regular at the Undead market and also attracted the attention of the Undead. Until one day, an Undead in heavy black armor found him. The huge physique sprinkled a shadow and covered the scorching sun. Shrouded in shadow, Sale turned his head stiffly, slowly raised his eyes, and looked at the black warrior in front of him with fear. "Lord Undead," he said tremblingly. Shining, the two-handed sword stabbed into the ground. Sale closed his eyes in a hurry. His body shrank, and he subconsciously used his hand in front of him. "I'm dying. I'm dying. The Undead are coming to kill me. I knew that opportunity wouldn't be that simple. The life of gambling is really difficult to do. Poor me. I am going to die at the hands of the Undead before I can enjoy the life brought by wealth." The thought flashed through Sale's mind. But after waiting for a while, he didn't feel any pain. So he opened his eyes carefully. "What are you doing?" Sale suddenly heard a low and doubtful voice asking. The voice came from inside his body, not from his ears. He was stunned, looked up at the black warrior blankly and asked, "Lord Undead, are you talking to me?" The black warrior nodded, and Sale heard the voice again. "Yes. Why are you like this? Are you threatened?" Sale then realized that he was still curled up, and quickly returned to normal, shaking his head like a rattle. "No, I am not threatened." The black warrior nodded again and said to him, "Very good. If you are threatened in the market, you can look for us. We do not allow anyone to break the city lord's rules." What does this mean? Why did you come to explain it to me?" Sale looked around and saw the ratman merchants looking at him curiously, and then looked at the black warrior in confusion. "No one will threaten me. Except you," Sale thought to himself, but he didn't dare to say it to the black warrior. So he just asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chapter 284 Soul Potion. The black warrior nodded, and a deep voice sounded, "I would like to recommend a service from the dead to you." Sale looked at the Undead in front of him in surprise, then looked at the people around him. They were still curious and whispering, obviously not hearing the voice of the black warrior. "I seem to have encountered something terrible." Sale understood instantly, pointed at himself and asked, "For me?" The black warrior is like a sculpture, but the voice has no hindrance. "Given your enthusiasm for business." Sire became a little excited. "God of the dead is above. The fair has changed my destiny. And now the god of destiny is on my side again." Sweeping the crowd around him with vigilant eyes, Sale took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and then asked, "What service is that? If you are willing to pay, the Undead are willing to provide you with transportation, escort and other services." "Huh?" Sale was stunned, with a strange look in his eyes. These words were somewhat different from what he thought. He thought the Undead found him for some non-takeaway goods, but did not expect to transport and escort the team. He does not seem to need the service. As long as he has money, Sale can hire a caravan and ratman guards by himself. There is no need to look for the Undead. After hesitating for a moment, Sale said to the black warrior, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am not rich. It seems that you have found the wrong person." The dark warrior shook his head slightly. "You don't seem to realize what this means. Do the dead also speak half of their words and hide half of their words? Who said that the dead always speak directly? Wouldn't it be better to just say it all at once?" Sale's mouth twitched, and he asked helplessly, "I'm sorry. I don't know your race. I'm just an ordinary small businessman. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it. We have chosen you. And if you accept, you will become our partner. In addition to being able to use our transport team and escort team, you also have the right to purchase some special items, the right to meet the city lord, and even the opportunity to meet the great lord of the Undead. I am interested in you." Sayer chose a few word special items in the keen match, which is what he wants to get the most. Over time, A large number of goods sold by the Undeads flowed into Iramahaha city-state, which caused the price of the product to fluctuate and decreased. The current price and the price of 10 days ago have obvious gaps, which means that the consumption capacity of Iramahaha city-state has begun to decline. If after a period of time, those big merchants enter the market and flood the market with large quantities of undead goods, small merchants like them will be able to earn even less. Sale was unwilling to lose the opportunity like this. He wanted to get more. The special items of the undead may be the key to breaking everything. His expression became solemn and serious, and he asked, "What is the special item?" The black warrior drew his sword and said to him, "Follow me." Sawyer was stunned, but saw that the black warrior had turned and walked towards the direction of the Rat-Dead border city. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly followed. Most of the people watching the fun were also businessmen. They recognized Sawyer, a hard-working boy but also a greedy one. When they saw him leaving with the undead, these people's minds suddenly became active. They smelled something unusual. When they wanted to keep up, the undead stopped their path and rejected them forward. The merchants from Iramahaha City stood helplessly, watching the figures of Sale and Black Samurai farther away. The Black Warrior brought Sawyer to the gate of Rat-Dead Border City. Sawyer looked up at Rat-Dead Border City, feeling emotional. He knew how long it took to build this city. Many Ratman merchants are full of fear and curiosity about this city, but no one has ever entered it. They can only go to the market outside, and the undead do not allow them to enter the city. A small corner door opened, and the Black Warrior stepped to Sale and asked him to go in. Sale hesitated, and eventually failed to hold back his curiosity. He entered the corner door and became the first mouse man to enter the Mouse Border City. Entering the city, Sawyer explained in amazement, "The undead is really a surprising race, which is unexpected everywhere." Many people in the Alimaha city-state speculated what the Rat-Dead Border City looked like inside. They also asked the merchants in the market, but they refused to tell them. This is Zhang Peng's order. No one can tell the situation in the outside world. He just wants to maintain mystery. He is a businessman, and Zhang Peng knows the habits of businessmen. The more you don't say, the more curious them, the more you want to see. The Rat-Dead Border City will be open sooner or later, so it is better to remain silent now and let them be curious. In the guess of the citizen of Iramahaha city-state, the border city of Rat is a huge cemetery, which is full of poisonous gas. How can it come anyway? Sale has also speculated that he did not know about the undead. Instead, he felt that the citizens were right. It may be really a huge cemetery. Only in this way can it meet the identity characteristics of the undead. Of course, he found that he had guessing wrong, and he was out of charge. There are spacious streets with trees, vegetation, and birds with flowers. There was a tall building in the center of the city. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel its majesty. As the first person who enters here, you also need to follow the Lord's order. You must not pass on what you see, otherwise it will be the enemy with the undead. Just when Sale was curious to observe everything in front of him, the voice of the Black Samurai sounded. He was frightened and nodded quickly. "Okay, I know. I won't go out and talk nonsense. Good days have not yet been. And in the future, I still expect the undead to make him richer. How can he offend the undead?" Sale feels that his mouth is still strict. The Black Warrior took Sale in it and came to an empty house. The empty house made Sale feel uneasy. He finally became a little scared and asked with a trembling voice, "Why did you bring me here?" The Black Warrior turned his head and asked with doubt in his voice, "Isn't you to see some special products?" Sale turned his head and looked around. It was empty, so he couldn't help but ask, Where are the goods?" The Black Warrior took out a small bone bottle from his armor and handed it to Sawyer. It was a small bottle about the length of an index finger, similar to a reagent bottle, and was stopped with a wooden stopper. Sale took the small bottle, looked at the Black Warrior, and saw him nod to him, motioning him to open it. Then he nervously pulled out the cork. The moment the wood was plucked, a ray of blue smoke came out of the inside. Before Sale reacted, the smoke drilled into his nose. What? Ah! Sale's expression changed from horror to enjoyment. The kind of blissful enjoyment. I have never experienced it. A lot of happiness than the most primitive happiness, making him fluttering. He feels like he is going to fly. I see Ant install too much in the small bottle, and the blue smoke soon was sucked away by Sale. He collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out. Limp and without any strength at all. The Black Warrior observed him. In the vision of the undead, the blue gas drilled into his nose, and did not spread to the whole body, but entered the deeper soul of the body. Originally calm. No soul. After the blue gas entered, it suddenly fluctuated, becoming extremely active. Extremely excited. This is the source of the sense of enjoyment of Sale. It is not from the body, but from the soul that cannot refuse at all. After all the gases were inhaled, the soul became active for a while before it stabilized again. After the soul was stable, Sale also returned to normal. He climbed up blankly, looked down at his body, and checked it up and down, but found nothing special. He suddenly raised his head and asked excitedly, "What is that?" The voice of the Black Samurai said calmly, "Special product." A paradox one. It's a special product. And it's worthy of being called a special product. It's really special. After personal experience, Sale has almost no doubt, which will inevitably be popular in the rats. Who can refuse such a thing? The upper class of the rat people is very extravagant. They have abundant resources and wealth, have no worries about food and drink, and what they pursue is excitement. All kinds of strange stuff. As long as they can feel the excitement. It is the coming person who does not refuse. As for whether it would die because of this, the nobility of the rat man said that in addition to digging the holes, our mouse's home is difficult to poison us. It is still very difficult. There is no doubt that it is the most profitable business, for the most profitable business in the rats. Whoever can get a rat and nobles can gather wealth. Sale also specifically studied the preferences of the rat nobles. But all the products that the nobility of the rat nobles are high, and it is extremely difficult to find. And the thing that he sucked in, Sale dared to be sure, the nobility of the rat nobility will definitely like it. This was a brand new thing. A special product from the undead. It would be a problem whether one could find it even if one searched the entire central area, let alone other merchants. If he could get this, then Sale would be really rich. Please sell me the special product. Sire knelt down decisively. In the face of interests. Face means nothing. If Sale can run from the underground city to the above-ground city to live, he can kneel down before the undead. The Dark Warrior looked at Sale, who was kneeling in front of him with a request written on his face, and said, "Special products will only be sold to our partners and allies." Sale no longer hesitated and nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Yes. Great Undead. I will be your most loyal partner. The next step is to talk about conditions and determine the price." The price offered by the Black Warrior was very high, and there was little room for bargaining. The price was set by Zhang Peng, and the Black Warrior was just doing what Zhang Peng said. Faced with the high price, Sale still chose to buy it, but he didn't have much money. As the Undead's chosen partner, the Dark Knight was not overly demanding. According to Zhang Peng's arrangement, the Bliss Potion Type 1 is not sold individually, but is packaged and placed in an exquisite wooden box. Each wooden box can be equipped with 12 music agents. As the first partner of the Undead, Sale obtained a special purchase right and bought 10 get 2. Sale almost hollowed out his pocket, which was enough to get the money of 10 pleasing agents, and got a small box of bliss. After the Black Warrior received the model, he handed the small wooden box to Sale, and after receiving the box, he hugged his arms. "As a partner, we can provide you with a free escort service. Do you need it?" Sale hesitated. Skaven trade with the undead. But that doesn't mean they like the undead to enter their territory. There is still a little distance between the border city of the Mouse and the city-state of Iraimahaha. Although it is not far away, the rise of the business has attracted the attention of the surrounding horse bandits. In the past 2 days, several caravans were attacked by horse bandits. When there is guard, the loss is not great. Sire was a small business, so he was not afraid of bandits before. The worst that could happen was that a batch of his goods would be robbed. But now it's different. The small wooden box in his arms is all his wealth. After thinking for a while, Sale made up his mind and said, "I need the free escort this time. Please send me back safely." Black Warrior nodded. A rational choice. After sending away Sale, the Black Samurai reported to Zhang Peng and Li Ziyu into the Xing. Mission completed. Partner already selected. Soul Potion Scrap 1 has been sold. That's right. What Sale bought was not the Type 1 Bliss Potion, but the waste of the Soul Potion. It was Li Ziyu unintentionally uninstated when studying technology. The undead also has its own potion. And the most famous is the soul agent. For the undead, soul potion is almost a panacea. Even if the brain is broken, the use of the soul pharmaceutical agent before the soul fire is scattered, which can stabilize the dissipated soul and usher in the opportunity to be rescued. It works better than using soul energy directly. Of course, this kind of potion is mostly provided to high-level undead, and low-level undead are not qualified to enjoy it. When the undead was studying the soul agent, many errors appeared, resulting in an extra bunch of accessories. Most of these accessories are called waste. The waste materials of soul potion are not simple either. They are useless to the undead, but effective to the living. Some waste can dissolve the soul of a living being. Some can make the soul dissipate in an instant, and some can make the soul full of pleasure. What Sayer gets such a waste is not the best. It can make the soul very active, but the time is not lasting. Of course, the damage to the soul is not great. It is clearly indicated on the waste materials that act on the soul, which will make the soul active, and bring a happy feeling to the life of the use of the soul. But this effect is not without disadvantages. If used too many times, the soul will become weaker, not as cohesive as before, and will become easily broken apart. Soul potions are fun, but waste is pretty much poison. It means Zhang Peng's meant to sell the waste to the rat man. Li Zi reminded Zhang Peng not to let these wastes fall into the hands of his own people, as this would destroy them, especially since he can't use it himself. If you want to experience it, he can provide soul potion. The waste is given to the mouse, and it is more reliable to use the soul potion. As for the resources needed for the scraps, a little soul energy, plus a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. The true soul potion is not only harmful to the soul of the creature, but it is greatly beneficial. There is no comparison between the souls of living beings and the souls of undead beings. For undead beings, soul potions are used to replenish energy and heal injuries during battle. For the living spirit, this is a big tonic, just because of the problem of the strength of the soul. The creature only requires that there are very few soul agents. Too much is not good. It's easy to tear the soul apart. Long-term use of soul agents will make the soul tough and more solid. Under the arrangement of the Black Samurai, Sale followed the 4 skeleton knights and went straight to Ir Mahaha City. Chapter 285 Undead Allies. Zhang Peng has become a bad person. Li Zi received the return of the Black Warrior and couldn't help sighing. As the waste product of soul potion, the bliss potion is poisonous. If you use too much of it, no one can withstand it, even if the soul is as solid as a ghost. The soul potion has been lit. Li Ziyu has tried it himself. The feeling was that his whole body was clear and comfortable. That is true comfort from the soul. Bliss Pharmaceuticals has the waste of soul agent. Do not say anything else. The effect is just as rigid and more refreshing than the soul agent. This is equivalent to letting the nobility of the rat people willingly take poison. Zhang Peng is a kid with a somewhat dark personality, similar to those liches who like to secretly mess with people. But I like it, Li Ziyu lamented. Open the system, and sent a wave of waste to Zhang Peng. It is estimated that the undead who developed the soul potion did not expect that waste could have such a great effect. Sale came out of the rat-dead border city with a small wooden box in his arms, and 4 skeleton knights beside him. The merchants have been paying attention to him. At this time, when I saw him out, they all greeted their gaze. Why are the undead following him? What is he holding in his arms? All the merchants who noticed Sire became active. They guess Sale has received huge benefits in the undead, trading with the undead for so long. I have never seen the undead who took the initiative to talk to whom, and never seen the undead escort. When Sayer went in, there was no small wooden box. When he came out, there was a small wooden box. The things in the box made the merchant curious. When Sale returned to the market, the merchants immediately surrounded. Hey, kid, what's in the wooden box you are holding? Hand it over. A ratman merchant dressed in gorgeous clothes and with an arrogant look stepped forward and said to Sire with his head held high. His name is Babbitt, a child of the rats and nobles, and a big businessman of the 8 classics. He had done so many things of plunder that he didn't take Sire seriously at all, and didn't think there was anything wrong with robbing Sire's things. The worst that could happen was that he could just give him some money. Sire's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously took a step back. Obviously knowing this ratman merchant, he was a little flustered, but only for a moment. And Sale's eyes became firm. As a person who wants a better life and has his own ambitions, Sale knows that what he is holding in his arms is the future. A future that he must never give up. The skeleton knights felt that their employer was threatened. So they put their hands on their swords, stepped forward, and stood between the Ratman merchant and Sawyer. Huh? Undead? What are you going to do? Are you planning to break the rules? Upon seeing this, the Ratman merchant Babbitt immediately screamed. The skeleton knight remained silent, but did not move out of the way. Sawyer looked at the back of the bone knight, and suddenly inexplicably stable in her heart. He couldn't snatch my things, Sale roared in his heart. For the first time, this is the first time he feels so peaceful. The feeling of being protected. Stop your mouth. Don't talk nonsense. The undead is fair. Another mouse and businessman suddenly yelled and broke the silence. Other businessmen also responded. They wanted to know what was inside the wooden box. But they didn't want to offend the undead. Now who doesn't know? The undead is their cash cow. If you want to get more wealth, you need the undead and the market. It was stupid to offend the undead, because he didn't know what kind of wooden boxes were pretending. You? Babbitt looked at the businessman who scolded him with gloomy eyes, but found that the other party was not even looking at him. Babbitt knew that guy. He was also a Ratman merchant named Ferdinand. Ferdinand, like Babbitt, is a descendant of a branch of another Ratman family, and has been at odds with Babbitt since he was a child. What is even more uncomfortable is that Babbitt has never taken advantage of Ferdinand's hands. As if deliberately pairing, Babbitt came out to do business. And Ferdinand also came out to do business. But I do know why. Anyway, Babbitt's business has not been big in Ferdinand. And always short people. The two are proper competitors. If anyone else dared to speak to him like that, Babbitt would definitely fight back. But that person was Ferdinand. But Babbitt could no longer be unscrupulous. He waited for Ferdinand eagerly, but swallowed the rest of his words. After reprimanding Babbitt, Ferdinand turned his attention to the skeleton knight. He explained with a gentle smile, Dear knight, we have no ill intentions. This is just a normal business. Please do not vent your anger on the merchants of Ilmaha City-State because of someone's unreasonable behavior. The skeleton knight looked in the direction of Babbitt, then looked at Ferdinand, and then returned to Sawyer's side. Seeing this, Ferdinand smiled more gently. He looked at Sale and said cheerfully, My fellow businessman, don't be afraid. My name is Ferdinand, and I am also from the city-state of Alimaha. We will not hurt you. Don't worry. We just want to know what's in the wooden box in your arms. Can you let us see it? Ferdinand's attitude is much better than Babbitt's, making it difficult for people to feel hostile towards him. Sale also relaxed, looked down at the wooden box in his arms, pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head slightly. Mr. Ferdinand, I'm sorry I can't tell you what this is. Ferdinand just stunned and reacted, and said with a smile, It's okay. It's okay. Since you don't want to say it, then, there is no reason to buy and sell. As he spoke, Ferdinand made way first. The merchants around him also moved aside to make room for Sale. Only Babbitt looked unwilling. The wooden box must be a good thing. Without getting it, Babbitt was uncomfortable. It's like there's delicious food right in front of you, but you can't eat it. Just as Sale was about to leave through the passage vacated by the merchant, Babbitt stood in front of him again. Huh? Sainton lived in his footsteps and looked at Babbitt with vigilance. Name your price. I want the box in your arms. Babbitt raised his chin towards Sawyer and said, Not for sale. Sale said without hesitation that he held the wooden box closer. Under the guard of the Bone Knight, walked from the businessman's crowd. Under the escort of Skeleton Knight, Sale returned to Mahaha City. After returning to Ilmaha, Sale immediately took action and used his network of connections to deliver 3 ecstasy potions to the nobles in the dungeon. The effect can be imagined that the pursuit of stimulating mouse people and nobles were instantly captured by Bliss and bought crazy. Sale, who holds the Bliss, instantly became a fragrant, and was a guest of the seizures of the mouse and nobles of the dungeon. He was glad that when he was not in the bazaar, he agreed to Ferdinand and sold the Bliss at him. Everything made very smoothly, and Sale went to the border city of the mouse many times to buy a Bliss. But how could Zhang Peng be satisfied with him? Can you not come to the marketing of hunger? Each time. The ethics Bliss is not good for production, and only 2 boxes can be released at most per day, which is only 24. How could just a few dozen bottles of Bliss potions be enough for the rat nobles? In order to get the Bliss, the nobles began to raise the price crazy. And every time Sale returned with Bliss, he would be grabbed by the nobility of the mouse. Sale's wealth has become more and more. And in less than time, his name has spread throughout the entire Mahaha city. Even the owners of Bo and McKinn knew the recently famous businessman. However, the two still had doubts about the potion he brought from the undead. In order to verify the conjecture in their hearts, the two got a bliss and gave them to scientific researchers to study what the gas in it was. The results shocked them. It is not an ordinary herb, but a kind of energy needed by the soul, which is related to the soul. The reason why bliss can bring pleasure is not physiological, but soul. Can bliss plan to hurt us? Bossy seriously asked researchers. I didn't find it harmful to us. On the contrary, this potion makes our souls very excited and makes us more energetic. The researcher told Percy the results of his experiment. In other words, not only has no disadvantages, but it is good? McKinn's eyes asked. Yes, according to my research. This kind of potion has even rejuvenated the dying people, allowing them to return to the state of prosperity in a short period of time. Scientific researcher said seriously. The two city owners sucked air conditioned at the same time. Fighting stuff. If the soldiers on the battlefield have such stuff, the Mousamen's combat effectiveness is less to improve several floors. The two cities looked at each other, and both became upset. Can you create this kind of potion? McCain asked researchers. Scientific researchers rolled their eyes and said angrily. I said, this is not a herbal medicine, but a kind of energy. Can you understand it? I can use or to make weapons, and I can use magic energy to release magic. But how do you want me to make or and synthesize magic energy? If I can do that, I will not be a small scientific researcher in your city-state. Seeing that scientific researchers became angry, Mike coaxed with a sneer. Don't be angry. I just asked. This stuff is very important. If we can make it, it is great. The researcher was panting and glaring at McKinn. Why do you think so? The materials for this thing are definitely hard to find. Give up. To some extent, the bliss potion does not belong to this world. Where did you get it? Many of the scientific researchers and the mouse people are engaged in scientific research, and they don't hear the windows of the window. Percy sighed and said, I got it from the dead. Undead? The researcher pondered, then suddenly realized. That's right. This should be their specialty. Anyway, I haven't heard of such a thing there. By the way, if possible, I suggest you buy more of this stuff. Mikon smiled bitterly. I want to buy it, but it's expensive. So I asked you if you can make it. Scientific researchers shook their heads and said helplessly. There is no way to say that. I can't make such things. And I have no clue about this energy. Various races are involved in the soul, but they are not deeply involved, which is a very dangerous field. And those who can dabble in the soul realm are often those who practice magic. Among all races, the soul is the deepest and deepest. I am afraid that they are the undead, and they are the ancestors of the soul. Both Bo and McKinn were disappointed. They hoped that scientific researchers can create bliss, not only to equipment to the army, but also to break the monopoly of the undead. A few days after the bliss pharmacy areas opened the market in the city-state, a large number of resources are flowing into the hands of the undead through the bliss. Percy looked at it with envy, thinking how great it would be if all these resources were in his hands. The researchers' words disappointed them. The ecstasy potion was a specialty of the undead, so there was nothing they could do about it. But they finally figured out that there was nothing wrong with the bliss potion, which was at least reassuring. Selling bliss is a normal business behavior, and the owner of the Bowl City is not qualified to stop it. Even if he wants to stop, those nobles in the dungeon will be allowed. Not only the city lord was targeting Sire, but the horse bandits were also targeting Sire. In their eyes, Sire is Jean Shan. On this day, Sale came to the border city of rats to acquire goods and bliss. Sire, has your business been good lately? The Black Warrior suddenly asked after the money and goods were settled. The blessing of the Lord of the Dead. The business is very good recently. When it comes to this matter, Sale is difficult to hide his smile, and his mouth is almost cracked. He doesn't care much about the profits of other goods. Since there is a bliss, nearly 95% of the profit in his business lies in this. You have to be careful, said the Black Warrior. Huh? Lord Black Samurai. What do you mean? Sale said with a smile and asked in confusion. According to the previously escorted cavaliers, you may be stared at by some people. The Black Samurai said directly that Sale is now a partner that Zhang Pingqing values, and he has to protect each other's safety. What? Sale exclaimed, then closed his mouth, frowning and thinking. It seemed natural to be targeted, but he was immersed in the joy of receiving wealth and ignored this point. Recently, he was too crazy, showing too much wealth. Now think about it. Not only on the way to and from the border of Iramahaha City and the rats, but also in the Iramahachi city-state, and someone is staring at him. Alas, the foundation is still too shallow. How to do it? His eyes looked at the Black Warrior, and Sale's eyes were lit. Master Black Samurai, do you provide transportation services, escort services, and whether to provide guard services? Sale asked, looking forward to. I've been tricked. City Lord Zhang Peng is a master of predictions. The Black Warrior's heart was emotional. Zhang Peng had mentioned to him before that the other party would discuss the matter of protection with him, but he didn't expect that the other party actually brought it up. Guarding services are indeed there, but the guard service is not provided to ordinary partners, and only provides us with the allies of the undead. The Black Warrior hesitated. Me? I am willing to be the allies of the undead. Sale was growing in his heart, and his face showed an urgent expression. Master Black Samurai, how can we become the allies of the undead? Sale asked excitedly, and asked me if he was qualified. Sire, if you want to become an ally of the undead, you need to sign a soul contract with us. Are you sure you want to be our ally? Asked the Black Warrior. Okay. No problem. Sale said slightly, gritted his teeth. Although he is a rat, he is not a big deal to change the door. The undead. This backer is obviously more beneficial to him than the mouse. Okay. Since you are so determined, I am willing to introduce you to the mayor of Rat Death Border City. The rest depends on your own efforts, said the Black Warrior. Sale was overjoyed and thanked him immediately. Chapter 286. The Black Warrior and Sale walked along the street to the center of the mouse, and both sides followed the tall elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. Sale was the first time to go deep into the border city of the mouse, and the previous transactions were completed in the hut next to the city gate. He looked around curiously at the buildings. Each building was almost the same and very neat, with vegetation, flowers, and some trees. Looking at the same types of these plants, they should not be planted by the citizens themselves, but planned. The undead we see, and the undead in legends become separated. The difference is too big. According to legend, the undead are beings that destroy everything, wherever they pass. All living things will become extinct, and all life will return to death. However, the undead that you see in reality not only talks about rules, but also will not kill randomly, but even builds a city to allow the living to live. It is true that what you hear is not as good as what you see. If it weren't for his own eyes, others in Sale said that the undead would not be killed, and he would never believe it. They came to the center of the city, where there was an isolated area with metal fences and iron gates blocking their way. Sayer looked up, and there was a sign on the iron gate, which was printed with the word cemetery in the undead. Undead is the most surprising thing in Sale, because this language comes with magic. It is not a normal text, but a similar rune existence. Even if you don't know how to say the words, as long as you see that text, you naturally understand what it means. Undead words are directly acting on the soul. Sale looks weird. Is this a cemetery? The grass is green. The flowers are blooming. And there are rows of green trees, exuding the sense of life everywhere. Whose cemetery looks like this? The cemetery should not be the grave bag next to the grave bag, and there is a tombstone next to it. As long as you approach, will you feel the cold in your heart? Why did it come to the undead? In the center of the cemetery, there is a huge building, which is pitch black and built of stone strips. It exudes majesty and grandeur everywhere. This kind of building is embossed with various skull patterns, which is in line with the characteristics of the undead. Several skeleton undead walked forward and opened the iron gate. The Black Warrior signaled Sire that he could continue to move forward. Follow the pedestrian lane in the cemetery all the way to the undead hall. Is this a place to worship the ancestors? Sale couldn't help asking, looking at the more and more closer buildings. The undead have no ancestors. The Black Warrior replied calmly. Is that place to worship the god of the undead? Sale asked again. Except for the temple. He couldn't think of what the building was. It's almost the same. The Black Warrior thought that he answered that the statue of Li Ziyu was actually worshipped in the dead hall. Is his owner who is God? It should be counted. At least, he summoned himself. Why does the city owner live in the temple? Is the city owner of the border city of the mouse dead? It seems really possible. It is said that the lord of the rat border city is a human. The undead let a human be the lord of the city. He doesn't believe that there is nothing going on. The only possibility that can convince people is that this human is the believer of the god of the undead. And the status is still very high. So it is possible to become the owner of the city. His identity may be shaman, god officer, master of the dead, lich, and so on. The Dark Knight took Sire into the Hall of the Dead. The hall is very tall, with 12 meters. After entering the hall, Sale saw the tall statue standing in the hall at a glance. Ah! You are so great! The great god of the dead. When Sire saw the statue, he didn't think about it, and praised the words blurted out. Halfway, he suddenly felt something wrong. Blinking his eyes, he looked at the standing statue seriously, and Sale couldn't say any more. The god of the undead is a human. My ancestors? Are you kidding me? Sayre's face twitched, and his mouth opened twice, as if he left the fish. In the center, the most carved statue. The image is completely individual. Although its face is unclear, it looks like a human. The black warrior turned his head to look at Sale, who was dumbfounded, and said to him, "Go forward. The city lord is waiting for you." Ah? Oh! After reminding the black samurai, Sale returned to God and continued to move forward. After walking through the statue, Sale couldn't help but look at the statue of the two again, and looked at the black warriors around him. He wanted to ask why the god of the undead would be a human image, but he did not speak and moved forward honestly. The rear is the promenade, and there are many rooms on both sides. The black warrior brought Sale to a room and buckled the door. "Come in." Zhang Peng's voice came from inside, and the black warrior pushed the door open and motioned Sire to go in. Sale straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked into the room. The room was very spacious, and was arranged as an office. Two humans were talking. When they saw Sale coming in, the two stopped talking, and one of them stood up. "You must be Sale. Welcome. I am Zhang Peng, the mayor of Rat Death Border City." "Hello, City Lord Zhang Peng. From the Alimaha city-state, the Ratman merchant Sale salutes you." Sale quickly saluted. And by the way, he looked at humans, who claimed to be the owner of the Mouse Border City. These human beings are not very old, wearing very ordinary, compared with the nobility of rats. This is a civilian. The hair is messy, the eye sockets are deep, and there are dark circles. To be honest, this is very similar to the city owner in Sale's heart, very similar. Based on preconceived ideas, Sale guessed that the Lord of Rat Death Border City was either a shaman, a priest, or a necromancer. And Zhang Peng looked somewhat like a necromancer. There are stalks on your body. Although you are young, there is a feeling of the old man. This should be the side effects of the magic of the undead all year round? Sayer guessed in his heart. He looked at the other human again, but he didn't know what was going on with that human. He just looked at him with a smile. Zhang Peng nodded and said to Sale, "I already know your business. The person to talk to you today is not me." Sayer heard a stun. "Unknown? So you don't talk to me? What am I followed?" Then he saw Zhang Peng pointing at the human behind him and said to him, "Come, meet our real leader, the lord of this territory, the master of the undead, the great lord of the undead, Li Ziyu." Sayer, Sigma LLO. Lord of the undead? Sale's lips trembled. He originally thought that he was here to meet the mayor of the Rat Death Border City, but he didn't expect to meet the lord of the undead. Taking 2 quick steps forward, Sale knelt down in front of Li Ziyu. "Great lord of the undead. You are so great and I am so humble. I never thought that one day I, such a humble person, would have the honor to meet you. Sale, a Ratman merchant from the Alimaha city-state, offers you my most sincere greetings." He lowered his head very low but kept talking. There was doubt rising in his heart. What is going on? Why are the god of the dead and the lord of the dead in the sculpture outside the temple a human? Why is the lord of the dead here? I can't figure it out. He said that Zhang Peng was a mage of the undead and served as the city owner of the Mouse Border City. And he could still understand. But he totally couldn't understand why the lord of the undead was a human being rather than a ghost. These rats look really happy. "Tucci, is that you?" "Tucci?" Li Ziyu stared at Sale, who was kneeling, complaining in his heart. but keeping a calm face. He nodded. Sale, I heard about your story. Get up. With Li Ziyu's words. Picture. Sale then stood up. Looking respectful. My black warrior tells me that you not only want to be our partner, but also our allies? Li Ziyu asked. Sawyer's body stiffened. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. The Dark Knight had just been talking to him about allies, and then he was brought here. On the way, the Black Samurai has always been with him, and never left. How did the Lord of the Undead know about this? Thinking of the reaction of the city lord Zhang Peng just now, he was not surprised to see him, and did not even ask him why he came. I know what I say. Sale's pupils shrink slightly. After taking a deep breath, Sayer pressed his surprise in his heart and nodded. Yes, the master of the great undead. I hope to be the allies of the undead. Li Ziyu laughed lightly. Why do you think I promised you to be our ally? This sentence made Sale hesitate. Yes, I patronized myself, and wanted to be an undead ally, but never thought why the undead was accepted. In the end he is a mouse. The businessman of the Ire Mahaha city-state. The undead were at war with the Ratmen some time ago, and are still their enemies. I have to say that during this time, the huge interests have fainted Sale's mind, causing him to lose the caution and savvy of the past. He did not consider how he had entered the Eye of the Dead. Why the undead was given to himself to sell himself, and let him sell it. Everything seemed to have fallen from the sky, and hit me on the head. When facing the hope that can change everything, Sale lost his judgment. Now the Lord of the Undead asked him in person, which made him hesitate. Even if there is the support of the Bliss, Sale has risen in the fame in Ire Mahaha City. But the time is short. He just changed from a stall merchant to a popular businessman. Not to mention compared with the mouse people and nobles of the dungeon. Even compared with the big merchants in the ground city. He is useless. Businessmen like Babbitt, Ferdinand are still what he looked up. Lost the supply of special items Bliss. He is nothing. He can have such a momentum. And the benefits brought by the Bliss at all. Ire Mahaha city-state. Only he has a Bliss. Monopolizes the market of the entire city-state. And sets off a wave of trends to give him a chance to grow. Sayer's face was clear, and he did not speak. The ally we need is not an ordinary businessman, but someone who is beneficial to us. Li Ziyu said as he stood up, picked up the juice from the side, poured himself a glass, took a sip, sat down again, and looked at Sawyer calmly. What do you need me to do? Sale looked up and looked at Li Ziyu. It's not what I want you to do, but what you want to do. Li Ziyu was still cheerful, but the smile made Sale feel cold. Undead? The picture is very big. Sayer yelled in his heart. He was fooled. On the undead's warship. There was no chance. Since when? He recalled. But he couldn't figure it out. For a long time, he was doing the same thing as other businessmen. Why did the undead choose him? Babbitt and Ferdinand are both big businessmen in the city-state of Ilmahal. Wouldn't it be a good idea to choose them? Different. The undead chose himself. What did the undead look at me? Sayer couldn't make it clear. He frowned and thought about it. You have ambitions. You are trying to change your living environment. Zhang Pengcheng appreciates you very much. Li Ziyu said softly. Sayer looked at Zhang Peng, but found that the guy who seemed to be the undead mage was still a listless look. And he didn't look at him. The great master of the undead. Redeeming me? I can't understand what you mean. Sayer simply didn't want to think, and asked directly. He wanted to know what the undead lord needed. You have to understand that what you are talking about in front of me today is not to become an ally of a certain merchant or noble, but to become an ally of my undead clan. Do you feel that your current status is enough? Does the undead clan lack a merchant? You have no power. If you want to obtain more wealth with my resources, what is the difference between other businessmen? Li Ziyu gave Sawyer some advice. In these two sentences, Sale was sweating behind. He understood. The Lord of the Dead is not a businessman, but a nail buried in the mouse people's city-state. He is a rat, but he is the mouse of the undead. Great opportunity. Sale realized that this was a big chance in front of him. This opportunity could make him a superior person, but it could also lead to his eternal damnation, where he would die without a burial place. The Lord of the Dead needs him to betray the race. At this moment, he understood everything. What did Zhang Peng, the mayor of Rat Dead Border City, see in him? He was attracted by his hard work, the determination to do anything to make his life better, to gain power and wealth. In the entire Omaha city-state, there are countless people who have profited from the undead market. But he is definitely one of the smartest and most hard-working ones. The choice is here. At this time, choosing to be timid, the undead will give up him, will not provide him with a bliss, and no longer protect him. The business that has just improved will disappear, and he will re-become the carpet businessman. There is no way to surpass Babbitt, as he can always stand in front of you with an arrogant look. If he chose to fall to the undead, he would get more help from the undead. In all aspects, the undead would help him. There is a race supporting behind it, surpassing businessmen such as Babbitt and Ferdinand. Just a matter of time. Even becoming a rat noble in the dungeon is an easy thing. He can mix the water among the rats, control one side, and become a mouse man. But one day is exposed. He will become the rivals of the mouse, will be hated by all rats, and will be killed. Moreover, judging from the Lord of the Undead's intention, I will have to obey his orders and be under his control. How to choose? How can I choose? Sale laughed, and his eyes were crazy. No choice. No need to choose. This is the opportunity he has been looking forward to and waiting for. The opportunity he had prayed for countless times was right in front of him. How could he give it up? What about betraying the mouse? What about being killed? What the mouse gave me? My family for generations were slaves. I work hard, but I have to be careful and afraid of offending the power. Live humble and careful. I don't want to live like this. I want to fight. The ratmen have become corrupt. Their rulers are living a life of debauchery, and we have no chance of making a breakthrough. Why are they born with endless wealth? Why are they nobles? This should all change. The master of the great undead, please give me a chance so that I will be your ally. I will serve you, worship you, and treat you respectfully. You will be my belief. Sale knelt on the ground again. Chapter 287, Becoming Allies. What is this called? On the way. Li Ziyu was very satisfied with Sale's performance. He is very smart and knows how to make choices. Zhang Peng gave him everything now. When you come to see him yourself, you just want to be closer. If the other party chose the rat, Li Ziyu would not supply him a bliss. Things like the bliss potion can be sold through a limaha no matter who you give it to. So there is no need to worry about sales. The market is one day. And the better. The better. Zhang Peng is not stupid, and keeps collecting information from the market. Although a lot of information is wrong or incorrect. After screening, it can still restore the status of the Alimaha City gang and even determine the current status of the rat people. The racial race of the ratman is kept attentive on the surface. And each year pays higher R&D expenses, expands the army, and start war on the outside. In fact, the internal contradictions are already heavy, and there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor. The upper-class rat people enjoyed offerings and, as a family unit, controlled a large amount of the rat people's wealth. It is no exaggeration to say that they live a life of revelry and debauchery every day. The children of nobles have been at the top since they were born. Even if the rat people below try hard, it is difficult to reach their level. The lower-class ratmen, because of their identity as ratmen, seem to be quite good, but in fact they are not much different from the vassal races. They have no wealth and lack the means to move up. Once something unexpected happens, they can only sell themselves and become slave rat people. There are only a handful of people like Sawyer who, through generations of hard work, have finally escaped from their status as slave rats. Is it good to get rid of slaves and rats? On the contrary, it is often the beginning of another disaster. Before they broke away from the slave ratmen, they had masters and could eat. After breaking away from the slave ratmen, they became free and no one even cared about their food. Slave ratmen have no wealth, so it is extremely difficult for them to gain a foothold in the ratman society. It's lucky to be able to meet someone like Sawyer. These are all things that Li Ziyu can use. It is difficult to use the army to defeat the mouse. People have a strong scientific and technological power. The army is also strong, and the number is still large. If you really win, even if you win, you have to hurt your bones, and you have to face the sneak of other strong people. Only from the inside can we really defeat the mouse. Li Ziyu needs to cultivate his own agent. And Sale was selected by Zhang Peng. Looking at Sale, who was bowing his head on the ground, Li Ziyu stretched out his hand and pointed in the air. And a soul contract floated in front of Sale. Signing a contract? You are my ally. Li Ziyu smiled with a smile on his face, but said very coldly, This soul contract is similar to the soul contract of the Tab Bull Head. It does not belong to a completely slave contract, but it has enough control. Sayer looked at the provisions on the eyes. His heart was trembling. He was stunned. His fingers were a little disobedient. His ancestors have worked hard and gave him a free opportunity with life, having escaped from being a slave rat man. Are you now going to become a slave of the undead again? Sale knew what he signed the contract. He hated the contract, but would lose everything if he didn't sign it. Liziu did not urge, but just looked at it coldly. He gave many people the opportunity to choose, and the Taboo Minotaur chose to follow him, and the Snake Man also chose to follow him. Were those people really slaves? Liziu feels that she is not a good person, but she is still a long way from being a bad person. At least, he did not abuse his subordinates, and even gave them opportunities to move up. Go and see how the lives of the Minotaurs and Snake people in Tab. They are much better than before. It was reborn. After hesitating for a moment, Sale stretched out his hand and touched the contract. Soul contract. Complete. Zheng Peng nodded, walked to Sayer, bent down and patted his shoulder, leaned over to his ear and said, "You will find that we are different from the rat people. This is the right decision." Sayer trembled, feeling that he was seen through, and looked at Zhang Peng in surprise, but found that he had gone away. "Sayer," Liziu called softly. "My lord." Sayer responded respectfully. He was also a slave when he was young, and he knew all kinds of etiquette and how to serve his master. Now that the contract has been signed, it is useless to say anything else. "Pick it up." Liziu raised his eyebrows and said, "You are already one of us. I will give you enough convenience to let you go up. You don't need to be afraid of the enemy. The undead will protect you." Sale bowed his head and responded obediently and respectfully. "Yes, my lord. Everything you want, the undead will give you. Go, Sawyer. Stand on a higher place. Sell our things further, and tell the world that they don't have to fear the undead," Liziu said with a smile on his face. "I see. Until then." Sale finally understood. His insight is shallow. The main thing of the undead is not a nail buried among the rats. What he wants is the unparalleled king of a rat man, a spokesperson for the undead in the mouse people. It seems that the contract is also very good. Since there is no retreat, it is better to accept reality. Sawyer left, taking with him 10 boxes of bliss potions, as well as 10 skeleton knights and 20 black warriors as his guards. These 30 undead are enough to protect his safety. The backbone of the undead is not playing. As long as the ratmen don't send a large army to strangle him, Sale will not have any problems. The undead territory went to the road of Irmahaha City. Dozens of horse bandits riding various mounts were waiting for something. In the distance, smoke and dust rose, and a guy riding a lizard rushed over and stopped in front of the horse bandit. "How?" the head of the horse asked. "It's him. This guy, who has become famous in the city-state recently," the bandit riding on the lizard said affirmatively. "But he is guarded by the undead." "Undead? Who on earth is this guy among the undead? Not only can he get good stuff from the undead, he even has undead guards." The leading horse bandit couldn't help but curse. Without the defenders of the undead, they grabbed it. At most, they offended the mousemen of the city-states of Irmahaha. Anyway, they did not intend to mix around the city-state in the future, and offended it. But if we offend the ratmen and the undead, it would be quite dangerous. The other horse manurers looked at the boss, waiting for his decision. They have been roaming around this area for many years, relying on an all-cavalry lineup. They come and go without a trace. The Alimaha city-state has hunted them down several times, but they still manage to escape. This is a group of bandits. After thinking for a long time, the leader of the bandits gritted his teeth and said, "If we rob him, we can escape far away and never worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Brothers, charge." The leading bandit drew his weapon, roared, rode a two-headed lion, and led a group of bandits to rush toward Sawyer's team. Above the wasteland, the dust was flying. Sayer, who was walking, suddenly felt wrong, stood up, and looked at the distance suspiciously. His sixth sense told him that danger was approaching. "Did you notice anything?" Sale turned his head and asked the black warrior beside him. "Keep going. No need to worry." The black warrior had already noticed the horse bandits approaching in the distance, and said nonchalantly, "Sayer will be suspicious and continue to move forward." Before he came out, he heard a whistle. and his face changed. Horse bandit. It's a horse bandit. Sale screamed in panic. Compared to his panic, the Black Warrior was extremely calm and did not look at those horse bandits. Instead, he was dissatisfied with Sale's panic. What's the meaning? Do you look down on us? With us protecting you? What are you afraid of? Just go. Sale heard from the War of the Mouse people and the Undead from others, and faintly guessed that the owner of the Undead was all the people who were around him. But hearing about it is one thing, and realizing it in reality is another. Legend has it that these Undead wearing black armor is more fierce than the other. But it is not really fierce. It is difficult to say whether there is any exaggeration. Let's deal with it, the Black Warrior said helplessly to the Skeleton Knights. They were sent to protect Sale. Seeing how panicked people were, it would be unreasonable for them not to do something. Hearing the words, the Skeleton Knight turned his head and glanced at Sale, riding a soul and a horse slowly. At first, the soul warhorse moved very slowly, but then it got faster and faster, with its 4 hooves flying and leaving a trail of flames on the ground. The 20 riders deployed in a line and headed towards the billowing smoke. Sayer heard a shouting and killing, then screaming, and then returned to peace. Step. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and the Skeleton Knights returned, each holding a bloody head in their hands. To deal with guys like the horse bandits, the Skeleton Knight didn't even bother to use any skills. He just rushed forward, beheaded them, and the battle was over. Like taking something out of a bag. The two sides are simply not on the same level. I am bored. These guys are terrible. Why should we go together? I feel that going alone is enough. For show? In the Soul Network, 20 Skeleton Knights were chatting casually. Dozens of horse bandits sent out 20 Skeleton Knights, which was a waste of talent, and like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Coming to Sale, the Skeleton Knight threw the head in his hand in front of him, and then returned to his original position. Kill them all now? Sale's eyes bulged as he looked at the heads rolling around on the ground. He suddenly realized that the legend he heard in the city-state of Ilmaha was probably not false. The horse bandits were just an insignificant episode on the way back to the city. Sale returned to the city-state of Ilma. Outside the city gate, he was stopped by the ratmen guarding the gate. Stop! Don't move! Don't go any further. At the city gate, more than 20 ratmen guards armed with spears and crossbows looked at the Black Warrior and Skeleton Knight following Sayer, as if they were facing a great enemy. At the same time, someone blew a warning whistle, and the city was suddenly in chaos. Teams of city defense rag guards gathered, put on armor, picked up weapons, and rushed to the city gate. In a short time, 2,000 ratmen guards ran out of the city of Ilmaha, formed a formation, and pointed their weapons at Sayer and others. This scene scared Sale, feeling the strong hostility in front of him. The Skeleton Knight silently picked up the knight's lance, and the Black Warrior straightened the two-handed sword and held it in front of him. Do you need us to kill these people? The Black Warrior asked in a low voice. If thousands of people start running, it will take some time to kill them all. The question in the Dark Knight's mind was not whether he could win, but whether he could kill them all. No. No. No! Wait! Don't do anything! It's all a misunderstanding. Sale almost jumped up when he heard that. He quickly waved his hands and stopped the Black Warrior and shouted. Who is in front? Have you betrayed your race? Why did you bring the undead here? The city defense officer hid in the crowd and shouted in the direction of Sayer. Don't get me wrong. These are my guards. Sale shouted helplessly. Guard? The ratmen guards present were all a little dumbfounded. The ratmen have been trading with the undead for some time, but I have never heard of any ratmen being able to hire guards from the undead. How do you prove that those undead are your guards? The city defense officer continued to shout. How to prove? I asked him to kill a few people, and you can see if they listen to me? Sale didn't know how to talk about it. There is no way to prove it at all. He also knew what the other party was worried about. The ratmen merchants went to the undead tribe and brought back large quantities of goods, and they had never intercepted them before. But now that the undead are coming to the city of Alimaha, they nervously jumped out to intercept them. To put it bluntly, it is still a problem between two races. Oh no! Lord City Lord. The undead are at the city gate. Percy Clark, who was processing official documents, suddenly raised his head and looked at the assistant, who rushed in with a panicked look on his face. What? Mackin Harold, who had just taken a sip of water, spat out a mouthful of water, stood up and asked, The undead are attacking? When did it happen? Why are you reporting it now? The assistant said in a panic. It's not an attack. It's a merchant who brought dozens of undead in black armor to the outside of the city, and is now confronting the city guards. Percy and Mackenzie looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What businessman? Aren't you here to attack? The upper and lower city lords asked questions at the same time, leaving the assistant at a loss as to what question to answer. Tell me what's going on first. Percy interrupted the assistant and asked him to explain the situation first. The assistant nodded and brought Sawyer with 30 undead to the door, which startled the city guards. The city guards gathered immediately and set up a formation outside the city to confront the undead. The ratmen claimed that the undead were guards. After hearing what the assistant said, Percy frowned, and McKen remained silent. They were thinking about a question. How did the undead become a ratman's guard? Percy, should we let them into the city? McKen looked at Percy and asked. There had been undead entering the city before, but that time they were brought with them, and the two tribes discussed trade matters. After the two tribes began to trade, the undead almost never came to the city-state of Ilmaha, and it was always the ratman merchants who traveled between the two cities. After this went on for a while, the two city lords felt relieved, thinking that the undead would not come. But now the situation has suddenly changed, and the ratman merchants have come with the undead. So should we allow the undead to enter the city or not? Until now, there is still the theory of the threat of the undead in the city-state of Ilmaha, and people believe that the so-called trade is a conspiracy of the undead. Many ratmen are hostile to the undead. Allowing the undead to enter the city would obviously cause panic, but if you don't let it in, there will also be problems. It is easy to arouse the resentment of the undead. The two tribes agreed to trade, but the undead didn't care and let you go wherever you want. Now the undead come to the Ilmaha city-state and are not allowed to enter the city. Can't say it. Let them into the city. After thinking for a while, Percy gritted his teeth and said, there are only dozens of undead. They can't cause any waves in the city. The worst that can happen is that we can send more people to keep an eye on them. Yes. The assistant responded, just as I was about to go out. I heard Percy say, go check on that ratman merchant and find out what's wrong with him and why he has an undead guard. Yes. The assistant hurried out. Isn't this a bit risky? Asked McKeon. The ground city is a trading city. We can't always be on guard against the undead and prevent them from coming in. That's unrealistic, since the undead will come in sooner or later. And now that they're here, let's see what they mean, Percy said. Chapter 288, Heading to the Grassland. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. You will never imagine what I have discovered. Don't want to take a driver's license. Are there any surprises? Free Flying Eagle, a big surprise. Don't want to take a driver's license. Listen. Free Flying Eagle, let me ask you a question first. Do you still want to continue living in the wilderness? Don't want to take a driving test. What you said reveals a lot of information. Wait for me to think about it. Don't want to take a driving test. Damn. You found the way to other areas, didn't you? The Free Flying Eagle, hey. You are right. We have walked out of the wilderness. I don't want to take a driver's license. How can I find it? The Free Flying Eagle, it was an accident. We originally wanted to practice and get everyone familiar with each other. But somehow, we walked out of the wilderness. And we were shocked. Free Flying Eagle, I know you have roots in the wilderness. So would you like to come and take a look at our side? Don't want to take a driving test. Give me some time to think about it. There is no rush. Let me take a look at the situation first. You also have to pay attention to safety. From what I saw during the chat, it seems that the wilderness outside is quite chaotic. Free Flying Eagle, okay. Let's give it a try first. Contact me when you need me, and I'll send you the coordinates. After closing the chat window, Li Ziyu took a deep breath. If there is really no accident, the accident will happen soon. I landed in the central area, took a piece of meat from the Ratman's territory, established my own power, and everything was going well. He even discussed it with Zhang Peng and summoned Sawyer, hoping to corrupt the Ratmen from within and devour the Ratmen little by little. The plan was progressing smoothly. On the surface, business dealings were booming, and a large amount of resources were flowing into Li Ziyu and his team's warehouse. Zhang Peng, Lu Xingxing and others are now extremely wealthy and are constantly developing technology, upgrading buildings and summoning new soldiers. Sales business was also doing very well. He used the ecstasy potion to sell well in the city-state of Alimaha. with the protection of the undead. No one dared to do anything to him, which made him look like a noble. At the same time, according to Li Ziyu's instructions, Sire began to spread to other city-states with Alimaha City as the center, selling the undead's goods to other city-states. What constrains the time traveler lords or resources? As long as the resources are sufficient. Any time traveler lord can rely on the system to quickly become stronger. And now, Sale is helping Li Ziyu solve this problem. Although the resources needed for psychic technology are difficult to obtain, mechanical technology can be used. With sufficient resource supply, Li Ziyu became generous in unlocking mechanical technology, unlocking it along the upgrade route. The technology was unlocked, but he did not produce a large number of troops. Instead, he continued to unlock technology. Many new types of soldiers were developed. When everything was moving in the right direction, Batubu and the other side suddenly told him that a new plot of land had been discovered. How about going and taking a look? Li Ziyu felt a little uneasy. No matter how you look at the wasteland, it's just that. He had long been tired of the sight of the wasteland. The development here is also very good. It is impossible for the undead to go to war with the ratmen for a while. So it seems there is nothing wrong with going to take a look. Change your environment and change your mood. The traversal lords should never be bound. With their mobile fortresses, they should be able to roam the world freely. If Li Ziyu hadn't sought to be safe and had been hiding all the way, he wouldn't still be staying in the wilderness and would have run off to who knows where. When he has free time, he will check out the world and chat to get to know what the outside world is like. It's dangerous, but also exciting. It's crazy, but also very passionate. The world is so big. I also want to see it. Or why not go and take a look? As if it were a trip? This idea continued to take root in Li Ziyu's mind. Do it when you think of it. This is called unity of knowledge and action. Li Ziyu ran straight to find Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng was confused about why Li Ziyu suddenly came to see him, and asked blankly, "Boss, why did you come here suddenly?" Li Ziyu laughed and approached Zhang Peng and said, "Peng, the world is so big. I want to go see it. What the hell is going on?" Zhang Peng's mouth twitched, and he looked at Li Ziyu listlessly and said, "Boss, just speak frankly. What do you want to do?" Li Ziyu smiled even more brightly, and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, Brother Badu was chatting with me just now, saying that they found a way to leave the wasteland, and there is a new area over there. Don't I want to go and see it?" Zhang Peng looked at Li Ziyu expressionlessly, which made Li Ziyu feel even more embarrassed. After a while, he said, "Boss, what do you mean by telling me this now?" Without waiting for Li Ziyu to speak, Zhang Peng asked again, "Are you planning to give up this place?" Li Ziyu quickly shook his head. It was impossible for him to give up. He had finally bitten off a piece of the ratman's territory. How could he give up? "I understand." Zhang Peng nodded and said, "So you go have fun while I stay at home?" Li Ziyu nodded quickly and said, Yes, that's what I meant. Zhang Peng really understands me. Then have you told Xingxing?" Zhang Peng asked again. "No. Why should I talk to him?" Li Ziyu smacked his lips and shook his head. "Are you kidding? If Lu Xingxing knew that we had found a new place, wouldn't he cry and shout to get there? Lu Xingxing is full of adventurous spirit. Tell him that you want him to have some fun. But don't tell him. It's good to let him wander around the central area with the cat man. In other words, you plan to go out and have fun by yourself and leave us here?" Zhang Peng looked even more depressed. No. I just go and see, and I will come back," Li Ziyu quickly promised. "How long do you plan to be gone?" Zhang Peng asked calmly. He was the mayor of Undead Border City, so he was under some pressure. It seems that everything is harmonious on the surface, but who knows when war will break out. Without Li Ziyu's undead army to support them, they have to rely on him and Lu Xingxing, which would be a mess. Indeed, their two people's mobile fortress has been upgraded to the fortress level, and the technological level has been continuously improved during this period. But the two races under their men are not a race that is good at fighting. The rats are too powerful. If they let them know that the undead lord leaves and launch a raid, the trouble will be great. Peng, look, Sale is developing quite well, and the city is also on the right track. In the territory, I have sent many undead to patrol and also established a complete soul network. As long as the rat people dare to enter the border, the intelligence will reach you as soon as possible. There will be no problems in a short time. In the rear, There are teams brought over from our base camp, and they are very stable. For resources, in addition to the resources exchanged with the rats, the resources found in the stars in the territory are also mining. Everything is progressing steadily, and I don't think anything will go wrong anytime soon. Li Ziyu analyzed each point to Zhang Peng. In order to get greater advantages in subsequent wars, he was not idle during this time. In addition to continuously lighting up the research and development of technology, he is also running his own territory. It can be said to be impregnable. While the Ratmen were not paying attention, a number of cities based on soul-based stations were built in the Undead territory. And near the border of the wasteland, there are the Taboo Tauren and other tribesmen transported from the base camp. When the rat people left, they moved all their people away, leaving behind an empty territory for Li Ziyu. They felt that this would hinder the development of the undead. After all, without population, it is impossible to defend such a large territory. But this is exactly what Li Ziyu needs. The Ratmen withdrew their people, which meant that they lost their eyes and control over this land. And Li Ziyu could do whatever he wanted. Isn't that easy to handle? When a mobile fortress can be moved back and forth on a piece of land it will without worrying about being disturbed. The control of this land will soon fall into the hands of another owner. Not long after the Ratmen evacuated, Li Ziyu had already firmly grasped the territory in his hands. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhang Peng's face. He knew that Li Ziyu had been busy, but he didn't expect that it had reached this point without him noticing. The territory in the central area is managed just as well as the base camp. No, it should be said that the vigilance capability is higher than that of the base camp. After the incident with Zipping, the base camp no longer faced any threats. So Li Ziyu simply built some cities for the indigenous people to live in. As for the side led by the central government, Li Ziyu is obviously more concerned because of the threat of rat people. After hearing Li Ziyu's analysis, Zhang Peng's slightly anxious heart was relieved. According to the current layout, even if the rat army comes, they can resist for a while. If not, they will retreat to the base camp. Okay, you're the boss. You're right. I can't refute you. But, boss, don't linger there. If you don't come back for a long time, I will give up. I'm a businessman, not a real city lord. Being a city lord is very tiring, Zhang Peng said to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu was very happy to see that Zhang Peng agreed. Zhang Peng, Lu Xingxing, Batubu all signed soul contracts with Li Ziyu, which are very binding. But Li Ziyu never treated them as servants who could be ordered around. He preferred to treat them as friends. When there is something to discuss, everyone discusses it in harmony. What he fears most is internal conflict. This is also the reason why there are only a few people around him after traveling through time for so long. I would rather have fewer people around me, but I would rather not have problems inside. Iron Bucket is the alliance that Li Ziyu needs. Then I'm leaving. Oh, don't tell Xingxing, or he'll come back to bother me. After I confirm the situation over there, we'll decide whether to go over there or not. Li Ziyu put away his smile and spoke to Zhang Peng seriously. He always says that he wants to go out and travel, but he has to do what he should do. Since they can discover that area, the Traverser Lords there will have a chance to discover them. It is always a good idea to find out the information first, so that you can make arrangements as quickly as possible, and not catch others off guard. After negotiating with Zhang Peng and asking him and Lu Xingxing to guard the house, Li Ziyu and Batubu asked for the coordinates, and set off in the Undead Fortress. It would take several days to reach there even if the Undead Fortress moves at full speed. During this time, it would be a good opportunity to communicate with Batubu, and see what the situation is over there. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, Brother Batu. How are things going over there? Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. I feel like I'm home. Don't want to get a driver's license. What does that mean? The eagle flying freely, grassland. This is grassland. A familiar feeling. Don't want to take a driving test. That's good. I like the green grassland. After staying in the wilderness for so long, I have forgotten what the grassland looks like. The free-flying eagle, come quickly. I'll wait for you and treat you with delicious food. Don't want to take a driving test. Okay. Then you wait for me. Grassland. How nice. Before the time travel, Li Ziyu liked to stay at home. Her impression of the grassland came from videos and photos, and she had never been there herself. Now I can find a chance to see the grassland. Very nice. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu wanted to rush over immediately. After traveling at the fastest speed for 15 days, and crossing several wasteland areas. Li Ziyu finally rushed out along the passage found by Batubu in them. Amidst the wind and sand, a huge black monster leaped out and rushed onto a green meadow. We have arrived at our destination. We have left the wasteland. A message came from the Soul Network. Li Ziyu, who was resting his head on Ming Ni's thighs, jumped up. He was dazed just now, but now he was full of energy. What's wrong? Ming and I was startled by Li Ziyu's behavior and couldn't help asking. Let's go out and take a look. As he said that, Li Ziyu rushed out first. Hey, wait for me. Ming and I quickly stood up and followed Li Ziyu. Noticing what they were doing, Damanlevsky and Bepta also came out of their rooms. During these 15 days, Li Ziyu was very frustrated. And so were the two of them. There is nothing in this wasteland. And the sky is filled with wind and sand. Once you leave the main building, you will be baptized by the wind and sand. The two didn't want to go out and get dust. So for half a month, they stayed in their rooms like Li Ziyu. The problem is that Li Ziyu has something to do. He can go and light up technology. And with a Catwoman like Ming and I by his side, it's not so boring. Damanlevsky and Bepta were miserable. For the past half month, they felt like they were imprisoned and had nothing to do every day. Now that there was some movement outside, the two of them naturally couldn't sit still. So they followed Li Ziyu and rushed out. The four people came to the rooftop of the main building. Wow! So beautiful! Catwoman Ming and I looked at everything in front of her and exclaimed. This was a sight she had never seen before. There are big white clouds floating in the blue sky. And the empty is washing. Which is so clean. The eyes below are all green grass. And the eyes are endless and green. A breeze blew by. And the green grass swayed with the wind, bending to one side like green waves on the water. The fragrance of soil mixed with grass enters your nose, and taking a deep breath makes you feel refreshed. The blue of the sky and the green of the grass. This clean feeling is never possible for the wasteland. There is little vegetation on the wasteland. And what you often see is sparse vegetation and yellow soil. Whenever wind, dust and wind sand will fly to the sky, making people feel hazy. Deeply breathe. And there will be dry sand dust in the mouth and nose. The climate in the wilderness is dry. And the people living in the wilderness often have dry skin, cracked lips, and a sense of fatigue. The grassland environment makes Catwoman Mingni feel extremely excited and happy. I'll call Ming Ming. Mingni cheered and left the roof. Are we going to conquer this place? Bepta didn't have any special feelings about the grassland. So he turned his head and looked at Li Ziyu and asked. No. Let's take a look at what is here. Li Ziyu looked at the grass in front of him. Feeling his vision became better. I don't care if I do conquer. I just want to know if there are strong people here. It has long for too long. And the joints are rusty. Damarevsky said on his shoulders. Just as the three were talking, Mingni came to the top with dreams. Ming Ming copied Mingni, and was even more excited than Mingni. I like it here. Ming Ming opened his arms, and seemed to want to embrace the grassland. He had a big smile on his face. And the two little tiger teeth were shining under the sun. Li Ziyu smiled at the excitement of Ming Ming and Mingni. But her eyes revealed a sense of uneasiness. Prairies. I don't know what kind of strong clan will be bred, and what kind of lords will be bred. Chapter 289. First Encounter with the Insect Man. Wow! The grass here is so tall. Ming Ming took a difficult step in the grass and laughed happily. A light green sea made Mingni. Ming Ming couldn't hold it, and begged to go down to see. For the grassland? Li Ziyu was also curious, leading everyone away from the fortress. Standing on the ground, Li Ziyu discovered that the grass on this grassland grows too well. How tall is half? At a glance, the eyes are green, making people feel in the sea of grass. Dream. Don't run around. The kitten woman dreamed of the grass and became happy. And she got into the grass 3 or 2 times. Mingni found her for a long time, and couldn't help crying her. Brush. A cold light flashed. The green grass not far away suddenly became shorter. Dream, dream. Mingni exclaimed. The green grass rustling. The black warrior held the sword in one hand, slipping the dream in the air. Ming Ming shrank back feeling aggrieved. Looking at her sister eagerly, Li Ziyu frowned, walked over, asked the black warrior to put her down, and asked, What's going on? Poisonous insect. The black warrior replied, I just came to the grassland. For the sake of insurance, Li Ziyu called the black warrior when he came down, and asked them to guard against them. Ming Ming ran out and played. He was uneasy. Even if he encountered any danger, the black wraith could be rescued. At this time, the dream of hiding from her sister, at this time, was painting the experience of Fong Kai. Seeing so most of the high grass, Dream was very excited, but did not notice the danger of the surroundings. Just when she studied what was around, she didn't notice that she had a cricket later. Just when the centipede was about to launch a sneak attack on Ming Ming, the black warrior took action, cut off the centipede's head with one sword, and lifted her back. Bring the body to me, Li Ziyu said to the black warrior after listening to Ming Ming's description. The black warrior turned and got into the grass, and he returned after a while. He was still dragging his bodies, with half a meter long in his hand. The body is dark gray, but the worm is blood red, and the crustacean is very hard. Although the insect corpse was headless, Li Ziyu still frowned. Wow! The soil and water here are quite good. Even the centipede has grown so long. In the previous life, the tadpoles were ranked 5 poisonous, with toxic, can be used as medicine, and there are special raising crickets to sell money. Normally, the body length is 9 centimeters to 17 centimeters, and the width is 0.5 centimeters to 1 centimeter, which is much smaller than the black warrior. The grassland is full of prosperity and green with the scent of raw rice. But beneath this green, it is full of danger. If there is no mobile fortress, it is not easy to live in this grassland. And those snakes, mice, and ants are not easy to deal with. Go back to the fortress. Li Ziyu asked the black warrior to bring the corpse, and everyone returned to the fortress. Damanrevsky and Bida do not care about these gadgets in the grassland. Don't look at it very much. In the final analysis, there are still ordinary creatures, and there is no harm to the two of them. But this is not the case for Li Ziyu, Ming Ming and Mingni. After returning to the fortress, Li Ziyu asked Ming Ming and Mingni to pay attention to safety, and went to contact with Batu and contacted. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, brother Batu. I'm here. Where are you? Freedomly soaring eagle, by the way. Ha! Is the grassland good? After receiving the coordinates sent by Batubu, Li Ziyu determined the direction, found the correct position, and let the undead fortress move towards the coordinate point. On the grassland, it is unknown for Li Ziyu, so the undead fortress did not travel all out, and slowly move forward, while preventing possible dangers at any time. We can also collect some information about the grassland. Li Ziyu sent nearly thousands of evil spirits to allow them to accompany them around the fort. Life has been detected. Patrollers are heading out to investigate. Alert! Evil patrols are attacked and lost contact. They had only walked a few kilometers when the system's alarm message came through. Li Ziyu, who was lying on Ming Ni's legs, immediately stood up with a serious look on his face. Evil patrols were killed? In the Soul Network. The evil patroller just said to explore, but did not find anything to find. There is only one possibility of this situation. The evil patroller was killed in Spike, and had no chance to send back the message. In the fighting sequence of the undead, the evil patroller is not the strongest, but their mobility is very strong. Li Ziyu uses them as a whistle all year round. The strength of the other party is not weak. The patrol knight was attacked. The patrol knight set off, and went to the place of the incident to explore. Without Li Ziyu, more evil patrolists already know what happened in front of it, and accelerated the speed to walk towards the place where the evil spirits patrolled before. Being attacked. Enemy spotted. Start fighting. Attack. Attack. The enemy is Ant-Man. In the Soul Network, the news of the patrol knight continued to come. At the same time, at the fortress, the sound of the bombardment kept sounding, and the two sides had an intercourse. Evil patrolists have lost information and disappeared into the Soul Network. Ant-Man. Never seen race. Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes, left the main building of the fortress, and entered the cemetery. Through the gemstone on the top of the cemetery, he overlooks the battle of the evil patrolling from the sky. On the vast grassland, the patrol knight riding the evil patrol officer set out a straight line and Mercedes-Benz in the grassland. Around them, under the cover of the half-height grass, weird things were keeping closer and besieging the evil patrols. Li Ziyu frowned, adjusted his perspective, and finally saw the creatures that attacked the evil patrol. That's ants. It's not quite accurate to say it's an ant. It's an ant that stands up. Its 2 legs are used for movement, and its 4 free hands are used for attacking. When they stood up, They were slightly taller than the grass. Li Ziyu feels that these guys are not 100 centimeters tall. But they also have more than 80 centimeters. Is this an ant? The weapon used by ants to attack the evil patrol is the liquid sphere spit out from their mouths. They throwing these spheres to smash the evil patrolists. Once the evil patrol is smashed, the sphere bursts, and the green and sticky liquid inside will be attached to the evil patrol. The disgusting liquid seems to be corrosive. When it is stained on the body, white smoke will continue to emerge on the evil patroller, and the bones will soon be corroded. Formic acid? Li Ziyu suddenly reacted. There are many types of ants in previous lives, such as cutting leaf ants, big head ants, bullet ants, and so on. Each ant has different characteristics, and many ants use ant acid. Antic acid will help them break down the food and make them more likely to break the food back into the ant hole. I didn't expect these ant-men to use formic acid as a means of attack, and it seems to be quite effective. The corrosion effect of ant acid hurts the evil patroller. Where it is corroded, it is impossible to stitch it again. If a ghost ranger is attacked by more than 5 ant-men, it will be killed instantly and corroded beyond recognition. The first unlucky egg to explore the situation should be attacked by a group of people. Before they reacted, they were fused, so that the information was not sent back. It is not a habit of Li Ziyu alone. Let the hunter and thrower set off and eliminate the ant-man in front of them, Li Ziyu said with a cold face. He had just observed that although ant-man threw formic acid, the throwing distance was not too far. Both the hunter and the thrower could attack ant-man from a distance. A group of throwers were quickly released into the undead fortress, and the hunter simply found a place on the fortress to kill the ant-man in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The flames rose. The thrower opened his 2 arms and threw fireballs into the pile of ants, which exploded on top of the castle. The hunters also began to attack. Hunting number 2 was equivalent to a sniper rifle, and each shot could take the lives of 1 or more ant-men. The SH ling on them was not enough to protect them from fire and piercing sniper fire. What Li Ziyu didn't expect was that after being attacked, ant-man not only did not retreat, but became even more ferocious, rushing forward wave after wave. These ant-men are very fast, not much slower than the ghost rangers. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the thrower immediately turned around and ran, throwing the spirit fire ball thunder as he ran. Ant-man can be damaged by explosions and fire. Ant-man is chasing closely behind. Ant-man, who was chasing, seemed to step on something, which looked a bit like a stone, but he didn't care. After all, small stones were very common in the grassland. But just after he rushed out of 2 steps forward, the crisp sound of clicking suddenly came out on the ground. A metal disc suddenly shot up from the soil, flew half a meter high, and exploded with a loud bang. The surrounding ants were instantly blown to pieces. This is a catapult mine purchased by the thrower, specifically designed to deal with ant-man's pursuit and charge. Under the attack of hunters and throwers, hundreds of ant-men were quickly killed. The biggest loss on Li Ziyu's side was the ghost rangers, with hundreds of them lost. After the battle, the throwers returned to the fortress, and a new batch of ghost rangers were sent out to continue patrolling. The skeleton undead came down from the fortress and collected ant-man's body. As this was a new race, Li Ziyu naturally had to study it. Private chat. Don't want to get a driver's license, Brother Batu. What's going on with Ant-Man? Free Flying Eagle, have you met Ant-Man? Don't want to get a driver's license, yes. I was attacked for no reason. Free Flying Eagle, I have been here not long, and we were also attacked by Ant-Man. From what I have observed now, Ant-Man is the overlord of the grassland. Don't want to take a driving test, that's not right. This is a grassland. There should be the most orcs. Right? Free Flying Eagle, I thought so too. But in fact, the Ant-Man is the overlord. We have fought with Ant-Man several times, but these guys are not particularly strong and are quite easy to deal with. Don't want to take a driving test, okay. I get it. I'll meet up with you as soon as possible. Free Flying Eagle, be careful. We are not familiar with this area yet, but as long as we are not surrounded by Ant-Man, there will be no big problem. After the dialogue with Batu and Batu, Li Ziyu returned to the main building from the cemetery. Ant-Man's body has been transported back and piled in the lobby on the first floor of the main building. When Li Ziyu returned to the main building, Damonlevsky, Bepta, Ming-Ming, and Ming-Mi were surrounding Ant-Man and looking at him. Damonlevsky and Bepta looked calm. They had traveled far and wide and knew a lot about the Ant-Man. Ming-Ming and Ming-Mi looked surprised. They had never seen Ant-Man before, and were very curious. Li Ziyu greeted them, and walked to Ant-Man's body to examine it. The length of these killed Ant-Men was about the same as he guessed. About 80 to 90 centimeters. And had earth-brown SH/LS on their bodies. After testing the defensive power of the SH/L, it was found to be quite hard. The skeleton warrior used a bone knife to chop it, and was able to barely make a gap in it, but was unable to cut it off. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior can cause considerable damage to the SH/L with one blow of the hammer. The SH/L will crack directly. What is certain is that these Ant-Men evolved from ants, and are almost enlarged upright versions of ants. They have 6 limbs of varying thicknesses. The 2 limbs at the back are slightly thicker. The carapace is harder than the other limbs. The feet are larger. And there are 2 forked toes. The remaining 4 limbs are slightly thinner, and have 3 fingers, allowing them to grasp. Li Ziyu also took a special look at Ant-Man's mouthparts. The teeth on his upper jaw were not particularly exaggerated. No wonder he likes to throw formic acid balls. Identification. Identify the system was issued in my heart. Insect Man Ant-Man Little Brown Earth Ant-Man. Introduction. The little brown ants are very common, and the most widely distributed ants around the world. They are also the weakest among the ants, and are not very intelligent. They have the appearance of traditional ants, with nothing special about them. They use corrosive formic acid as a means of attack. The tribe consists of female ants, male ants, and worker ants. The little brown ants like sweets and meat. After upgrading to the fortress, the system is more useful, and there are many more functions. The identification function is very useful, and can let Li Ziyu know a lot of information. However, just introducing these is not enough. Li Ziyu went to the system forum to check. It was determined that the ones attacking them were the worker ants among the little brown earth ants. At the same time, he also found information about the little brown earth Ant-Man. The little brown Ant-Man is an Ant-Man who likes to attack mindlessly, but his attack power is relatively weak. As introduced in the system, the intelligence level of the little brown earth ant people is very low, compared with other indigenous people. The little brown earth ant people are almost uncivilized. When they find food, they will run up to attack, often without worrying about whether they can win the fight. There are no soldier ants in the Ant-Man colony of this race, and their means of attack are quite simple, which is throwing acid balls. The reason why the small brown earth Ant-Man population has not become extinct until now is that the Ant-Men can reproduce, like to wander around, and build nests everywhere, which allows them to survive. After checking the information about the little brown Ant-Man, Li Ziyu still felt unsatisfied, and went to search for other things. It was his first time to come into contact with insect people. He had never known there was such a race before, so this was a good opportunity to check it out. After checking, Li Ziyu was stunned. The insect people are still a large tribe. Its huge level is even above the orcs. There are 2 categories of worms. One is human appearance that has evolved and retained the characteristics of some Zerg characteristics. The other is like the Asian and insects that completely retain the characteristics of the Zerg. And within each category, there are a large number of subraces. For example, the sub-insect people include ant people, bee people, beetle people, and so on. Among these races, the Ant-Man race is further subdivided. In addition to the small brown earth Ant-Man, there are a large number of other Ant-Man races, such as the big-headed Ant-Man, the red fire Ant-Man, the big-toothed Ant-Man, and so on. There are many types of insects. It is really dizzying, and Li Ziyu's scalp is numb. But why didn't I see any insect people in the wilderness? Li Ziyu was a little confused, but he quickly put the doubts behind him. It didn't matter, so he didn't have to think about it. Breakdown. Li Ziyu wants to see what Ant-Man can decompose. Decompose little brown Ant-Man worker ant +1. Obtain little brown Ant-Man exoskeleton basic *1 pair. Detection antenna *1 pair. Insect meat *1 unit. Formic acid capsule *1. Formic acid *5 units. Soul energy *10 units. Chapter 290 Soulborn Insect Man. After decomposing the little brown earth Ant-Man, Li Ziyu suddenly found that he had a whole new category of soldiers, named Soul Raising. This type of soldier comes out of the alien tomb, and is independent of the normal undead combat sequence. Soul Souls. Introduction. They are transformed from Zergmen with exoskeletons. A very low-level soldier. They are stronger than skeletons. After all, they have an exoskeleton that only Zergmen have, and they can inherit some of the advantages of Zergmen. But don't expect soulborn Zerdmen to have brains. P.S. In fact, we just stuffed a little soul energy into the Zerdman's exoskeleton, so that they have a new soul. Don't tell the ghost this, otherwise they will cause trouble. Requirements: 1 set of Zerdman exoskeleton, 2 units of soul energy. Zerdman special item asterisk? Oh! Li Ziyu's eyes lit up. This type of soldier is quite interesting. As everyone knows, summoning skeleton undead does not require soul energy, which saves resources, but it consumes bones and has very low combat effectiveness. It requires huge numbers and constantly improved weapons to become excellent cannon fodder. And now Li Ziyu has another choice. Soulborn Insect Man. A new type of cannon fodder that can solve some of the problems with insufficient skeletons. There are still a large number of skeletons in the mountains of the dead. But given the current situation, those bones will be used up sooner or later. Cannon fodder is a must. It is good news that soulborn insect people can replace skeleton undead. What? You said soulborn insect people need to consume soul energy? Just 2 units of soul energy, which is equivalent to nothing when rounded off. Is there a soul energy collector in hand? Is Li Ziyu who cares about the energy of the soul of the 2 units and 3 units? I couldn't wait to click on the summoning page of the soulborn insect men. There were various kinds of insect men in it, but only the Ant-Man was lit, and the other insect men were gray at this time. Li Ziyu only has the materials of the little brown earth Ant-Man, so naturally he cannot unlock other soulborn insect men. Ant-Man is Ant-Man, as long as he can be summoned. If you want to summon the soulborn insect man of the little brown earth Ant-Man, the materials needed include formic acid sacs and formic acid in addition to the exoskeleton and soul energy. These are all materials decomposed by the system, and Li Ziyu doesn't feel sorry for using them at all. Don't think too much. Just summon it directly. Soon a new type of undead, the soulborn insect people, was born. They staggered out of the alien tomb, looking like a group of puppets, with uncoordinated hands and feet. It seemed like they would fall down after walking a few steps without stumbling. When the Ant-Man was alive, their bodies were filled with flesh, blood, and internal organs. But now the soulborn insect men are empty inside, with only a dim soul fire and formic acid sacs. Li Ziyu experimented with the newly born soulborn insect men of the Ant-Man clan. How should I describe the effect? It's just okay. It's only 2 units of soul energy, so it's not a loss. They can use the formic acid balls of the little brown Ant-Man. But there is a limit to the number of times they can use it. The number of times they can use it depends on how much formic acid is stored in the formic acid sacs in their bodies. Soulborn insect people cannot produce formic acid on their own. They are already undead, and do not have that ability. Anyway, it's enough to be used as cannon fodder. Li Ziyu was very surprised. I did not expect that when she arrived at the grassland area, there was such a big gain. After transforming the little brown earth ants that had just been killed into soulborn insect people, the undead fortress started up again and moved towards the coordinate point. Batu and the coordinate point given out are not too far away from Li Ziyu's position. The only thing to pay attention to is to lose direction in the grassland. There are many places where people can lose their sense of direction and get lost, such as at sea, in the forest, in the desert, and the same is true for the grassland. This grassland is extremely vast, and all you can see is green. Due to this, and the lack of markers, Li Ziyu can only keep adjusting his direction to avoid going astray. After experiencing 2 waves of attacks from the little brown earth ants, Li Ziyu successfully reduced the number of soulborn insect people to more than 2,000. And he finally reached the coordinate point, on the sea of grass. The camps were lustrous, and the cavalry was running, and the hydroxy slaves seemed to be particularly excited. They love the wilderness, and they love the grassland even more. They like any place where they can ride horses. The Hydroxida people saw the huge undead fortress from afar, and they immediately sent people to inform their own city lord Batubu. A group of Hydroxyl slaves rushed out and rushed towards the undead fortress. Someone is approaching. After the undead discovered the Hydroxyl slaves, they immediately sent a message to Li Ziyu. The 2 sides finally met, having had experience in cooperative combat before. The Hydroxyl slaves were not afraid of the undead, and led the undead fortress to their camp. Batubu came out to greet them personally, and there were 3 people beside him. All of them were looking at the fortress of the undead. Brother Batu, what is Li Ziyu's personality like? Asked the young man who came out with Batubu to greet the undead fortress. As long as you don't mess with him. He's a very nice person. Batubu turned his head and said to the young man, "Will he let us in?" asked another young man. "You don't have to worry about that," Batubu said with a smile. The undead fortress slowly stopped, and rows of undead walked out of the fortress, clearing the surrounding grass and making a path that extended to Batubu and the front. 2 rows of elite skeleton warriors stood in neat rows, acting as guards. The black warrior was in front, with the tip of his sword pointing downward, walking forward with steady steps, while Li Ziyu, Damanlevsky, Bepta, and Mingyi followed behind. Li Ziyu was very happy to see Batubu, and the two of them laughed and hugged each other. "Brotherly, it's been a while since we last met." Batubu greeted him. "Yeah, I never thought that you would give me such a big surprise." Li Ziyu looked around the grassland and said to Batubu, "It's an accident. It's all an accident. Come, let me introduce my 3 little brothers, Timur, Aorigil, and Aya." Batubu greeted Li Ziyu and introduced the 3 young men around him to him. Timur, Aorigil, and Aya are all around 20 years old and quite tall. Timur is the most muscular of the 3, with arms almost as thick as Li Ziyu's legs. He has many decorations on his body, including a leather hat and 3 colorful hemp ropes tied around his waist. Aorigil is a serious young man who stands straight and has a military temperament. In the end, Aya was a cheerful young man with slightly dark skin, a bright smile on his face, and a mouthful of sparkling white teeth. When seeing Aya, Li Ziyu inexplicably thought of Lu Xingxing. When these two are together, they can really compete to see who smiles more brightly. "Hello, brotherly. My name is Aya. Please take care of me in the future." The smile on Aya's face was the biggest and most genuine, and he was the most enthusiastic. Before Aorigil and Timur spoke, this kid greeted Li Ziyu first. Li Ziyu smiled and nodded. "Hello, Aya." Aorigil nodded slightly and said to Li Ziyu, "Hello, I am Aorigil, and I look forward to fighting alongside you in the future." His serious look also affected Li Ziyu, and he nodded quickly. "It's brothers. Help each other in the future. My name is Timur. I learned about your military achievements from Brother Batu. I really want to get to know you. Whenever you need anything in the future, come to me," Timur said readily. Li Ziyu laughed. He liked this kind of personality, straightforward, and greeted Timur. "Brotherly, would you like to come into our tent and sit for a while?" Batubu invited. Li Ziyu looked interested. To be honest, he seemed to have never been to Batubu's golden hoard. He always came to the fortress of the undead, so he decided to go and see it this time. The 5 people walked in, talking and laughing, while Damanlevsky and Bepta looked around curiously. Timur, Aorigil, and Aya are the 3 closest to Batubu and the lords he summoned, and their character is also guaranteed. Like Batubu, the tribes under their command are mainly cavalry. The 4 camps were connected together, stretching out in a long line, which was quite spectacular, especially since this is grassland, a place familiar to the 4 of them. The taste is even more right. Under the leadership of Batu, the group gradually approached the Golden Account Khan city. From a distance, the Golden Account Khan city is a huge and gorgeous tent. When it is close, you can find that everything is a false image. It is a city that looks like a tent, soft and tough, with runes. A cloth-like defensive wall covers the city, a natural city wall. This is the true face of the tent. After entering the city, Li Ziyu observed the buildings of the Golden Horde curiously. The buildings in the Golden Express Khan city are like it is based on the mountains, layers of layers, and flat tops. And the colors above are colorful, mostly the primary colors of red, green, and blue. There are also many embellishments, and gold and gems are things that the Hydroxycut people love. Batu and the main building full of Golden Account Khan city, which is full of historical sense, has a lot of gold and luxurious halls full of historical sense. Serve the meat and the wine. Batubu was very happy to meet Li Ziyu again and greeted the slave servants. Soon the food and wine were served. I have to say, the barbecue here is better than the one at Li Ziyu's place. Several people sat down and chatted. Li Ziyu drank a sip of the low-proof, rich milky liquor and inquired about the grassland information. "Brother Batu, what's going on in the grassland? Have you figured it out?" Putting down the bones in his hand, Batubu took a sip of wine and said with satisfaction, "I have a general understanding. It is not quite the same as in the wasteland, but it is more suitable for us. The grassland is a bit chaotic. It is divided into 3 factions. One is the insect people. One is the orcs. And the last one is the traversal lords like us. Both worms and orcs are all local forces here, consisting of aboriginal people. The insect people have the largest force and the largest number of people, but they are very disunited internally, often engage in civil wars, and have a strong sense of territory. If they hadn't been in civil war, the grasslands would have been unified long ago. The most powerful of the bug people is the Ant-Man. But don't be afraid. The Ant-Man is based on the nest, and the 2 nests are basically in a state of hostility. There are also many orcs on the grasslands. Most of them appear in the form of nomadic tribes. However, it is said that there is a huge orc kingdom on the grasslands. I don't know if it is true. I haven't checked it out yet. Liziu nodded as he listened. This information was very useful. Batubu had not been here for long, and it was already very good that he could find out this information. Another thing that concerned him was the Lord of the Transmigrants. Thinking of this, Liziu was more worried about the transmigrants than the natives. What do the transmigrants say here? Batubu chuckled. It's just a fight among the family. You hit me and I hit you. You team up with me, and I team up with him. It's a mess. There are all kinds of people, big and small. They just landed in the grassland, where there are abundant resources. If they landed in the wilderness, they would have died a long time ago. Batubu spoke with disdain to the travelers on the grassland. He really looked down on the time travelers from the grassland. Although he did not collect much information about the time travel lords, he had a general understanding of the forces here. It is obvious that if the time travel lords unite, even if they cannot defeat the insect people, they can still compete with the orcs, or even defeat them and gain control of the grassland. But these guys, for their own interests, are scheming against each other, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. They insist on making it like a spy war or palace fighting drama. Unity is strength. Why don't you understand? Then he thought of his zipping and felt relieved. Maybe it's not a lack of unity, but maybe a bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Brother, what do you think? Should we develop the grassland here? Batubu asked, his eyes full of anticipation. He prefers grassland to wasteland. Whether in terms of environment or resources, grassland is better than wasteland. If Liziu is willing to come, they will definitely achieve great things. Ha ha ha. Of course we have to develop it. Liziu laughed and said, but we can't lose the wasteland. I'm also the lord of the central area, a local tyrant. Liziu pretended to be Batubu and winked, speaking in a joking tone. Oh, yes yes. Ha ha ha. Batuan laughed. He understood that Liziu was older than he thought. Not only do they want to develop in the grassland, they also don't want to abandon the wasteland. They want to develop both sides at the same time and have everything. This sounds a bit arrogant, but it is a fact. This is the advantage brought by race. Unlike them, Liziu's subordinates are the undead. He had seen it before. It was endless and developed rapidly. The key point was to increase the number of troops. Liziu's speed of increasing troops is much faster than those lords. Each of the soldiers they summon consumes a lot of resources. Although they cannot be said to be taking the elite route, the speed at which they produce soldiers is just normal. It's much better when you get to the undead side. Those low-level skeleton undead do not have strong combat power, but you can't defeat them because of their large numbers. Batch after batch. As long as there are enough corpses, the undead will continue to be produced. How much land can't be developed if the number of undead can't keep up? Liziu, the undead lord, is one of the few time travelers that Batuba knows of who truly controls the territory. The characteristics of the mobile fortress allow the traversers to roam freely in any area. Few people would occupy territory for development. They would rather collect resources and develop fortresses. It's not that they don't want to occupy it, but it would be very dangerous if they stopped. So most of the traversers are always moving. So what are your plans next? Do you want to join us? Batubu asked. He has already planned to develop in the grassland, where it is more convenient to collect resources. Of course, if Liziu needs help, he will still go to the wilderness to help. Having signed a soul contract, he and Liziu are one. Let's take a look first. I need to know what this is useful here to be more useful. Liziu thought about it. The resources he needs are different from those of other lords. For example, other lords don't need corpses very much, and have no way to collect soul energy. But corpse and soul energy are indispensable for the development of the undead. It's not impossible to go with Batubu. But we have to wait until he gets to know the grassland better. Batu nodded, just about to write something. Suddenly stunned, reached out to the void, his eyes straight. Except for the indigenous people such as Damanlevsky and Bepta. Everyone else present knew what Batubu was doing. They were watching the system. After a while, Batubu returned to normal and sighed. Brother Batu. What's wrong? Tmataton asked curiously. Batubu shook his head and said with a wry smile. The war has started again. I'm looking for help. Chapter 291 The Fisherman Gains Benefit. In order to compete with the Ratmen in the central area, when Li Ziyu was about to enter the central area, Batubu contacted other time travel lords. Reunite the time travel lords and form an alliance. Whoever thought that the plan was not changing fast. Li Ziyu could bite a piece of meat on the mouse. And had a piece of his own territory in the central area. The new alliance has no place to use its power for the time being. After discussing with Li Ziyu, Batubu simply brought people from the alliance to train. An unexpected opportunity made them discover the passage from the wasteland to the grassland. So, the alliance of time travelers came to the grassland collectively. The environment of the grassland is much better than that of the wasteland. And the resources are more abundant. Many time travelers can't hold back and ask to explore the grassland. Batubu couldn't stop this. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. If you don't let people get their benefits, even good friends can become enemies. Not to mention the people in the alliance. In desperation, Batubu agreed to allow the people in the alliance to act freely. But before everyone dispersed, he reminded everyone to remember that they were an alliance and not to start a civil war over resources. The time travelers all agreed. In fact, Batubu was overthinking. They had no chance of a civil war at all. The insect people, orcs, and grassland travelers did not want to see them appear. During this period, the fighting never stopped. There are fights every day. Look! The message for help has come again. Li Ziyu didn't know what was going on. Batubu didn't mention it to him. He looked at Batubu blankly. What's wrong? Batubu told him about the matter. Li Ziyu nodded and asked. Do you need help? Batubu shook his head. No. Since they want to explore on their own, we need to let them know the dangers. We can't rescue them every time there's danger. We can't stand that. That's true. Li Ziyu thought about it and felt that it was right. He didn't even know anyone in the alliance, let alone any friendship with them. Since Batubu said he didn't need help, he didn't bother to ask any more questions. They started eating and drinking again. After 3 days of rest in the Golden Horde, the Fortress of the Dead was started again. Bid farewell to Batubu and entered the grassland. Standing on the roof of the main building, Li Ziyu looked at the endless sea of grass and suddenly felt a little confused, not knowing what to do. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Just drive in a random direction and treat it as a trip. Anyway, he didn't know anything about this grassland. Had no goals or destination. So he could go anywhere. Just point in a random direction and let the fortress move forward in a straight line. After only moving forward for half a day, his thoughts were shattered because he was attacked by the little brown ant-men again. This time, the number of ant-men attacking him was no longer a few hundred, but they kept pouring in from all directions, numbering in the tens of thousands. The little brown earth ant-man caused some casualties to Li Ziyu, but also brought corpses, allowing him to successfully create more than 30,000 soulborn insect men. Li Ziyu was very unhappy after being attacked by the little brown ant-men one after another. I just entered the grassland and haven't done anything, but you welcome me like this. Isn't that a bit too much? Li Ziyu discovered that the little brown earth ant-men who attacked him this time seemed to be together with the 3 waves of little brown earth ant-men he had encountered before. He recalled the information he had found on the forum and what Batubu had said. That ant-man was territorial, warlike, and vindictive. So, I was targeted by the little brown earth ants, and they attacked me in waves. I'm sorry, but I just happened to be in need of a base. Ant-man's corpse can be transformed into soulborn insect people, so I'll just get rid of you first. There was nothing wrong with what Li Ziyu thought. He was indeed being targeted by the little brown earth ant-men. As soon as we entered the grassland and fought with the little brown earth ants for the first time, those ants sprayed pheromones and marked the undead fortress. Because of this, he is constantly attacked by the little brown ant-man. Li Ziyu sent out the soulborn insect people to search for the traces of the little brown earth ant people, and at the same time prepared for battle. The little brown earth ants had low IQs and were completely unprepared. allowing Li Ziyu to easily find their nest. When he arrived at the fortress, he was shocked. Someone had gotten there first. The area near the little brown Ant-Man's nest has turned into a battlefield. This is a battle of defense. And the enemy of the little brown Earth Ant-Man is also Ant-Man. Both sides sent out countless Ant-Men to fight each other. Looking into the distance, a large number of Ant-Men are constantly coming to reinforce and join the battlefield. I don't know if it's because the battle was so intense, but the ants on both sides didn't care about the undead fortress parked nearby. Attacking the small brown earthen Ant-Man is a kind of Ant-Man who is 120 centimeters tall. Unlike the little brown ants, they do not stand on 2 legs, but on 4 legs, with their upper bodies raised. They have a disproportionately large head and 2 large serrated teeth on their upper jaw, which are their best weapons of attack. The length of this Ant-Man is greater than width, the widest in the middle, contracted backwards, and the back is like an olive core shape. Its method of attack is to approach at an extremely fast speed and then bite with its 2 large teeth that act like scissors. For the little brown Ant-Man, the black Ant-Man's attacks are fatal, because their LS cannot withstand the opponent's teeth at all. Not to mention that the opponent is aiming at their body joints. The black Ant-Man seemed to be very familiar with the little brown Ant-Men. He attacked them with ease, one after another. With each bite, one of the little brown Ant-Men would have his neck, waist or abdomen bitten off. On the other hand, the small brown earthen Ant-Man, the anti-chin liquid ball they threw out was hit on the black Ant-Man. After exploding, the acid liquid was difficult to corrode the opponent's crustacean. As Ant-Man, formic acid is a common means of attack, and black Ant-Man has long evolved defensive means. Every black Ant-Man is like a tiger among a flock of sheep, acting recklessly among the small brown ants. The little brown Ant-Man fought back desperately, but to no avail. Li Ziyu was amazed and asked the system to identify it. Insect Man Ant-Man Big Black-Headed Ant-Man. Introduction. Common Ant-Man tribe. Very aggressive and warlike. When encountering weak Ant-Men, they will invade, kill the ant colony, and seize the opponent's food, resources, and territory. The Big Black-Headed Ant-Man tribe is a single queen ant system, and the ant colony is composed of the queen ant, male Ant-Men, soldier ants, and worker ants. Carnivorous Ant-Men. Oh! It turns out to be the Big Black-Headed Ant-Man. Li Ziyu had read in the forum that they were also very common insect people. His status is only slightly higher than that of the little brown Ant-Man. He is very ferocious, but his combat power is just SOSO. He has no magic output and relies entirely on physics. After observing carefully, Li Ziyu discovered something that he had not noticed before. In addition to the big-headed ants on all fours, there are also some black lead ants who are about 80 to 100 centimeters tall. These slightly shorter worker ants are similar to the little brown earth ants. They also stand on their 2 feet and are responsible for helping the big black-headed ants attacking in the front. They will also pull away the corpses. According to this calculation, the big black-headed ants with 4 corners on the ground should be soldier ants, and those that are slightly shorter are worker ants. Wait, they took the body away? Li Ziyu was suddenly stunned, and then became a little unhappy. Originally, seeing the 2 groups of Ant-Men fighting fiercely, he was thinking of sitting on the mountain and watching the fight, and then reap the benefits and collect a wave of corpses when the fight was almost over. But it's not a good idea for the big black-headed worker ants to pick up corpses while fighting, right? In particular, the small brown Ant-Men are obviously no match for the big black-headed Ant-Men. It takes dozens or even hundreds of small brown Ant-Men to kill a big black-headed soldier ant by consumption. But it doesn't seem like a good time to join the war now. Li Ziyu rolled his eyes and decided to do something bad. He still has more than 20,000 soulborn insect people. Wouldn't it be enough to send them to steal the corpses? Just do it. Li Ziyu sent out the soulborn insect people with a wicked smile. He gave the soulborn insect man a very simple order: bring back the body. With this order, more than 20,000 soulborn insect people set off with crooked steps. The soulborn insect people's target is not the battlefield, but the transportation lines in the rear. The big black-headed worker and never expected that someone would snatch the corpse he was carrying. Not only did they rob the corpses, they also killed people. The intelligence of the soulborn insect people is not as good as that of the skeleton undead. They simply carried out the orders given by Li Ziyu and ran straight towards the corpse. When they were blocked by the big black-headed worker ants, they attacked almost without hesitation. The big black-headed ant-man obviously didn't expect that there would be someone else who would take advantage of their spoils and steal their spoils. Especially since there were quite a few soulborn insect people. And he suffered a great loss immediately. Not only were many of the bodies of the little brown earth ants stolen, but a number of worker ants also died and were taken away by the soulborn insect people. This formed a vicious circle. There was a fierce fighting in the front. And small brown earth ants were constantly killed by the big black-headed soldier ants. Their bodies were then carried away by the big black-headed worker ants, intending to send them back to the nest for a snack. Just as they were carried out of the battlefield, a group of abnormal little brown ants came out from the bushes and tried to snatch the corpses. If they refused, they would kill them together with the big black-headed worker ants and carry them away. Fortunately, the battlefield was in chaos, and the big black-headed ant-man followed the queen ant's orders, so he didn't even notice that his tail had been cut off. The bodies of the little brown earth ant-man and the big black-headed ant-man were dragged back to the undead fortress by the soulborn insect men. Li Ziyu was not surprised at the little brown earth ant-man. His purpose was to steal the little brown earth ant-man's body. But he was very surprised by those big black-headed worker ants. Wow! There's a surprise? Breakdown. Decompose big black-headed ant-man worker ant +1. Obtain big black-headed ant-man exoskeleton basic *1 pair. Detection antenna *1 pair. Insect meat *2 units. Formic acid *3 units. Soul energy *10 units. Decompose little brown earth ant-man worker ant +1. Obtain little brown earth ant-man exoskeleton basic *1 pair. Probe antenna *1 pair. Insect meat *1 unit. Formic acid capsule *1. Formic acid *8 units. Soul energy *10 units. While letting the system decompose the corpse, it began to summon new soulborn insect people. The soulborn insect people transformed from the big black-headed worker ants, and the soulborn insect people transformed from the small brown earth ants are somewhat different. The soulborn insect people transformed from big black-headed worker ants do not have the ability to throw formic acid balls, but their LS are much harder than those of small brown earth ants, and they have good acid resistance. The fighting style is similar to that of the skeleton undead, using claws to grab. After the decomposition and transformation, more soulborn insect people were sent out by Li Ziyu to continue snatching corpses, with the big black-headed worker ants' souls giving birth to insect-like people. The big black-headed worker ants that were carrying the corpses were even more confused. What's going on? We're one people. Why would you bring your own people to rob your own corpse? Forget it. Since you want to move, I'll give it to you. Before, when the small brown soil ants and the soulborn insect men were fighting for the corpse, the big black-headed worker ants would fight for it. But now, facing the big black-headed worker ants with the soulborn insect men, they let go of the corpse and let the soulborn insect men move it away. The two groups of ant-men were fighting fiercely, while Li Ziyu was happily collecting the corpses. Don't stop. Don't stop. Keep fighting. And see who wins. Li Ziyu was so happy looking at the increasing number of soulborn insect people that he wanted to run to the battlefield to cheer for the two gangs of ant-men. If we have a few more battles like this, we will never lack cannon fodder. Isn't this much more cost-effective than searching for bones and graves everywhere? The grassland is a blessed land. The two groups of ants fought until dark. Although the big black-headed ants fought hard, they were unable to clear out the nest of the small brown earth ants in one go. When the sun sets, it is the signal to retreat, and the big black-headed ants leave the battlefield and retreat towards their nests. Li Ziyu looked at the direction of their retreat and sent out the soulborn insects of the big black-headed ant-man to keep an eye on them and come back after finding the location of the opponent's nest. After arranging the tasks, Li Ziyu looked towards the nest of the little brown earth ants, wondering whether he should attack them at night. Judging from the daytime, the little brown earth ant-man suffered heavy losses. Li Ziyu collected more than 50,000 and nearly 60,000 corpses of the small brown earth ants, while the big black-headed ants only collected more than 2,000 corpses. And there were no corpses of soldier ants. After thinking about it, Li Ziyu decided to give up the idea of attacking. Judging from the posture of the big black-headed ant-man, we will probably have to fight again tomorrow. So why should we waste our troops on attacking? Wouldn't it be better to just continue to snatch the corpses? However, even though we are not attacking, there are still a lot of corpses left on the ground, and they cannot be wasted. In addition to the corpses of small brown earth ants and large black-headed worker ants, There were also many corpses of large black-headed soldier ants on the ground. Li Ziyu planned to clean up the battlefield and see what surprises the corpse of the big black-headed soldier ant could bring him. Under the cover of night, the little brown ants who had been fighting for a day returned to their nests, organized their troops, and prepared to face tomorrow's battle. When it comes to collecting corpses, the little brown ant-man and the big black-headed ant-man are different. Although no one knows what the corpses are going to be used for, the big black-headed ant-man will transport the corpses, mainly the corpses of the little brown ant-man. The little brown ant-man ignored the corpse outside and just threw it on the ground. Since you don't want them, they're all mine. Li Ziyu, who was preparing to pick up the corpse, was very happy. He felt that the little brown earth ant-man was a good ant-man. In the undead fortress, the soulborn insect people set out to the battlefield again to collect the corpses. The body of a large black-headed soldier ant was carried into the main building of the fortress. Li Ziyu walked around the soldier ant's body twice and found that the giant black soldier ant's eye was thicker, had a faint metallic feel, and was shiny. Moreover, the two large teeth on the upper jaw were indeed very threatening. It was equivalent to having two extra serrated scissors with amazing bite force. Break it down. Decompose big black-headed ant-man soldier ant +1. Obtain big black-headed ant-man exoskeleton armor *1 pair. Probe antenna *1 pair. Insect meat *4 units. Soul energy *20 units. It seems that they are not much stronger than worker ants. Li Ziyu carefully looked at the system information and found that the exoskeletons were labeled differently. The worker ant's exoskeleton was the foundation, while the soldier ant's exoskeleton became armor. After the soldier ants were decomposed, a new type of soldier, the armored beetle people, appeared in the alien tomb. Beetle Man. Introduction. An advanced version of soul-born insects. Armored beetles have some combat power. Their LS provide good defensive capabilities, and their natural weapons make them more threatening than soul-born insects. P.S. In fact, we just injected more soul energy into the aggressive insect LS. Requirements. 1 set of Zerdman exoskeleton armor. 15 units of soul energy. Zerdman special items *. Li Ziyu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when reading the notes behind the introduction. It's the same way as the soul-born insect man. You pour soul energy into the insect and then it's done. The only difference is that the materials have changed, so it's just a little stronger. Well, they are cannon fodder anyway. They are just cannon fodder with slightly greater usefulness. Learn. Chapter 292, The Queen Ant's Doubts. Let's summon a beetle man first, and see what the effect is. Li Ziyu used the materials he had just decomposed to summon the armored beetle man. The soul energy required to summon an armored beetle man is several times that of a soul-born insect man, and I don't know what the effect will be. Soon, a new beetle man stood in front of Li Ziyu. After testing it, Li Ziyu nodded. The armored beetle people are indeed much stronger than the soul-born insect people. At least they are not like puppets, and are very flexible in their movements. It's still a little worse than when we were alive, but it's not a big problem. After the big black-headed soldier ants turned into armored beetle men, their bite force seemed to be enhanced. When their two big teeth opened and closed, there was a loud clanging sound, and sparks almost flew. This is not a small gain. In just one day today, Li Ziyu did not suffer any losses, but gained tens of thousands of soulborn insect people, which made him feel very happy, especially now that the soulborn Zerg are still cleaning up the battlefield. There are still many Ant-Man corpses that have not been collected. It is roughly estimated that at least 100,000 cannon fodder can be obtained today. What a pleasant surprise. The nest of the big black-headed Ant-Man. The big black-headed worker ants and big black-headed soldier ants returned one by one. Some of them went to explore the way, and some brought back food. The daily income will be counted and then sent to the queen ant. The social structures of the big black-headed ants and the small brown earth ants are different. Among the small brown earth ants, there are many female ants. These female ants are the upper class of society. Each female ant can give orders to the worker ants, which makes the small brown earth ants appear a little confused sometimes. The big black-headed ants are a single queen ant system. In the entire colony, the only one with high intelligence is the queen ant, and the rest of the ants must obey the queen ant's arrangements. If the queen of an ant colony dies, the colony faces extinction. The queen is the wisdom of ant colony, and the source of ant colony newborn. This nest of big black-headed ants has existed for some time. They build their nests underground. The number of ants in the colony has exceeded tens of millions. And this number is still expanding. The little brown earth ants, who are unwilling to be away from them, have developed longer and more in number than them, and have always been a concern for the big black-headed Ant-Man tribe. They don't want to share the surrounding resources with other Ant-Man colonies. However, they were outnumbered and could not defeat the little brown earth ants, so they could only hide. Fortunately, the little brown earth Ant-Man is also known to be mentally retarded in Ant-Man's eyes. Obviously, the two groups are not far from each other, but the other side has never launched an attack on the big black-headed Ant-Man. Instead, it has allowed the big black-headed Ant-Man to develop. Feeling that she had grown strong, the Queen Ant finally decided to take action against the little brown Ant-Man and launched an attack. Eliminating the small brown Ant-Men can allow the big black-headed Ant-Men to gain more territory and resources. And at the same time, they can use the small brown Ant-Men as food reserves, killing two birds with one stone. For a super large group like Ant-Man, each war will take a long time, and the battle cannot be ended in a day or two. Just like human wars, if you want to completely destroy the enemy, you have to occupy the enemy's city. The same goes for destroying a colony of Ant-Man. You have to occupy their nest and kill their female Ant-Man or later. Any Ant-Man's nest is very large, with a large number of passages inside, like an underground maze, which will not allow other Ant-Man to easily kill their way in. In the early stages of the battle, one side looks for weaknesses, while the other side defends desperately. By the side of the big black-headed ants and the small brown earthen ant, there are still changes. After each of the war, the big black-headed Ant-Man will transport the opponent's body back and serve as food. The Queen Ant waited for a whole day, but at night, she received news that there were only a few corpses of the little brown Ant-Men, which made her confused. It shouldn't be. The little brown earth ants are very weak. It takes at least dozens or hundreds of people to launch an attack before they can use formic acid to defeat their own soldier ants. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of corpses. Could it be that the worker ants are lazy? That's unrealistic. I've never heard of worker ants being lazy. Even if one or two worker ants are lazy, they won't bring back only a few corpses. In the colony, only the Queen Ant herself possesses intelligence. The other ants are similar to the little brown earth ants. They all foolishly follow orders, and don't even have the chance to find someone to ask. The Queen Ant had to find a solution on her own. She found the Ant-Man who had gone to the battlefield one by one, and kept asking about the situation on the battlefield, trying to reconstruct and piece together what had happened at the time, which resulted in the body of the little brown earth Ant-Man not coming to the nest. But after asking again and again, she still couldn't find the answer. Ant-Man gave her the answer that the body was indeed transported to the nest. But as for why the nest didn't receive it, that was unknown. The only suspicious point is that during the transportation process, many worker ants were attacked by small brown Ant-Men, and their bodies were taken away. Why does the little brown earth Ant-Man want to steal corpses? I've never heard that the little brown earth ants need the corpses of their own kind. Are they planning to eat their own kind? The Queen Ant was completely puzzled and had no idea what was going on. In that case, let's just assume that the corpses have been taken away by the little brown Ant-Man. The battle cannot be fought in vain. The little brown earth Ant wants the corpse. If you don't give it to her, I will increase the intensity of my attack. With more people, the harvest will be greater. I don't believe that the little brown earth Ant-Men can take away all the corpses. The Queen Ant made up her mind. After gathered the body, Li Ziyu also specifically instructed the Undead Fortress to withdraw from a distance. We need to prepare a good communication environment for the little brown Ant-Men and the big black-headed Ant-Men. The newly transformed soul-born insects and leather-armored beetles were sent by Li Ziyu to the vicinity of the fortress, and were asked to be responsible for nighttime guard to prevent sudden attacks by Ant-Man. After a busy day, Li Ziyu was a little sleepy and fell asleep under Mingni's soothing. When he opened his eyes again, it was already daylight. Li Ziyu rolled over and looked at her side. Mingni was already up. At this time, she was sitting on the bed with a gentle smile. After yawning, Li Ziyu asked in a daze, "What's the situation outside?" "Ming and I brought toiletries and gently wiped Li Ziyu's face with a towel," she said to him. "They started fighting early in the morning, and it's still going on fiercely." Li Ziyu enjoyed Mingni's service. This girl was really nice and gentle. Mingni couldn't help with other things, but Mingni was absolutely qualified in terms of taking care of people. After washing up, Li Ziyu came to the roof of the main building and looked in the direction of the little brown earth ant-man's nest. Today, the big black-headed ants have even more fierce attacks. And the big black-headed soldier ants are obviously more than yesterday. Wow! More troops have been added. That's great. The fight will be more intense. Lizu, who loves to watch the fun, thought happily, looking at the two groups of ants fighting in the distance. Lizu suddenly had a sense of déjà vu as a child squatting on the ground watching ants fighting. At that time, he liked observing ants very much. Sometimes he would even squat and watch them for 2 or 3 hours until his legs became numb. Today's battle is even more fierce. The battlefield has also expanded. There are more corpses. And the big black-headed ants have begun to move the corpse. Mine. All mine. In the distance, big black-headed worker ants formed a long line and carried the corpse towards the nest. Lizu slapped the wall hard. Soulborn insect people. Armored beetle people. Get going and bring the corpse back to me. The number of soulborn insects and armored beetles far exceeded that of yesterday. And they set out in a mighty force, rushing towards the corpse transport team of the big black-headed worker ants. Because very few bodies of the little brown earth and men were brought back yesterday. The queen ant was very concerned about this matter today and asked Ant-Man to reply with information every once in a while. Soon after the war began, the corpses of the little brown earth and men were sent back, continuously filling the food storage area. Everything is normal. The queen ant felt relieved when she found that it was just as she expected. It seemed that yesterday, it was really because of the other party snatching the corpse. She let the ants continue to follow up. Don't relax. And reported from time to time. As time went by, more corpses were sent over. And just when the queen ant thought there would be no more accidents, an accident happened. The body suddenly stopped. The fighting seemed to have stopped on the front line. And no more corpses were sent to the nest. What's going on? What happened? Worker ants, come over and report the situation. The queen ant found something wrong and immediately sent out a message. Soon the worker ants, who managed food in the nest, entered and arrived at her future location. This is a huge space. The queen ant is in the center, constantly laying white eggs. Worker ants are busy around her, moving the eggs away. In addition to the queen ant and the worker ants that carry the ant eggs, there are also dozens of soldier ants guarding here. Ordinary worker ants are not qualified to enter the space where the queen ant lives at will. Only the worker ants who manage food are lucky enough to come here when summoned by the queen ant. And you can't get close to the queen ant and can only stand at the entrance of the cave. What happened to the food reserves? Hasn't the body been sent to the storage room yet? No bodies have been delivered. Where's the body? I don't know. No body has been delivered. What's happening on the front line? I don't know. No body has been delivered. As a worker ant with low intelligence, the information he could provide was very limited. He only knew that no more corpses were delivered to the storage room. He couldn't tell why it wasn't delivered. She was very angry afterwards. But there was nothing she could do. That was how the tribe was. Except for her. The other Ant-Mans had very simple thinking. Go get the battle report from the front. I want to know where the bodies are. The queen ant sent away the worker ants who were in charge of food, turned around and gave instructions to the soldier ants beside her, who immediately left in a hurry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The queen ant's body shook, and more eggs were squeezed out of her body, causing the worker ants, who were carefully carrying the eggs, to become flustered. After waiting for a while, the soldier ants that were sent out came back. The queen ant looked at the soldier ant and asked, "What happened on the battlefield? Why haven't the bodies been sent back?" The soldier ant came to the queen ant and replied dully, "The body was taken away." The queen ant continued to ask, "Is it the little brown earth and man again?" The soldier ant paused, as if thinking, and then replied, "Yes." The soldier ants paused and thought, which made the queen ant suspicious. She then asked, "Besides the little brown ants snatching corpses, is there anything else going on?" This time there was no pause. The soldier ant quickly replied, "Yes. These low-intelligence guys. Do they have to wait for me to ask them before they will tell me? Don't they know how to take the initiative?" The queen ant asked angrily, "What else do you have? Say it." The soldier ant answered honestly, "And our comrades. They are also snatching the corpse." The queen ant was stunned by the soldier ant's words. "What is going on? Our companions were snatching corpses. And then the corpses were not sent back to the nest. So where did they go?" She did not ask the soldier ants any more questions. based on the queen ant's understanding of the soldier ants. She would not be able to get any information even if she did. It would be fine if there was no information. But now that there is information, it makes me even more confused. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. The queen wanted to see it in person to understand what happened. But it doesn't work. In order to breed more ant eggs, the queen ant's body has been completely deformed, and she is unable to support her body with her legs. Normally, if you want to move something even a little bit, many worker ants have to work together, lifting and pulling it. And trying to transport her out of the nest was even more impossible. Especially since her life means the reproduction of the colony. Those worker ants would not let her leave even if she gave the order. The more confused the queen's heart, the more angry. She couldn't figure it out. But the bodies of the little brown earth and men could not be let go. Those were the food she had prepared, which could be used to replenish the Ant-Man's losses and feed the newly born Ant-Man. It must be done. Otherwise the battle will be difficult. In addition to sending a group of soldiers out, let them protect the food transported ants. Be sure to transport food to the nest. The queen ant gave the order. This was the only solution she could think of now. The queen ant's order was passed down layer by layer, and the soldier ants immediately gathered and set out from the nest of the big black-headed Ant-Man. They wandered around the worker ant transport team, trying to intercept the Ant-Men who were trying to steal the corpse. The body of the little brown earth ant was picked up by the big black-headed worker ants and transported to the nest. Then, on the way, it was robbed by the soul-born insect people and armored beetle people who emerged from the grass, and then transported to the fortress of the Undead. A steady stream of Ant-Man corpses entered the Undead fortress, and more soul-born Zerg people walked out of the fortress and joined the ranks of looting corpses. Li Ziyu was decomposing the corpse while transforming the soul-born insect people. He felt so happy when he saw the number of them increasing in the system. This accumulation speed is not much worse than digging the body from the soul mountains. Ant-Man is stupid, and it's very easy for him to snatch corpses. As the number of soul-born insects increased, the number of corpses they brought back also continued to increase. Some soul-born insects no longer robbed the corpses from the transport team, but ran directly to the battlefield to pick up the corpses. This time, not only the number of soul-born insects is increasing, but the number of beetle people is increasing. Li Ziyu was a little far away from the big black-headed worker ant transport team. He didn't see that the other side had added big black-headed soldier ants as guards, and was still constantly creating soul-born insect people and armored beetle people from afar. He didn't know that his undead had already started a battle at the transport team. The soul-born insects and armored beetle people habitually robbed the corpses carried by the big black-headed worker ants, unscrupulously and without any intention of hiding. And then, they were discovered. Those big black-headed soldier ants who were sent as guards were not blind. So they naturally discovered the Ant-Man who came to steal the corpse. Don't snatch it. Transport it back to the nest. A big black-headed soldier ant stopped a big black-headed soul-born insect man who had just snatched the corpse and asked him to put down the corpse. If it was a normal big black-headed worker ant, it would listen to him. But the one in front of him was abnormal. He was an undead, a soul-born insect man. I couldn't understand what the big black-headed ant was saying at all. He just dragged the corpse and walked back mechanically. Two little brown earth soul-born insect people came to help. The big black-headed soldier ant was stunned when he looked at the two little brown earth soul-born insect men. His low intelligence made it impossible for him to understand the scene in front of him. Our enemy, the little brown Ant-Man, is helping the big black-headed worker ant carry the corpses of his own people? What's going on? However, the Queen Ant's order was to protect the transport team. So even if he could not understand what was happening, he had to stop it. He quickly moved in front of the big black-headed soul-born insect man and stopped him again. Put down the body. The soul-born insect man ignored him again and continued to drag the corpse forward. Now the big black-headed soldier ant can no longer ignore it, even if it is a member of the same species. He must take action. He stretched out his two large teeth, clamped the soul-born insect man's waist, and with a force, cut him into two pieces. Chapter 293 discovered. What surprised the big black-headed soldier ant was that the other party's broken body was actually empty. There is nothing. Absolutely nothing. The soul-born insect people whose bodies were clamped off were still able to move. As undead, they would not stop as long as the soul fire in their heads was not shattered. Because of the attack by the big black-headed soldier ant, the soul-born insect man launched an attack. He stretched out his forearms, hugged the big black-headed soldier ant's waist, and bit the big black-headed soldier ant's leg. This soul-raising person is transformed from a big black-headed ant. It is not as big as the soldier of the ant soldiers, but the leg is bitter. The soul-born insect man bit the leg of the big black-headed soldier ant and wouldn't let go, pulling it hard. The big black-headed soldier ant didn't feel surprised. Ant-Man's vitality was still very strong. Even if his body was bitten off, he would still survive for a while. He opened his two big teeth and bit down again. And this time, he broke the opponent's neck. Even with the vitality of Ant-Man, the neck is bitten and will die. What surprised him was that the other person's head had indeed fallen off. But his mouth did not loosen. It was still biting his leg tightly, and with increasing force. Big black-heading ant's surprised face. Why don't you let go? Just as he stretched out his hand to tear the soul-born insect man's head off his leg, an armored beetle man appeared behind him and approached silently. Before waiting for the big black-headed soldiers to react, the person in the beetle had already bit his neck and bit his head. The headless big black-headed soldier ant shook its body twice, as if trying to turn around, but failed, and its body fell to the ground. The soul-raising eloquence was released, controlled the disconnected body, and stitched himself again. They also have the characteristics of the undead, and even if they are broken into pieces, they can be put together again. The armored beetle man picked up the body of the big black-headed soldier ant. The soul-born insect man turned his head to look at the body, then looked at the head of the big black-headed soldier ant on the ground and was a little conflicted. In the end, he chose the head and let other companions drag the body. The same thing happened in various places. The big black-headed soldier ants died in great frustration, and until their death, they never understood why the big black-headed soldier ants' armored beetle men like them wanted to kill them. The queen ant was waiting in the cave and sent out the big black-headed soldier ants to guard it. Some corpses were indeed brought back, but the number still did not match. It was too few. What made her even more angry was that the news said that many soldier ants had been killed. And those who kill soldier ants are also soldier ants. In fighting? After thinking about it, it felt unlikely. Under her control, the ant colony cannot have such things as internal fighting. Could there be another colony of big black-headed ants around? As soon as this thought came to mind, the queen ant immediately became alert. Even though they are both big black-headed ants, they will still fight if they meet. There is no love between ants. Instead, they kill each other and fight for territory and resources. If there really is another colony of big black-headed ants around, then she has to be careful. The opponent did not join the battle between her and the small brown earthen ant, sneaking the corpse, killing her soldiers. Obviously, the other party was incompatible with her ant colony. Tell the soldiers on the front line to pay attention to their surroundings and kill all the people who don't belong to us, ordered the queen ant. Most of the time, Ant-Man does not rely on his eyes to observe the world, but instead relies on his antennae to observe the world, while also secreting pheromones. The pheromones of each Ant-Man group are different, which is an important basis for them to distinguish their own kind. Unfortunately, there are no other giant black-headed ant colonies at all. Li Ziyu's armored beetle man belongs to the same group as them. Although they are transformed after death, the pheromones in their bodies still exist. To the big black-headed soldier ants on the battlefield, the armored beetle people are not some other group. They are part of the same tribe as them. The killing of big black-headed ants and small brown earthen ants continues, and soul raw worms and beetle people are still grabbing the body. Nothing changed because of the queen ant's order. If we have to say what has changed, the only change is probably the increasing number of soul-born insects and armored beetle people who snatch corpses. The battle lasted all night, and after counting the spoils, the queen ant was confused again. Compared to yesterday, the number of corpses of the little brown earth ants brought back was a little more, but it still did not meet expectations. What happened? Hasn't the order been given to them to attack those big black-headed ants who are not from their own ant colony? The queen ant was going crazy. She had never encountered such a strange thing before. She had no clue what was going on and was completely confused. On the other hand, Li Ziyu was extremely happy. Today's harvest was much greater than yesterday's, including tonight's. He collected more than 300,000 Ant-Man corpses. After the conversion, the number of soul-born insects and armored beetles in his hands has exceeded 400,000. Who could have thought that not long after arriving at the grassland, Ant-Man would be so hospitable and send him an army of hundreds of thousands? Although their combat effectiveness is not satisfactory, they are definitely qualified to be cannon fodder. These Ant-Man is really a good brother. For 2 days, let him pick up the corpse in vain. There is no reaction. It would be great if the natives of the other world were all like Ant-Man, since he would be the strongest undead. Li Ziyu sighed in his heart. The situation changed on the 3rd day. After eating for 2 days, the large black-headed ants no longer started the small brown earthen ants, but sent a large amount of large black-headed ants to find the reasons why the corpse could not be transported back to the nest. Ant-Man is alive. They need to eat and drink. In order to find food, they almost send more than half of the ants to search for food. The big black-headed ants are warlike. They take the approach of fighting to support the war. Every time a war breaks out, they will transport the enemy's corpses back to the nest as food. The ants, who are supposed to be looking for food, will go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. But with Li Ziyu's intervention, the balance was broken. Big black-headed ants killed the small brown earthen ant, but they could not move back to the other party's body, which led to a vacancy in the food inside them. The queen ant didn't dare to fight anymore. She had tens of millions of ants under her command. If they ran out of food, it would be a big disaster. Big black-headed ants are single ants. The ants in the ethnic group are very loyal and will not rebel. The queen was not worried about the rebellion. She was worried that Ant-Man would be starved to death. This would delay things too much. Is it easy to develop a population of tens of millions after much effort? She couldn't just keep fighting like that. She had to find out who was causing trouble for her. So early in the morning of the 3rd day, a large number of big black-headed ants set out from the nest. After the battles of the previous 2 days, the little brown earth ants were extremely vigilant. When they detected that the big black-headed ant had set out, they immediately rushed out of the nest and looked vigilantly in the direction of the big black-headed ant, guarding against attacks that might come at any time. Of course, Goose is very calm today. Big black-headed ants have no intention of attacking at all. They even deliberately avoid the small brown earthen ants. The battles of the previous 2 days paralyzed Li Ziyu. He did not let the fortress enter the latent model. Instead, the big stab was stopped at a slightly farther away from the small brown earthen ant, and the soul raw worm and the beheads were released. Before that, the big black-headed Ant-Man focused on fighting with the small brown earthen ant, and did not care about the undead fortress parked in the distance. They came out today to look for clues, and the undead fortress was immediately noticed by them. What is this? Why didn't I notice it before? The big black-headed ants became suspicious of the fortress of the undead and headed towards it. While Li Ziyu was still in a dream. Alert! The undead are under attack. The undead are under attack. The alarm sound from his mind awakened Li Ziyu, who slept Jingxiang, and let him turn around. Master! What's wrong? Meng and I was startled by Li Ziyu. She propped herself up, rubbed her eyes, and asked in a daze, "You have a good rest. I'll go take a look. It seems something happened." Li Ziyu comforted Meng and I, immediately got up, dressed, and left in a hurry. Seeing Li Ziyu's hurried look, Meng and I couldn't sleep anymore. She sighed, got up and changed her clothes. After reaching the rooftop of the main building, Li Ziyu checked the information in his mind while leaning against the wall and looking into the distance. In the Soul Network, pieces of information kept flashing by, all said by soul-born insect people and armored beetle people. Ant-Man probe spotted. Be attacked. Enemy. Fighting. Clinging to the wall, Li Ziyu looked around and found himself surrounded. During his sleep, the big black-headed Ant-Man touched it. At the beginning, they were still doubting, but they found the same family mixed with the small brown earthen ants. The information quickly reached the queen ant. After receiving the intelligence, the queen immediately understood that these guys had these guys. The reason why these 2 days had problems was because of these guys. She hates the roots itchy. Where can she let it go? Attack! Attack with all your might. Destroy them. Following the queen ant's order, the big black-headed Ant-Man immediately attacked the patrolling soul-born insects and the big black-headed Ant-Man. Interestingly, they were dealing with the soul-born insect men transformed from the small brown earth Ant-Men, while the soul-born insect men and armored beetle men transformed from the big black-headed Ant-Men were rarely attacked. It was the pheromones that prevented them from correctly distinguishing whether the big black-headed ants in front of them were friends or enemies. I can't tell the big black-headed Ant-Man apart, but I can tell the soul-born insect man and the armored beetle man apart. How could they not know whether they are alive or not? An interesting scene occurred. A few big black-headed ant-men had just killed a small browner soul-born insect man, and were besieged by more big black-headed soul-born insect men and armored beetle men, and torn into pieces. Ant-Man's battle is brutal, just like a fight between primitive people, relying purely on their bodies to kill. More big black-headed ants were sent out from the nest, and they continued to rush to the battlefield and devoted themselves to the battle of souls and beetles. The soul-born insects and armored beetle people are in the inner circle. They protect the central undead fortress and prevent the big black-headed ant-man from approaching the fortress. The big black-headed ant-man is in the outer circle, with a number of millions of people. And this number is still increasing. Densely packed. And black pressure. Hack. I was just taking a nap. Why are we surrounded? Liziu was totally confused. He was fine yesterday, and the day before yesterday. Nothing happened. Why did he go crazy today? You must have hit the wrong person. I am clearly an undead. Not the little brown earth ant-man. No matter what. Just getting beaten is definitely not Liziu's character. Since the big black-headed ant-man has been killed to surround himself. Then you have to do it, and you can't wait to die. Fight. Undead. Step. Liziu gave orders to the undead in the fortress. Although there are a large number of large black-headed ants, the soul raw insects and beetle people are fighting in the center of the undead fortress. And the venue is so large. Seeing that they could still hold on, Liziu simply decided not to send out melee troops. The first ones he sent out were the skeleton undead holding crossbows and thorn one, and the skeleton sprayer one, followed by the skeleton shortbowman and skeleton longbowman, and then the thrower 2 and spirit fire artillery. The hunter 2 was also in place at the fortress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton undead armed with crossbows are the largest in number. After all, crossbows are cheaper than thorns, so they are the first to show their power. A large number of crossbow arrows shot out, passing through the gaps between the soulborn insect men and the armored beetle men and shooting into the group of giant black-headed ants. The bones of the bones do not need to aim. After all, those big black-headed ants are gathered together. Just shoot casually. Big black-headed ants have worm L protection, and the power of hand bang is relatively small. It is difficult to pierce their worm LS. Even if they can pierce, the depth of the arrow is difficult to kill them. Even so, the number is too large. Any kind of weapon, as long as the quantity is sufficient, will always cause damage. The crossbow arrows cannot effectively kill the big black-headed ant-men, but they can shoot off their arms and legs. If they hit the joints, it will be enough to cause trouble for the big black-headed ant-men. And the crossbow is just the beginning. With the attack of the handbrid, the bones and bones of the bones holding the thorns and bones are already in place. Their firepower is much more powerful. The firepower of both the thorn and the jet one is sufficient to cause casualties to the big black-headed ant-man. It is even more life-threatening. Short bones, long archers, and cannons who can be killed. The output of these guys is even more horrible. Under the crazy and relentless attacks of these troops, the big black-headed ant-man who had the upper hand just now was instantly stunned. The big black-headed ants attacking in the front fell down in large numbers, and even died in a blank area. The ant-man in the back was not feeling well either. Flames exploded in the crowd. With every explosion, dozens of ant-men were seriously injured. The flames would spread, injuring more ant-men. Don't look at the big black-headed ants, who have reached 1,000,000 levels of the big black-headed ants. But before the firepower output of the remote arms of the undead, it was like a group of primitive indigenous peoples against Mark Chain machine guns, mortars and grenades. But big black-headed ants are brave. To some extent, they and the undead are unintentional, and they don't care about death very much. They only order the queen's order. When the queen ant gives the order to attack, they charge forward without thinking. Even though they know they will die, they will still charge forward. This is why the big black-headed ants are extremely aggressive. With the output of crossbows, thorns, and sprayers, an area was just cleared. And soon the big black-headed ant-man launched another attack by stepping on the corpses of his companions. As if aware of the difficulty of the battlefield, Liziu on the roof saw long vertical black lines. Each long line is composed of dense large black-headed ants, and is accelerating to the battlefield. Despite such fierce firepower, the enemy showed no intention of retreating and instead increased their troops. Interesting. Liziu frowned slightly and looked down. Even if there is a long-range fire output, The sole raw insects on the front line are still suffering heavy losses. As follows. The other party is likely to break through the line of defense. But I don't really care. Li Zi raised his eyebrows and let the bones survive. The skeletal undead this time was not responsible for fighting. And they were responsible for dragging their bodies. While the other party focused their attention on the soulborn insects and armored beetle men. They dragged the dead body of the big black-headed ant-man back to the fortress. Li Zi wants the other party to see what is the fear of the undead. The queen ant cannot leave the nest. And the other big black-headed ants have low IQs. So she cannot understand the complete picture of the battlefield on the front line. Until now, the queen ant still thinks that the other side is just a group of forces connected by big black-headed ants and small brown earth ants. And the order she issued is to eliminate the other side's big black-headed ants and small brown earth ants. And the skeleton undead are no longer within the range of destruction. Chapter 294, Out in Full Force. The big black-headed ant-man listened to the queen ant very much and simply attacked the soulborn insects and armored beetle people, completely disdaining the skeleton undead. This is very interesting. The skeleton undead staggered to the battlefield, without caring about the two warring parties, and just dragged the corpses away. Neither the soulborn insect man nor the big black-headed ant-man seemed to see anything and concentrated on dealing with the enemy in front of them. The bone-dead spirit continued to drag the body back into the fortress. Li Zi decomposed directly, and turned into a soul raw insect or a beetle, and then let them rejoin the battle outside. As a result, the more you fight, the more the soul raw worms and the crisp people are. When Li Zi was analyzing and transforming, she couldn't help but sigh. They weren't here to attack me. They were clearly here to give me benefits. We can have more ways of such benefits. If we want to develop, we still have to look to our ant-man brothers on the grassland. Brother. He used the big black-headed ant-man as a brother. But the queen in the nest was stunned. She couldn't understand what had appeared recently. Someone grabbed the corpse of the small brown earthen ant, and she sent someone to destroy the other party. As a result, the information from the front line made her even more stunned. Everything was normal at the beginning. There were casualties on our side, and on the other side as well. But as the fight went on, the situation became inexplicable. First of all, a large number of casualties appeared, and the speed of casualties surprised her. It was completely beyond the expectations. In a short time, the casualties were in the units. What was even more frustrating was that the number of the enemy's reinforcements was increasing, and they were getting more and more. But we couldn't kill them as fast as they were. How can this make sense? What kind of force am I facing? The queen ant has no idea what to do. What made her even more upset was that when the two sides were in a stalemate, the little brown ant-man took action. They were divided into two stars. One from the back of the big black-headed ant-man. And the big black-headed ants, who besieged the enemy, besieged the back of the enemy. And the other came to their nest. Why do these short, despicable, shameless, and no combat effectiveness want to attack themselves? Who gave them the courage? Even if the big black-headed ant-man has already started a war with other forces, he is not someone that a mere small brown earth ant-man can attack. The big black-headed queen ant was not afraid at all. She immediately ordered the big black-headed ants in the nest to set out and start a war with the small brown ant-men. This time, it was completely messy, and the three parties played a fun. And the tragic big black-headed ant-man had to face the two-way front of the undead and the small brown earthen ant. The queen ant also knows that this will cause heavy losses, but she has no choice but to give in. Once she does, she will most likely be killed directly at the nest by the enemies. Is it difficult or killed to the nest? This does not need to think at all. The queen chooses to fight decisively, even if the damage is severe. As long as he gets through this, the big black-headed ant-man still has hope of recovery. And if the nest was breached, she would surely die. No ant colony would keep an enemy queen. In order to survive, the big black-headed queen ant has no way out. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, brother. How was your time on the grassland these 2 days? Did you gain anything? Don't want to take a driving test. I'm quite busy here. But I have gained something. Freedomly Soaring Eagle. Oh! There are harvests so fast. If you want to say that you are developing better in the grassland. Here is not much stronger than the environment in the deserted. Don't want to get a driver's license. That's fine. The ant-man here is warm and hospitable. The free-flying eagle, ant-man? Hospitality? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Yes. They set millions of ant-men to surround my fortress, and send me corpses. Free-flying eagle, damn it! Where are you? Bro! Do you need help? Hang on. I'll take you there right now. I don't want to take a driver's license. Peace of mind. Peace of mind? The problem is not big. Free-flying eagle, million level. Stop it. Don't let yourself get sunk. Send the coordinates quickly. Don't want to take a driver's license test, really. There's no need. Didn't I tell you? They are sending me corpses? Don't worry. I am an undead. The free-flying eagle. The free-flying eagle, really not necessary. Don't want to get a driver's license, really not. I feel like having more is better. The free-flying eagle, you are awesome. Brother. I want to go and watch the fun. Don't want to take a driving test, it's up to you. I'll send you the coordinates. If you come over, stay away. Freedom eagle, why? I don't want to take a driver's license. I'm afraid of splashing your blood. Ha ha ha. Free-flying eagle, ha ha ha. Turn off the system. Batu inside. His face was uncertain. He was not sure what Li Ziyu had just said, and whether there was some kind of metaphor in it. Brother Batu. What are you thinking about? Did something happen to Brother Li? I asked. Well, something happened. I was just chatting with him, and he said that he had a fight with Ant-Man, Batubu said after taking a sip of milk wine. When Timur heard this, he said disapprovingly, Ant-Man? Ha. Those ugly-looking guys are just more in number. They don't pose much of a threat to us. Batubu glanced at Timur and said helplessly, Is the threat posed by the million-level Ant-Man big? Millions? Even A.O. Niggler couldn't keep calm. And the unsmiled teenager's face showed his shock. Immediately, he doubted again, and asked unbelievable, Is it really a million? Batubu nodded and said, That's what he said just now. He said that they were surrounded by millions of Ant-Men, and they are still fighting. Then let's go and provide support, Aya said, standing up. Batu and shook their heads, showing a strange look on his face. Brotherly said that he didn't use us. He could do it alone. And I told him that he was going to see the fun. He agreed. One person gets a million-level Ant-Man. Brother Batu. I feel that this is hanging. A.O. Reisler frowned into a Sichuan character. Even though Ant-Man is not strong for these time travel lords, being at the million level is no joke. Not to mention Ant-Man. Even the most ordinary mice of the millions are very terrifying power. Quantity will lead to qualitative change. We have to go and check out the situation. Brothers, let's pack up and set off. I hope we'll be in time. Batubu stood up and said to the other three brothers. The three got up. They had to arrange for their mobile fortress. The 4 mobile forts were ready to be properly appropriate. Set off, and moved towards the coordinates set by Li Ziyu. Many people. Big scenes. Damanrevsky stood on the top of the main building, looking at the battlefield. And the excitement on his face overflowed with words. Too weak. Bepta said honestly. Do we want to go down to the event? Demelsky turned his head and looked at Beta. The master didn't let us go, Bepta said. Ah. Damanlevsky sighed. Since acting with Li Ziyu, he has really found several opportunities. Every time he fights, he is a spectator. I really want to move around. In the main building, Li Ziyu did not know that Damanrevsky wanted to move his bones. But Hung Xiaotu decomposed one body after another, and sent the converted soul racing to the battlefield. The battle has continued from the morning to the afternoon. The sun has fallen west, and the sky is red, and the sky will be dark in the future. And after Hakian, he would be even happier to beat Li Ziyu. After all, the undead belongs to the night. In the darkness, the undead can exert even more powerful power. But obviously, the big black-headed Ant-Man did not want to give him this opportunity. Just when the sun sinks the horizon, the big black-headed Ant-Man suddenly retreated and left the body of the ground. Hack. Hold on a little longer. Don't go. The big black-headed Ant-Man ignored Li Ziyu's shouting and resolutely retreated back into the anthill. At the same time, the small brown earthen ants, who attacked the big black head nest, also retreated and returned to the nest. I was still shouting and killing. But now I suddenly quietly, looking at the big black-headed Ant-Man who had been withdrawn. Li Ziyu rolled his eyes helplessly and ordered, Pack the battlefield. Without the threat, the skeleton undead made full use of their ability to pick up corpses. This business, they are familiar. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Ziyu counted, and he couldn't help his mouth. The harvest is quite good. After the battle, There was no loss. But the number of undeads greatly increased. This is due to the output of the distance. After being stopped by the soul raw worm and the beetle people, the remote range of the undead can be output freely. And the opponent's Ant-Man can be killed in scope. In addition to long-range output, the little brown earth ants also helped a lot. They attacked from behind and killed a lot of big black-headed ants when the opponent was not prepared. However, the soulborn insect people and the armored beetle people suffered heavy losses in the battle. And it was only because Li Ziyu picked up corpses and replenished himself that they were able to hold on. If there is no loss, the number of souls and the number of beetles will exceed 1 million, which will be proper and even more. The one who suffered the greatest loss in this battle was probably the big black-headed Ant-Man. In the nest of the big black-headed Ant-Man, the Queen Ant was furious. She couldn't accept the fact that she had lost so much of the family business she had worked so hard to build today. The loss of Ant-Man was not what made her most angry. The most angry thing was that she still didn't know who the other party was, who intervened her battle between her and the small brown earthen ants. I just can't figure it out. Big black-headed ants have developed for a long time, and everything around them has been explored. Except for small brown earthen ants, there are no other ethnic groups around. It was precisely because of this that she brazenly attacked the little brown earth Ant-Man and wanted to take over his nest. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yaojin suddenly appeared and disrupted all her plans, and even caused her to damage a large number of Ant-Man. Ant-Man's reproduction was indeed very fast, but she couldn't bear the loss of hundreds of thousands. How can we give birth to so many Ant-Men? Ant-Man, like the undead, fights by relying on numbers. Losses to this day. Even if the ant colony is victorious, it will enter a long period of recovery. It takes time for Ant-Man to reproduce and grow, and he also has to find a lot of food. Do not fight? Impossible. Unless the ant nest is moved, the battle will continue. The little brown ant has already discovered the nest of the big black-headed ant. If she shows signs of fatigue at this time, the other ant will come out in full force and attack frantically, leaving her no chance to migrate. Even migration is very dangerous. When ant colonies migrate, they will be targeted by many forces and face a high risk of death. In the future, the body has changed the form and lost the flexible maneuverability. If you want to move, you need to rely on the workers to move. During the migration process, once the queen ant encounters danger, she does not even have the chance to run away and can only wait to die. In the eyes of many creatures, the fat queen ant is a great tonic, and they will not miss such a feast. The queen ant shudders at the thought of the pain of being eaten. And where to migrate is also a big problem. Although the grassland is vast, it is extremely dangerous. There are nests of ant-men and various insect men underground, and orcs on the ground. No place is safe. Fighting cannot be stopped. There is only one way to go to the queen. Kill the small brown earthen ants and the forces that do not know where they come from. Only by completely occupying this land can she feel at ease. And the big black-headed ants will have the opportunity to develop better. If we keep wasting time like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. The queen ant decided to fight a quick battle and fight the opponent for a decisive battle. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight came out, the big black-headed ants came out in droves, fighting on two fronts, and pounced on the small brown ants and the undead fortress at the same time. The small brown earthen ant-man found that the big black-headed ant-man came to attack, and immediately convened his hand to fight with the big black-head ant-man. After yesterday's battle, Li Ziyu strengthened his military strength, with the undead fortress as the core, and sent out a large number of undead to guard the surroundings. As soon as the giant black-headed ant colony arrived, the undead began to launch long-range attacks, madly consuming the giant black-headed ant colony. The war begins. The queen ant decided to have a decisive battle. And today even the worker ants that were sent out to collect food in the past were sent to the battlefield. The alarm of the system made Li Ziyu wake up from his sleep. He rushed to the large cemetery and overlooks the sky through the gem of the large cemetery. Similar to a god's perspective, the battlefield shocked Li Ziyu. In his vision, the green grassland around him had been covered in black. The large black-headed ants were like a tide, covering the entire grassland and launching an attack to sweep away everything. The little brown ant-man reacted quickly, but they were facing the big black-headed ant-man who had already gone crazy. Tens of thousands of small brown earth ants poured out of the nest and fought with the big black-headed ants. But their fighting power was not at the same level as that of the big black-headed ants. The brown ant-man is a small pin in Li Ziyu's eyes. And this range is constantly narrowing. Little brown soil ants are constantly eating. And big black-headed ants approach their nests a little bit. On the Undead Fortress, the situation is much better, with a lot of remote firepower. And the charge of the big black-headed ant-man is blocked. They are like the sea which rushes upon the beach, but has no power to flood the land. They rushed over and were eliminated. And then more big black-headed ant-men came up to replenish them. They endured the firepower of the undead, and stepped on the corpses of their companions to move forward little by little. If the system hadn't identified it for me, I would have thought I had encountered another group of undead. Li Ziyu looked at the black tide slowly moving forward, and couldn't help talking to himself. This looks too much like the undead. If it were a normal race, their morale would have collapsed long ago in the face of such losses. How could they possibly focus on long-range output and move forward? Although the black-headed ants were coming fiercely, Li Ziyu was not worried at all. He had seen through the colony of big black-headed ants. There was nothing special about them. They were inferior to all the races in the wasteland, and won only by relying on numbers. But to compare the number of undead, Li Ziyu is happy. He just didn't believe that any race could defeat the undead in terms of numbers. Just as Li Ziyu was watching the battlefield with great interest, an eagle suddenly flew across the sky. The eagle was hovering above the battlefield, staring at the battlefield below with its sharp eyes. This eagle looked so familiar. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows, retracted his sight, and opened the system. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, Brother Batu. Are you here? Freedom Eagle, brotherly. Are you sure you don't need support? Don't want to get a driver's license. Isn't it spectacular? The Free-Flying Eagle. Free-Flying Eagles, there are too many of them. Don't want to take a driving test. Ha ha, it's okay. Don't worry. I can still hold on. Freedomly Soaring Eagle, everyone is a brother. If you need help, don't hide it. Stop it directly. I rush in with people to reduce a lot of pressure on you. Don't want to take a driving test. I feel relieved when you say this. But it's okay for now. If I can't beat it, I will definitely tell you. The Free-Flying Eagle, okay. I'll patrol the battlefield for you. Chapter 295, Absurd and Bizarre. Through the eagle soaring in the sky, Batubu saw the battlefield that Li Ziyu was facing. The densely packed black-headed ants made him a spectator, terrified. It was hard for him to imagine how strong Li Ziyu's nerves were. Facing such a large number of enemies, he still had the leisure to chat with him. There are too many. Batubu has always been proud of his Xianu cavalry. With their super mobility, he can lead the Xianu cavalry to roam the battlefield. Even when facing the rat people, he did not feel hopeless. But today, Ant-Man overturned his idea. Big Black Head and Tone told him what dense phobia was. Does the high mobility of the Hydroxus slave troopers really have a chance of defeating Ant-Man? Admittedly, the big black-headed Ant-Man's combat power is not strong. Any Hydroxyl slave cavalryman can easily kill dozens of Ant-Men without any harm. But that is when you have mobility and space to dodge. What's the situation now? The big black-headed ants covered the ground. Once the Hydroxyl slave cavalry rushed into the tide of ants, they had no room to maneuver, and could only rely on their own strength to fight the enemy. How much damage can cavalry do if they have lost their mobility? Hey Origil. Aya and Timur also used their abilities to see the situation on the battlefield and gasped. They had never seen Li Ziyu fight the enemy, and all they knew about the Undead Lord was from Batubu and his mouth. Without ideas, it is impossible. I finally saw it today. Although the undead shrinks in one place, facing the endless big black-headed Ant-Man. It shows the horrible remote firepower coverage. A large number of Ant-Men died under long-range firepower. And every time they advanced a little, they lost thousands of Ant-Men. From a distance, it looks like an Unreal Tower defense game. The big black-headed Ant-Man is the little monster trying desperately to break through, while Li Ziyu is the fortress that holds on and continuously outputs. What was displayed before them was merely the long-range firepower of the undead, which was obviously not the true combat power of the undead. Batubu once told them that there were many powerful arms among the undead, especially melee arms, which were particularly strong. If the big black-headed Ant-Man can be suppressed and made to have difficulty moving through long-range firepower, then how strong are the melee troops? This passionate scene made Aya and the other two blush. Brother Batu, let's go too. We can't let Brotherly bear it alone. Aya finally couldn't help it, and said to Batubu anxiously, Isn't the meaning of the alliance that everyone should help each other? Now that Li Ziyu is in trouble, they just watch it happen. So what is the value of the alliance? I, as a young man with a passionate heart and a persistence in loyalty, he has not experienced the harsh treatment of society and still believes that there is true love in the world. Well, we should go to help. A.O. Reichlers nodded. No, I have contacted Brotherly, and he doesn't need our help, Batubu said lightly, still paying attention to the battlefield. He believes in Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu is not the kind of person who wants to be a hero. If there is a need, he will naturally speak up. Since he said it doesn't need it, it is really not used. With so many Ant-Men, can Brotherly really hold on? Timer's way of addressing Li Ziyu changed invisibly, and he asked with some disbelief, being able to follow Batu around. There is no Solo because of the resources in front of him. Tomatable is also a person who speaks of righteousness. It can talk about righteousness in spirit. He does not believe that in the face of this magnitude of the magnitude of ants, Li Ziyu can also support it by his strength. If this can be held up, how powerful is it? Temu advocates the strong. As long as you are strong enough, then I will obediently. If you are not strong enough, don't blame me for speaking rudely and being arrogant. Just watch. Brotherly won't be defeated that easily. Batubu said seriously. The Undead Fortress. City Lord, let me out. Looking into the distance, Damanlevsky volunteered. The big black-headed ants are not considered strong, but there are a lot of them, so they can still move around. Not to mention Damanlevsky. Even Bepta was ready to make a move. The battle below made it almost impossible for these two battle maniacs to conceal their desire to fight. Li Ziyu glanced at the two of them and silently ordered the undead, prepare the main guns and fire at the guys down there. After giving the order, Li Ziyu turned to look at Damanlevsky and Bepta. What did you just say? The two battle maniacs twitched their lips at the same time and shook their heads. Nothing. We didn't say anything. Just kidding. They are belligerent. Not stupid. They knew how strong they were, and they would most likely be able to withstand the fist of annihilation. But who would be willing to withstand the attack of a siege-class main gun? Killing Ant-Man is fine, but getting bombarded is fine. Not a coward. It just feels unnecessary. Boom. Call out. Lightning burst was shot into the air, and the higher and higher. It turned into a small blue sun. What is that? Even though they were standing far away, Batubu and they could see the psychic explosive bomb transformed into the sun. Aorigil instinctively felt the power of the sun and asked the policeman with wide eyes. Timur and Aya turned their heads at the same time to look at Batubu. The only one who can give an explanation here is Batubu, and that is the main gun of the Undead Fortress. The Fist of Annihilation. Batubu withdrew his eagle's gaze. The soul flame was too dazzling, and it hurt his eyes. He raised his head, looked at the little sun in the sky from afar and said, Main gun? Fist of Annihilation? Cannon? The three people present were stunned at the same time. Isn't this cheating? Isn't this a fantasy world of cold weapons? It's fine if there's magic. But why are there main guns now? Can we still have fun? Regardless of the thoughts of A.O. Niger, Tomatoa and Aya, the little sun has risen to its apex, and it has landed in the ant colony that is still in the distance. Boom! Like a planetary impact, the psychic explosive bomb hit the group, causing a huge explosion. All the Ant-Men within the range were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace. Tides of psychic energy and soul flames followed closely, spreading from the dense ant colony. For densely suited ant colony, the spiritual burst is a nightmare existence. The soul of life with life as fuel burns and spreads, and the big black-headed ants have no way to hide. The big black-headed Ant-Man let out a squeaking howl, but was unable to put out the flames on his body and was burned to death. The scope of the soul is continuously expanding, affecting the farther Ant-Man. Aorigil, Timur and Aya, who were watching the battle, were stunned by the attack. They opened their mouths stupidly and looked at the ant colony hit by the psychic explosive bomb like wooden sculptures or clay statues. No wonder the Lord of the Undead said that they do not need to help them. Is there such a big killer? Do you need to help them? As the soul flame spread, a large area of the big black-headed ant colony was cleared. When the ants discovered that the soul flames could not be extinguished, they immediately abandoned their companions who had been set on fire, leaving them to die. The surrounding Ant-Men, who were not affected by the soul flame, moved away to prevent more of their companions from being burned to death. This was just the beginning. Soon the second and third blows came, and more big black-headed ant-men were blown to death, or burned to death. The big black-headed ants, who maintained dense charge, were heavy. In the ocean of Ant-Man, an area that could not approach was fried. With the attack of psychic explosive bombs, the replenishment speed of the Ant-Man in the rear slowed down a lot, and they were out of touch with the big black-headed Ant-Man in the front, causing the front line, that was originally able to advance slowly, to suddenly stagnate. Under the attack of remote firepower, the momentum of charge was blocked, and there was a trend of slowly compressed. The battle report from the front line was transmitted back to the big black-headed ant nest. The queen ant was stunned by the power of the Fist of Annihilation. Just in those 3 hits, nearly 100,000 ant-men were killed. This effect is not caused by the explosion. The explosion range of the psychic explosive bomb is limited. Even if all the ant-men within the range are killed, there are only 20,000 to 30,000 people left. More ant-men were burned to death after being ignited by the flames of their souls. Ant-Man was dense and numb charge, and the soul was spreading. It really had to hide. One past one, and it was instantly. Moreover, the flames of the soul cannot be extinguished. It will only go out when there is no breath of life. How could the big black-headed ant-men withstand such flames? So after 3 shots, nearly 100,000 ant-men were killed. Although shocked, the queen ant still did not order a retreat, allowing the ant colony to continue charging. She had no choice. Even though she felt bitter, she had to grit her teeth and continue fighting. There is really no way out this time. Must be eliminated. Migration is no longer an option. If the other party does not have such a weapon, migration is the last means. Now knowing that the other party has such horrible weapons, the queen simply abandoned the idea of migration. How can she migrate? If they attack her a few more times like this, she will really be killed without a burial place. Still not retreating? Then continue. Looking at the colony of big black-headed ants that showed no intention of retreating, Li Ziyu was also very surprised. The big black-headed ants are not without intelligence. At least they are stronger than the small brown earth ants. The system doesn't say that these guys are not intelligent. His 3 shots caused Ant-Man to suffer a lot of losses. Even though the opponent knew he had such a powerful weapon, he still chose to charge forward. Li Ziyu admired and was grateful at the same time. The big black-headed ant queen is a good person. Isn't this just sending yourself soldiers? Grateful. He didn't use the Fist of Annihilation at the beginning because he was afraid that the enemy would run away. And then where would he find soldiers? Now it seems that I was wrong. The other party was determined to fight me to the death. There is no need to make any more estimates. Let's get started. Li Ziyu adjusted his fighting method. As a main city-level weapon, the Fist of Annihilation can be used to attack cities, and its range is very long. Li Ziyu directly ordered that the undeads were aimed at the big black-headed ants behind, while using the explosion to create a blank area. It also kills a large number of enemies. The long-range firepower continued to suppress the enemy. At the same time, the skeleton knights were sent out to intercept at close range, using their mobility advantage to charge and consume the enemy's strength. The bones of the bones also dispatched the same. They were not responsible for fighting, but to grab the corpse. Do you still want to go? Li Ziyu turned his head and looked at Damanlevsky and Bepta. The 2 battle maniacs were stunned by the question and looked at the battlefield with some hesitation. They didn't want to be bombarded. Seeing the hesitation of the 2, Li Ziyu smiled and pointed to the distance and said, "Don't rush too far. I will attack those far away. It doesn't matter if you are close, since they wouldn't be bombarded." The 2 stopped talking and nodded like chicks pecking at rice. "Go!" Li Ziyu waved. Damanlevsky and Bepta, who had been tired for a long time, cheered and rushed to the battlefield. The tactics were the same, and the truly terrifying combat power of the undead fortress was finally revealed. There were psychic explosive bombs greeting them from afar, long-range fire suppression nearby, skeleton knights charging back and forth to harass them, and 2 battle maniacs, Damanlevsky and Bepta, disrupting the situation crazily. The ants, who had originally been like a tide, suddenly burst into chaos, and the number of casualties soared. A group of staggering skeletons also strolled out of the undead fortress and entered the battlefield. Although the skeleton undead were not as skilled at robbing corpses as they were at cleaning up battlefields, they were still quite familiar with it. Close, dragging the body and running. There is absolutely no hesitation. The big black-headed ants who were suppressed by the remote firepower came to see the skeleton dead spirit, and thought that they could finally confront each other, but found that the other party ignored them at all, and ran away with the corpse. This made the big black-headed Ant-Man very angry. You are really unpretentious. Such an humiliation to Ant-Man. Ignoring us, aren't you? Brothers, let's fight for our honor. Charge. Squeak. 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 The Ant-Man, who was just ready to make a storm, hit a dense remote firepower net, and was beaten to scream. Then we saw a new batch of Ant-Men arriving at the battlefield, dragging the bodies of their dead companions, who had just rushed over, and walking back leisurely. I am so. The big black-headed Ant-Man lost his temper for the first time, and was very depressed. The battle report was sent back to the big black-headed anthill. The sudden attack from the undead made the Queen Ant speechless. The number of deaths of big black-headed ants skyrocketed in a short period of time, which made her feel cold. What kind of enemy is this? Does the big black-headed Ant-Man really have a chance of defeating them? Could it be that the gods want to destroy my race? An emotion called despair spread in the Queen Ant's heart. She knew she was wrong. Extremely wrong. From the very beginning, she should have chosen to migrate. Even if the danger of migration is very large, there will be losses. But there may not be such a disaster of this destroyer. What's even more stupid is that when facing such an enemy, she actually chose to fight on two fronts. So now, she not only has to face such a terrifying enemy, but also the counterattack of the little brown earth and man. Hold on. Hold on. The Queen Ant was a little desperate, but still refused to admit defeat. Oh my god. What is this? Timur was so shocked that he was completely stunned. Is this the undead? It's so terrifying. He actually thought that the undead would not be able to withstand such a large number of Ant-Men. It seems that ants are a fart. It's timeless. No wonder Brother Batu has always said that the undead is strong. And the undead lord does not need to help. With such terrifying combat power, what help do we need from them? Just go over and contribute a batch of corpses? Brotherly is awesome. Aya danced with joy, and was so excited that her voice almost broke. He didn't have too many thoughts. Brother Batu had told them before that the real controller of the alliance was not himself, but the undead Lord Liziu. The leader of our own alliance is so brave. What else is there to say? With such a boss, the future must be bright in the future. Aorigil froze where he was. He no longer wanted to talk. He only felt weird and absurd. What is this special? Even fantasy movies don't dare to be shot like this. It is true that there were all kinds of powerful weapons in the past life, such as missiles. They were nothing new and everyone knew them. Rockets, missiles, etc. can kill enemies on a large scale. And it is not difficult to kill hundreds of thousands or millions of people. But that's modern times. Moreover, in modern times, there is no such large-scale cold weapon combat. This is like attacking with missiles in the era of cold weapons. The combat effectiveness is not equal. An absurd and outrageous war. Batubu was not as surprised as the other three, and his face remained calm. He has been in contact with Liziu for a long time, and knows that Liziu has many strange things. While Ant-Man is like a primitive native without any special abilities, it is completely reasonable for him to achieve such a result. Chapter 296. The Queen Ant escaped. The battle continued, and the big black-headed Ant-Man suffered heavy losses under the crazy output of the undead. The sun sets and darkness spreads. It's getting dark, Batubu said suddenly after looking at the gradually disappearing sun. The battle is over, Tmataton said with emotion. They had come into contact with the big black-headed ants, and knew that these ants would return to their nests after dark. When the night comes, it means that the big black-headed Ant-Man is going to retreat. Batuan shook their heads, with a meaningful smile on his face. No, the battle may have just begun. The other three immediately turned to look at him, and asked in unison, why? Today's battle has already surprised them greatly. Whether it was the huge number of black-headed ants that made their scalps tingle, or Liziu who possessed the main gun, the Fist of Annihilation, they all surprised them. But even if the Lord of the Undead has a main gun, the most he can do is chase the retreating big black-headed Ant-Men, and kill them for a while. Can you still dare to run to the ant nest and start a war? After a day of fighting, the undead relied on long-range firepower to resist the big black-headed Ant-Man. If you get closer, you will give the big black-headed Ant-Man a chance and your advantage will be gone. Aya, Timur and Aorigil don't know Liziu as well as Batubu. Batubuha reminded. Liziu is the lord of the undead, and the race under his command is the undead. The exit of the three, The three of them first. Aya reacted. Her eyes widened. Is it? Badabuin nodded and said. It's just as you thought. The undead are much more powerful at night than during the day. Ao Niggler also reacted. And asked incredibly, will the undead weaken during the day? In the case of weakening, can it still block the number of Ant-Man offensive? Batubu smiled but said nothing. After the afterglow of the sun completely disappeared, the big black-headed Ant-Man who was suppressed for a day gave up the attack and turned around and returned towards the nest. Well, if you want to come, just leave. What do you think of my undead? Keep charging the main gun. Fire! Undead. Charge. The psychic explosive bomb fell from the sky again and exploded among the ant colony. The coming of night gives power to the undead, and the fire of their souls becomes stronger. After receiving Li Ziyu's order, the undead guarding the fortress launched an attack on the retreating big black-headed Ant-Man. With the big black-headed Ant-Man, he killed the nest of the other party all the way. During the day, Anton turned into a Black Sea Tide, rushing to the undead fortress. At night, the Black Sea Tide stepped back, and the White Sea Tide of the undead chased behind each other and chased all the way. Aya, who watched the war in the distance, was stunned. It is really as Brother Bat has said, that the battle has just begun. Looking at the posture of the undead, this is not intended to let the other party go. The retreating big black-headed ants suffered heavy casualties under the pursuit of the undead, leaving behind a field of corpses. However, their numbers were too great to be killed, so the undead chased them all the way to the entrance of the big black-headed Ant-Man's nest before stopping. You attack during the day, and I attack at night. Doesn't that make sense? Change formation. Skeleton Sprayer 1 moves forward. Soulborn bugs and armored beetles follow. Protect the skeleton sprayers, and the Dark Warriors hold the fort. Li Ziyu issued new orders. Although the undead were strengthened at night, Li Ziyu did not dare to send all of them into the Ant-Man's nest at will. Who knows what's going on inside? At this time, the Skeleton Jet 1 is the most suitable. They are slow to move but have great firepower and are best suited for fighting in tight quarters. The big black-headed Ant-Man is much larger than the little brown Ant-Man, but compared to the Skeleton Sprayer, they are still much shorter. That means the area inside the nest is likely to be small, which is just right for the Skeleton Sprayer to exert its combat power. With the addition of the Soulborn Insect people and Armored Beetle people, we can withstand any changes underground. Finally, the core troops, the Dark Knights, were sent as insurance. When Ant-Man retreated and the undead were chasing him all the way, the big black-headed Queen Ant already noticed something was wrong. In case, she did not let the big black-headed Ant-Man scattered after returning to the nest as usual, but deployed alert in the nest and prepared to deal with the undead attack. Near the cave entrance, there are a large number of large black-headed soldier ants hiding. After so many years of construction, Ant-Man's nest has left a lot of backup plans to prepare for various emergencies. Take the entrance of the cave. For example, they have excavated a lot of hidden channels. Once someone wants to enter the nest through the hole directly, the big black-headed ants hidden in the hidden channel will sneak attack and kill the invaders. In the darkness, the big black-headed soldier ants are ready, waiting for the enemy to enter from the cave so that they can launch an attack. Click, click, click. Amid the sound of heavy footsteps, blurry figures walked in from the cave entrance. The big blackhead soldiers slowly opened the teeth of the upper jaw and prepared to bear the results. But before they could make any move, flames burst out from the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The Jet 1 shotgun is in action. The hiding big black-headed soldier ants had no idea that, in the eyes of the undead, their way of hiding was almost the same as not hiding at all. Their breath of their lives was so obvious, so that the bone sprayer type had found them when they entered the nest, and they raised the scatter gun without hesitation. The big black-headed ants who were preparing to sneak attack were instantly stuffed. Seeing that they were found, big black-headed ants no longer hid. They could not let the other party enter the nest. They came out from their hiding places and rushed towards the skeleton sprayer. The bone sprayer raised the shotgun, attacking the Ant-Man in front, while slowly and firmly advanced. I have to say that the effect of the shotgun in this environment is better than Li Ziyu expected. In order to protect the nest, the big black-headed Ant-Man has given up everything and is using his body to block the skeleton sprayer's advance. But this was of no use. The shotgun fired, hitting everyone with one shot. Fires flickered in the darkness, and the undead advanced inward. It's in! It's in! I exclaimed. I can't see it. Timer couldn't see the underground situation. So anxious to scratch his cheeks. Not to mention him. No one else could see what was happening inside the cave, and could only worry. They also wanted to see what Ant-Man's nest looked like. The fighting in the nest must be as wonderful as during the day. But unfortunately they can't see it. After the skeleton blaster one entered the nest, Li Ziyu no longer cared about it. He asked the skeleton Undead to clean up the battlefield and transport the corpses back to the fortress. Judging from the situation today, it is not an easy task to eliminate the big black-headed Ant-Man. As there are too many of them, he needs more undead. The body on the battlefield provided him with sufficient materials. Soulborn insects and armored beetle people were transformed continuously, and thrown into the nest to deal with the big black-headed Ant-Man below. Fight to support war. Classic combat method of Undead C. It is really not easy to destroy the ant-human nest. Each ant-human nest is a huge underground maze. Not to mention the big black-headed ant-human nest that has been operating for many years. The nest is hundreds of meters deep and interconnected, and is home to tens of millions of giant black-headed ants. If you want to completely destroy the nest, you have to find the queen ant. It is also a very difficult thing to find queen in such a nest. At least Li Ziyu didn't have any good solution. He could only use the most stupid method and let the undead clean up the nest bit by bit. There is nothing bad. While fighting, while transforming, it is used as a supplementary force. Although it takes some time, it is worth it. In Li Ziyu's opinion, the big black-headed Ant-Man is not as threatening to the undead as the small brown earth Ant-Man. Antic acid liquid balls can melt the bones of the undead. Or it is not easy to avoid long-range attacks. The big black-headed Ant-Man is much better. His attack method is single, which is to rush up and use physical attacks. There is nothing to be afraid of. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. Today's game really opened my eyes. Don't want to take a driver's license. It's okay. Don't 6. The Free Flying Eagle, there are so many Ant-Men. Not to mention letting me fight them. Even just seeing them makes me feel numb. I don't want to take a driver's license. Haha. No. Their attack method is very single. As long as the fire is sufficient, there is nothing to worry about. Seeing Li Ziyu's reply, Batubu's mouth twitched. Do you think everyone has as many soldiers as you? And everyone has such powerful long-range firepower as you? Li Ziyu taught them a good lesson today, making them fully understand that all fear comes from insufficient firepower. So many Ant-Men were beaten into submission by the undead's long-range firepower. Even if you try to pile up numbers, you won't be able to reach the undead. After a day of fighting, the undead were fine, and could even counterattack the ant nest. How scary. Fortunately, he and I are in the same group. Otherwise the thought of fighting against such a time traveler would make my scalp tingle. Compared to Batubu, Li Ziyu was very calm when he discovered that the big black-headed Ant-Man had only a few means of attack. No long-range attacks, and could only rely on numbers. He knew that he had a high probability of winning, while fighting desperately with the Ratmen in the central area of the wilderness. He was constantly improving his long-range combat capabilities. What is there to be afraid of when facing the big black-headed Ant-Man with no long-range output? Faced with the enemies invading the nest, the Queen Ant was terrified. These guys are so cruel. Will they not be tired? Although the other party could not hit her where she was for a while, she found her sooner or later. Until now, the big black-headed Ant-Man is no match for the opponent, and rushing forward would be seeking death. The casualties are heavy, and can't stop the pace of the other party. The nest could no longer be defended. By now in the battle, the Queen Ant had understood this. No, we can't stay here any longer. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to retreat. She had to fight. If she stayed in the nest, she would be waiting to die. If she migrated now, her chances of survival would probably be greater. The Queen Ant gathered her men and prepared to abandon the nest. The undead started a war with the big black-headed Ant-Man in the anthill, while Li Ziyu transformed the soul-born insect man and the armored beetle man in the undead fortress. After a night, all the news coming from the nest was good news. The big black-headed Ant-Man failed frequently, and the undead had occupied many passages, forcing the big black-headed Ant-Man to continuously shrink his defense line. The nest will be breached soon. After a busy day and one night, Li Ziyu was very tired, and he needed to rest. After the sun rose, Li Ziyu sent the undead to guard the fortress, ran back to the bedroom, and fell asleep. He fell asleep, But everything outside did not stop. The undead are still tirelessly causing trouble in the big black-headed ant's lair, and are having a great time fighting with the big black-headed ant-man. The big black-headed queen ant began her escape. The cunning rabbit 3 caves. Even rabbits know that they need to prepare a few more entrances. How could Ant-Man not know? For safety reasons, each anthill has several entrances and exits. While the undead and the big black-headed ant were fighting to the death, the queen ant quietly chose to leave through the secret passage. Before leaving, she also asked the other big black-headed ants to leave through other passages. It is impossible to walk through, but if you can withdraw as much as you can withdraw. The escaped Ant-Man then used pheromones to find her and reunite with her. What the queen ant didn't expect was that she was discovered by the little brown earth ant. Well, worse. When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Little brown earthen ants look at it. Oh, roar. Isn't this queen? Can I let you go then? Brothers, charge. The countless small brown earthen ants rushed out of the nest and killed the direction of the queen. Fortunately, other black-headed ants who did not fight the undead rushed out of the ground. Stopped the small brown earthen ants. The queen ant looked at the chaotic battlefield with great anger. She should be the winner. I didn't expect to be chased by the vegetable chickens of the small brown ants. The situation is urgent. Little brown earthen ants were crazy when they saw the big black-headed ants. They kept rushing towards the queen of the ants and was blocked by the big black-headed ant-man. A group of worker ants carried the queen ant and fled madly, while soldier ants guarded the periphery to prevent sudden attacks. Ah, it's so cool to sleep. It was not until noon that Li Ziyu got up from the bed, yawning and stretching. Noticing Li Ziyu's movement, Meng and I immediately got up, brought toiletries, helped Li Ziyu wash up, and helped him put on his clothes. The gentle look made Li Ziyu's face unconsciously smiling. He was already familiar with Meng Ni's service. If Meng and I disappeared one day, he would be very uncomfortable. Alas, I have been corrupted by pleasure. This is so damn gentle. After eating the breakfast, Li Ziyu left the bedroom and found Amavevsky and Beta. The two fighting madness swept the prevalence before, and it seemed that it was very good yesterday. Did something happen? Li Ziyu asked casually after seeing the two. Yes, the big black-headed ant-man and the small brown earth ant-man are fighting again, Bepta said. Normal. Oh, what? Li Ziyu replied before realizing what Bepta said. He was stunned and looked at Bepta in confusion. Fighting again? Is the big black-headed ant-man crazy? The undead, have already attacked their house. And they still have the mood to start a war with the little brown earth ant-man. Were all my undead killed? Faced with Li Ziyu's puzzlement, Damirevsky stepped forward to explain. It seems that it was the big black-headed ants who escaped from the nest and were discovered by the small brown earthen ants, and then started war. Damn, Damirevsky. Don't be joking with me. Do you see the big black head and queen? Li Ziyu stared and asked quickly. If the queen ant runs away, then what's the point of sending the undead to fight? The big black-headed ant-man is a single queen ant system. As long as the queen ant is eliminated, the big black-headed ant-man will collapse. The main reason why he let the undead go down was to find the opponent's queen ant and kill her. I saw an ant-man who was different from the other ant-mans. He had many guards. The little brown ant-man attacked crazily after seeing that ant-man. I felt that he was the queen ant. At that time, Damirevsky was standing on the top of the main building. The distance was too far. If he didn't see it, he couldn't be sure if it was a queen. Then you and Beta are stupid? Li Ziyu was incredible. Are the two guys stupid? Are they really muscles in their heads? Damirevsky and Beta looked at each other and didn't speak. I was just busy watching the fun and didn't think too much about it. I'm really drunk too. Li Ziyu rolled his eyes at the two of them. Chapter 297, Antide Strikes Again. Well done, big brother. When it comes to getting things done, it's still you two who have to do it. Li Ziyu really didn't know what to say. If the two of them had gone out just now, relying on their terrifying individual combat power, they could have directly killed or captured the queen ant alive, and nothing would have happened. It just so happens that these two, who are usually battle maniacs, become spectators when the time comes, and even have the mind and interest to come and tell stories to me. What talented people. These two brothers. Li Ziyu patted his forehead. His face was speechless. Do you say let you go out and catch the queen? Can you still have time? Damirevsky and Bepta were startled, then nodded and said, It's still in time. Good. You two are really answering my question carefully. Liziu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, You know you're still standing here? Go catch the queen ant. Damanlevsky and Bepta seemed to react at this time. They nodded at the same time and disappeared in front of Liziu in an instant. For Demelsky and Beta, it is really not difficult to catch up with the queen. The queen ant's body size has changed. If she wants to move, she has to rely on worker ants to carry her, and she cannot escape very fast. On the other hand, Damanlevsky and the other man can move in the air, so they can just chase him from the sky. But the big black-headed ant-man can't fly. The little brown ant-man has gone crazy with killing. They didn't care about the gap between themselves and the big black-headed soldier ants. Nor did they care how many people would die on their side. And they just kept chasing the big black-headed queen ant, feeling the killing up behind him. The queen was panicked and ordered the workers to accelerate. She was still feeling lucky that those guys didn't chase her yesterday. Otherwise she would have no chance to escape. Compared with those guys, the little brown earth ant is much weaker. But he still has a chance to escape with the protection of the soldier ants. But just as she was thinking this, there was a sound of explosion from the sky. What? The big black-headed queen ant turned her neck and looked towards the sky. 2 black spots streaked across the sky and fell towards her. Boom! The first figure fell to the ground. The huge impact force blew away the surrounding grass, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Damanlevsky stood up from the pit, stretched his neck, and walked out as if nothing had happened. The other figure did not land on the ground, but hovered in the air. Bepta looked down at the big black-headed queen ant. Without the queen ant's order, the soldier ants guarding her rushed towards Damanlevsky. At this time, no matter who wants to get close to the queen ant, they will be regarded as an enemy by the soldier ants. But they obviously overestimated their combat effectiveness. Facing the oncoming soldier ants, Damanlevsky swung in a circle. Boom! With just one punch, dozens of big black-headed soldier ants that were in the front were beaten to pieces without leaving any trace. And this was just a casual punch from Damanlevsky, just to stretch his muscles. Faced with horrible attacks, the big black-headed ants were not shocked. For them, the queen's safety was higher than everything. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers continued to charge without fear of death. The worker ants moved again and ran away with the ants. Call. Beta rushed to the front and stopped the road. The soldiers attacked again, and Beta took out the weapons, wielded it at will, killed the soldiers, and stood in front of the ants. Let me go! I'll give you everything you want. The queen stared at the Beta tower, and the tentacles shake, and the information came out. Bepta looked around and wanted to attack, but was afraid that he would hurt the queen's soldier ants. He shook his head and said, My lord needs you. You must come with me. No, you can't take me away. I am the queen of the big black-headed ant colony, and I own millions of ants. I won't leave with you. Big black-headed ant colony can't be without me. The queen ant was a little crazy at this time, and her antennae kept shaking. She had no other, and issued an offensive order to the surrounding soldiers. The soldier ants hesitated for a moment, then attacked Bepta according to her order, without even looking at the soldier ants charging at him. Bepta silently raised his knife and placed it on the queen ant's neck. How rude! As the leader of the tribe, how can you lose your mind? The sharp blade was against her neck, and the chill penetrated the queen ant, bringing her back to her senses in her madness. The fear in her heart once again took over. Seeing this, the soldier ants suddenly stopped and dared not move. Damanlevsky came over. The soldiers of the ants were not addictive, and they died without the activity of the bones and bones. It was too weak. Bibu Tower nodded, held up the queen with one hand, and flew into the sky. Damanlevsky squatted slightly, leaped upwards, and then exploded and stuffed towards the undead fortress. The soldiers rushed up, looking up at the two who left behind the ants, and fell into a blank. The queen ant is lost. For guys with super strong combat power of Demevsky and Beta, catching a big black-headed queen without fighting, it was a matter of capture. But they were so aggressive to make the small brown earthen ants. The little brown earth ants received arrangements from their own superiors, asking them to kill the other ant queen at all costs. They did do that. He rushed all the way, chasing the queen to fight. And even soldiers didn't care. Go kill the big black-headed queen ant. Huh? What is there in the sky? Oh! Fell down. Stop the big black-headed queen? Go! They caught the big black-headed queen ant. Flying? Flew away. The little brown earth ant-man who was chasing the big black-headed queen ant, looked up at the sky, then looked at the big black-headed soldier ants in front of him, who were also at a loss. And both sides fell silent at the same time. The big black-headed ant-man wanted to protect the queen ant, but the queen ant was captured. Little brown earthen ants wanted to kill the queen, and the queen was arrested. So what do we do now? The battlefield suddenly became quiet. The big black-headed soldier ants no longer attacked the little brown ant-man, and the little brown ant-man stopped rushing forward and fell into deep thought. After dozens of seconds, both sides seemed to wake up from their sleep, and all the ant-men looked in the direction where Damanlevsky and Bepta left. Chase! Both the big black-headed ant-man and the small brown earth ant-man had this idea in their minds at the same time. To protect the queen ant, you also have to find her back. To kill the queen ant, you have to find the queen ant. The ants turned around together, turned into sea tide, and rushed to the direction of the undead fortress. Damanlevsky and Bepta flew in the sky holding the big black-headed queen ant, while below them was a surging and rolling tide of ants following closely with an unstoppable momentum. Enemy spotted. Ant tide. A huge ant tide is heading towards the fortress. Liziu was waiting for Damanlevsky and Beta back. As a result, they had not returned, and the Soul Network had a warning of the hunter. The scale of the ant tide is so huge that hunters cannot ignore it even if they want to. That was an ant tide formed by 2 entire ant colonies, even larger than yesterday's. The size and number of small brown earthen ants are even worse than big black-headed ants. In order to kill the big black-headed queen ant, this time 60% of the little brown earth ants were dispatched, totaling 18 million. Coupled with the big black-headed ants, the number has reached more than 24 million. It was equivalent to the total population of a first-tier city, gathered together and rushed over. After receiving the hunter's alert, Liziu immediately went to the cemetery. He took a look at it with a gem and was numb. Is this the ant nest? That seems to be true. After all, Damanlevsky and Bepta were going to catch the queen ant, which was not much different from poking an ant nest. Liziu slapped his forehead. He really couldn't blame those 2 people, but himself. He had just woken up when he heard 2 gangs of ants fighting, and a big black-headed queen ant appeared. Without thinking much about it, he asked the 2 men to catch the queen ant. But I forgot to see how large the opponent's battlefield is. Now, it seems they have got something incredible back. It's impossible to let it go now. Otherwise this trip will be in vain. The number of ants is too large. Even if the undead's long-range firepower is strong, they cannot stop such a large-scale ant colony. If this comes, the fortunes have to be pushed. No, we have to think of a way. Liziu observed carefully, and found that the other party was moving along Bepta's trajectory, and the queen ant was in Bepta's hand, chasing behind the queen. If this is the case, there is a lot of room for maneuver. Damanlevsky and Bepta were both flying in the sky, much faster than the ant colony, and arrived at the fortress first. Just now, Liziu came over. Bepta. Liziu glanced at the queen ant he was holding and greeted her. My lord, I have brought back the queen ant. Beta said that he would put down his queen, but was stopped by Liziu. He looked at Liziu in confusion, and Liziu quickly said, Don't put it down. Take the queen ant out now, and see if the ant tide will follow you. If they do, then you should stay a little further away from the fortress and circle around it. Bepta nodded, picked up the queen ant again, left the fortress, and flew towards the ant tide. When they reached above the ant tide, they were immediately discovered by the big black-headed ants and the small brown earth ants. The big black-headed ant-man felt the breath of his own queen ant, raised his head, and spun his head after Bepta. The little brown earth ants also discovered Bepta. They condensed formic acid balls and kept throwing them upwards. When the other is in the air, the antigen liquid ball cannot be thrown so high at all, and it will be possible to drop a few meters away. After flying around the ant tide for a while, Beta found that these ants really followed him. So they didn't hesitate, turned around, and began to circulate around the fortress. The low-intelligence ants had no doubts at all and followed Bepta wildly below. Gradually, the ant colony formed a huge circle, enveloping the undead fortress in the center. Liziu, who saw the scene through the cemetery gem, was immediately delighted and shouted, Well done! The undead divided their forces and deployed their generals, launching long-range firepower network again, attacking the ants circling around the fortress crazily. The undeads don't even need to consider it, because the ants followed Beta. And they did not mean to attack them at all. They just output it. Li Ziyu is very satisfied with this kind of enemy who does not fight back. Seeing that, as I thought, there was no danger at all, and immediately sent the skeleton dead spirit to let them collect the dead ants. Golden Account Khan City. Batubi woke up, washed up, and held a piece of barbecue in his mouth. Thinking of yesterday's battle, he still felt his blood boiling. I don't know what will happen today. Whether those ant-men will appear again. After all, Brother Li sent the undead into the ant nest last night. He couldn't see what was happening in the anthill, so he wasn't sure whether the undead had the upper hand or the ant-men had the upper hand. Hey, why think so much? Just take a look and you will know. If ant-men had the upper hand, the war would have started by now. Right? Thinking of this, Batubu turned on the eagle's perspective. But after just one look, the barbecue in his mouth fell to the ground. What is this special? I just took a nap. What happened? Batubu and the others were dumbfounded. In his vision, endless ants formed a huge encirclement, and the undead fortress was in the center of the encirclement, like a small boat in the stormy waves, or a lamb being targeted by a pack of wolves. The scale of the ant tide has far exceeded that of yesterday. Yesterday's battle was dangerous enough to see it in Batu, but it was dangerous countless times yesterday today. Brother Li, have you gone too far? Batubu didn't care about anything else and quickly opened the system, still complaining in his heart. The situation was so serious. Why didn't they contact him? Did they treat him as an outsider? Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, brother. What happened? Is it the end of the world? Free Flying Eagle, why are you still under siege? Free Flying Eagle, if you need support, just tell us, and we will be there right away. 3 messages were sent out in succession. And soon Li Ziyu's message came back. Don't want to get a driver's license. Isn't it spectacular? The Free Flying Eagle, you are so bold. It makes my scalp tingle just by looking at you. How many ant-men does it take? Don't want to take a driver's license test. I don't know. Do you feel like you're in the Spring Festival travel rush? The Free Flying Eagle. What the H.L. is this Spring Festival travel rush? Can you still think about the Spring Festival travel rush at this time? Batubu didn't know what to say. Free Flying Eagle, the 4 of us can gather 2 million soldiers and horses, and we can charge in and rescue you. Don't want to take a driving test. No. Don't do that. You will be in trouble if you get stuck in it. The Free Flying Eagle, don't worry. We are all cavalry. Charge forward and carve out a path. If we all work together, we will definitely make it out. Don't want to get a driver's license. Why rush out? The Free Flying Eagle, now that this has happened. Brother Li, don't be stubborn. We are all family. We are all brothers. Can we just watch you being surrounded and killed by Ant-Man? Don't want to take a driver's license test. No. Do you have any misunderstanding? I don't need to rush out. This is a great opportunity for me. Otherwise you can take a closer look. What am I looking at? Isn't that clear? Batu inside started the eagle perspective again, and observed below. He didn't really look at it carefully, and saw the ant colony formed in encirclement. Li Ziyu asked him to watch carefully, so he let him watch. However, he had made up his mind that if anything unexpected happened, even if Li Ziyu was unwilling, he would take Aorigil, Timur and Aya to rescue Li Ziyu. The eagle's eyesight is excellent, allowing Batubu to see everything on the ground clearly. After a closer look, he was stunned and stood there in a daze. What is going on? The ants below seemed to be playing the game of drop the handkerchief, circling around the fortress of the undead. And no ant went to attack the fortress of the undead. Instead, the undead were madly attacking the ant tide, and the ants fell to the ground and died one after another. There were also large groups of skeletons staggering over to pick up the corpses. The surrounding ant-men seemed to be blind and could not see anything, so they let the skeletons drag away the bodies of their companions. What did Li Ziyu do? Is it invisible? Why did so many ants attack him? Batu and puzzled, looking around. Finally he found a figure flying in the air, and the ant-man below was moving following this figure. From the perspective of the eagle, he saw the alien people with Li Ziyu, and the alien people still had an ant-man in their hands. That ant-man was different from the other ant-men. He had a small head, but an extremely large and bloated body. This is the Queen Ant? Chapter 298, the first generation of fearlessness. Fishing? Fly a kite? Badab looked at Bepta flying in circles in the sky, and then looked at the dark mass of Ant-Man below. And 2 words popped up in his mind. Most friends who play online games are familiar with these two words. Whoever has no kite is dead. For monsters that are too powerful to be confronted head-on, the kite flying tactic is usually used. It is normal to fly kites in the game. But in reality, flying so many Ant-Man kites made him feel terrified. If this is not playing well, it will be off. The Ant-Man is out of control and rushes to the Undead fortress. It can be determined. As he thought about it, Batubu broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Batu. Something happened. Aya's people arrived before he did. But the sound came first, and he rushed in as if his boat was on fire. Timur and Aorigil followed closely and rushed to Batubu. Surrounded? The Ant-Man has surrounded Brother Lee's fortress. There are too many of them. What should we do? Although Aya had only met Lee Ziyu once, yesterday's battle had completely conquered him. He was a kind-hearted man. He just glanced at the Undead fortress and was horrified to find that densely packed Ant-Men had surrounded the Undead fortress. So a huge number. He did not believe that the Lord of the Crosses could be hard. Batuba looked at Aya woodenly. Don't get excited. Take a closer look. Aya shouted anxiously. What are you still looking at? Brother Lee will definitely not be able to handle so many Ant-Men. Brother Batu. Let's gather our men and set off now. He didn't notice the look of Batu, but he saw it. The two men were very keen to notice that Batuba's expression was not right, and quickly used their own methods to look at the battlefield. The two were not much different from Aya. They glanced at them, and they were frightened, and they ran over quickly. Looking carefully at this time, I noticed something different. Countless Ant-Men surrounded the Undead fortress, forming a huge encirclement, but they did not attack. Instead, they kept rotating around the Undead fortress. On the contrary, the Undead output with remote firepower and scrupulous, constantly weakening the Ant-Man surrounding the surroundings. It feels like an Ant-Man is a mobile target, and he runs to send food to the Undead. What is going on? The two were blank. Brother Batu. Why doesn't Ant-Man attack the fortress? Timur couldn't help but ask first. Oh, now it's not about why we don't attack the fortress, but we have to set off quickly. Otherwise Brother Lee will be in danger. Aya said anxiously. Aya, don't be anxious. Take a look at the situation first. Brother Lee is not in danger now. Aorigil stopped Aya and asked him to calm down. What are you looking at? Have you seen how many Ant-Men are over there? Aya shouted in dissatisfaction. Don't panic. Stay calm. As a city lord, you have to think about your subordinates. If you panic like this, even if we go there, are you sure we can help Brother Lee? Aorigil said seriously. But, Aya wanted to say something. But seeing the expressions of the three people, she shut her mouth. Aorigil had said this, and there was no point in saying anything more. She had to use her own method to explore the battlefield. The Undead fortress. For Bepta, flying with the Queen Ant in his arms was no big deal. With his strength, he could fly like this for a year without feeling any problem. But flying like this is boring. He lowered his head and looked down at the ants following him in circles. This was the only fun. The Undead still tirelessly output towards Ant-Man, and the bones of the bones continued to move the body of Ant-Man into the fortress. The transformed Soul Reborn and Bearer people were released by Lee Ziyu again, and they asked them to help attack Ant-Man. Ant-Man's attention is completely on Beta, and he will not take care of it at all, which makes Lee Ziyu's courage. The remote attack is very good, but his hand is limited after all. He said soul raw worms and skin cuts to kill the ants faster. This is a snowball process. The more Ant-Men die, the more corpses there are. When the corpses are transported back to the fortress, more soulborn insect men and armored beetle men will be born, and then sent to the battlefield to kill more Ant-Men. The attack power of soulborn insect men and armored beetle men is very average, and it often takes several insect men working together to kill an Ant-Man. Usually, such combat effectiveness is really only the life of cannon fodder, and they do not expect them to kill the enemy at all. But at this time, it seems very useful and improves the efficiency of killing Ant-Man. The battlefield at this moment was like a huge millstone. Ant-Men died one after another, and the number of undead under Lee Ziyu was increasing rapidly. For Lee Ziyu, it is not a crisis at all, but an opportunity to expand strength. It is really a good opportunity. The growth of soul raiders and beetle people grows fast, even faster than digging the bones in the dead soul mountains. At the moment, the body of Ant-Man was sent from all directions, and then decomposed and transformed. At the beginning, Lee Ziyu was also nervous. afraid that Bepta would get out of control. But after a while, Li Ziyu found that everything was stable. He didn't need to care about anything at all. He only needed constant decomposition and transformation. Quite boring. He tried to divide his attention between two tasks. After all, his job was just to give orders to the system. So he still had time to do other things. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he planned to create some recruits that had been unlocked before but did not create. Many technologies were unlocked before, and many types of arms were also unlocked. After flipping through the pages, Li Ziyu chose the type of soldier he most wanted to create. Undead Mechanical Technology Fearless. Fearless. Introduction. One of the core combat forces of the Undead Mechanical Technology. From the moment they were developed, they were meant to sweep the battlefield. The Dreadnought can be equipped with a variety of weapons, and can be continuously upgraded according to the development of mechanical technology. Their combat power and defense power will never end as long as the technology keeps up. P.S. Even as Undead, we feel proud. Requirements: Soul Energy * 1000 units. Psychic Cores * 6. Death Breath Crystals * 10 units. Soul Crystals * 10 units. Thickened Synthetic Metal Plates * 200 units. Alloy Tubes * 100 units. Power Cores * 4. Starter Engine * 1. The position of the Dreadnought in the Undead's mechanical and technological troops is equivalent to that of the Dark Knight and the Skeleton Knight in the regular Undead combat sequence. It is a formal core troop. It was a great milestone in the development of Undead mechanical technology. Li Ziyu is now making the most basic Fearless. It doesn't take long to make, and the first Fearless stands in front of him. How should I describe the image? It is very simple, but it is indeed full of the atmosphere of steampunk mechanical technology. The Fearless is 3 meters tall, with a crystal column made of death crystals and soul crystals on top. Soul fire flickers inside, and several metal pipes extend from the crystal column and connect to the bottom. In his belly are the engine and power core, the backbone of his body, all exposed and spewing steam. There is also a link to the metal tube, connecting the two power mechanical legs below, and the power robotic arm on both sides. At first glance, it looks like a large robot that was half developed and pulled out for experiments. If this were true, the Dreadnoughts would not have become the core unit of Undead mechanical technology. What really makes the Dreadnought stand out is the later stage construction. Li Ziyu let the newly born Dreadnought enter the tank manufacturing factory that had been built a long time ago but had not produced many useful troops, and complete the assembly inside. Among the unlocked mechanical technologies, there are many structures related to the Dreadnought. Whatever is needed can be directly manufactured and then installed on the Dreadnought by the tank manufacturing factory. Construction: outer armor of heavy-duty and fearless person. Requirements: power core * 3. Thickened synthetic metal plate * 500 units. This is a must. Without defensive power, you will be useless on the battlefield. Get a set and install it first. Construction: power enhancement generator. Requirements: power core * 1. Metal plates * 10 units. Psionic core * 1 unit. Without motivation, wouldn't you become a sitting duck? Let me see. After adding heavy thickened Dreadnought outer armor, can 12 power enhancement generators be installed? Fill me up. Construction: psionic barrier generator. This thing is good. I want one. Construction: powered robotic arm limbs. Just 2 more arms. That's a must. Construction: continuous steel storm main weapon. This is a Gatling gun. It must have 2 main mechanical arms, 1 for each. Come on. Build 3 hidden magic energy explosive bombs on the shoulder-mounted micro missiles. Can I not have this thing? I must have it. 2 shoulders, 1 on each side. Can fire 6 missiles. Exactly. Construction: hydraulic mechanical impact device. Construction: psionic restorable spear. Build alloy chainsaw heavy sword. Li Ziyu looked and chose as she went along. Before the Dreadnought was created, he didn't feel anything. But when it was being constructed, he became excited. Everything he saw was good, and he wanted to add it to the Dreadnought. After all, these things look very powerful. Don't want to miss anything. However, the materials and resources required for the installation are too many. And although anything can be installed, the issue of balance must also be considered. You can't build a fixed turret that can't be moved. What's the use of that? Even so, Li Ziyu still gave the first dreadnought the current top configuration, and did not stop until he had no more options to add. Ever since he started to add equipment to the dreadnought, a rumbling sound could be heard in the tank factory, and it never stopped. Li Ziyu looked at the resources consumed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn. It feels good to spend money. The resources provided to the dreadnought for construction are enough for him to advance into higher technologies. One was not noticed, all of which gave the first fearless person. No. I'd better chop off my hands. I can't control myself. If we waste money like this twice more, we might go bankrupt. Li Ziyu sighed to the sky. This is because when he was in the central continent, the Rat Death border city developed well, and Zhang Peng gave him a lot of resources. Otherwise, he might not have been able to spend them so lavishly. Fearless, you have to hold on, and never let me down. I spent a lot of money on you. After waiting for a while, the sound of the chariot manufacturer finally stopped. Li Ziyu rushed out, and came to the door of the tank manufacturing plant, staring inside with shining eyes. Come on. Let me see what you look like now. Li Ziyu swallowed nervously. The door of the tank factory opened, and a huge figure walked out step by step. Squeak. Squeak. The heavy footsteps landed on the ground, almost crushing it. Li Ziyu looked at the huge figure. His eyes became brighter and brighter. The corners of his mouth gradually rose, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Damn. That's too brutal. Looking at the top-of-the-line version of the dreadnought that he had just assembled, Li Ziyu felt that it was worth the money. After being constructed, the fearless height increased from 3 meters to 5 meters, and his entire body was surrounded by extremely thick metal blocks, filled with a mixture of roughness, violence, and barbarism. A beauty that every man would understand. The crystal head, power core, and other components that were originally exposed outside were covered by metal blocks. Just the outer layer of the heavy-duty and thick-headed outside of the outside can make people feel his unparalleled defense. If you throw this thing onto the battlefield, who the H, I can beat it. Ordinary armed attacks cannot break through his defense. Not to mention that this guy can also generate a psychic protective wall. The dreadnought's mechanical arms and legs have been specially strengthened, made thicker and thicker. His 2 main mechanical arms are particularly strong, even stronger than his mechanical legs. His 2 big fists can be called siege chain hammers. 2 much thinner and more normal-looking mechanical arms extended from his back. Both arms were holding javelins. The spearheads were condensed from soul energy and shone like crystal. Even if you haven't been to the battlefield and don't know how strong this guy is, you can still feel his strong spirit just by looking at his appearance. The fearless salute the Creator, the great Lord of the Dead. I will clear all obstacles for you. You will ascend the throne, and no one can reach it. What surprised Li Ziyu was that this guy could speak. It is not the soul network to spread information to him, but that he can really speak. He can hear the one with his ears. Very good. Fearless, I am very satisfied. As the first fearless to be born, I will give you a new name. Your name is the first generation fearless. Li Ziyu felt that the wisdom of the fearless was probably no less than that of the Dark Knight, and that he was a being with his own will. So he applied and spoke seriously. Thank my Lord for giving me a name. The first generation of fearless people raised their hands and knocked on their armor, making the sound of metal collision. In the first generation of fearless, there were countless enemies outside our fortress. Let's go. Destroy them, and let me see your power. Li Ziyu stretched his fingers to the Ant-Man, who was still around. Followed. I will sweep all enemies. The fearless voice became more excited. He knocked on the armor again and turned to walk outside. Li Ziyu hurried back to the main building and came to the rooftop. He wanted to see the fearless with his own eyes. He wanted to watch the fearless show his skills. And of course, he also wanted to decompose and transform Ant-Man's body. The fearless walked out of the fortress of the Undead. He didn't have to choose which direction to go. Ant-Man surrounded the fortress, so it didn't matter where he went. Although taking heavy steps, the fearless speed was not slow. After walking out of the Undead's long-range attack circle, he approached Ant-Man. Smash them, and have a taste of my power. With a metallic sound, the fearless raised his main mechanical arm. His forearm was very thick, and there was a circle of 8 pitch-black holes on the wrist armor. Woohoo! With the sound of buzzing, a fire tongue was sprayed in the cave. At the same time, the metal LS in the armor flew. A terrifying barrage of metal bullets poured towards the ant colony. instantly tearing the ant colony in front of it apart. All the ants that were hit were torn into pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. This is a terrifying metal storm. Even in the past life, Gatling can have such power. Now the Fearless is equivalent to carrying 2 Gatling guns and firing at the ant colony. While firing at the Ant-Man, the first generation of the Fearless was still advancing towards the ant colony, with the psychic protection wall opened, and it went directly into the ant colony. Chapter 299 Brothers. Squeak. Insects. Bear the wrath of the undead. Ta-ta-ta. Under the metal barrage, the Fearless roared, and Ant-Man was torn apart by the barrage and turned into a corpse. Squeak. I will flatten all the obstacles on my main road. Ta-ta-ta. The dauntless body spun, and all the Ant-Men around him were swept away. But soon more Ant-Men filled the gap. Standing in the ant colony, holding up 2 mechanical arms, a metal storm swept across. Damn. It feels like a sci-fi blockbuster. On the rooftop of the main building of the Undead Fortress, Liziu widened his eyes. The scene of the Fearless entering the ant colony and shooting with the Gatling reminded him of the game CG in his previous life. It makes people excited, and their blood boils. The sight of him fighting alone against endless ants can arouse the passion of any man. Hero. At this moment, the Fearless man is like the hero in a science fiction movie who saves the building from collapse. Moving forward fearlessly, disregarding life and death, and being extremely domineering. The Iron Storm did not last long. After all, the ammunition that the Dreadnought could carry was limited, and coupled with the extremely fast firing rate, the Iron Storm was silenced. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Steel Storm was dumb. The ants came again. The Fearless man lifted the shoulder armor, and the 6 magic energy burst bombs fell into the ants, and the explosion flew the ants. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first generation Fearless pulled out 2 alloy chainsaw heavy swords from his waist. The alloy chainsaw heavy sword. Each one is nearly 3 meters long, with a serrated blade, driven by psychic energy. The blade will turn into a chainsaw, constantly moving, giving the heavy sword even more terrifying lethality. Holding 2 alloy chainsaw heavy swords, the first generation of Fearless continued his killing spree. Any Ant-Man who comes into contact with a heavy sword will be killed. Come, worms. I will mercifully grant you eternal peace. Your life will end at this moment. No one can defeat me. Remember my name? I am the first generation of Fearless. Your nightmare. The voice of the first generation Fearless echoed, and even Ant-Man's screams could not cover his voice. With the support of the power core, the 2 alloy chainsaw heavy swords possess unmatched combat power. The first generation Fearless does not need to use any fancy techniques at all. He can easily kill Ant-Man by slashing horizontally and vertically. He was like a general in the midst of a mighty army, charging forward recklessly and having no rivals. TSK. It's worthy of being the core branch of mechanical technology. The combat power is indeed strong enough. Liziu's eyes lit up, and he said with a click of the tongue. The ants were all paying attention to Bepta in the sky, staring at the queen ant moving in Bepta's hand, and ignored the Fearless, allowing him to kill at will. But even so, Liziu could still see the power of the Fearless. Even if Ant-Man was going towards the Fearless, it would still make no difference based on the fighting power he just demonstrated. Ant-Man can't destroy his armor, let alone block his continuous steel storm or alloy chainsaw sword. Nothing will change. After weighing it in his mind, Liziu felt that even if the Dark Warrior was present, he would probably not be a match for the Fearless. It would take at least a dozen Dark Warriors to kill the Fearless, and there would be injuries. After having the construct, the Fearless possesses a hard armor and a soul protection wall, which is a turtle SHL, and is not easy to break. There are also weapons such as Iron Storm, alloy chainsaw heavy sword, psychic restorable javelins, etc. All this undoubtedly turns the Dauntless into an operational combat fortress. It seems that creating a dreadnought is more appropriate than summoning a daredevil. But unfortunately, this is not the case. If one wants to arm the dreadnought and add all the constructs to him, the resources required are extremely terrifying. Using the resources to equip the dreadnought to exchange for the Dark Warrior would be enough to offset all the advantages of the dreadnought. You can't make too many of these things, or you won't be able to afford them. Just build a few and use them to crush the battlefield. Liziu looked at the first generation of Fearless, who were fighting frantically among the ants, and he already had a plan in his mind. Although mechanical technology is good, Its biggest shortcoming lies in consumption. Compared with conventional undead battle sequences, mechanical technology undead battle sequences have powerful combat power, and their consumption is also quite terrifying. He himself prefers the conventional undead combat sequence. In the distance of the undead fortress. In the direction of the Golden Horde. What is that? Gundam? A robot? Aya looked at the first generation of Dreadnought, who was killing everyone in the ant swarm. Her mouth wide open. Isn't this too weird? It's fine if you say Ant-Man doesn't attack the Fortress of the Dead. But he also saw Beeptar flying with the Queen Ant in his arms. He could understand why Ant-Man doesn't attack the Fortress of the Dead. But you said that the Undead sent a guy that looked like a future combat mecha into the group of ants. Which is hard to understand. Could it be that I have traveled through time again? How come mechas appeared in the magic world? Aya felt dizzy. The huge and rugged appearance, with a metallic luster, reminded him of the mechas in the games of his previous life. Looking at the attack mode again. That was a Gatling gun just now. And then those were micro-missiles. But the big sword used now seems a lot more normal. Not to mention Aya. Even Batubi was stunned. He couldn't understand what the thing was, and how lazy you made it. Do you feel that the style of painting is biased? It was clearly an epic fantasy war movie about the undead versus Ant-Man. But how did it turn into an interstellar war between the Zerg and Mecha warriors in the future? Brother Batu. Is Brother Lee really a member of the undead race? Timur asked with a blank expression and numb eyes. He was really numb. Everything in front of him numbed him. Aorigil didn't say anything. But his eyes were full of fanaticism and excitement. He doesn't like magic, souls, cold weapons, etc. that are full of fantasy. Aorigil prefers steel torrents, missiles and cannons, and technological creations that are full of mechanical sense. I thought I wouldn't see him again after traveling through time. But I didn't expect that the Lord of the Undead would actually create a mecha. How can this not be exciting? Aorigil has always felt that if they had the weapons from his previous life, these indigenous primitive tribes would be nothing but trash. Once the tanks, cannons and missiles are used, there is no need to worry about magic or not. They will just wipe out the place. It is said that all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword. And truth is only within the range of the cannon. Cannon is the real choice. Save someone. Not required. There are such things as mechas. And they can be rescued when it is not their turn. All they could do in the past was to cause trouble. It would be better for him to just watch from a distance. Doesn't he feel uncomfortable with the feeling of watching a technological war blockbuster? Fortress of the Dead. Top floor of the main building. Damanlevsky looked at the first generation of Fearless among the ants. The warlike genes in his body made his blood accelerate. And he could hardly suppress his desire to fight. What's wrong with you? Li Ziyu asked curiously after noticing Damanlevsky's abnormality. Fight! 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 Damanlevsky stared at the first generation Fearless and roared in a low voice. Calm down. He's one of us. Li Ziyu quickly stopped Damanlevsky. He could understand Damanlevsky. This guy was a battle maniac and couldn't help but want to take action when he saw a strong man. The first generation of Fearless has obviously met the standards. And he just wants to have a battle with the first generation of Fearless. But is it possible? Not to mention that the first generation Fearless is still killing everyone in the ant group. Just say that I have consumed so many materials. If you play too hard and accidentally break the first generation Fearless, I will have no place to cry. Although the first generation of Fearless is powerful, it is still not on the same level as the heroic clan of Damanlevsky. Just like the Dark Lord couldn't defeat Damanlevsky. At this time, Damanlevsky was already very excited. He wanted to fight so much. Since Li Ziyu didn't let him fight with the first generation Fearless, he could always use Ant-Man to move around. After saying H, low to Li Ziyu, Damanlevsky rushed out and fell into the group of ants. Li Ziyu was not worried about Damanlevsky's safety at all. This guy was very powerful. And Ant-Man was chasing the Queen Ant. So there was no danger at all. Both the first generation Dreadnought and Damanlevsky were very strong. But in a battle of tens of millions, individual bravery was infinitely weakened. Looking down at the ant colony from a high altitude, the first generation Dreadnought and Damanlevsky are just two small black dots. They are outstanding. But they cannot influence the outcome of the battle. Those who can truly influence the outcome of the battle are still the undead, who are constantly delivering firepower with long-range weapons, as well as the soulborn insects and armored beetle people who are continuously transformed and sent to the battlefield. Waves of soulborn insects and armored beetle men rushed into the battlefield. The killed Ant-Men were pulled back to the fortress by the skeleton undead and transformed into new soulborn insects and armored beetle men. As the situation went on, the number of undead under Li Ziyu's command increased and became larger and larger. This is a snowball process. The soulborn insect people and armored beetle people are few in number, so naturally they are of little value, and their fighting power is not good. But when their numbers increased, a qualitative change occurred. As time goes by, Ant-Man's encirclement is gradually becoming thinner, being cut off layer by layer. When Ant-Man followed Bepta and did not cause any harm to the undead, Li Ziyu knew that this battle would not be a big problem. The balance of victory has tipped towards me. As the number of soulborn insect people and armored beetle people continued to increase, their scale became more and more terrifying. Even if Ant-Man turned around and rushed towards him, Li Ziyu was not afraid at all. Now it is not a question of victory or failure, but a question of to what extent we can expand the results of the war. Batubu and they in the distance were completely numb and didn't want to comment on the battle anymore. Li Ziyu showed them the horror of the undead with practical actions. Too strong, Batubu said sincerely. He had always felt that the undead were very powerful. But it was not until today that he truly understood how powerful the undead were. There were tens of millions of Ant-Men. Such a huge scale. When facing his Hydroxyslav cavalry, there was nothing he could do except run away. If you are surrounded by Ant-Man, you will be dead. You can't get out even if you rush out. To put it another way, what was surrounded today was not Li Ziyu's undead fortress, but his Hydroxid and Golden Horde. He would still die. Definitely die. It is impossible to destroy such a large ant colony, even if the ants had no intention of attacking them. Even if they did not fight back at all, he still had no way to do anything. The Hydroxes are living beings. Their physical strength is not unlimited. They don't care that the Ant-Men are few in number. One round of charge is enough. But even if there are tens of millions of Ant-Men, if he lets the Hydroxyslaves kill him, he will be exhausted to death. Only a race like the undead, which fights to survive and becomes stronger as it fights, can fight Ant-Man at this level. Alternatively, a race that is particularly powerful is needed, such as behemoths, dragons, giants, etc. The strength of a single individual is directly explosive, and they are not afraid of Ant-Man's sea of arms tactics at all. Otherwise, who wouldn't be confused seeing this number of Ant-Men? I and Timur were speechless. Save? What to save? Does the undead need to be rescued by themselves? Making trouble. Eorgil looked dazed. When he saw the first generation of fearless people, he was very excited. But he also found that the first generation fearless people could not reverse the war with their own strength. The power of technology is strong, but it also needs to be supported by quantity. The dead taught him a good lesson and made him face reality. At this moment, he was convinced, and really convinced. Eorgil had never seen a war like this. Fortunately, the Lord of the Undead is my side. Otherwise, he didn't dare to think about what kind of ending would it be on the battlefield one day. It's chilling to think about it. He had seen the movie called Resident Evil, in which a virus caused the end of the world and humans turned into zombies, attacking ordinary people wantonly. At that time, he was thinking that even if there was a zombie, how could humans hold advanced technology and organic gun cannon missiles? How could zombies be trembling? He scoffed at the movie. The zombies are weak, not to be killed, and humans will eventually win. He firmly believes this. But when he saw the vast number of Ant-Men with his own eyes, the shock and fear spread in his heart. Sometimes quantity is really important, and it cannot be completely offset by technology. And the undead are even more terrifying. They have no fear of death. The only way to resist the undead is to smash their heads and let the soul fire dissipate. Otherwise, even dismantling the undead will be of no avail. When the undead are everywhere and cover the entire earth, even if you are given technological weapons, can you really kill all of them? As long as you die alone, the undead will have one more person. Can you really win in this case? Eorgil suddenly understood why the biochemical crisis was so terrifying. The zombies just rushed up and bite people to see the undead. Not only rushing up to attack, but also various weapons support. How terrible. Li Ziyu didn't know how shocked Batubu and the others were, but he was quite happy at the moment. The little brown Ant-Man really has low IQ and low intelligence. They could actually withdraw their troops. There was no need to follow the big black-headed Ant-Man to death. But it just didn't happen. The little brown Ant-Man followed the big black-headed Ant-Man in circles. And then they died together. and their bodies were dragged away by the skeleton undead. Thank you for the undead of the little brown native brothers. It has always been said that the undead win by relying on numbers. But the number of cannon fodder undead in Li Ziyu's hands has never reached as many as this time. When fighting with the 3 tumor races before, there were a lot of bones in their hands. But it was only millions. It continued to consume continuous supplementation and never exceeded the tens of millions. Later, he began to summon high-level undead. And the skeleton undead were no longer able to reach the tens of millions level. Good now. The bones have not reached the tens of millions of levels. The number of soul raw worms and bearer people first reaches the tens of millions first. The number of ant colonies is shrinking rapidly, while the number of soulborn insects and armored beetle people is still growing at a terrifying rate. The direction of the war has no suspense. Time flies, and it's the next day. Li Ziyu was asleep, and the war continued, and Beta was still around in the sky. After just a short nap, the corpses in the main building had piled up like a mountain, and even spread out outside and spread out on the square. Seeing this, Li Ziyu quickly put into work state, ordered the system to decompose and transform a new undead. Looking at the ant colony again, it is less than half of what it was yesterday. What he didn't expect was that after a night, the little brown ant-man was still there and did not retreat at night. Are you afraid that I don't have enough undead? Brothers. Chapter 300, Journey Home. Li Ziyu could understand why the big black-headed ant was tirelessly chasing Bepta. After all, their queen ant was in Bepta's hands. But he could not understand the behavior of the small brown earth ant. You said that your queen ant is not in Bepta's hands. So why do you have to follow her? Is this thing still motivating? This also involves star chasing? What on earth is the female ant of the little brown earth ant-man thinking? Is her IQ really so low? Although the little brown earth ants are not ruled by queen ants, it is the female ants who hold the final say in their society. They can mobilize worker ants and make the nest develop according to their ideas. No matter what. Li Ziyu felt good. At least his number of undead was increasing. If there is only a big black-headed ant-man chasing the beta tower, and then wanting to hit the small brown earthen ant-man, it is estimated that the loss will not be small. This is perfect. Now that we are all dead, everything becomes easier and my mom no longer worries that I will lose. Even if the undead snowball was used to eliminate tens of millions of ants. It took almost 3 days to get it. The vast majority of ants have been converted into soul raw worms and paradise people. The remaining that failed to transform. Basically, the corpse of the valid material cannot become effective materials. After this battle, the number of soul-born insects in Li Ziyu's hands was as much as 25 million. The number of horrible souls and beetle people naturally could not be stationed in the fort. Li Ziyu simply let them arch the outside of the fortress and became the guard of the fortress. These 25 million ant-man dead are not all of them. There are still some in the big black-head ant-man's nest, but the bottom has not been cleaned up yet. When the ant-man in the nest of the big black-head ant-man was cleaned up, and the corpse was also converted into an ant-man's undead. With an ant-man's undead, Li Ziyu moved towards Batu and the Golden Express Khan City, and intended to meet with them. The undead fortress moved, and the ant-man undead moved to move forward. Batu, and they saw the undead army that inspired dense phobia. Her face was white. They all knew that Li Ziyu was not here to deal with them. But looking at the number, they felt that their hearts could not bear it. Batubu quickly sent a message to Li Ziyu. Private chat. Freedom of Eagle, brotherly. Don't come here first. Don't want to take a driver's license. What is it? Freedom of the Eagle, it is not welcome. Mainly a little panicked. Don't want to get a driver's license. Freedomly soaring eagle, brother. Can you come over by yourself? Don't bring so many undead. It is scary. Which makes me feel like a big army. Don't want to get a driver's license. But it's very impressive to have them with me. The free-flying eagle. I don't want to take a driver's license. Haha. Just make a joke. Okay. I will go. After Batubu's reminder, Li Ziyu also realized that he was indeed carrying too many undead souls. And it seemed not a good idea to take them with him. Then, I won't bring it. Li Ziyu gave a new order for his ant-man dead army to attack the nest of the small brown earthen ants. This was what he had originally wanted to do. As soon as he arrived at the grassland area, he was attacked by the little brown ant-man. He was attacked several more times afterwards, which made him very annoyed. He still remembers that his purpose is to eliminate small brown earthen ants, and then occupy their nests and build their own forces. At that time, it was because of the big black-headed Ant-Man that the project was delayed for so long, and resulted in the creation of an army of 25 million Ant-Man Undeads. Now that the big black-headed Ant-Man is gone, the Queen is captured, and the remaining residual soldiers are not threatened at all. Naturally, it is time to destroy the small brown earthen ants. After receiving the order, the Ant-Man Undead army paused, then turned around and marched towards the little brown earth Ant-Man's nest in a mighty force. Li Ziyu doesn't have to worry about how to attack the nest of the little brown earth ants. Ant-Man Undead is low-level undead. Almost no wisdom. And controlling them without worrying. Just issuing orders. They will rush into the nest of the little brown earth ants like a tide. Kill all the little brown earth ants. And then carry out the bodies. Don't worry about whether you can win or not. Because many of Li Ziyu's Ant-Man Undead are transformed from the big blackhead Ant-Man. And their LS are highly resistant to formic acid balls. Even if there is a loss, Li Ziyu is not at all hard. Ant-Man's undead body is free anyway. So what's the big deal if he loses it? Seeing the Ant-Man Undead retreating like the tide from afar, Batubu and the others breathed a sigh of relief and began to make arrangements to welcome Li Ziyu. When they arrived at the Undead Fortress, Batubu and Aya, Timur and Aorigil went out of the city to greet them and brought Li Ziyu in. The food had been prepared long ago and everyone was seated. Brotherly, you are too good. I respect you this glass. Aya raised her wine glass, with a sunny smile on her face, raised her to a toasting to Li Ziyu, and drank the wine inside. Thank you. Li Ziyu smiled and took a drink. He usually doesn't drink much, and the amount of alcohol is not good. If it wasn't for Batu, and they like to drink, Li Ziyu would not want to touch a bite. Drinking is not a good thing in Li Ziyu's eyes. Drinking will cause trouble. Li Ziyu felt that as a city lord, whether for the sake of race or for his own life, he should remain sober. The other world is very dangerous and ever-changing. If you get into danger because of being drunk, it would be more trouble than it is worth. Drinking is a form of entertainment. Just have a taste, and don't worry about drinking. With Aya's toast livening up the atmosphere, everyone started talking. Timur and Aorigil were most concerned about this battle, and kept asking questions about the details of the battle. Actually, there is nothing much to say. Just a simple kite-flying tactic. But since the other party asked him to speak, he just said it. Li Ziyu just chatted with them casually. Aorigil was most curious about the first generation of Fearless, and kept asking questions. Okay. Since you are so curious, let's go and take a look. Li Ziyu stood up, and said with a smile. He didn't mind the other party seeing the first generation of Fearless, and even hoped that they would see it, as it was a good opportunity to show off his muscles. Even though everyone seems to be doing well and harmonious now, who knows what they are thinking in their hearts? Batubu, Zheng and Li Ziyu said that Aya, Timur and Aorigil are all trustworthy. But for Bata's guarantee, Li Ziyu still drew a question mark. In Li Ziyu's eyes, Batu and the eldest brother of righteousness. This was the battle to fight with the Timur coalition forces. Batuju and Batu, and could see it without knowing him. But Batu and righteousness did not mean that the people around him were fighting righteousness, or because of his righteousness that Li Ziyu could not fully believe the people around him. Batuka can only be used as a reference project, and he can be believed. If Batubu was really that good at judging people, he should have killed He Zipping directly at the beginning instead of waiting for He Zipping to cause him so much trouble. Shocking is still necessary. You have to show your muscles when it is time to do so that others know you are not someone to be trifled with. There is nothing wrong with keeping something secret, but it will make people look down on you. The different world is not a time to play hidden. Several people followed Li Ziyu to his undead fortress. The first generation of dreadnoughts is strolling in the fortress. That's right. Just walk. From the beginning of its development, the first generation of dreadnought appeared in a combat posture. The value of its existence is combat. And it is a pure combat sequence. Precisely because of their high soul energy. The intelligence of the Fearless is not low. It is equal to that of the Dark Warrior and others, and even slightly exceeds that of normal humans. When there is no battle, the Fearless person will feel bored, and walking in the fortress is his temporary pastime. Receiving the Lord's call, the Fearless came over with heavy steps, and stood in front of Li Ziyu, banging on his armor. A metallic sound came out. Great Lord of the Undead, the first generation of the Fearless salutes you. Batubu, Aya, Timur and Aorigil looked up at this guy, who was like a giant steel beast, and were speechless for a moment. The time travel was unreal in the first place. And it had already overturned their 3 views. They finally adapted to it. But the Fearless overturned their 3 views again. Brotherly. What do you want me to say? How did you, a member of the undead race, make a mecha? And this thing can even talk. What's inside it? Is it the Dark Knight? Batubu looked up for a long time and said with a wry smile. No. How could I put the Black Warrior in? The Fearless person was an independent arms. Li Ziyu walked to the first generation of Fearless people, patted the heavy metal armor, and introduced to the 4. AO Niggler couldn't help it anymore. When Li Ziyu introduced, the guy turned around the Fearless person, studying the weapons and armor of the Fearless person, and his mouth squeezed out, and the enthusiastic light was shot in his eyes. He really wanted to disassemble the dreadnought and study it carefully, but he knew that was impossible, so he could only look at it from the outside. In terms of appearance, there are no obvious disadvantages. Thick armor covers the entire body, especially the armor covering the synthetic crystal part that serves as the head, which is the thickest part. It is undoubtedly an extremely difficult task to break through the armor head-on and shatter the crystal. The Fearless person belongs to the undead. If he does not break his crystal, the Fearless person will not stop. It is too difficult to defeat the Fearless person. But by destroying the joints, the Fearless person can lose its combat ability. No matter what. The dreadnought is a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, no one can deal with this thing. Brother, what do you want to do next? Batu and Ao Raiji, who looked around the Fearless person, asked Li Ziyu and asked. Ant-Man's battle shocked him greatly, and he also discovered that the scale of the undead under Li Ziyu had become extremely large. This means that Li Ziyu already has the basis of expansion. He did not believe that Li Ziyu was so scarred in a number of horrible Ant-Man undead. I want to establish a stronghold first. Li Ziyu did not hide it from Batubu, and there was no need to hide it. Batubu would know it anyway when he put down the Seoul base station. Do you plan to use the old routine? Batuan thought of the Wasteland base camp. Couldn't help asking. Well, that's about right. However, I don't plan to stay here on the grassland for too long. Zhang Peng and Xingxing are still in the wasteland, so I have to go back. Also, I don't plan to give up the central area. Li Ziyu said after thinking for a while. He wanted to build a stronghold to pierce a nail on the grassland. And there was no other meaning. The situation in the wasteland has not been resolved yet, and he does not have the ability to fight on 2 fronts for the time being. There are a lot of 25 million ants, but it is a low-level undead. It is not realistic to rely on this undead to fight the grassland. Therefore, it is a real reasonable approach to get the wasteland steadily. First get the wasteland, and then enter the grassland. There are some powerful tribes in the central area of the wasteland, which is always a troublesome matter. There are many small areas around it that are like a base camp, and can also contribute to his strength. As for resources, little by little they add up to a lot. The undead developed bit by bit, so it is impossible for them to look down on the scattered resources. Being thrifty is the right way to go. Without the containment of the big black-headed ants, the small brown earthen ants couldn't hold it under the attack of the Ant-Man dead. There are many more little brown earth ants in the nest than Li Ziyu imagined. But everything is not a problem, and they will eventually be dealt with by the Ant-Man undead. 5 days later, the big black-headed Ant-Man nest and the small brown earthen ant human nest have been cleaned up. Even so, many of the Ant-Man corpses are incomplete and cannot be transformed into undead. After the 2 ant-human nests were completed, the surrounding environment was safe. Li Ziyu simply let go of the Seoul base station, and the underage building was established by the way. The grassland is a treasure land with abundant resources and products. Over a long period of time, no one knows how many corpses are buried underground, and these corpses will gradually turn into undead. With an army of 40 million Ant-Man undead, Li Ziyu feels more confident. When is it so wealthy? After establishing a stronghold on the grassland, Li Ziyu prepared to leave. This time, I came to the grassland to step on the point. As Li Ziyu said, he was not ready to fight the grassland. There are 40 million ants in their hands. He was lucky. When he first arrived at the grassland, he met low-level ants. No matter whether they were the big black-headed ants or the small brown earth ants, they were the lowest among the many Ant-Man tribes. Their fighting power is not that strong, and they survive only by relying on numbers. It is normal for them to be eliminated by him. High-level Ant-Men do exist. There are many types of them mentioned in the system forum. Those high-level Ant-Men not only have high intelligence, but also have very complete societies and have even established countries. In addition to Ant-Man, there are also many various insect men on the grassland, especially the Beetle Man, who are very difficult to deal with. Batubu and his friends had no plans to leave the grassland for the time being. They wanted to explore the grassland. So Liziu let them go. This is their own choice. We can't interfere, right? After integrating the Ant-Man dead army, Liziu and Batu and said goodbye to set foot on the way home. After watching the Undead fortress marching into the wasteland under the protection of the Undead ants, Batubu and Aya turned around and returned to the grassland. Brother Batu, when do you say that we can see Brotherly? Aya asked on the way back. Haha. Don't worry. If he doesn't come to the grassland, we can go back to the wilderness to find him, Batubu said with a laugh. They are all lords of mobile fortresses, and do not have to stay in any one place. The world is so big that they can go anywhere. Sooner or later we will meet again. In addition, as the Lord of the Undead, Liziu will set foot on the grassland sooner or later. Batubu doesn't believe that Liziu will let go of so many resources on the grassland. That is simply impossible. What they have to do now is to collect intelligence, find out the situation on the grassland, and prepare for the future. Also, the alliance needs to be sorted out. There are always some people with impure intentions. Thinking about the alliance, a cold light flashed in Batubu's eyes. He was naive back then and left behind someone like Zipping. He would not make such a mistake again this time. Chapter 301. The Wasteland is in chaos. When going to the grassland, Liziu crossed several wasteland areas. At that time, he thought about the grassland without staying and passed by. This time when he comes back, it's different. He brings tens of millions of Ant-Man undead with him, so it's impossible for him to pass through these areas quickly. The fortress and the undead are a huge force. The only way to avoid being discovered is to be blind. Since there was no way to return to the central area quickly, Liziu simply let go and planned to wade through the wasteland areas one by one. These wasteland areas are large and small, and most of them are relatively barren. Much worse than the wasteland areas that Liziu traveled through. There are also some time-traveling lords living among them. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Even in a barren land, resources can still be harvested. The border of the wasteland and the dead land. In the sand and dust, countless humanoid black figures were moving slowly. The indigenous people living around the border soon discovered something was wrong. They lurked around the border and looked around vigilantly. Some time ago, they discovered that something so huge that it was difficult to describe was moving across their land and into the wasteland of death. The thing did not stay, and although it was huge, it did not cause them any harm or trouble. Now something has appeared in the barren dead land, and they are very confused. Looking at those black shadows, they seem to be living creatures, and there are very large numbers of them. But what kind of creature can pass through the wasteland? The Ant-Man undeads braved the wind and sand, walked out of the wasteland step by step, and set foot on the land of the wasteland. What the hell is this? The vigilant scouts were stunned when they saw the Ant-Man undead. Most of the people living in the wasteland are orcs. Due to the scarcity of resources, the indigenous people in remote areas have almost never thought of leaving their areas. For them, the place where they live is the whole world. Liziu had never seen the Ant-Man race in the wasteland, let alone the indigenous people of the wasteland. It looks a bit like an ant standing upright. But how can this ant walk like a human? Just when the natives couldn't figure out what was in front of them, more and more Ant-Man undead came out from the wasteland. So many that the natives' scalps went numb. Many! How many monsters are there? They had given up counting. There are simply too many to count. And the flow is endless, as if it will fill up the entire world. In addition to these strange things, there is also a huge guy as big as a mountain that appears and disappears in the wind and sand. What is that? What is it? Under the horrified gaze of the scouts, a fortress as big as a mountain and built of white bones gradually emerged from the barren land. And those strange creatures that look like ants are guarding the fortress. Just by looking at it, fear began to spread in the scout's heart. Liziu stood on the roof of the main building, looking out at the familiar wasteland. Alas, the scenery here is not as beautiful as the green grassland. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Ant-Man undead slowly moved forward. He had to pass through these wasteland areas and collect all the resources along the way. As the undead moved, Liziu casually placed down a soul base station and some conventional buildings. Set up a base. This way. Next time he comes, he won't have to check the coordinates while moving forward. Li Zi wanted to return to the central area and didn't want to stay in these wasteland areas for too long. He just wanted to collect resources while walking. As for conquest, it would take a lot of time and was not in line with his current thinking. As the Ant-Man Undead advances, the natives feel that the end is coming. The number of Ant-Man Undead was so great that the natives had no will to resist. They hid in the tribe trembling, watching the vast horde of Ant-Man Undead approaching from afar, constantly collecting all kinds of things, from food to wood, and even larger stones. These greedy guys will not let the tribe go. Just when everyone in the tribe was feeling angry and desperate, they strangely discovered that those guys did not enter the tribe. They were just passing by the tribe. Huh? No attack? Our ancestors? We are still alive. When the Ant-Man Undead left, all the tribesmen cheered for surviving the disaster. Only by experiencing this irresistible fear can they feel the joy of survival. Ancestors? Where are our ancestors? The tribesmen walked out of the tribe while sighing. And then, they were stunned. The cemetery where they buried the bodies of their ancestors disappeared. No, that's not accurate. The cemetery is still there. But the bodies are gone. The bodies of all the tribesmen were gone, leaving only holes of varying sizes on the ground. Damn it! These guys dug up our ancestors' bodies. Fight them. For our ancestors. At this moment, the indigenous people were angry. They roared, clamored, and picked up weapons. Even though they knew they could not win, they still wanted to use their lives to redeem their ancestors. Just as they were about to leave the village, a child stood up and looked at them. Get out of the way. We are going to take back the remains of our ancestors. Those are our ancestors. Without them, what will we do? Who will protect us? The natives' eyes turned red, and they wanted to drive the child away. But the child timidly said, "Is it possible that this is the protection our ancestors are giving us?" His words made the angry natives suddenly quiet down and stare blankly. Protection from ancestors? The trembling elder, standing on crutches, walked up to the child and asked softly, "Child, have you received the revelation from the ancestors?" The child shook his head, looked at the elder with his bright eyes and said, "I feel that this is the protection of our ancestors. Otherwise, why didn't so many terrifying creatures attack us, but instead just took away the remains of our ancestors?" The elder wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he could not refute it at all. Indeed, what he said makes sense and is true. There are so many terrifying guys, and people don't even need to fight them. They just need to pass through their tribes and easily trample the tribes they have built into ruins. But those guys bypassed the tribe, and no one passed through the tribe. No one was injured. No one died. Isn't this the protection of our ancestors? Yes, this is the protection of our ancestors. The elders were convinced of this, but the other party was too strong. Even if the ancestor wanted to protect them, he would have to pay with his own remains. The elder felt that he had realized something. He reached out and touched the top of the child's head and said to him, "You are a wise child. Tell me what we should do next." The child thought for a moment, looked at the surroundings that had been looted by the Ant-Man Undead, and said, "Don't chase them. We need to go to another place. There is nothing around here. We have no food." The elder looked at the child in surprise. He raised his head and looked around. It was just as the child said. Everything around him had been looted, and the place was in a mess. As far as the eye could see, there were no more resources for them to survive. Migration is imperative. The kid is right. We need to leave. We can't let our ancestors down, the elder said to the tribesmen. The indigenous people woke up from their anger, faced the reality, and agreed reluctantly. This happened to Li Zi along the way. Of course, not every tribe has children and wise men. There are always some tribes that feel they are very strong. Even when facing endless Ant-Man Undead, they still rush forward with passion. The result was that the natives who rushed up were turned into corpses and sent to the fortress of the Undead. They collected resources as they walked, and little by little they accumulated. They had collected quite a lot of resources, even a lot of bones, which were the cemeteries of various tribes. Ant-Man and the Undead are walking around, and other resources are not mentioned. But digging graves is certain, carrying tens of millions of Ant-Man dead. Li Zi's return time was delayed a lot. During this period, he also kept in touch with Zhang Peng and kept communicating about the changes in the situation in the central area. Although they had a territory, Li Ziyu knew that the Ratmen would not be willing to accept it. No force will honestly give up a territory to others. The same is true for the Ratmen. They were a large clan with insufficient resources of their own. And due to the rules of the central area, they reluctantly ceded their land. After developing trade with the Undead, the Ratmen gained a lot of benefits. But it was these benefits that made the Ratmen see the wealth of the Undead. This gave them some bad thoughts in their minds. It is always easier to plunder than to exchange. Li Ziyu was afraid of this. So he never cut off contact with Zhang Peng, for fear that something might go wrong. Although there are many Undead left behind, the Ratmen are not weak creatures either. If a real fight breaks out, the soldiers he left behind may not be able to stop the Undead. If we fail to defend our territory, the loss will be huge. However, things took a strange turn and did not develop as he had imagined. With the help of Zhang Peng, Sale, who had been a thorn in the Ratman's side, developed extremely rapidly. The Ratman nobles highly respected the ecstasy potion, and Sale's wealth accumulation and status also rose, and he became a guest of honor among the nobles. He could get a lot of valuable information from the Ratman nobles. It was Sale who reported the unusual movements of the Rat people. The Rat nobles wanted to plunder the Undead, and many of them had even secretly contacted each other and were preparing to go to war with the Undead. In their eyes, the resources possessed by the Undead far exceed the cost of war. As long as one can plunder the Undead, waging war is a very appropriate thing to do, because Sale has the closest relationship with the dead. They often ask Sale about the dead. At Zhang Peng's suggestion, Sale also revealed some information, but the core secrets of the Undead were unknown to the Ratman nobles. Just as the Ratman nobles were uniting and planning to go to war with the Undead, the central area was in chaos. The cause was not because of others, but because of the Ratman himself. The Rat people are a very strange race. They were once extremely weak beings, and only grew up relying on wisdom and technology. Even though they have become a powerful tribe in the central area and possess a vast territory, they have not forgotten when they were weak, and there is always a sense of panic in their hearts. This sense of panic made them continue to research more war technologies, and occasionally cause friction with the surrounding ethnic groups. They need to maintain the combat effectiveness of the army, and continue to train the army. This time, it was the chaos caused by a small-scale battle. According to Zhang Peng, it seemed that the Ratmen had developed some kind of weapon and wanted to test its power. Just like they had done before, they started a large-scale war without declaring war. What the Ratmen did not expect was that the weapon seemed to have some unpredictable consequences, causing the small-scale war to suddenly expand in an uncontrollable direction. The Ratmen launched small-scale wars and provoked various tribes. Other powerful tribes had long been accustomed to it, and did not even feel that this was a big deal. Instead, they felt that it was a good thing. The Ratmen need to train their troops, and they need it too. It's just right. Everyone can cooperate and train their troops. But the situation changed when the Ratmen's weapons developed out of control. It was a weapon with the ability to spread infection, and the speed of infection exceeded the expectations of the Rat people, causing the battlefield to expand. What's even more troubling is that the Ratmen's weapons also led to some even more severe consequences. After the counterattack of other powerful races, the attack of the weapons destroyed the space and created space cracks. The space crack is not a big deal. Li Ziyu once reached the void land through the space crack and met Bepta. The problem is that behind the space rift opened by this uncontrollable small-scale war, there is not a void land, but a connection to another world. The Abyss Purgatory, the Devil's Lair, as a different world that focuses on developing magical power. They also have knowledge of other worlds. And the Abyss Purgatory is one of the famous demon lairs. What's worse is that the demons from the Abyss Purgatory discovered this space crack and stabilized it with magic power, refusing to let the space repair itself and building a portal. As a result, countless demons poured into the central area and continued to spread. This is a demon, one of the legendary natural disasters. The only good news is that the levels of these demons are not high, and they have not formed an army. The central area can still resist, and will not be overwhelmed by the demons. But if the portal is still there, there will be more and more demons, and even powerful demon lords will appear. If a lord-level demon appears, it means the demon army is coming. During the time that Li Ziyu was away, the central area was extremely lively, and completely in chaos. The Ratman's infectious weapons still have sequelae, which continue to spread and affect an increasingly wider area. The demons escaped from the abyss purgatory, disrupting the originally peaceful central area and breaking the tacit understanding among the various powerful tribes. The two together triggered new contradictions, escalating conflicts between ethnic groups and making the central area extremely chaotic. The war is raging. Fortunately, the place where the war has just occurred is very far away from the undead territory and has not yet affected the undead territory. The undead side has not suffered any losses, and everything is normal. Li Ziyu, who got the news from Zhang Peng, couldn't help but sigh. The world is unpredictable. He was originally still thinking about what to do after returning, whether to go to war with the Ratmen. The tens of millions of Ant-Man undeads did give him great confidence. Unexpectedly, before he knew what to do, the central area was in chaos. Here comes the opportunity. When it comes to the skill of seeking death, the Ratman has maxed it out, and he might end up killing himself in this wave. Li Ziyu asked Zhang Peng not to interfere in the war for the time being, to keep things stable, not to stop trading, to collect more resources, and to prepare for future wars. That's right. Li Ziyu felt that there would definitely be a war in the future, no matter how he speculated. This time, the fire would burn on the heads of the undead, and he couldn't stay out of it. As for the specific situation, we will have to wait until he returns to the central area. Although Sale delivered the message, there are still many doubts in the message. We still need to be cautious until we figure it out. Zhang Peng didn't object. He had the same idea. What is the relationship between the various tribes in the central area and their undead souls? Except for the Ratmen, other races have nothing to do with the undead and have never even seen them. However, transactions are transactions, and trade is trade. Zhang Peng asked Sire to expand the scope of transactions and try to collect information. Chapter 302 Misunderstanding resolved. The central area, the territory of the undead. When the soulborn insect people and armored beetle people walked out of the sandstorm, the people living on the border became extremely nervous. They had never seen insect people, nor had they even heard of them. Tashring organized people and rushed to the scene as soon as possible, looking at more and more Ant-Man undeads coming out of the wasteland. Tashling's face became extremely ugly. That terrifying number was simply not something they could resist. He even doubted whether they could defeat the enemy even if they called on the undead left behind by the owner of the territory. It was still a question mark. How to do it? Please notify the Rat Death Border City and tell them that the enemy is coming. Foreign enemies are invading, and their race is unknown. Tashling felt a chill in his heart and tried to remain calm as he told Momu. Mao Mao nodded and left in a hurry. It was not difficult to inform the border city of the Rat Death. All he had to do was find an undead and tell him the news. Thanks to the Soul Network covering the entire territory, the news will be transmitted to the Rat Death Border City at the fastest speed. The territory was full of wandering undead. Mao Mao soon found an undead who was walking like an old man and told him the news that enemies were coming to the border. There is no need to worry about whether the undead will understand. Anyway, the low-level undead have limited comprehension ability. As long as you add a sentence report to the undead, the message will be sent automatically. Rat Dead Border City. The Black Warrior, who was so bored that he wanted to sleep, suddenly got shocked and bumped into his companion next to him. What? Asked the companion, who was pretending to be a statue but was actually asleep. Blankly. It's time to get better. Enemies have appeared at the border. The Black Warrior shouted excitedly. Enemy? The Ratmen are attacking? Thanks to the Lord of the Undead. They finally attacked. The companion paused, grabbed the sword and prepared to rush outside while shouting. The Black Warrior quickly stopped him and said to him, No, not a Ratman. It's from the other side of the border. It came from the desolate area. We have to tell the city lord. The companion was confused again. Where's the desolate area? The Black Warrior hesitated for a moment and thought seriously. Isn't it called the desolate area? What is it called? Desolate. Who cares what it is? Go tell the city lord first. Enemies. There are enemies. Does it matter what's going on? What matters is that there are enemies. Okay. Finally something is done. The companions also came to their senses and realized that now was not the time to worry about a noun, but to report the news and then fight. Too idle. Days like this are only suitable for sleeping. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. On the way to find the city lord, they met too many Black Warriors and Skeleton Knights, who were also rushing to the Hall of the Dead. These guys are trying to grab a spot. Speed up. The Black Knight and the Skeleton Knight both sped up their progress at the same time, and ended up being stuck together. Move aside. We have important information to report to the city lord. Get out of the way, and let us pass. I came here first. Get lost. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Just when these Black Warriors and Skeleton Knights were about to start a fight, the Black Warrior in the Hall of the Dead took advantage of his proximity, and had already passed the news to Zhang Peng. What? A large number of people of unknown race have logged in to the wasteland. Zhang Peng stood up in a panic, and almost overturned the table in front of him. Yes. It is said that their number is countless. They keep coming out from the wasteland, and almost cover the entire border, said the Black Warrior who reported. But there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Zhang Peng sat down, took 2 deep breaths, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Is this a joke? How could they come from the wasteland of death? What kind of race could pass through the wasteland of death on such a large scale? Ready to fight. Zhang Peng took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and said to the Black Warrior who came to report. The Black Warrior nodded excitedly, and went out to make arrangements. Compared to the excitement of the Black Warrior, Zhang Peng was not so excited. His face was solemn. With so many enemies, he might not be able to handle them relying solely on the undead in the territory. He had to discuss with the boss what to do. Private chat. Conscientious businessman, boss. Help. Don't want to take a driver's license test. What's the matter? There are too many beautiful girls in bed, and you can't handle it? Conscientious businessman, don't make a fuss. Something serious has happened. This is not the time to joke around. Don't want to take a driver's license test. The Ratman is attacking? Conscientious businessman, no. Don't want to take a driver's license. The virus spreads? Conscientious businessman, no. Don't want to take a driver's license. Is there a problem in the market? Conscientious businessman, no. Don't want to get a driver's license. What else can I do? Conscientious merchant, an unknown race has rushed out from the wasteland. Where are you now? I can't hold on any longer. Don't want to take a driver's license test. What the H.L.? Where are those guys? I'll be there soon. Don't worry. I'm here. The conscientious merchant, really? You're back? Where have you been? I don't want to take a driver's license. My undead army has logged in to the central area. Give me a coordinate. I will let people pass now. Conscience businessman, that's great. Wait for me. I will send you the coordinates. Don't want to get a driver's license. Are you serious? Conscientious businessman, what? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Coordinates. Conscientious businessman, yes. The place that Tuz Tuling told me is exactly this coordinate. I don't want to take a driver's license. I log in here. Why didn't I see the enemy? Conscientious businessman. Conscientious merchant, boss. How many undead have you brought? What do the undead look like? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Hey, let me tell you. I got a lot of good stuff this time. Have you seen Ant-Man? Although they are a bit novice. There are a lot of them. Conscientious businessman. Conscience merchant, boss. Is there such a possibility? Because Taz Tuanan never saw the Ant-Man and undead in your mouth, and regarded the Ant-Man's undead as an enemy. Don't want to take a driving test, no. I can't. Conscientious businessman, boss. When you come back, we will have a good chat. Don't want to get a driver's license. After finishing the chat, the conscientious businessman let out a long breath, covered his face, and gritted his teeth. It made such a big fuss, but ended up being a misunderstanding. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me in advance? The alarm was lifted. Let others come back. Do you need to go? Well, what about people? Zhang Peng sighed and turned to the black samurai. But when he turned his head, he found that the black warrior around him was gone, and there were a few skeleton dead souls left. A skeleton undead stared at Zhang Peng blankly. The burning soul fire revealed clear stupidity. Zhang Peng's mouth twitched, and he said to the skeleton, "Send a message and ask the black warrior and the others to come back." The skeleton ghost holding a broom looked at him blankly, not knowing whether he understood or not. The news had indeed spread, but it was not certain whether those excited black warriors would listen to it. The all clear? What was lifted? Alarm. What's up with the alarm? Lifted. What are you warning about? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Charge. Brothers. The enemy is waiting for us. Defend our territory. Charge. Go! Let the knight in front wait for a while. Don't rush so fast. The black warriors and skeleton undead in the entire territory were shocked, gathered together, and rushed towards the border frantically. When it comes to pretending to be stupid, no one can compare to them. After all, as long as they don't speak, no one knows what they are thinking. And everything can be done in the Soul Network. Li Ziyu was also very embarrassed at this time. He killed all the way and flattened the wasteland after another. In the middle, he did not talk to Zhang Peng in the middle. He still paid attention to the information of the central area. The problem was, he was thinking about giving Zhang Peng a surprise. So he didn't tell him about Ant-Man. And then there was a big misunderstanding. But it's not a big problem. Tashjalin organized the people on the border. Looking at the dense Anthran dead spirit, they were extremely nervous. And their bodies were trembling. Since they followed the undead, they have not felt that for a long time. Today they experience fear all over again. The skeleton undead began to gather around them, which made them feel a little more at ease and not as panicked as before. Even so, the fear remains. After all, the number of enemies is too large. Can we hold it? A minotaur from the Tab tribe swallowed and asked Tashjalin. We must defend it. This is the master's territory. This is our home. We must defend it no matter what. Brothers, it's time to fight to the death. Tashjalin was also afraid in his heart. But now his status was equal to that of Mumu, and even exceeded Mumu's status in the hearts of the Taboo Minotaurs. At this time, he couldn't show any fear. He had to stay calm and everyone was watching him. Although he was not old. But they have too many people. Not only the Taboo Minotaur, but everyone present felt that this was a war that could not be won. No. We also have reinforcements. The undead will not abandon us. They will come to help. At worst, I'll just die. After death, the worst that can happen is that we become undead. Maybe we can even become ghosts. And then we can be with our ancestors. Tashjalin suddenly said with a smile. He came to terms with it. Is death scary? It used to be scary. But now? The worst that can happen is that I can just become a ghost. He has lived with the undead for so long that he feels there is nothing wrong with being an undead. You don't have to worry about food and drink. You can just hang out every day without any worries. What's wrong with that? Those who were brought here by Li Ziyu from the base camp were all die-hard fans of the undead. No matter what their reasons were. They had one thing in common. They did not dislike the undead. Nor did they dislike being undead. After hearing what Tashjalin said, the people around him were stunned at first. And then laughed. Yes. What are they worried about? They are loyal to the Lord of the Undead. Even if they die, the Lord of the Dead will resurrect them with a gesture of the undead. Don't be afraid of anything. Just do it. Tashjalin didn't expect that just because of his words. The morale was raised and everyone was eager to fight. The Ant-Man's undead has begun to advance forward. And it does not work. There are still a large number of companions waiting to log in the deserted land. They moved forward to make room for their companions behind them. In the eyes of Tashjalin and his men, this behavior was tantamount to an attack. The enemy is coming. Brothers, we don't need to be afraid. We will not retreat. Forward. Intaz turned shouting. The momentum of soldiers hung weapons. And bravely greeted the Ant-Man's undead. Before the two sides could fight, Tashjalin suddenly saw a tall shadow slowly emerging from the wasteland of death. That is, the fortress of the undead. The familiar look made him open his eyes wide with disbelief in them. Is the master here to save us? Sure enough. We won't die. Brothers. Reinforcements. The master is back. Go! Tashjalin roared and his throat was torn. His voice attracted other people's attention. Following his fingers, they saw the fortress appearing in the distance. It is the undead fortress and our reinforcements. Invincible. Just as they were about to crash into it with roars, they suddenly discovered that the strange thing in front of them stopped moving and slowly made way for a path. And the end of that path was the undead fortress. Kill all? Something's happening. Stop. 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 The crowd became chaotic. Everyone was trying to stop. The situation seemed not quite what they expected. The skeleton knight rushed out of the fortress and rushed towards Tashjalin and the others. When Tashjalin saw the familiar undead spirit, he was stunned. Those strange things were not moved. And they did not attack the skeleton knight. They walked through the weirds. The skeleton knights passed through the Ant-Man Undead and arrived in front of Tastuling. Friendly. The Lord of the Undead is in the fortress. You are welcome to go there. The skeleton knights conveyed Li Ziyu's words. Tastian will not doubt the words of the skeleton knight. The undead will not make a joke with Li Ziyu. Since they said they were friendly forces, then they were definitely friendly forces. The master is awesome. Tastuling quickly spread the news, letting everyone else know what was going on, and that they were going to return to the fortress to meet the Lord of the Undead. The skeleton knight is waiting for them, and when everyone knows the news, she escorted them to the Undead fortress. Everyone followed the skeleton knight silently as they passed through the army of Ant-Man Undeads, their faces filled with amazement. When he came to the familiar Undead fortress, the Tabunyo head was happy. After picking up Tastuling and the others, Li Ziyu continued on his journey, while at the same time ordering the Ant-Man Undead to disperse. If the rat people could not see such a huge group of undead rolling forward, they would be really blind. So they had to let these Ant-Man Undead spread throughout the territory. Li Ziyu did not dare to go directly to the Mouse's border city. He informed Zhang Peng and asked him to meet himself in the territory. At the same time, the Black Warrior and the Skeleton Knight were rushing over, and their unusual movements attracted the attention of the alien skeletons. Although I do not know what the Black Samurai and Bone Knights are going to do following them, there is a probability that there is a wreck. So behind the Black Warrior and the Skeleton Knight, there followed a huge army of alien skeletons. The result was that the Dark Knight, the Skeleton Knight, and the alien skeleton army arrived at the Ant-Man Undead formation. These guys they are not alive. Undead? That's not right. They are similar to those guys. When it comes to identifying the undead, the Dark Knight and the Skeleton Knight are much better than Tastuling and the others. Through the breath of the soul, they quickly identified the true identity of the Ant-Man Undead. The Ant-Man Undead came out of the alien tomb and is an alien undead, which is different from normal undead like the Darth Vader and the Skeleton Knight. They are more inclined towards the alien skeletons. But the problem is that the Dark Skeletons have never seen the Ant-Man Undead. The Dark Skeletons were also a little confused. This person is not one of ours. Who are these guys? Are you here to grab territory? Especially this form has problems. Most of the time, the undead appear in the form of skeletons. But the Ant-Man Undead are different. They don't have a skeleton, but a thick SHL on the outside, which is different from the Dark Skeletons. Just when all the undead were confused, Li Ziyu's message came over and spread in the Soul Network and the Alien Soul Network at the same time, letting them know that the Ant-Man Undead opposite them were friendly forces, not enemies. The misunderstanding was resolved, and the next step was to wait for Zhang Peng to come. Chapter 303: The Beginning of Chaos. After waiting for 2 days, Zhang Peng finally arrived, and Lu Xingxing also came. The fortresses were connected together, and Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing reunited again. Boss, I miss you so much. As soon as they met, Lu Xingxing excitedly rushed over and hugged Li Ziyu. Xingxing, a grown man like you pounced on me, which made me feel a little scared, Li Ziyu said with a smile, with his hands open, as if he came here on his own and it had nothing to do with me. Boss, you're back. Zhang Peng came over to say hello and glanced at Lu Xingxing. TSK. Xingxing, how long are you going to hold on to the boss? What do you care? The boss and I are just friends. Lu Xingxing let go of Li Ziyu and shouted at Zhang Peng. How come I don't know about this? Zhang Peng shouted with a look of horror on his face. Li Ziyu reached out to stop Lu Xingxing, who was about to say something, and looked at Zhang Peng. Let's talk about business first. Peng, what's the situation now? Speaking of business, Zhang Peng became serious. The situation is not good. The virus developed by the rat people is still spreading, coupled with the demons. It is completely chaotic. But there is good news. Because of the chaos, the sales of our products are better. Li Ziyu nodded and walked with Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng into a small reception room. At this time, the dining table in the reception room was already set with drinks and dishes. The three of them sat down while talking. What Li Ziyu is most concerned about now is the situation in the central area. If the central area suddenly becomes chaotic, it will lead to many consequences. The original plan may need to be changed. The original intention was to allow Sale to become a Ratman noble with the support of the undead, and then to pry the Ratmen from within and thus disintegrate the Ratmen. This is actually not difficult. As long as the undead provide enough money and goods, Sale will take care of the rest. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Unexpectedly, the rat people brought about their own destruction, directly created the virus, and also caused a demon invasion, causing chaos in the central area ahead of time. While eating the juicy tender beef, Li Ziyu drank a sip of milk wine and asked, Zhang Peng, do you think this is an opportunity? Or will the unrest this time be quelled? The unrest has just begun. If the virus developed by the rat people can be quickly controlled and the powerful tribes in the central area unite to fight against the demons, it is not impossible to drive them out. The powerful tribe in the central area of the wilderness is not just a name. If they really unite, the probability of defeating the demons is very high. After all, the demons that appear now are all lower-level demons, and no higher-level demons have appeared yet. If the undead tribe under Li Ziyu want to develop, they need a chaotic world. Don't let others pacify the world just when he makes a move. Otherwise, they will not only not get any benefits, but also suffer a setback. Zhang Peng put down the bone he had already chewed clean and said thoughtfully, I feel like this is going to be a big mess. Li Ziyu was stunned and asked in confusion, Is it such a big deal? Tell me more. Zhang Peng nodded and analyzed. According to the current intelligence, demons are a very powerful race. Even the lower-level demons are not weak, and there are quite a lot of them. The demons' view of good and evil is different from ours. They did not choose a certain race or direction to attack, but spread out. Almost all the races around the crack were affected. Many demons went directly into the inland of various races. The destructive power was quite astonishing. All races have now entered a state of war. If it's just the demons, it's not a big deal. But if we add the biological weapons of the rat men, it's hard to say. Li Ziyu was confused after hearing his words, and asked in confusion, You mean, the biological weapons of the rat people are more cruel than the devil? Zhang Peng shook his head and said, It's not a question of whether it's cruel or not. How should I put it? It's similar to the Resident Evil. Lu Xingxing screamed. Zombies? Zhang Peng rolled his eyes, and glared at Lu Xingxing, signaling him to shut up. Listen to me. I just said it was similar. Not that it was really a biochemical crisis. Although it is similar to the Resident Evil movies, there are still big differences. The infected will gradually lose their sanity. Their eyes will turn pure black or white. Their skin will turn grayish-black. And their blood vessels will bulge. As Zhang Peng described, Li Ziyu opened his mouth in surprise. This description and appearance seem familiar. Isn't this the demon from before? Did the rat man develop a virus that turns humans into demons? If that's the case, then it's really serious. Where did those ghosts above the undead fortress come from? The demons were one of the triggers. The rat man is playing with fire. If he doesn't handle it properly, there will be big problems. But this may not be a bad opportunity. After all, the undead are different from other races. Even the corpses of demons are of great use, and can also be transformed into undead. It was a disaster for other races in the central zone, but a carnival for the undead. The demons don't think about what race they were before. The early demons were really like the zombies in the movies, controlled by special energy, attacking everywhere and infecting more people. The difference is that after becoming demons, they are just as powerful, and have embarked on another path to becoming stronger. So they are difficult to deal with. Just as Li Ziyu and his group met up and asked Zhang Peng for intelligence, other places in the central area were in dire straits. Even the rat man himself had not expected that a routine experiment would cause such a big commotion. They had gained a strange energy accidentally. This strange energy is not colorless. In its entire form, this energy appears as a gray liquid. The rat scientist who discovered this energy excitedly named it gray water. Rat scientists have done extensive research on gray water. They found that gray water has a very strong destructive power. Once its liquid form is destroyed, the gray water will turn into gray mist. The gray fog spread out, and it was extremely corrosive, not only corroding metals, but even other types of energy. And the gray water could also corrode them. Excellent weapon. The rat scientists realized this immediately. They transformed the gray water, put it into special transparent containers, and made them into cannonballs. Then conduct the OK experiment. At the beginning, the gray water bombs did have the effect they expected. This should have been a pleasant surprise. But the rat scientists discovered something was wrong because some enemies, and rats that should have died were not corroded by the gray fog and instead survived. It was just a normal combat experiment. And at this point, it was actually over. and the Ratmen had obtained the data they needed. The power of the Grey Water Bomb is still quite good. Those who survived were also picked up by their respective tribes. And the small-scale battle ended there. But it turned out that the rat scientists were naive. After the grey water turns into grey mist, it is far from simple. It is true that it has corrosive properties, but it also has other properties, such as infection. After the ratmen infected by the grey fog were brought back, they gradually began to change. At first, their skin turned grey, and many black lines appeared on their bodies like tattoos. And their tempers became very irritable. The rat people didn't take it seriously. Over the years, there had to be several wars every year. In every war, many people would be harmed by magic, curses, witchcraft, and the like would affect the normal state of the rat people. But it doesn't matter. As long as we find a way, everything will return to normal. No method was found to restore the ratmen infected by the grey fog to normal. But more ratmen began to show the same symptoms. That's right. The grey fog is not contagious like zombies by biting people. But as long as it is in a certain area, it will affect the people in that area. And then it broke out. The infected grey fog ratmen suddenly began to attack normal ratmen. Their appearance was very scary, and they roared and pounced in all directions. The strength and speed of these ratmen, which are neither human nor ghost, have been enhanced, and they seem to have lost their sense of pain. Because the ratmen didn't care before, their reaction became slow. By the time they reacted, the infected ratmen had already spread. The same thing happens among other races. To make matters worse, the devil came. Demons are a powerful race with various branches and a large number of people. Demons have no reproductive isolation, and new species of demons may appear at any moment. If these new species of demons can survive, new demon branches will be born. There are many worlds conquered by demons. No matter what they looked like before being conquered, they will undergo transformation by demons after being conquered. Even if the world was originally full of vitality, after being transformed by the devil, it will become a world full of fire and darkness. Demons have a long lifespan, but they have never been a peace-loving race. In other words, demons are a natural fighting race. They have been fighting since they were born. Few demons can have a good end, and they are usually killed. No one knows why demons love fighting so much. Even they themselves can't explain it clearly. It seems that it is brought by their blood, or more likely caused by the pressure of survival. Because they are warlike, they are also extremely aggressive, and their resources are never enough. There is a huge difference between upper demons and lower demons. Upper demons are not only powerful, but also more cunning and treacherous, even surpassing humans. Lower demons appear much more stupid, more like magical beasts that have great power but act on instinct. Lesser demons are the lowest level of existence among demons, equivalent to goblins from another world. Their number is extremely large, and nearly half of the demon population is contributed by lesser demons. They lack wisdom and strength, but like to fight and be aggressive, can't sit still, and always want to destroy something. But it is such a creature that is speculated to be the origin of the demon race, the initial form of demon, and has infinite evolutionary possibilities. Most of the time, when invading other worlds, the lesser demons act as pioneers and vanguards. They are the best pathfinders, and do not even need other demons to drive them. Levite demons are as curious as they are belligerent. A space crack connecting to the abyss purgatory appeared in the central area of the wasteland, and the little demon came out from it. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest. These guys, less than 1 meter tall, with black and red skin, wings on their backs, and sharp teeth and claws, swarmed out of the cracks. Their numbers were so large that it made people's scalp tingle. No one knew this in advance, so naturally it was impossible to intercept it in advance. The little demons that escaped from the abyss purgatory used their speed and wings to escape into the territories of various powerful tribes. Weakness is relative. To demons, little imps are very weak and may even be treated as food. But to other creatures, little imps are still threatening, especially to civilians who have almost no combat power. Little imps become very scary. In terms of magic, the little demons are born with the ability to cast fireballs. In terms of physics, they have sharp fangs and claws, and are no worse than monsters. What's even more uncomfortable is that the little demons can fly. They have wings. When these guys ran into tribes, villages, and cities and wreaked havoc, all races paid a heavy price. Under the double attack of the grey fog infected and the demons, The chaos escalated instantly. Each race has different ideas. Some races advocate the elimination of the lesser demons. Some races advocate the expulsion of the lesser demons. And some races advocate the capture of the lesser demons. Various different countermeasures led to conflicts between races. And the war suddenly began. During the time when Li Ziyu was away, the war showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it kept escalating. Everyone became more and more angry. And no one gave in. No one was willing to take a step back. Once the fire is really ignited, it will be difficult to resolve the problem through negotiation. News kept coming from the battlefield. The scale of the fighting on the front line became larger and larger. Many tribes, villages, and even cities were destroyed, resulting in a large number of refugees who poured into the various ethnic groups, forming a refugee wave. In such a time of war, there are two most important things: military equipment and food. Although the war started suddenly, the various ethnic groups in the central area usually accumulated equipment and food, so they were able to hold on. But no one knows how long this war will last. So the more replenishment we can get, the better. Many businessmen and speculators smelled an opportunity. And Sale was a qualified businessman. During this period, he was doing very well, got in touch with the high-ranking members of the rat people, and was already on the verge of becoming a rat noble. He was able to obtain other news that other rat people did not know, by analyzing the information provided by the rat people's top leaders. Sale found a business opportunity. He knew very well that the reason he had achieved such success in such a short period of time was not because of himself, but because of the undead. Without the various goods of the undead and their protection, he would not have been able to get to this point. Moreover, he had signed a sole contract with the Lord of the Undead, and it was impossible for him to betray. After reaching the conclusion, he immediately found Zhang Peng, shared his information with Zhang Peng, and stockpiled food and weapons, preparing to make a fortune after the battle began. Zhang Peng told Li Ziyu everything he knew, without hiding anything. Li Ziyu was stunned. My goodness. When he was there, everything was peaceful and harmonious, and he had to find opportunities for himself. But it turned out to be a mess just after he left. For all ethnic groups in the central area, war is a catastrophe. For the undead, this is the carnival. No matter what race the corpse is, once it comes to Li Ziyu, it can always be transformed into an undead. This is a carnival, especially since this matter has nothing to do with them, the undead, so they can make a fortune in silence. After Zhang Ping finished the information, then asked, Boss, how do we do this time? You bring so many undeads. Do you want to join this war? And I feel that if we join in, we can completely stand in the central area. Speaking of the undead brought back by Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing raised his head and asked curiously, Boss, where do you get so many strange undeads? How did I have never seen this kind of ant race? Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng smiled at each other. He did not tell Lu Xingxing the news that he was leaving the wilderness for the grassland, for fear that the boy would become greedy and want to follow him. But now that he is back, he can tell him. Looking at Lu Xingxing, Li Ziyu explained, some time ago, Batubi discovered a passage out of the wasteland. There is a grassland over there. So I went to take a look. Oh, the grassland. Lu Xingxing chewed the food in his mouth, nodded, and then paused. His eyes widened and looked at Li Ziyu. Grassland? Boss, you left the wasteland? Chapter 3042 Plans. Li Ziyu nodded. Lu Xingxing slowly turned his neck towards Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng had a calm face, pointed at Li Ziyu, and said without hesitation, Go find the boss. The boss won't let me say it. Lu Xingxing's lips trembled, and he howled like a funeral. Boss, my dear boss, why didn't you tell me you were going to the grassland? Collect. Li Ziyu clenched his fist, and Lu Xingxing immediately shut up and looked at him pitifully. TSK. That's why I didn't tell you. I just went to take a look. I haven't planned to march into the grassland yet. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's finish the things here first. Lu Xingxing sighed. His heart that longed to hunt for treasure was restless. But since the boss said so, what can he do? He can only pray that things in the wilderness will be resolved soon. I really want to go to the grassland as soon as possible. Lu Xingxing calmed his restless heart and asked curiously, Boss, are those weird-looking undead outside from the grassland? They look like ants. Li Ziyu nodded and said with a smile, You are right. Those guys outside are Ant-Man. I raided 2 Ant-Man nests to get so many Ant-Man. Seeing that Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng were both full of curiosity, Li Ziyu told them about his experiences on the grassland. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing nodded repeatedly after listening to this. And at the same time, they had a general understanding of the grassland. After talking about the grassland, Li Ziyu brought the topic back and said to Zhang Peng seriously, I don't want to send the Ant-Man Undead to the battlefield for the time being. According to what you said to me, the war has not yet reached our side. Whether it is the demons or the devils, they do not pose a threat to us. There is no need to get involved. Zhang Peng looked thoughtful. It was okay that Li Ziyu didn't want to join the battlefield. Just as he said, the demons and devils had no conflicts with the undead, so there was no need for them to help. But if you just look at it like this, you always feel like you've missed an opportunity. Zhang Peng looked at Li Ziyu and asked, what should we do now? Just watch and do the trade and make a profit. Li Ziyu chuckled, stretched out his index finger and shook it, saying, how is that possible? Such a good opportunity is not easy to come by. We have to intervene. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng both showed an expression of I knew you would say that and waited for his next words. Li Ziyu said to the two of them, they need weapons and food. Sell them. But tell them we need corpses. Lots of corpses. And let them trade them. Of course, we still have to collect the resources. But corpses come first. The two of them looked surprised. Zhang Peng clapped his hand and said excitedly, this idea is good. In the front of the war, there are some corpses. But the corpse has little effect on all ethnic groups. And even not dealt with in time. It is easy to cause plague. It is worthless at all. But it is different for us. Lu Xingxing also said, yes. Yes. If the corpse falls into the hands of the boss, it will definitely be a soldier. In exchange for resources. How can there be a quick change of corpse? The two of them know clearly that the better Li Ziyu develops, the safer they will be. Li Ziyu smiled and nodded. Zhang Peng, I'll leave this matter to you. Zhang Peng rolled his eyes and patted his chest, saying, leave it to me. I'll do it for you. Not only do I want the body, but I can't waste any more resources. The weapons and food in hand are in short supply, and there is no problem selling them. As a businessman, Zhang Peng naturally wants to maximize the use of resources and make more money. Just replace the body? No. 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 That's a big thank you. As long as he lowered the price a little and added the additional condition of collecting corpses, those races would have to obediently send the corpses to him. The corpses are all free. Just a gift. If you don't send the bodies, then we'll sell you weapons and food at a higher price. There are ups and downs. And the various ethnic groups are not stupid. They definitely know how to choose. Li Ziyu felt very relieved to leave the business matters to Zhang Peng. For so long, Zhang Peng had never made a business at a loss. Under the current circumstances, Zhang Peng must be able to make a fortune. After thinking about it, he said again, in addition to the corpse, I also think of it. Zhang Peng quickly asked, anything else? Li Ziyu thought for a moment and said, what do you think of mercenaries? Mercenary? Zhang Peng frowned and thought about it. But soon he reacted and his eyes lit up. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Mercenaries are a stroke of genius. Weapons and food are naturally making money. And the army also makes money. Not only are there a large number of undead, but there are also advanced units such as black warriors and skeleton knights, who can also go to the battlefield. Li Ziyu doesn't want to get involved himself. But that doesn't mean he can't lend the undead to other races to help fight against demons and monsters. Especially after Li Ziyu went to the grassland this time. He also brought back tens of millions of Ant-Man undead. They were just left in the territory. But by lending them out, he could also gain considerable resources. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Zhang Peng nodded repeatedly. This is a good idea. I'll ask Sale. The chances of success are very high. Lu Xingxing was puzzled on the side. Why do the mercenaries? I think the situation is not good. In case the devil and the devil are fighting, we also need an undead. Zhang Peng shook his head and explained. We send the undead to help them for a fee. Not only do we want to get resources from them, but we also want free corpses. We can negotiate with them that the corpses of the enemies killed by the undead will belong to us. And they will definitely agree. There is one more thing. And that is intelligence. Since we came here, it has been difficult to infiltrate the enemy group due to the appearance of the undead. We can only train Sire to obtain intelligence. If the other party is willing to rent the undead mercenary, then we can enter the opponent's territory, so as to obtain first-hand information and better understand those races. Lu Xingxing's eyes widened after hearing Zhang Peng's explanation. How did you come up with this? Zhang Peng rolled his eyes and said, any normal person can think of this. Okay. Just follow your thoughts and it will be fine. Lu Xingxing glanced at Li Ziyu and suddenly fell silent. I didn't expect it. So I am not a normal person? Li Ziyu smiled and said nothing. Uh-huh. I didn't expect that much. I just thought of the mercenary plan. As for what Zhang Peng said, he really didn't think about it. The mercenary plan is just temporarily thought. The three chatted for a while. And then Zhang Peng said goodbye and left. He has to operate it. These things should be early or late. Do it early to collect resources. Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing continued chatting. In recent times, Lu Xingxing has been wandering around the territory, his mission being to search for treasures, especially various mineral veins, with the assistance of the treasure cat, looking for mineral veins and the like. It was really not a matter. He found a lot during this time. It's just that Li Ziyu is not there, and the resource point cannot be built. He drew a map marking various locations and handed it to Li Ziyu. This map is a pure treasure map. Li Ziyu happily accepted it and prepared to build resource points according to the treasure map. The strategy has been set, and the next step is to implement it. Zhang Peng used his own channels to inform Sire that corpses could be used to get discounts on goods and mercenaries. Dear Mr. Sayer, there is a letter for you. The servant walked to Sayer's side dragging a silver tray, bowed, and handed the silver tray to Sayer. At this time, Sayer was long in the past. His hands were covered with gemstone rings, a gold necklace hanging on his neck, and the robe on his body was gorgeous and soft, drawing exquisite patterns with expensive dyes. Whether it is a ring, a necklace or a robe, they are not just for beauty. They are all magical items with defensive properties. After cooperating with the undead, Sayer's wealth increased rapidly. While satisfying, Sayer also started to worry about his life. He is not a noble yet. At best, he is a big businessman. In the eyes of many people, big businessmen like him are fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Although the undead sent guards, it was impossible for those guards to follow him all the time. For his own life, Sayer spent a lot of money and bought equipment, from head to toe. These equipments have no combat attributes. All of them are defensive attributes, which can make Sayer feel at ease. After sweeping his eyes, Sayer went from the silver disc to the letter, looked at it. His eyes moved slightly, and he waved his hand gently. The servant bowed again and returned. When the door was closed, Sayer rubbed the ring on his index finger, and an invisible protective shield unfolded, covering the entire room. It was confirmed that Sayer couldn't care about sitting down and hurriedly opened the letter. The letter was sent by the mayor of Undead Border City, and he dared not neglect it in the slightest. Can corpses be used to get discounts? The undead allow other races to hire their own soldiers? After reading the letter, Sayer frowned, and he calculated in his heart. Although Zhang Pingxin wrote very euphemistically, he wanted to ask Sayer to help and promote these two things. But Sayer knew in his heart that the euphemism was just a politeness, and it was an order, asking him to complete these two tasks. Does he dare not do it? That's the undead, his master, the foundation of his wealth and glory. Whatever the undead asked him to do, he had to do it with 120% of his heart. Providing corpses to get discounted goods is an easy thing to do. I believe that the Ratmen and even other races will not refuse. But being a mercenary is not that easy. There are mercenaries in every ethnic group, and their main tasks are to guard caravans, search for items, and so on. A mercenary group with around 1,800 people is considered a large mercenary group. Mercenary troops. This kind of thing has never happened before. The powerful tribes living in the central area all have their own armies. So why would they spend a large sum of money to hire an outsider's army? The mercenary team not only consumes a lot of resources, but also dangerous. The most feared thing is turning against one side at the critical moment, which would be simply catastrophic. The first item is a normal business behavior, but the second item needs to be carefully considered. The undead? Sayer was very attentive, and soon moved by Zhang Peng's letter. With his current status, he doesn't need to contact those small businessmen. At the very least, he has to contact big businessmen of the same level, as well as nobles and so on. As the creator of this chaos, The Ratmen were unable to escape at all, and were also attacked by demons and monsters. In a short period of time, they had lost several cities, and a large number of refugees appeared in their territory. The Ratman's response was also very fast, and each city-state organized the army to suppress it. But it takes time for the army to assemble and deploy, which allows demons and monsters to spread further. In the city-state that was not affected, the nobility of the Rat people still did myself, and there was no sense of crisis. They sing every day and enjoy the fun brought by wealth. Sale is a well-known businessman recently. From an ordinary businessman, he has grown rapidly. His business road has expanded to other city-states. The nobles like his products very much. Oh, no. It should be said that it is the product of the undead. Exquisite handicrafts, useless but luxurious plates, cups and other daily necessities, as well as fruits and food they had never seen before. Sire always brought them surprises. No one was in thought about Sale. But why? Sale was protected by the undead around Sale. After evaluation, the greedy nobles came to the conclusion that it would be better for them to cooperate with each other rather than be enemies. Today, Sayer brought them a great news. Discount. Just want to get the discount price of the product from Sale. He must give him a corpse. The nobles felt puzzled. Why were discounts associated with corpses? But it doesn't matter, as long as there is a discount. Especially when they knew that there were a lot of weapons and food in Sale's hands. They felt that it was too cost-effective to use corpses to exchange discounts. Those damn infections and demons will create a large number of corpses every day and slaughter many rats. There are a lot of ratmen, and when their cities and tribes are attacked by demons and devils, a large number of corpses will be abandoned. These corpses are of no use, and can only be buried in the ground and left to rot. Now that the garbage finally has value, it can help them save a lot of profits. Which is great. The nobles and businessmen who got the news immediately acted. They who had avoided the war, and went towards the battlefield under the trend of interests to collect the corpses picked up from the battlefield, and then loaded them away. The nobles and big businessmen had no intention of concealing the matter of collecting corpses, and did it in a big way. At the beginning, everyone was excited because these nobles and businessmen were finally doing some real work. Then, everyone started to laugh. After all, collecting and transporting corpses also costs money, which will cause them to lose some wealth. It was obvious that they could not laugh, because the nobles and merchants who collected the corpses accepted everyone. No matter how many corpses there were, they would take them all, and the number was terrifying. This is very abnormal. What do they need so many bodies for? Do you really want to do good deeds? The nobles and big businessmen of other city-states did not believe it. Family members only know their own business. How can there be so much kindness among them? There must be huge interests behind the nobles and big businessmen to get them to act together. Otherwise, these extremely greedy vampires would not care about worthless corpses. Doubts were like a kitten's claws scratching in their hearts. The nobles and big businessmen who had not yet come into contact with Sire could no longer sit still and sent out their own spies to gather intelligence. Even though big businessmen and nobles don't care about demons and monsters, they are extremely concerned about wealth. The collection of such a large number of corpses could not be hidden from the spies. The spy followed the convoy and watched it pull away cartloads of corpses, all heading in the same direction. He then reported what he saw to his master. Corpses are constantly gathering towards one place, and that place is the direction of the undead territory where a war had just taken place some time ago. Are these guys crazy? They actually want to transport the corpses to the side of the undead? The nobles and big businessmen who did not understand the situation felt that they could not just sit there and do nothing, although they did not know what the problem was. They were very angry when they saw other people's wealth increasing. The nobles of various city-states began to unite to resist the collection of corpses and strongly criticized this behavior, believing that it would bring trouble to the Ratmen. Chapter 305. Bone Sword Guard. Under normal circumstances, the attacks of the rat nobles and big businessmen might actually be successful. After all, they made it look like the public was excited. But now the attention of the Ratman royal family is on the demons and monsters. They have no time to care about them. They are even glad that someone is collecting the corpses. Therefore, the public outcry of those poor nobles and big businessmen was seen as deliberate troublemaking in the eyes of the royal family. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he was also scolded by the royal family. But this also aroused the curiosity of some royal families, who wanted to know why the corpses were collected. It has to be said that the power of the royal family and the royal family is much stronger than those nobles and big businessmen. They can easily find out the information they want to know. A businessman who cooperates with the undead? Sire? Does he have food? Can I get a discount when buying something by using a corpse? Now the truth was revealed. The Ratman's top leaders were shocked. And they also remembered the name Sawyer. A large number of corpses were continuously transported to the city of Alimaha, and then sent to the rat-dead border city through the city of Alimaha. Sale didn't care how others collected the bodies or transported them here. He only cared about making the deal with Zhang Peng and dealing with those rat nobles and big businessmen at the same time. In the face of practical interests, everything becomes simple and easy. And the rat nobles and big businessmen burst out with great enthusiasm. In a short period of time, the number of corpses sent to the rat-dead border city reached 1 million. Zhang Peng didn't dare to leave the bodies in the city. With so many bodies, it would be too easy for a plague to occur. He didn't want the city that had just prospered to disappear like that. After contacting Li Ziyu, a corpse transport truck was sent over to take away the bodies in batches. Li Ziyu had never expected that things would go so smoothly, and was quite surprised when she received the body. The corpses were mainly those of ratmen, with a number of infected people mixed in. Li Ziyu studied the infected person carefully. Although he was somewhat different from the demon he had encountered before, he should be the same thing. According to the system's decomposition of the corpses, these corpses do not have any marks, but they possess the same special energy as demons. However, the energy in their bodies was much thinner than that of the demons he had seen before. Li Ziyu suspected that it was because these guys had just begun to transform, and the energy in their bodies had not yet stabilized. After figuring everything out, Li Ziyu felt that this time the rat people might have really created something incredible. Where do those ghosts on top of the fortress come from? Isn't it because the demons were inexplicably created in the first place, which led to the great disaster? Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, like a mass extinction. That's why there are so many ghosts. They were trapped in the ghost mountains for so many years, and were only liberated after meeting Li Ziyu. The result of the rat man's experiment this time was no different from the original one. He also created a demon, and he didn't pay much attention to it. What's worse is that the powerful tribes in the central area not only have to face the demons that may erupt at any time, but also have to face the demons that escape from the abyss purgatory. Their situation is even more dangerous than before. Because of the lack of history, everyone was not alert. However, these have nothing to do with Li Ziyu. He is the lord of the undead and a time traveler. If a major disaster really occurs, the worst that can happen is that he will just run away. Besides, whether it is the corpse of a demon or the corpse of any other living creature, all of them can be transformed into undead. It's almost the same for powerful tribes in the central area such as the Ratmen. This may be an impending disaster. For Li Ziyu, it is the beginning of an explosion of troops. The large number of corpses will make his troops extremely full. Why are there so many terrifying legends about the undead? Li Ziyu speculated that it is probably because the undead love battlefields very much. For the undead, the battlefield is not much different from heaven. Like a meat grinder, a large number of lives will die on the battlefield. The dead air and soul energy emitted by the corpses, as well as the corpses themselves, are all loved by the undead. So they will naturally be attracted to the battlefield. The dead cannot express themselves, and their appearance is terrifying. So naturally people make up horror stories about them. Li Ziyu didn't plan to do anything. He just watched quietly. Just like he said to Zhang Peng, now was not the best time to take action. He didn't need to do anything. Just wait. Isn't it said that the mercenary plan has not yet been promoted? Sayer encountered obstacles when promoting the mercenary plan? It doesn't matter. The demons and devils will make the rat people and other races accept it. As time went by, things really developed in the direction that Li Ziyu expected. The demons and monsters that were not taken seriously by the various races and thought could be easily destroyed taught the various races a lesson. The newly born demons do not have strong combat power, but they are contagious. After the troops of various races killed a group of demons, new infected people would soon appear. Even the gray fog was evolving, making the infection ability stronger. After the demon was killed, his body was not properly handled. And while the troops of various races were celebrating their victory, they were actually infected with the gray fog virus. Soldiers in the army mutated and infected more fighters. Dealing with demons is equally difficult. Even small demons are not so easy to deal with. They will consciously avoid the large forces and wait for the large forces searching for them to pass by before running out to cause damage, showing the devil's cunning to the fullest. There were quite a few lesser demons coming out of the abyss purgatory, but due to the lack of control by the higher level demons, the lesser demons did not gather in groups, but were scattered everywhere. It is easier to deal with them if they gather together, but if they are scattered everywhere, it will make the armies of various ethnic groups a little confused. Every time a group of people chase one person, and they may not be able to catch him, the chaos is intensifying, and all races are beginning to take it seriously, being tormented by demons and devils. It's such a simple thing. How come it has become like this? I can't figure it out. The rats were very angry. It had been so long, so many years, and they had never been so passive. They always ambushed and attacked others. Never been beaten like this before. Whether it is demons or devils, their numbers in the Ratman's territory are increasing. They sent out a lot of troops, but they were unable to curb the momentum. On the contrary, it intensified and many Ratman city-states were now attacked. It is a big deal if a city-state is attacked. The Ratman can ignore the attacked tribes and villages. Those tribes and villages scattered outside the city-states are often established by vassal races. If they are attacked, they are attacked. It doesn't matter. The Ratmen don't care that much. But the city-states are different. They are the foundation of the rat people. Every city-state is very important and cannot be watched fall. They increased their efforts to eliminate the demons, but the effect was still not obvious. The demons can be eliminated, but after they are eliminated, new demons will soon appear, and the speed of their appearance is getting faster and faster. As if they can never be killed all, the Ratmen started out by dealing plagues, and to them, plague is as much a specialty as digging holes. They soon realized that these demons were transformed from some kind of plague. The demons created by the gray fog are indeed very similar to people infected by the plague. Rat scientists began to restudy the gray fog, trying to find a way to crack it. When it comes to plague, the rat scientists have a handle on it, and they can always find a solution. When they received the task, the rat scientists were full of confidence. They did not take the gray fog seriously at all and believed that they would find an antidote soon. In fact, deciphering the gray fog is a big problem. The more they study, the more confused the rat scientists become. They can't even be sure whether the gray fog is a plague or not. This thing seemed to have life, and actually hid information. The rat scientists tried many methods, but were unable to decipher the gray fog. They had no way to deal with the gray fog. Compared to the various races that were in a state of panic, Liziu was very happy. Corpses were constantly being set over, and then transformed into new undead. With the addition of Ant-Man Undead, there is no shortage of low-level undead in the undead territory. So the current undead are mainly in combat sequences such as the Dark Knight and the Skeleton Knight. Liziu, who has studied psychic technology and mechanical technology for a long time, has turned his attention back to the orthodox undead combat sequence. He feels that it is time to unlock some advanced combat sequences. The Black Warrior and Skeleton Knight have appeared for a long time, but the arms have not been further updated. In the regular Skeleton Undead battle sequence, there are not only units like Black Warriors and Skeleton Knights, but also many other units. After upgrading from a fortress to a stronghold, many changes have occurred in the system, and the Weapon Workshop and Armor Workshop have also undergone many changes. To unlock the Undead battle sequence, you must first unlock weapons and armor. Previously, Liziu unlocked weapons and armor completely randomly. He unlocked whatever he liked, and what kind of soldiers he could get depended entirely on luck. If you are lucky, the soldiers you unlock will be powerful. If you are unlucky, the soldiers you unlock will not be very good, such as the giant skeleton warriors and skeleton hammer warriors that were unlocked before. After these two types of soldiers were unlocked, Liziu rarely used them. How should I put it? It's not that it's not strong enough. It's mainly because it's duplicated with the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. If there's a real need, wouldn't it be better to just send the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior out? After upgrading to a fortress, things are different. Now weapons and armor have specific directions, and arms have choices. You can check which arms are associated with weapons and armor, and you can also check which weapons and equipment are needed to unlock an arm. This way, you can save a lot of trouble. What Liziu wants to unlock this time is also the powerful Guard Undead. The Guard Undead do not belong to the most core combat sequence, and are not as famous as the Black Warrior and Skeleton Knight. However, The power of the Guardian Undead is unquestionable. After all, they are the last line of defense for the high-level Undead rulers. The Guard Undead are divided into 3 types: Bone Shield Guards, Bone Sword Guards, and Guard Knights. The resources required to unlock the guards are much more than those for the Dark Knight and Skeleton Knight. When unlocking the Darth Vader and Skeleton Knight, you can directly unlock the Darth Vader armor, Darth Vader longsword, Knight heavy armor, and two-handed Knight broadsword. When it comes to the guard, you can't unlock it directly. You have to unlock it according to the parts. For example, if you want to unlock the Shield Guard, you need to unlock Lord Level Heavy Trident Helmet, Lord Level Heavy Guard Shoulder Armor, Lord Level Special Hardened Inner Breast Armor, etc. In the past, unlocking these parts would have been a difficult task for Liziu. Not only were there a large number of them, but a lot of resources were also required. Not only skeletons, but other resources were also needed. So it was quite difficult to unlock them. But at this point, it was much simpler. With the resources in his hands, it was a piece of cake to unlock these components. According to the comparison table, I clicked on them one by one and soon unlocked the 3 guards. Lord Level Bone Shield Guard. Introduction. The strongest shield in front of the Skeleton Undead Lord. Although their combat power is slightly weaker, their defense power is absolutely amazing. Whether it is the super heavy armor they wear or the tower shield in their hands, they can block the enemy's attack like a copper wall. P.S. These guys are not very smart and always feel stupid. Requirements: Lord Level Heavy Trident Helmet *1. Lord Level Heavy Guard Shoulder Armor *2 pairs. Lord Level Alloy Spike Bone Tower Shield *2. Skeleton *1000 units. Soul Energy *20,000 units. Psionic Core *5 pieces. Lord Level Bone Sword Guard. Introduction. They are one of the best undead warriors. Even the Black Warriors are dwarfed by them. Oh, no. In other words, they are the best among the Black Warriors. They have strong fighting power, and are one of the most powerful teams in the hands of the Skeleton Undead Lord. P.S. They are the top group of Black Warriors who took off their black armor and put on white armor. Requirements: Lord Level Red Feather Warrior Helmet *1. Alien Skull Mask *1. Lord Level Glorious Undead Breastplate *1. Lord Level Alloy Specialized Bone Longsword *1. Skeleton *1500 units. Soul Energy *30,000 units. Psychic Cores *7 pieces. Lord Level Guard Knight. Introduction. It is a Guardian Warrior. It is better to say that they are one of the killers of the Lord of the Bones. Has the road with 2 legs. Ha ha ha. Requirements: 1 Lord Level Corrupted Dead Helmet. 1 Alien Skull Mask. 1 Lord Level Decayed Cloak. 1 Lord Level Ruined Knight Sword. 3,000 bones. 30,000 soul energy. 5 psionic cores. After unlocking 3 guard-type undead, Liziu immediately started to create them excitedly. He wanted to see what these guys looked like. The first person to appear in front of Liziu was the Bone Sword Guard. The Sword Guard is nearly 2 meters tall, and is armed almost all the way to his teeth. He wears a helmet on his head, and a mask on his face. His entire body is covered in heavy warrior plate armor, with almost no exposed part. A long sword hangs from his waist. The armor is bright silver, and looks very clean, with strange patterns on it. Judging from the blue energy flowing on it, these patterns are probably not just decorations, but also have other functions. A long fluttering red feather on the top of the helmet gave the Bone Sword Guard an extra heroic aura. If Liziu didn't know that this guy was an undead, he would have mistaken him for a human hero. Overall, just one word: handsome. The Black Warrior gives people a feeling of calmness and murderous intent, which makes people feel scared at first sight. The Bone Sword Guard makes people feel cool, and is the hero in the hearts of those girls. Liziu felt a little regretful. Why didn't he get this guy out earlier? Well, maybe it was because he was poor. Having a guy around can really enhance your temperament. The Bone Sword Guard unexpectedly broke the image of the undead in Liziu's mind. It doesn't have the feeling of bringing death that regular undead do, so it's easier for people to accept. It's just that mask, a little scary. But thinking back, it might be scarier without the mask. Chapter 306, Guards. After the Bone Sword Guards appear, the next ones to appear are the Bone Shield Guards. The image of a shield guard in Liziu's mind should be a guy covered in heavy armor, at least taller than the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. A guy who gives people a sense of security at first glance. But when the bone shield guard appeared, Li Ziyu almost thought he was hallucinating. He was indeed wearing heavy armor. His entire body, from head to toe, was covered in heavy armor, with only part of his face exposed. After all, the shield guard's helmet was trident-shaped, and he didn't have a mask. But this head doesn't fit the image that Li Ziyu has in mind. Although they are defenders, the height of the bone shield guards is only about 180 centimeters. Not to mention compared with the elite hammer skeleton warriors, who are 3 meters tall. They are even shorter than the sword guards. This made Li Ziyu wonder if he had made a mistake. The black warrior is 2 meters tall. The sword guard is 2 meters tall. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior is 3 meters tall. The skeleton knight is 3 meters tall. And the bone shield guard, who specializes in defense, is 1.8 meters tall? What went wrong? Frowning, Li Ziyu circled around the bone shield guard. If it weren't for the 2 3-meter high tower shields in his hands, Li Ziyu really wanted to scrap him and redo him. This guy is too short. Not only does it not match his status, but he would also be a head shorter when serving as a guard. If the shield guard does not hold the tower shield and fights next to the elite skeleton warrior, the black warrior, or the sword guard, he will just be a dwarf. It should be said that the shield guard's equipment is indeed very good, thick and sturdy. Li Ziyu stared at the shield guard's soul fire for a while, and sighed helplessly. Did I really spend 20,000 units of soul energy to make this thing? I felt a sense of simplicity and stupidity in his burning soul. The system still has a very high evaluation of the shield guard. Li Ziyu decided to give it a test. Well, let the sword guard try the shield guard's strength and see how good his defense is. After receiving Li Ziyu's order, the bone sword guard drew out the two-handed sword from his waist and swept it directly towards the bone shield guard. The shield guard, who was originally standing there in a daze, suddenly moved at the moment the sword guard swung his sword, grabbing the tower shield with both hands and closing it inward. When? Squeak! The long sword slashed on the tower shield, and the tip of the sword rubbed against the tower shield, making a harsh noise and causing a series of sparks that flew across the tower shield. The horizontal slash was just a starting move. Even if it was blocked, the sword guard didn't care. He swung the two-handed sword, moving with the sword, slashing horizontally and vertically, launching hundreds of attacks in an instant. The sword guard's attack made Li Ziyu raise his eyebrows. Regardless of the shield guard's defense, at least the sword guard was qualified. His strength is almost the same as the Darth Vader, but his speed is much higher than the Darth Vader. He can wield the two-handed sword as fast as the one-handed sword. Facing the sword guard's attack, the shield guard didn't move at all, neither dodging nor evading, and took all the attacks from the sword guard head-on. The two tower shields were like a solid wall of steel, making all the attacks from the sword guard ineffective. The sword guard apparently discovered that he couldn't break through the shield guard's defense from the front, so he immediately changed his strategy, attacking around the shield guard and looking for his weakness. This time, the shield guard finally moved. He moved when the sword guard moved, and the tower shield always maintained a defensive posture. The sword guard's attack is indeed beautiful to watch, but the shield guard's defense looks quite boring, as if he is relying entirely on the tower shield for defense. But the strange thing is that no matter how the sword guard attacks, he cannot break through the shield guard's defense. Suddenly, sparks flew, as if in a fireworks display. After a long period of unsuccessful attack, the sword guard slowly retreated, holding the sword in both hands. The runes on the armor quickly circulated and turned into energy that poured into the sword. Under the infusion of energy, runes lit up on the sword. Oh! Is this a big move? Li Ziyu widened his eyes and became very interested. Without any frills, the sword guard took a step forward and slashed from top to bottom with the sword. Buzz! The sword trembled and exploded, and the sharp aura rushed towards the tower shield. Just as the long sword slashed out with that sharp aura, runes lit up on the tower shield, and sharp bone spurs, as thick as arms, emerged from the smooth shield surface. The sharp aura came instantly and slashed on the tower shield. The expected explosion did not come. Instead, all the energy dissipated instantly, was absorbed by the tower shield, and then transferred into the body of the shield guard. The shield guard, who had been using the tower shield to block damage, took action for the first time. He held the tower shield in front of him and rushed towards the sword guard. The sword guard felt something was wrong and dodged quickly. while the shield guard rushed forward and crashed into the wall with a bang. The tower shield was deeply embedded in the wall. The walls of the main building suddenly became covered with flying bones and cracks. And the skeleton undead hiding in the walls screamed. Li Ziyu's face suddenly turned dark. If you want to fight, just fight. Why destroy the house? The shield guard pulled the tower shield out of the wall with force. Swung it. And the two tower shields collided with each other. He looked at the sword guard as if nothing had happened. The shield guard at this moment was different from before. Runes actually lit up on his body. But the number was not as many as that of the sword guard. The shield guard moved. And when he was about to charge at the sword guard with the tower shield in hand, Li Ziyu suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The shield guard stopped instantly, put down the tower shield, and stood there silently. Li Ziyu has roughly figured it out. Neither the sword guard nor the shield guard probably fought with all their strength. But it was enough for Li Ziyu to see something, not to mention anything else. Let's just talk about the pure physical defense of the shield guard. The long sword in the hands of the sword guard and the long sword in the hands of the black warrior are both specially made. The alloy specialized bone long swords are tougher and sharper than ordinary weapons. If nothing unexpected happens, the alloy specialized bone sword may be able to directly cut off other swords. And the fact that such a long sword is in the hands of the sword guard is unable to break through the shield guard's defense is very telling. I'm afraid most warriors are helpless against shield guards. However, such attacks are all conventional attacks, which are nothing more than stronger weapons, greater strength, and faster speeds. There is no shortage of such warriors in other races. Later, the sword guards used energy and magic type attacks. These attacks were not conventional attacks, but were unique attack methods from another world. At least such attacks were impossible in the previous life. As a result, the bone shield guard seemed to have some special ability to absorb such energy. Or in other words, he could absorb all energy, including kinetic energy, and then accumulate it. When accumulated to a certain level, its own rune will be activated. The rune energy of the shield guard does not come from itself, but from the absorption of external energy. Li Ziyu guessed that the more energy absorbed, the stronger the shield guard's combat ability would be. But this guy's fighting ability is really the same as the system said. His fighting skills are slightly worse, and he is not as strong as the sword guards. Otherwise, he would not have crashed into the wall directly. Li Ziyu stopped them from fighting because he was afraid of causing greater damage. There's no need for that. There will be plenty of opportunities to demonstrate their true fighting power in the days ahead. So there is no need to rush. While testing the shield guard, the guard knight had also been summoned successfully. But Li Ziyu focused his attention on the shield guard and sword guard and ignored this guy. He just stood aside and waited. After the test was over, Li Ziyu looked at the knight guards, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The shield guard is outrageous. But the guard knight is even more outrageous than the shield guard. The shield guard was at least short, and his clothes were decent. But why was the guard knight in front of him so tattered? It's not right to say that it's tattered. This guy is still wearing a complete set of equipment. It's just that these equipments don't seem to be new. Instead, they feel like they have experienced countless baptisms of war, and have been buried underground for countless years. It's clearly newly manufactured equipment. Why is it in this condition? Li Ziyu didn't understand. The royal guard knight looked quite miserable, as if he had fought in one battle after another. Finally, he came to Li Ziyu in a hurry, dragging his broken body, and wearing tattered armor without even having time to wash. He was 3 meters tall, holding a rusty metal sword in his hand. If the shield guard broke Li Ziyu's fantasy of being a defender, then the guard knight destroyed the image of the knight in Li Ziyu's mind. Where is this guardian knight? It is obviously rolling from the dead people in the battlefield, fighting countless times with a murderer. Even if it turns into the shape of the undead, it is still unknown to kill the machine. What were those skeleton undead lords thinking at the time? They kept guys like this by their side as guards. Aren't they really afraid that the guard knights would rebel and attack them from behind? In comparison, the skeleton knight looked much better than him. Thinking of the system introduction, Li Ziyu felt relieved again. The 3 types of guards have their own characteristics. If the shield guard is the shield of defense, and the sword guard is the sword of fighting, then the guard knight is the spear of attack. This guy is not kept by your side at all, but thrown out to carry out missions, representing the brutal side of the undead. The reason why the night guards go out is never to guard or protect, but to kill. When the skeleton undead lords encounter some tough opponents, they will send out their guards knights to show the horror of the undead and tell the enemies what they are facing. If you think about it this way, it makes sense that the royal guards are a bit brutal. Shield guards and sword guards are the face, while the guard knights are the inside. The current situation is becoming more and more dangerous. The war in the central area may escalate at any time. Li Ziyu is not worried about himself, as the defense in the fortress is still very strong. Not to mention that there have always been a large number of undead in the fortress. There are also 2 super large stone statues and gargoyles outside the main building. If worst comes to worst, there is also a large cemetery. The cemetery is not only strong, but also contains a large number of undead. This is the characteristic of the cemetery. It will produce undead on its own. If someone attacks the fortress, the cemetery will activate its defense mechanism and continuously release the accumulated undead. Li Ziyu cannot command these undead spirits. They are exclusive to the cemetery. So Li Ziyu was relatively confident about his own safety. What he was worried about was Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng. The races under these 2 people were not particularly strong. And even if they had been upgraded to fortress, it would not work. Whether it is Lu Xingxing or Zhang Peng, the races under their command are not good at fighting. Li Ziyu had already sent the undead to protect him, but he was still worried. He didn't want his friend to be killed for no reason. So, we need some professional help. The guard undead is just right. Although the cost of building guard undead is quite high, there is no problem in building fewer of them. On Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng's side, each of them is equipped with 30 shield guards and 20 sword guards, which is enough to protect their personal safety. Even if there are assassins, they will not be able to break through the defense of 50 guards. At worst, they can hold out until their men arrive. We also need to deploy some troops from Sale's side. 20 shield guards and 10 sword guards. That's about it. Resources were consumed like water and turned into undead spirits. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, Xingxing. Peng. You 2 should come back when you have time. Conscientious businessman. What do you want? Boss? Don't want to take the exam. There will be good news. Treasure hunter. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. The 2 of them took Li Ziyu's call very seriously, and quickly drove back in their own fortress. Boss, I'm back. Lu Xingxing ran out of his fortress happily, rushed into the main building, shouting loudly. Zhang Peng was a step slower than him, and followed him into the main building. Lord of Star City, the master is waiting for you up there. When Meng and I saw the 2 of them, a smile immediately appeared on her face. She extended her hand slightly, and said gently, Hello, Sister Mengni. I'll go find the boss now. Lu Xingxing suppressed his excitement and greeted Mengni. He didn't dare to underestimate the Catwoman in front of him, because she was the boss's woman. Li Ziyu did not make public his relationship with Meng and I, nor did he say that Meng and I was the mistress of the dead. Lu Xingxing was careless, but not stupid. He could see the changes between the 2. Even if Li Ziyu didn't say it, he didn't dare to treat Meng and I the same way he treated his servant. In other words, whether it is Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing, or Zhang Peng, they are all modern people who have received education in their previous lives. They still treat other people equally, even if that person is a slave in the other world. Zhang Peng also said hello to Meng and I, left with Lu Xingxing, and went upstairs to find Li Ziyu. The 2 went upstairs, found Li Ziyu's room, and pushed the door open. Oh! Lu Xingxing walked in excitedly, but was startled before he could even say anything. Li Ziyu was seen sitting on a large bone chair facing the door, with her legs crossed and her fingers crossed on her abdomen, with a half-smile on her face. Behind him stood 2 heroic warriors, with red feathers on their heads hanging down like upright horsetails, and long swords slung around their waists. There are 4 heavily armored undead standing in front of him. But these undead are not the focus. The focus is the 2 3-meter-high tower shield standing beside these undead. The scene in front of him was like a movie scene projected into reality, and the momentum of the shot shocked Lu Xingxing. What are you doing? Come in. Zhang Peng, who was behind, had his view blocked by Lu Xingxing. He pushed Lu Xingxing aside, stepped in, was also startled, and then returned to normal, hanging around with Li Ziyu. He has seen all the new things Li Ziyu has come up with, and he also knows most of the types of undead. The undead in the room were like nothing he had ever seen before. They must be new soldiers created by the boss. You have to be the boss, so you can come up with some surprises from time to time. The reason why they were called here today is probably because of these new soldiers. Come! Sit down. Li Ziyu was very satisfied with their expressions. He was very happy just by pretending. He waved his hand and asked them to sit down and chat. Zhang Peng didn't say anything and found a seat to sit down. Lu Xingxing looked at the sword guard and shield guard warily before sitting down. The aura of the sword guard and the shield guard was even stronger than that of the black warrior, which made Lu Xingxing unconsciously put away his lively side and become very restrained. On the contrary, Zhang Peng was not affected at all. After carefully examining the sword guards and shield guards, he asked, "Boss, why are you in such a hurry to find us? What happened?" Li Ziyu smiled, pointed at the sword guard and shield guard and said, "Is he handsome?" Zhang Peng nodded and said seriously, "So handsome. With a strong aura." Li Ziyu nodded and asked, "Do you want it?" Zhang Peng's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "I want to." Lu Xingxing was also nodding like a chick pecking at rice. He wanted it too. Li Ziyu laughed and said, "This is why I asked you to come here. I plan to get you some guards to protect you. Come and meet the Bone Shield Guards and Bone Sword Guards. They are the guards of my Undead clan." Chapter 307 Demon Attack. After Li Ziyu handed the sword guard and shield guard to the two men, he asked about the mercenary plan. The plan to collect the remains was carried out smoothly. But things with the mercenaries were not so smooth. The various tribes in the central zone are still very wary of the undead. They don't want to use their resources to exchange for undead troops, but only want to clean up the demons and monsters themselves. Even though Sale has tried his best to lobby, the effect is still not good. The Ratmen's top leaders are simply unwilling to cooperate. Li Ziyu had expected the reaction of the Ratmen, not to mention in another world. Even in modern times, hiring a large number of mercenaries was a dangerous thing. The various tribes in the central zone do not have deep communication with the undead, so it is understandable that they do not trust the undead. But judging from the information sent back by Sale, the other party is not far from accepting it. Races like demons, zombies, and undead will develop slowly in the early stages, but once they stabilize, they will grow explosively. The various tribes in the central area have no understanding of this race and underestimate the demons. Li Ziyu speculated that the demons will soon snowball and get bigger and bigger, and all forces will definitely accept the advice of the undead mercenaries. And then, there are the demons. Ever since the Abyss Purgatory Rift appeared, all races have been trying to find a way to eliminate this rift. Li Ziyu went to ask Bepta. He is the Lord of Space, and it is right to ask him questions related to space. Although he had not been to the scene, based on the conditions Li Ziyu told him, Bepta felt that the crack would not be repaired in a short time. The repair that Bepta mentioned is that non-spatial creatures use magic or other powers to repair without disturbing others, using methods such as magic circles. This is the fastest way to repair, except for space creatures. In fact, the races in the Central Belt cannot do this, because there are always lesser imps and other kinds of demons coming into this world through spatial cracks. There is no possibility for them to repair without being disturbed. It would take at least a year to forcibly repair the cracks bit by bit. In a year, God knows how many demons will come out. Even the Demon Lord will come out. If a Demon Lord appears, that would be a real disaster. As a higher demon, the Demon Lord has dominance over lower demons. They can gather lower-level demons together to form a demon army, which can then attack a world and cause catastrophic consequences. Judging from the time it takes to repair the space cracks now, it is estimated that by the time the space cracks are repaired, there will be no strong tribes left in the central area, and they will all be destroyed by the demons. The entire wasteland might fall into the hands of the devil. Coupled with the rise of the demons, Li Ziyu felt that the powerful tribes in the central area would not be able to resist the attack from both sides. They can destroy the coalition of time travelers because they have only developed for a short time and have few advanced soldiers. But they can never withstand the joint attack of demons and devils. When the other party can no longer hold on, they will come to them even if Li Ziyu does not propose a mercenary plan. After seeing off Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng, Li Ziyu sat back on the big bone chair and started to think. Ming and I walked silently behind Li Ziyu, held his head, without speaking, without making any sound, and without disturbing him. Li Ziyu slowly closed his eyes and thought about the information he got from Zhang Peng. He now has tens of millions of Ant-Man undead in his hands. He will not feel sad even if he loses these Ant-Man undead. They are all obtained by accident. It would be great if they can bring him benefits. The number of real undead is far less, especially for high-level troops, which are relatively small in number. When fighting against the Ratmen, it's all about equipment, not the type of troops. The Ratman did not use all his strength to deal with the undead, but abided by the rules of the central area, which allowed him to take over a piece of territory. If the Ratmen used the same means to deal with him as they did to the coalition of time travelers, the original undead stronghold would not be able to withstand it, and would be defeated by the Ratmen in a short time. The Rat people have a deep foundation, which enables them to become a powerful tribe in the central area. With the double outbreak of demons and monsters this time, high-level warriors will definitely appear. All high-level fighters are difficult to deal with. Just look at Damonlevsky. Due to his strong individual combat capability, Damonlevsky is not afraid of being surrounded and attacked. The price to pay for killing Damonlevsky is too high. If you can't defeat them, you can run away or use the decapitation strategy. The other world is not the previous life, and it is really possible for one person to change the place. Take dragons, giants and other races for example. With Li Ziyu's current strength, it is difficult to deal with them. The higher level demons are no worse than dragons, giants and other races. Of course, it hasn't appeared now. But what if it did? Do you really want to abandon everything in the wilderness and run away? Li Ziyu was unwilling to give in. He had conquered the territory in the wilderness bit by bit, and he felt unhappy about giving it up just like that. Therefore, we must find a solution before the upper demons and high-level demons appear. Well, we need to take some time to visit those areas of the wasteland and the grassland to see if we can get some soldiers like Ant-Man and Undead. Advanced soldiers should also be put on the agenda. Rat people. Sri Lanka city-state. Hold on. Ammunition. Pay attention to the ammunition supply. Where are the reinforcements? How long will it take for them to arrive? Do they want to watch us take over the city? Damn it. Why are those damn infected hanging out with demons? The Ratman commander cursed and shouted at the top of his lungs, looking like a madman. Outside the city-state of Sri Lanka, a large number of demons were attacking the city walls. The demon is relatively easy to deal with. These guys have no special abilities, and can't even make weapons or siege engines. They simply rely on numbers. For the Ratmen who are good at long-range attacks, it doesn't matter if there are more demons. Relying on the solid city walls and various long-range firepower, they can easily destroy the demons. The key point is the demons mixed in with the demons. Demons are much more difficult to deal with than demons. Most demons can fly. Not only can they fly, they are also born with the ability to cast magic, even if it is only low-level magic. But there are a lot of them. Mixed in with the demons are lower-level demons, most of whom are small inferior demons. They jumped and squeaked, hiding among the demons, condensing fireballs and throwing them towards the Sri Lankan city-state. When they get excited, they will fly into the sky and throw fireballs down from the air. It's monotonous, but very annoying. It would be fine if the fireball fell somewhere else, but if it fell on the ammunition without anyone noticing, it would be a disaster. The battle started last night and lasted until noon today. The Ratman warrior was not seriously injured, but was very tired. The demon, on the other hand, had no intention of retreating and continued to stagger forward. The corpses continued to accumulate under the city wall, getting higher and higher, and the demons stepped on the corpses of their companions and moved up little by little. The Sri Lankan city-state was a city-state close to the center with very developed commerce, but it was relatively backward in defense and attack, because it was mainly based on commerce. The number of warriors in the city-state was seriously insufficient, and the city walls were much shorter than those of other city-states. After discovering the demons and monsters, the Sri Lankan city-state immediately sent out a call for help to the surrounding city-states. They just need to hold on to the city, and when reinforcements arrive, these demons and monsters will be destroyed. Under normal circumstances, border wars would not affect the operation of the Sri Lankan city-state at all, and people living in the Sri Lankan city-state had never considered that the war would spread to their side. Until now, the Ratman commander is still confused and can't figure out why the demon army came to attack him. What do you eat in front of the city-states? Or were all the city-states mentioned above conquered and destroyed by the demons? The Ratman warriors and commanders who were fighting fiercely with the demons and devils did not notice that the piled-up demon corpses below were emitting wisps of gray gas, which gradually formed a light mist, and drifted into the city-state with the wind. A faint gray mist spread across the city-state of Sri Lanka. Residents who were shivering in their homes noticed the mist, but were unable to dispel it. There's a war going on outside. If you can't disperse it, then don't disperse it. The deaths brought by the war made them not care where the fog came from. If the city is breached, they will all die. So why would they care about the gray fog? The Ratman warriors on the city wall continued to fire without noticing that they were already in the gray fog. The demons were still attacking the city, moving up step by step using corpses. The little demons were still throwing fireballs from time to time, causing trouble for the soldiers on the city wall. The war continues. A rat woman hid at home, hid her baby on the bed behind her, and watched over him carefully. These rat babies are still very small and weak. The gray fog spread, choking the sleeping rat baby and causing it to cough. Then it woke up and let out a sharp cry. The rat woman tried to coax the baby into falling asleep again, and waved her hands constantly, trying to disperse the fog around them. She didn't know where the mist came from, and didn't want to pay attention to it. She just wanted the baby to sleep quickly and not make any noise, for fear of attracting other people's attention. The baby soon fell silent and seemed to fall asleep again, just when she breathed a sigh of relief. The rat woman soon discovered something was wrong. The baby didn't look like he was asleep, but rather dead. His skin turned a little gray, and black lines gradually emerged, spreading along his blood vessels, through his neck, and to his face. The mouse woman was stunned, and she trembled and felt in front of her baby's nose. No! The rat woman let out a shrill cry. Died. Her baby is dead. When she screamed, the baby suddenly opened her eyes. Those were a pair of pale eyes without pupils, which made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. Not dead? Still alive. When the rat woman saw the baby open his eyes, she thought there was a turn for the better. Just as she was about to pick up the baby, the rat baby suddenly opened its mouth and bit her finger, which she had not yet retracted. That is not the power of the baby rat man. Or in other words, the rat man does not have such a strong bite force. He bit off the rat woman's finger bones with one bite. Ah! The rat woman screamed in pain and tried hard to pull her finger back. But the rat baby bit her too hard, and she had no way of pulling her finger out. Just as she was struggling, several baby ratmen next to her opened their eyes. They also had no pupils, only a pair of pale eyes, and black lines on their bodies, like earthworms, were twisting like living creatures. After discovering the woman, several rat babies immediately stood up and pounced on her. Baby, what are you going to do? No! Ah! I am your mother. Look, ah! With screams and blood splattering, the ratman woman fell to the ground. Several ratman babies pounced on her and bit her hard. The woman soon lost her voice. A thin gray mist gradually seeped into her body. Her skin turned gray, and black blood vessels, like earthworms, bulged on her surface. Her palm moved, and suddenly raised up, grabbed the rat baby that was still biting her body, and threw it away. The baby ratman hit the wall, slid to the ground, shook his head, climbed up as if nothing had happened, looked at his former mother, and did not pounce on him to attack again. The other rat babies stopped what they were doing and climbed down from their mother cautiously. The rat woman, who had begun to transform into a demon, stood up from the ground and moved her body, seeming a little uncomfortable. She looked around blankly, waved to the baby rat, opened the door, and walked out. The first people the gray fog attacks are children, the elderly, and those with physical disabilities. These people are most likely to be infected and will quickly transform into demons. The newly born demon walked out of the house, onto the street, roared, and began to frantically attack any people and creatures he could see around him. Demons and zombies are indeed different. Even if it is a newborn demon, wisdom is very low, but still has spiritual existence. They can see, use their hearing, have simple thinking, open doors and run. The gray fog transformed people into demons, besides making them a little dumber. Everything else about them was enhanced. Their speed and strength were even increased a lot. The city-state of Risslin is in chaos. The demons were roaring and chasing the other residents. What's going on? The commander on the city wall heard the messy sound and turned his head curiously and asked the guard beside him. The guard looked towards the city and shook his head in confusion. He had always been following the commander and was also unaware of what was happening in the city. Where are the city guards? Aren't we supposed to manage those guys in the city? Why are they making such a loud noise? The commander shouted dissatisfiedly. Those guys in the city guards are always bossing around. But when war comes, they can't even manage the city. What's the use of them? 2 blood-stained soldiers hurriedly came in front of the Mouse Man commander, and one followed by the city guards. Commander, there are emergency information. The mouse soldiers who led the road shouted loudly. The commander nodded, and the city guards' ratmen hurried forward. Seeing the city guards, the commander immediately got angry. What are you doing? City guards? We are fighting in the front. Can't you manage the civilians? The city guards ignored the anger of the commander and said in horror, The commander, the infected person has entered the city. These words rang like thunder in the commander's ears. He grabbed the collar of the city guard and dragged him in front of him. With red eyes, he said, Are you accusing me of misleading you? You city guards want to die. Open your eyes and see what those things are under the city wall. Dragging the soldiers of the city guards, pressed him in the head of the city, and let him see the devil and little inferiority, who was still tirelessly sieged below. The city guards were made up of a bunch of idle people. They were okay with bullying the civilians in the city at ordinary times. But when they saw the large army of demons and small inferior demons below, they were so scared that they pissed their pants and screamed. The commander pulled up the city guards and said viciously, See? Not a single infected person broke through the city wall. Tell me, how did the infected appear in the city? Really? There are really? The soldiers were scared to cry, and their nose and tears shed tears. They looked funny and disgusting. But even so, he still shouted, A infected person in the city. Everywhere. The commander was furious. He kicked the city guard away and said to the guards beside him, Go, take some people, and see what's going on in the city. Come back and tell me quickly. Chapter 308 Agreed to mercenaries. After receiving the order, the guards called a team of fully armed soldiers and turned around and left with the city guards. The Sri Lanka city-state was in chaos, with people everywhere. Some were newly transformed demons. Some were ordinary people running away screaming. And there were also rat men who rushed out of the underground city to stop the demons. The guards, who came into the city under the guidance of the city guards, looked at everything in front of them in a daze. The chill ran along his tailbone directly to the back of his head. And he shivered. He didn't even have thought to go to the city again. Just what he saw was enough. The demons that their devil had rushed over. And the guards picked up their weapons to quickly destroy those new devil. Adult, what do we do now? The city guards asked tremblingly. What else can we do? Go back and report everything here to the commander. The bodyguard came to his senses, said with a very grim expression, and turned around and left with his men. Fortunately, the chaos is only in the city and has not yet spread to the city wall. But it looks like it will soon. Looking at the guards who hurried back with anxious faces, the commander felt uneasy. What happened in the city? The commander asked without waiting for the guards to stand firm. Commander, there are a lot of infected people in the city. Troops have been sent out from the dungeon. The city is in chaos now. The guard took a deep breath and reported what he saw to the commander. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our city walls have not been breached yet. How could the infected appear in the city? The commander shouted in disbelief. Could it have come from underground? Impossible. There is an underground city. So how could the infected come out from underground? That doesn't mean they just rushed into the barracks directly. Every city-state of the Ratmen is mainly composed of underground cities, while the above-ground cities are used for trade and resource collection. The dungeons of each city-state are filled with nobles and troops. Just like fortresses, when attacking the ground city, there may be few Ratman troops. After all, many noble private soldiers will not easily participate in the battle. If you attack the dungeon, you will be stirring up a hornet's nest, not to mention the troops in the dungeon itself. Even the private soldiers of the Ratman nobles have to join the battle. After all, the enemy has come to their doorstep. The commander had no doubt about the fighting capability of the Skaven nobles' private soldiers. To be honest, the combat effectiveness of the nobles' private soldiers is probably several times stronger than that of the regular army. Their equipment, their quality, their training were all acquired by the rat nobles with their resources and wealth. There is a world of difference between them and those of us who are just poor. If the infected can break through from underground and kill their way into the city, it only means one thing: the city-state of Sri Lanka has fallen. The commander really wanted his soldiers to find out what caused the infected people to appear in the city. But the most important thing now is to stay stable, rather than asking reasons. Demote some people and go to the city to kill those infected. The Ratman commander calmed down and gave the order. The Sri Lankan city-state does not have many troops. But the demons are just fast and strong. A little stronger than ordinary people. And have no special abilities. So some of the soldiers defending the city can barely be dispatched. If we act quickly enough, we should be able to eliminate the infected people. I just hope there aren't too many infected people. The personal soldier turned around and ran to pass on the order. The commander gritted his teeth and looked at the demons below who were still tirelessly attacking the city. After the appearance of demons in the city caused the defending soldiers to disperse their forces, the battle became more intense. The gray fog continued to spread, and young and strong people gradually began to transform into demons. The Ratman commander saw with his own eyes that the soldiers defending the city suddenly fell down. Their skin changed color, and black blood vessels became prominent. They turned into those damn infected people and climbed up to attack their companions. He finally knew where the infected people in the city came from. Despair? Helpless. Even the rat people are unable to resist this virus? The commander was bewildered. The rat people clearly got their start because of the plague, and they have strong immunity to all kinds of viruses. But in the gray fog, being infected is just a matter of time. No matter how this battle is fought, by the end, they will all mutate. Fortunately, the Sri Lankan city-state was not abandoned and reinforcements finally arrived. The rat army arrived from all directions, and launched an attack on the demons and devils who wanted to surround the Sriram city-state. Upon seeing the enemy's reinforcements, the demons and devils did not choose to fight head-on, but turned around and ran away. And by the way, they also issued a retreat order to their newly converted companions in the city. The demons in Sriram city gave up fighting and began to gather and attack the city gate. No Ratman was willing to stop the demons who wanted to escape, and some even opened the city gates for them. There are too many. The battle was declared over only when all the demons and devils retreated and reinforcements entered the Sriram city-state. The city-state of Sri Lanka suffered heavy losses in this battle, and the above-ground city was almost destroyed. If only demons and devils were attacking the city, it would be impossible to cause such great damage. The real damage comes from the newly transformed demons within the city. In order to defend the city walls, the underground city sent out most of its troops. When chaos broke out in the upper city, the selfish rat nobles refused to send out their private soldiers, relying on the few remaining troops in the dungeon. The number of demons increased rapidly in the early stage. Sri Lanka was not the first city-state to be attacked. The demons have already attacked several city-states, and one city-state was even completely destroyed by the demons because rescue efforts were not timely. The report on the Sri Lanka battlefield was reported to the Ratman royal family. The royal family and other powerful people. They finally realized that they couldn't let this go on any longer. The number of demons is increasing at a very fast rate. Like a snowball. They would attack without restraint any tribe, fortress, village, town or city-state they found. The demons don't care whether they win or not. Their numbers will always increase. It's just a matter of how much. But this kind of behavior is unbearable for the Ratmen. They need stability. The actions of the demons have destroyed the rat society, caused their development to stagnate, and plunged the people into panic. In fact, the rat people had been trying hard to eliminate the demons before, but for some reason, they could never kill them all. As long as there are demons left, they will become a large group in a few days. Especially now that the demons are in league with the devil. Those demons and devils must be completely eliminated. Otherwise they will face the most tragic defeat. After experiencing several battlefields, the rat people finally realized that it would be very difficult for them to deal with the demons on their own and to completely kill them. Chasing after the demons will only lead to more and more demons, and the group will become larger and larger, which will eventually make it impossible to deal with them. They need an existence that is not afraid of the gray fog and will not be infected. Undead. The Ratman leaders finally remembered the undead and the previous proposal of mercenaries. The gray fog has an impact on all living creatures. If they are exposed to the gray fog for too long, they will be infected and turned into monsters. But what if it's dead? Gray fog has no resurrection effect. They only infect living things. So, to some extent, the undead are the nemesis of those infected by the gray fog. Even if the Ratman doesn't want to admit it. This is the fact. Go communicate with the undead. We need their warriors. After discussion, the Ratman's top leaders issued an order and decided to hire the undead to eliminate the infected. Soon, they received frustrating news. The undead refused to speak to them directly, and asked them to negotiate with the agent. Those skeletons are going too far. Destroy those skeletons. Let the war begin. Some old fogies roared at the meeting. They felt insulted. The Ratmen are a powerful tribe in the central area. If they want to negotiate with others, even if they are also a powerful tribe, they have to be happy. How could there be such a tribe of undead? They didn't even bother to talk to them, and actually asked them to find an agent. What is an agent? Why is he qualified to negotiate with the Ratmen? Everyone, please be patient. We are at war with the infected. We need the help of the undead. The Rat King, sitting high on the throne, looked helplessly at the noisy elders and kept talking. The angry members of the Elders' Council ignored the Rat King and continued shouting and venting their dissatisfaction. Quiet. The Rat King was silent for a long time. Seeing that the elders were still doing their own thing, his eyes turned cold. He stood up, slammed the scepter in his hand heavily on the ground, and roared. The terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire place. All the Ratmen fell silent and stared at the Rat King in a daze. They finally remembered that the Ratmen had their own emperor, and the task of their Elders' Council was to give advice to the emperor, not to interrupt him. War! This is a war! Our people, our city, are under attack. Those infected people attacked us again and again. Don't you know how much we lost? Our enemies are the infected, not the undead, who disrespect us. Are you going to make us fight on two fronts? The infected and the demons aren't enough to give you headaches. Do you want to add an undead to the mix? The Rat King roared loudly. The elders closed their mouths and listened attentively, not daring to say anything more. The entire hall was silent, with only the heavy breathing of the Rat King being the sound. After a while, the Rat King sat back down, forcibly suppressing his anger, and said in a slow tone, "We need to win this battle and unite with the undead. Everything will be decided after the war is over. We cannot afford to lose more. Since the undead asked us to contact their agent, then we will contact the agent. Deal with the infected and the demons. The Rat King has made a decision, and the rat people in the Elders' Council can only obey it obediently." The meeting ended here. The Rat King left the meeting room and returned to his palace. He finally lost his temper and roared at the attendants and guards around him. Those damned guys who are taking advantage of their age. What are they going to do? Do you want to bring down our rat people? I shouldn't have allowed that Elders' Council to exist. Everything takes a long time to study, and precious time is wasted. Check. Find out who the spokesperson for the dead is, and have him come to see me. The search for the undead agent went smoothly. After all, Sale did not hide his intentions, and he was the one who released the news about the mercenaries in the first place. When the rat soldiers found Sayer, he was not surprised at all. He had been following the developments closely, and after the Sri Lanka city-state battle, he noticed that the situation had become very delicate and realized that the opportunity had come. Private chat. Conscientious merchant, boss. The Ratmen have agreed to the mercenary plan. Don't want to get a driver's license. Have you figured it out? Conscientious merchant, the devil taught them a good lesson. Don't want to get a driver's license. Well, that's good. Conscientious merchant, however, there is something else I need to tell you. The demons and the devils are connected. Don't want to get a driver's license. What? How are these two related? Conscientious businessman, not sure. But according to intelligence, they are now acting together. Don't want to take a driver's license test. Okay. You can do it yourself. You can dispatch the undead in the territory first. Oh, by the way, have the guards from Sayer been sent over? It's not easy to train a rat man. Don't let it fail. Conscientious businessman, don't worry. I've already taken the photo. By the way, you're not in the territory. Don't want to get a driver's license. I'll go get some resources. Conscientious businessman, are we going to the grassland again? Don't want to get a driver's license. I haven't been there yet. Just cleaning other small areas. Conscientious businessman, I understand. I will take care of it. Don't want to get a driver's license. Okay. After shutting down the system, Li Ziyu leaned against the wall and looked out. Outside, a huge army of undead was crushing past, and a tribe of goblins was being overwhelmed by the undead. Soon, the bodies and resources were sorted out and sent back to the fortress. Looking at the things added to the warehouse, Li Ziyu sighed sincerely. Plunder comes faster. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he planned to clear out several wasteland areas along the way to the grassland. These areas are very small. much smaller than his base camp. And there are not many ethnic groups living in them. Li Ziyu didn't even have to make any preparations. He just had to lead the undead army and crush them. He will not wipe out all the tribes. Long-term sustainable development is the bottom line. As long as you don't resist and accept the management and rule of the undead, everything will be fine. If you don't listen to the words of the undead, you will want to resist. Then it's not Li Ziyu's fault. Just destroy him directly. He didn't have much time to waste on such things. The important thing was to deal with the central area as soon as possible and then go to the grassland. When he had nothing to do recently, he paid attention to the world chat, and the information in it made him feel a sense of crisis. Many time-travel lords have passed the early stages and formed stable alliances, and have come to dominate one side with forces such as alliances and guilds. This means that their subsequent growth rate will be faster. All alliances and guilds have a distinctive feature. The top leaders are all lords of powerful races. Li Ziyu feels that the big battle is not far away, or the great battle for hegemony has already begun. He found that in world chats, people from the two forces often started to curse at each other. He must hurry. Li Ziyu calculated the power in his hands. There was no need to mention Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing, the two diehard fans, so there would definitely be no problem. Batubu and the problem is not big, but his alliance has just begun to integrate, and it will take time to fully form a collective. Even if they get used to each other, it is still unknown how strong their combat effectiveness will be. Now in the world chat, there are several recognized powerful alliances or guilds, such as the Sun God Guild led by the Angel Lords, the Dark Creature Secret Society composed of Werewolf Lords and Vampire Lords, the Abyss Federation composed of Demon Lords, the Life Empire Alliance composed of Human Lords, Elf Lords, and Dwarf Lords, and so on. These alliances or guilds have developed very well. They not only have their own territories, but also have close ties with the indigenous people. On the other hand, our development is very poor. If he really clashes with these forces, Li Ziyu estimates that he will be beaten to pieces. He just stood on the side of the wasteland where there were no strong men, so he could only think about how to clean up the central area. Oh, it needs to develop quickly. The message in the world chat made Li Ziyu feel overwhelmed. Although he has quite a few undead and more than enough resources, they are more powerful than him. The only one who has real fighting power on his side is Batubu. The races under Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing are not fighting races. For the sake of your own life, you have to work harder. Chapter 309, Snatching the Corpse. The matters in the central area will be temporarily handed over to Zhang Peng. Currently, apart from the Skaven who intend to recruit undead mercenaries, other races have no plans in this regard. Li Ziyu drove the undead fortress himself to clear the wasteland areas between the passages leading to the grassland. Cleaning is not the goal. The goal is to ensure smooth flow. Wherever he went, he would place down a sole base station and build a core central city. The scale of the core central city is about the same as that of the Rat Death border city. The core buildings are the sole base station, the monument to the dead, the prayer cemetery, the temple of the dead, etc. After building a core central city, Li Ziyu will leave with the undead fortress. The existence of a core central city means that this area has been occupied by the undead. At the beginning, the indigenous people in the area seemed very panicked. Those are the undead, the legendary monsters that have wiped out many races and tribes that tried to resist. But after a while, the indigenous people discovered that things were not as they thought. If they don't bother the dead, they will ignore them. Therefore, some small races with difficult lives quietly went to the core central city of the undead for various reasons. To their surprise, as long as they obeyed the management of the undead, they could obtain a residential area around the core central city of the undead. This land is no different from any other land in the wasteland. Its only value is safety. Especially safe. It is forbidden to use force around the undead core central city. Once a fight breaks out, the undead will rush over to solve the problem. If they can't solve the problem, they will kill the person who created the problem. Things like Warcraft that might threaten survival do not even exist. Every once in a while, the undead will come out to clear out the surrounding monsters. A safe place is exactly what the small tribe is looking for. There are rules here, which allow the small tribe to rest and recuperate in peace without having to worry about finding the tribe exterminated the moment they wake up. This is good enough. With this discovery, the indigenous people of those small tribes no longer resisted the undead, but instead spontaneously thought about migrating to the core central city. in addition to being able to obtain a piece of land to recuperate. People who have faith, have a good impression of the undead, and are willing to live with the undead will be allowed to enter and live in the core central city. Being able to live in the city is also a huge benefit. Not all tribes are willing to accept the undead. There are always some guys who are not afraid of death, and these guys often become the targets of the undead. Li Ziyu didn't pay attention to the development of the wasteland area. All he wanted was to have a safe route to the central area. Central area. After a period of development, the demons finally formed a scale, and more demons came out of the abyss purgatory. And even some powerful demons appeared and joined the war. All ethnic groups were dragged into the water. What surprised all the tribes was that the rat people, who had been the most chaotic, had stabilized this time, and did not seem to have as much trouble as they had dealing with the demons. What is worrying is not the scarcity, but the inequality. We are all troubled by the harassment from the demons. Why should you rat people live happily? This is not normal. They suspect the Skaven have developed a potion to curb the infection. All tribes sent spies into the Ratman's territory to gather intelligence. It wouldn't matter if I didn't investigate, but after investigating, I actually found out some things. It was not that the Ratmen developed an antidote, but that the Ratmen actually established a relationship with the undead and obtained their help, which enabled them to maintain stability. Now the main force fighting against demons and monsters in the Ratman territory is actually the army of the undead. This makes all ethnic groups jealous. My goodness. When the undead first arrived, the Ratmen were fighting with them to the death. But in the blink of an eye, things became as sweet as honey, and they could even ask the undead to send troops. They didn't believe that the undead would unconditionally support the Ratmen. There must be something going on here. So Sale, the agent of the undead, surfaced. The various races are not stupid. Since the Ratmen can get along well with the undead, why can't they? Privately, each race sent envoys to contact Sawyer and inquire about the undead legion. Sawyer was originally a businessman, and he had signed a contract with Li Ziyu, so he accepted people from other races. Just ask and he will tell you. City Lord Zhang Peng told him that the great lord of the undead wanted to spread his undead mercenaries throughout the entire central area. The undead will not only work for the Ratmen. If any race has a need, the undead will help as long as enough resources are provided. It reflects fairness and rationality. The messengers quickly passed the news they received from Sire back to the tribe. The powerful tribes in the central area are not all as numerous as the rat people. Some races rely on individual combat power. They are really strong, but their numbers are indeed rare. For these races, demons and devils are a real headache. It's not that I can't beat him. It's just that I'm annoyed. After one wave is eliminated, another wave comes. After receiving the news about the undead mercenaries, these powerful tribes had almost no hesitation and immediately invited the undead legion to come and deal with the demons. Mercenaries kept applying to be sent to the rat-dead border city and placed in front of Zhang Peng's desk, with tens of millions of Ant-Man dead in his hands. Zhang Peng generously responds to every request. But gradually, Zhang Peng found something wrong. Even if there are tens of thousands of Ant-Man undead, it is still not enough for the vast central area. As a last resort, he began to consider cutting costs and not sending out undead to everyone who applied. Private chat. Conscientious businessman, boss. When will you come back? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Wait a little longer. I'm almost done cleaning up here. How is the mercenary plan going? Conscientious merchant. The plan was going smoothly, and many races began to cooperate with us. But it was going too smoothly. Don't want to get a driver's license. What? Do you feel there is a conspiracy? Conscientious businessman. It's not that there is a conspiracy. It's just that we don't have enough manpower. Don't want to take a driver's license test. Are you kidding me? I gave you tens of millions of Ant-Man dead bodies, and you tell me you don't have enough manpower? Conscientious merchant. The area is too big to expand. Now there are demons and devils everywhere. We are taking jobs in the entire central area. Don't want to get a driver's license. Is there such a good thing? Don't want to take a driving test. I understand. You arrange it first, and wait for me to come back. Conscience merchant, boss. To be honest, how many undead can you bring back? Don't want to get a driver's license. Hundreds of thousands or millions. Maybe. There is no Ant-Man in this wasteland, so it's good enough for me to make 1,000,000 level 1. This has dug up the ancestral graves of many tribes. Conscientious merchant. It's not enough. Ordinary undead have no advantage when fighting against demons. They need to win by numbers. Don't want to get a driver's license, I know that. But have demons grown to such a large scale? Conscientious merchant, yes. Races like ratmen and trolls have been severely damaged. They have a large population. And demons can easily create a bunch of them. Don't want to get a driver's license. What do you mean? How about I create more advanced soldiers? Conscientious businessman, otherwise. Why don't you go to the grassland again? Don't want to take a driving test. Pung. What are you thinking about? Even if I go to the grassland again, I may not be able to bring back tens of millions of Ant-Man dead bodies. I don't want to take a driver's license. It was an accident that I could get back tens of millions of ants last time. Not normal. Conscientious merchant, send the undead to me first. And then go for a stroll on the grassland. Maybe you can get more undead. Conscience businessman, I think the current form is not very good. And the devil may have a wave of disaster. Conscientious merchant, except for the undead and those elemental races and special races. Other races will be affected by the demons. You didn't see that the entire city-state of ratmen turned into demons. Don't want to take a driving test, TSK. What an opportunity. Okay. I'll send you the undead I can mobilize. And you take charge of it first. Conscientious businessman, that's fine. Don't want to take a driving test, by the way. Don't just focus on collecting resources. Remember to collect the things I want. Conscience businessman, corpse. I know. Are you not assured of doing things? Don't want to take a driving test, okay. Let's do this for now. After closing the system chat window, Liziu smacked his lips. He didn't expect it to suddenly become like this. The devil is really a lucky star. The corpse of the demon is also a corpse, and can also be transformed into an undead. Add to that the resource gains from the mercenaries. And this wave is a sure win. Under Zhang Peng's arrangement, the Ant-Man undead left the undead territory in batches and entered the territories of various races. This change was noticed by the Dark Skeleton. Ant-Man undead and Dark Skeleton are both alien skeletons. But in some ways, they are different. The Dark Skeletons belong to the Pattern Skeletons and are not subordinate to the Ant-Man undead. However, it may be the same relationship of heterogeneous skeletons. The Dark Skeleton and these tattoos are very good for the Ant-Man's undead. So when Ant-Man undead made a move, Dark Skeleton noticed it immediately. He hid in the dark, carefully observing the Ant-Man skeletons that kept leaving. Where are they going? Are they going to war? How can we fight without us? The violent skeleton was circling around the Dark Skeleton in annoyance. Ever since the undead had their own territory, everything has become dull. Obviously, the violent skeleton does not like a dull life. He likes fighting, killing, and the battlefield. However, the undead and the mouse are not aggressive. And the violent bones cannot violate Liziu's order and run to the mouse people to do things with the undead. Now seeing Ant-Man's undead spirit leaving, his soul fire suddenly grew weeds. He didn't know what Ant-Man undead was going to do specifically, but he knew that Ant-Man undead was definitely not going for a stroll. He was definitely going to fight. The Dark Skeleton ignored the violent bones that turned around and turned to look at the Speed Bone. What happened to see? Speed Bone nodded, and his body disappeared. After waiting for a few days, when the violent skeleton was about to be suppressed, the Speed Skeleton came back. Where did they go? Has the war started? The violent skeleton blocked in front of the skeleton and asked quickly. Just after asking too, he felt something extra around his neck. He looked down and saw a sharp sickle on his neck. The bone of the violent bone turned 360 degrees and looked at the dark bone. Shut up, the Dark Skeleton said coldly. Feeling the breath emitting the Dark Skeleton bone, the violent skeleton shrank the skull and ran to the side of the painting circle. After glaring at the violent skeleton, the Dark Skeleton waved at the Speed Skeleton, motioning him to come over and talk. The war has begun. With whom? Ratman? Devil? Demon? Demon? When the Dark Skeleton heard these two words, the fire of his soul burned even more vigorously. He doesn't care about demons, but he cares too much about demons. I think that compared to other creatures, the skeletons of demons are the best carriers of tattoo skeletons. Demonic breath and demonic energy also have huge benefits for these tattooed skeletons. Knowing the news that the devil appeared, the Dark Bone had made a decision. He had to go. And it was not easy to stop. The master seems to be very busy recently, and has not been in the territory. I should take action quickly while the master is not paying attention to me. Set off. The dark skeleton gave the order directly. They are the undead. There is nothing to pack up. They always gather together and leave when they say they will. Without any delay. Without Zhang Peng. Li Ziyu and the rat man realizing it. The dark skeleton set off with the army of tattooed skeletons. They came without any attack as they crossed the Skaven border. Soldiers from the city-state of Ilmaha have been seeing the undead crossing their borders lately. At first they would be afraid, as if facing a great enemy. Even if they had been trading with the undead for a long time. Even if there were orders from above. But they were the undead. And they instinctively felt fear. But over time, the mouse hired more undead. Undead are constantly being sent into the Ratman's territory. As the number of undead increased and time went by, the soldiers gradually relaxed and stopped paying attention to these undead. They were even too lazy to check whether the undead were carrying any tokens. Although the tattooed skeletons looked different from the Ant-Man undead, they were no different from undead. The soldiers stayed away and watched the tattooed skeletons enter their territory. The violent skeleton looked at the soldiers from a distance. Seeing that they had no intention of attacking, he couldn't help but ask, "Why don't these guys come and fight us?" The dark skeleton bone emerged in the shadow and said to the violent bone, "Don't find the rats. Don't find things for the owner. You will not want to return to the fortress." Thinking of the fortress, the violent skeleton suddenly became obedient. The life in the fortress is really boring. But it is interesting to fight. Where are we going now? Go find those Ant-Man's undead. Follow them. Find the devil. The tattooed skeletons followed Ant-Man. The dark skeletons don't know where the demons are. But Ant-Man's mission is to destroy demons and devils. So they must know where the demons are. Instead of searching by yourself, it is more efficient to follow Ant-Man undead. The tattoo bones fell behind the end horn of the Ant-Man. In the low IQ Ant-Man dead consciousness, all the undead is one. What the dark skeleton did was right. By following the Ant-Man undead, they could really find the demon before the Ant-Man undead could launch an attack on the demon. The dark skeleton took the lead and gave the order. Charge. Just one word. The violent skeleton had been killed with his own tattoo bone. The devil also didn't persuade him. Greeted the madness. And at the same time, the devil hiding in the crowd also began to make power. And the fireballs were sprayed out. What's going on? The Ant-Man undead stared blankly at the tattooed skeletons. His soul fire unable to turn around. It was not until the tattooed skeletons were already fighting the demons that they realized they also had to go over and kill the enemy. So the mighty Ant-Man rushed up. If there were only the Ant-Man undead, the demon wouldn't be very afraid of him. But it would be different if there were also the tattooed skeletons. The tattooed skeletons are much more ferocious than the Ant-Man undead. The battle between the two sides did not last long. When the demon discovered that his gray fog had no effect on the undead and could not infect them, he decisively abandoned the bodies of his companions and chose to retreat. After the demons and devils retreated, the Ant-Man undeads began to clean up the battlefield, intending to take the bodies back as requested. At this time, the tattooed skeletons refused to accept it. Are you kidding me? You want to take the body away? That's the demon's corpse. If you let you take it away, what else do we do? Led by the violent skeleton, the marked skeletons punched and kicked the Ant-Man undead, snatched away the corpse, and walked away, leaving only a group of Ant-Man undead standing there in a daze. Chapter 310 Save Catwoman again. The breeze was blowing, and the grass was bent over. There was a rustling sound, and the leaves shook. A small figure jumped out from inside. It was a prairie catman who was less than 40 centimeters tall. She looked around frantically, then rushed into the grass in front of her and disappeared. Just as the Catwoman's tiny figure disappeared on the grassland, the grass leaves began to sway again, and a beetle man about 1 meter tall and covered in black armor walked out. After determining the direction, the beetle man chased in the direction of the prairie cat woman. The prairie cat girl stopped after running a short distance and carefully hid her body behind a patch of grass. The grass is more than 1 meter high, with broad green leaves, and can easily hide a small prairie cat girl. She showed a pair of bright and frightened eyes and looked outside. The grass leaves swayed, and the beetle man walked over. He looked around, looked at the footprints on the ground, and then walked forward again, watching the beetle man leave. The prairie cat girl let out a breath, touched the sweat oozing from her forehead, and relaxed a little. Suddenly, her hair stood up. She shivered, turned around abruptly, and subconsciously jumped back. The ground cracked open, and a beetle man rushed out from underground, clenching his two huge serrated teeth on his upper jaw, making a clicking sound. So close. I almost got bitten. The prairie cat girl felt a surge of fear in her heart. She landed lightly on the ground. Her limbs popped out sharp claws. She arched her back, bared her teeth at the beetle man, and let out a low growl from her throat. After missing the first attack, the beetle man immediately relocked the target, and his breath opened and closed continuously, making a rhythmic impact sound. He is calling for his companions. Knowing that things were not going well, the prairie cat girl decided to take the initiative and pounced on the carbid man. The sharp claws flashed a cold light in the air. What she didn't expect was that the beetle man was much faster than she imagined. He lay on the ground and dodged her attack in an instant. When the prairie cat woman landed, she was horrified to find that she had fallen into an encirclement. 3 beetle people surrounded her in a triangle. There are many kinds of insect people on the grassland. Ant-men are the largest group among them. And there are also a lot of crustacean insect people. Many crustacean insect people are peaceful, such as dung beetle insect people, also known as dung beetle insect people. They are very peaceful insect people, scavengers on the grassland. As long as they are not provoked, dung beetle insect people can coexist peacefully with all tribes. But the insect people that the prairie cat girl encountered were not the peaceful type. Carabin beetle people are typical carnivorous insect people, full of aggressiveness, best at hunting small animals and other small works. These guys are fast, have thick LS, are good at hiding, can dig holes and ambush, and can even release liquids that make people sick, nauseous, and dizzy. Looking at the 3 carbid people surrounding her, the prairie cat girl couldn't help but despair. She wanted to cry, but she didn't dare. Carabins are a type of insect people that are very good at hunting. Once they discover that their enemy is showing weakness, they will immediately launch an attack. The prairie cat girl held back her tears, sniffed hard, bared her teeth, and kept growling from her throat, intimidating the 3 beetle men. The beetle man kept changing positions quickly, but his pair of large jaws were always facing the prairie cat woman, ready to attack at any time. I don't want to die. The prairie cat girl suddenly screamed, and her small body rushed out, scratching the carbid man with her claws. The beetle man was not in a hurry. He shrank his body slightly, exposing his SHL to the prairie cat woman, and bit the cat woman with his sharp claws. The prairie cat girl flexibly curled up her body into a ball, scratched the SHL with her claws, fell to the ground, and without looking, she accelerated and fled forward. The sharp claws couldn't even leave a scratch on the SHL, and the other 2 beetle people had already chased after the prairie cat girl. Can't run away. I'm dying. I'm dying. The more the prairie cat woman ran, the more desperate she felt. Her speed could not outrun the beetle man, and the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Just as she was about to use the same trick again, and use grass leaves to block the other party's sight, her ears twitched, and she heard a strange sound. It was a sound she had never heard before. A roar. Crash. The grass leaves scattered, and a skeleton riding on a strange object rushed out. The ghost ranger drew an arc in front of the prairie cat woman and stopped in front of her. The sudden appearance of the skeleton made the prairie cat girl stand still. The 3 beetle men behind chased after her, and were about to pounce on the prairie cat girl. But when they saw the evil ranger, they also stopped, breathing heavily and communicating with each other. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More roars were heard, and the ghost ranger surrounded the prairie cat woman and the carnivore beetle man. The evil spirit ranger standing in front of the prairie cat girl stretched out his hand and grabbed the prairie cat girl. The prairie cat girl tried to struggle, but a gun was pressed against her head. Although she had never seen a gun, the dark hole made her feel an instinctive sense of fear. This thing is more dangerous than the beetle man. If she resists, the other party will kill her without hesitation. As a feline, she trusts her instincts. Follow your heart. The prairie cat girl gave up struggling and was obediently picked up by the patrol rider and placed on the back seat of the ghost ranger. Seeing the prey being taken away, the beetle man immediately became angry and rushed towards the evil spirit patroller. After grabbing the prairie cat girl, the ghost ranger immediately turned the car around and headed in the direction it came from, paying no attention to the beetle man that was rushing towards it from behind. Boom, boom, boom. The patrolling knights surrounding the beetle man opened fire without hesitation. The beetle people are very fast, so it is difficult to aim at them. But it doesn't matter. There are enough patrol knights this time. So just shoot them. The carabins are fast and have strong defense. But everything has to be done in quantity. When more than 100 patrol knights raised the jets and fired wildly, no matter how fast they were or how strong their armor was, it was useless. The 3 Beetle men were shot into plugs, fell to the ground with screams, and soon became motionless. The prairie catwoman, who was placed in the back seat, witnessed it all. She opened her mouth slightly, somewhat unable to believe her eyes. Died? He died just like that, without even a chance to resist. Thinking of the thing that had just been against her head, she couldn't help but shudder. If I had resisted, would I be lying next to the Carabid man now? What are they? Why do skeletons move? Where is he taking me? After the panic, a series of questions came to my mind. The prairie cat girl's eyes moved as she kept observing her surroundings, wondering if she had a chance to escape. But when she found that more and more skeletons were following her, she immediately gave up the idea of escaping. The prairie cat girl was led forward for a while, and then she saw a huge city. City? The prairie cat girl's eyes widened with horror. It was a city she had never seen before. Although backlit, one can still feel its grandeur, majesty, and solemnity. At the same time, a skeleton knight riding a horse appeared in front of the patrol knight. The ranger knight rode the ghost ranger to the skeleton knight. The target has been brought to you. Please accept. You did a great job. Leave it to me. The patrol knight picked up the prairie cat girl like a bag and handed her to the skeleton knight. The skeleton knight took Catwoman and lifted her up, looked at her curiously, nodded at the patrolling knight, turned his horse around and returned to the fortress of the undead. 3 patrol riders followed behind him, with the Carabid man's body on their motorcycles. Seeing this, the other patrolling knights dispersed again and went into patrol mode, looking at the city getting closer and closer. The prairie cat girl's mouth grew bigger and bigger. The tall city walls, the towering buildings, the piles of bones, and the architectural style she had never seen before made her feel at a loss, but also greatly shocked. The skeleton knight had an unimpeded journey all the way back to the fortress, galloping along the avenue and heading straight for the main building. The prairie catwoman's eyes kept turning, and she saw a scene that she would never forget. There were skeletons everywhere. All the skeletons can move. There are also various buildings. She didn't know where this was, but she knew the owner of this place must be extremely powerful. What are they going to do, and why did they bring me here? The prairie cat people couldn't figure it out. She saw a large number of stone statues. Yes, a stone statue. But her intuition told her that the stone statue was alive. It felt weird, like the skeleton moving. Arriving in front of the tall building, skeleton knight put Catwoman on the ground. After her feet landed on the ground, the prairie cat girl did not run, but stood quietly. She felt her legs go weak. She looked up and was stunned. 3 people appeared in front of her. On both sides were heavy armored infantry, wearing black heavy armor and holding long swords. And in the center was Catwoman? She was a beautiful Catwoman, looking at her with a gentle smile and waving at her. The prairie Catwoman looked around and found that the skeletons were all looking at her. She decided to follow her heart and walked carefully towards the big sister Catwoman. When Ming and I saw the prairie cat girl coming over, her smile became even gentler. She squatted down and touched her little head. Don't worry. There's no danger. Ming Ni's voice was like the gentlest breeze on the prairie, blowing away the fear in the prairie Catwoman's heart. The prairie cat girl nodded and held Ming Ni's hand. Her hands were a little cold and wet, which was caused by sweat from nervousness. Ming and I didn't care and took the prairie cat girl to walk into the main building. Dining room. Li Ziyu sat at the table, which was filled with all kinds of food, including barbecue, fruits, and vegetables, as well as various dairy products and sweets. He was eating when there was a knock on the door, and then Ming Ni walked in holding a little person. Li Ziyu looked up and saw that the little person suddenly hid behind Ming and I, grabbed Ming Ni's clothes, revealing a pair of eyes, and looked at him timidly. Is this the cat person on the grassland? Li Ziyu asked while eating barbecue and looking at the prairie cat woman. Well, please forgive her. She was frightened and is still very scared. Ming and I gently stroked the prairie cat girl's head and said softly. The grassland cat woman's look at Li Ziyu was very frightened, but the aroma came from the tip of the nose made her look at the food on the table. She swallowed hard and her stomach made a gurgling sound. Well, it's a cat. Li Ziyu heard a weird voice and smiled. pointing at the food on the table. Take her over to eat something. Ming and I nodded. Pulled the prairie cat girl to the dining table. Found a higher chair. Carried her up. And placed a set of tableware in front of her. Don't be afraid. You must be hungry. Eat something. Ming and I comforted softly, faced with a table full of delicious food. The prairie cat girl couldn't help it, and carefully picked up a piece of barbecue and put it in her mouth. The wonderful taste made her squint her eyes. Li Ziyu looked at her with a smile. It has been some time since he left the wasteland. After discussing with Zhang Peng, he sent the remaining undead in his hands to the central area to serve as Zhang Peng's mercenaries. And he returned to the grassland again. He wanted to try and see if he could destroy 1 or 2 more ant nests and create more Ant-Man undeads. It would be great if we could replicate our last performance. Unfortunately, God did not favor him this time. He had been on the grassland for several days, but had not found any good targets. It's not that Ant-Man was not found. But this time, the Ant-Man was obviously much stronger than the little brown-headed Ant-Man and the big black-headed Ant-Man encountered before. It is not easy to win and there will be considerable losses. So Li Ziyu can only give up. He didn't know the situation on the grassland. So he drove the undead fortress around aimlessly. Just now, the evil spirit patroller, who was exploring the way ahead, sent back a message saying that something had been discovered ahead. This is how the scene where the patrol knight kills the beetle man and saves the prairie cat girl came about. Maybe she was hungry. Or maybe it was too delicious. The prairie cat girl gradually let down her guard in front of the food and ate it in big mouthfuls. Her mouth was stuffed full and her cheeks bulged. Like a hamster. Li Ziyu was very patient. She didn't rush to talk to the prairie cat girl. Instead, she turned to Ming and I and asked, "Do you know what kind of cat person she is?" Mingni shook her head. "There are many types of our cats. I know she is a cat, but I am not familiar with the cats on the grassland. There are many branches of the orcs. Far more than the human branches." Li Ziyu nodded in understanding, then touched his chin and said, "I feel like she's still a child. But even if she's a child, isn't she a little too small? Ming Ming is also a child. And she is much higher than the cat woman in front of her. This little thing stood up and had no knee height. And it was cute and loved." The prairie cat girl ate with great concentration. After a long time, her stomach was swollen like a small ball. Then she straightened up and slumped in the chair, holding her round belly and gasping for breath. The delicious food in front of her made her ignore the danger, and a happy smile appeared on her face. "Are you full?" Li Ziyu asked with a smile. "Eat." The prairie cat girl was about to answer casually that she was full, but her body suddenly froze. When her sanity returned, she finally remembered that she was not in the tribe, but in danger. A drop of cold sweat ran down his temple. "Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you." Looking at the nervous look of the prairie cat girl, Ming and I chuckled and comforted her. It seemed that Ming and I gave her the courage. The prairie cat girl finally grew braver. She nodded to Li Ziyu and whispered, "I'm full. Thank you for the food." Li Ziyu looked at her and laughed, waving his hands and said, "It's just some food. I don't care. I have something to ask you." The grassland cat woman worked hard to sit up and eat too much, so that her movements were a little smooth, and she returned it seriously. "Please don't kill me. If you need to know what, you can ask me. I will tell you truthfully." "Pretty well behaved." Li Ziyu nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Then start with a self-introduction. Tell me about yourself." The grassland cat girl thought for a moment, organized her words, and then said, "My name is Leah. I am a grassland cat person from the Talmos tribe." Listening to the introduction of the grassland cat girl Leah, Li Ziyu smiled and asked, "How old are you this year? Are the grassland cat people as small as you?" "I'm 12 years old, although I'm short. We prairie cat girls are all excellent hunters." Leah seemed a little dissatisfied with Li Ziyu's statement, and said with her cheeks slightly puffed up. Li Ziyu touched his chin and said, "So, an excellent hunter was chased by a few insect people and almost killed by them? Well, that's because I'm still young and haven't become a good hunter yet." Leah blushed and her voice became smaller and smaller. Chapter 311. Ha ha ha. Li Ziyu laughed again. This little cat girl is quite interesting. However, she is small, but she is older. I won't tease you anymore. Tell me about your tribe. The Talmos tribe. After laughing twice, seeing that Leah's cheeks were getting more and more puffy, Li Ziyu stopped teasing her and asked seriously. When asked about her tribe, Leah suddenly hesitated. She didn't know who the other person was, let alone whether he was an enemy or a friend. And she was not sure whether she should tell him about the tribe. Li Ziyu was not surprised at Leah's hesitation. If she had told him without hesitation, he would have felt strange. The other world is very dangerous. If you want to live more safely, there must be a force behind you to protect you. Selling out one's power without thinking about anything is tantamount to cutting off one's own retreat. No one would be so stupid. After thinking for a long time, Leah pursed her lips, said nothing, and stared at Li Ziyu. The look in his eyes was strange, and Li Ziyu frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me?" Leah thought about it, shook her head, and then nodded. Now even Ming and I felt strange. Li Ziyu moved his body, leaned back in the chair, supported his cheek with his left hand, and kept looking at Leah. He recalled the situation when he just met Leah. Leah was hiding behind Mingni. When she saw herself, there was obvious fear in her eyes. And then she was attracted by the smell of food. Before, Li Ziyu felt that it might be because of the undead. But now looking at Leah's appearance, I am afraid that it is not a fear of the identity of the Lord of his undead, but a fear of himself. But what is there to be afraid of in me? I am a common human being to plan the master of the undead. Li Ziyu's appearance has not changed at all, and he doesn't look ferocious. Why is Leah, the Catwoman, afraid of him when she sees him? I'm afraid there are some things I don't know about this. Li Ziyu's mind raced, and he suddenly asked, "Have you ever seen a human before?" Leah first froze, showing a clear panic on her face, and quickly forced herself to calm down and shook her head. She is still young and cannot hide her emotions. The changes in the expression made Li Ziyu, who had been staring at her and observed. He suddenly became serious and sat straight. Leah has seen humans. Is it a member of Batu and the Alliance over there? Or the human aboriginal people on the grassland? Or the other crosses? No matter what kind of. Leah's tribe is likely to have a conflict with the other party and have suffered a lot. Otherwise Leah will not show any expression. This thing has become interesting. When the evil ranger discovered that Leah was being chased by the beetle people, Li Ziyu immediately chose to save Leah. He felt that the beetle people were difficult to communicate with, while the orcs were obviously easier to communicate with than the beetle people. He didn't know the grassland and needed a guide. The purpose of saving Leah was actually to make her a guide. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be an unexpected gain. Seeing that the human opposite her suddenly became serious, Leah immediately grabbed her clothes nervously and bit her lower lip. Li Ziyu and Leah looked at each other for a while and said, "Since you don't want to say your tribe, then tell me the humans you have seen." Leah became flustered again. She shook her head repeatedly and said randomly, No, I have never seen a human." Li Ziyu shook his head and said to Leah seriously, "Don't try to deceive me. Those who deceive me will become those skeletons outside. Their souls will be imprisoned, and they will become my slaves forever." Looking at her master who was seriously threatening Leah, Ming Ni's mouth twitched. She has followed Li Ziyu for quite some time and believes that she knows her master very well. Speaking of good people, that's definitely not to talk about the master of the undead. There are too many people who died in Li Ziyu's hands. Whether the soul will be imprisoned and if she will be enslaved, Ming Ni does not know. She is just a cat with no fighting power. Even if she lives in the undead, she is unclear all the matter of Li Ziyu. But it becomes the undead after death. But she also understood that her master was not a vicious person. Relatively speaking, he was kind and would not kill people at will. He always had a reason for every conquest. Ming Ni knows it, but Leah doesn't. Thinking of the skeletons, Leah was cold. His mouth skimmed. His tears dropped. But he didn't dare to cry. Li Ziyu continued to act like a villain. "Don't cry, or I'll kill you right now. Tell me, where have you seen humans? What kind of humans are they? How many humans are there on the grassland?" He didn't need to pretend to be ferocious. Just a calm face was enough to scare people. That was the power that had accumulated over a long period of time after he became the Lord of the Undead. Leah sniffed hard, holding back her tears, and turned to look for help at the extremely gentle older sister, who was also a Catwoman. Faced with Leah's request for help, Ming Ni looked helpless. It is true that they are both Catwomen, but Ming Ni belongs to Li Ziyu. No matter how gentle and kind she is, she will not ruin Li Ziyu's show just because of a Catwoman she just met. Leah felt so desperate. "I want to go back to the tribe." I screamed madly in my heart, but I still had to face reality. Seeing Leah still refused to say that Liziu made a finger. And a dozen skeleton dead spirits suddenly appeared on the wall. And they walked towards Leah. Liziu said calmly. She is not honest, and is not a good child. Take her out. More than a dozen bones of bone stretched out their claws and grabbed Leah. Leah screamed, curled up her small body, hid in the chair, and screamed. I said, don't catch me. Help me. She forced her eyes, screamed in her mouth, and waited for a while, and found that those skeletons did not catch her. Then she stopped. Her eyes opened a seam and looked around in panic. The skeleton undead stopped not far away. The fire of its soul was beating, and the claws that had been stretched out were retracted. Gurgle. Leah swallowed. Liziu tapped the table with his index finger and said, go ahead. I'll give you one more chance. Don't be petty with me. The undead like tender-skinned children like you the most. You, don't let them come over. I'm telling you. I'll tell you everything. Leah cried. Alas, I didn't expect that I was quite talented as a villain. Liziu raised his eyebrows subtly. They are just children. So just scare them. If he really let the skeleton undead take action, he would not be able to accomplish such a thing. Liziu nodded to Leah, indicating that she could speak. I have seen humans. Those humans are not friendly. The tribe has had conflicts with them. They took away a piece of our pasture. They are plundering everything on the grassland. Rap our orcs. We can't defeat them. Even the Empire was invaded by them. The Empire asked us for help, but we didn't respond. Leah's words made Liziu frown more and more. She spoke in a garbled, incoherent, and unclear manner. It wasn't that she didn't want to make it clear, and it was more likely that she didn't know the specific situation. After all, she was just a child, and many things were unclear and normal. Through her description, Liziu had a general understanding of the grassland. In this grassland, there is an extremely powerful force, which is called an empire in Leah's mouth. It is established by multiple orc races, among which the royal family is the lion tribe and the king family is the tiger tribe. This empire was the ruling class in the steppes. In addition to the empire, there are many tribes in the grasslands. They were all established by the centaurs and formed by absorbing other orcs. They call themselves nomads and are not under the jurisdiction of the empire. They are both enemies and friends of the empire, and the relationship between them is very complicated. Nomads are not friendly relationships. It is common to fight each other and fight for grass fields. Humans came later. They were invaders, and many herdsman tribes were destroyed by human attacks. Even the empire was attacked and both sides were at war. According to Leah, those humans have extremely large cities that can move. Liziu knows that they are mobile fortresses of time travelers. After listening to Leah, Liziu rubbed his eyebrows. The situation on the grassland is quite complicated. There are empires established by indigenous people, nomads formed by indigenous people, various insect people, and now the mobile fortress of traversers has also been added. The forces of all parties were not allowed. Leah may be really scared. I didn't say anything except her tribe, and everything else said like an inverted bean. The grassland has never been peaceful, especially for the nomadic tribes. The tribe is not fixed, but constantly moving. From time to time, they will fight against other tribes, fight against the empire, and fight with the worm. Leah belongs to one of these tribes. He said everything he knew, and Leah carefully looked at Liziu, and from time to time, he glanced at the bones surrounding the bones. Liziu nodded, saying that he was very satisfied, lifted a cup of hot milk, and put it in front of Leah, and said, Now, let's talk about your tribe. Teamaz. Under the threat of her life, Leah finally spoke and told Liziu about her tribe. Teamaz is a nomadic tribe and is also established by half-person horses. This tribe is similar to other nomadic tribes and is divided into several levels. The centaurs are the founders of the tribe and also the nobles of the tribe. The patriarch and elders are all selected from the centaurs. In the tribe, the centaurs' words are final. Below the nobles are the ranks of warriors and warriors. They are brave and good at fighting and can be allocated good resources. When encountering enemies, warriors and warriors are responsible for defending the tribe. Below them are merchants, craftsmen, etc., who are responsible for keeping the tribe running, bringing goods to the tribe, and allowing the tribe to continue to exist. Next are the commoners. Commoners are free and can upgrade their status to become merchants or warriors. Finally, slaves. Slaves are like livestock in the nomadic tribe, and they will not be committed to being killed. Most slaves are derived from captives in the war. Or worms. Oh, by the way, it is worth mentioning that the nomadic tribe is composed of orcs. The insects can only become slaves in the nomadic tribe, and it will never be possible to become other levels. There are 30,000 to 40,000 people in the Talmas tribe, including half of them, and there are more than 5,000 people. The rest of the orcs are available in any race, and even the lions and the tigers are available. Some time ago, the Talmas tribe came around and temporarily settled to grant it with the help of the surrounding pastures. Because of the play, Leah ran out of herself, and she encountered the beetle. Fortunately, the pedestrian people are not the kind of large group of worms, which gives Leah a chance to escape. If he encountered an ant-man, Leah estimated that his life would have gone. After Leah said her tribe, Li Ziyu instructed Mingni to take her to rest. So think about it. He is glad that he is a kitten woman. If this is an adult orc and wants to get intelligence, it is estimated that it will cost a lot. It is much simpler to deal with a kitten woman. She said everything. The intelligence brought to him is very useful, although many of them are not specific. It doesn't matter. If you have directions, you can always find a way to understand. Private chat. I don't want to take a driver's license, Brother Batu. How is it recently? The grassland has gained a lot? The eagle soaring. The grassland is a treasure. Don't want to get a driver's license. Haha. Freedom of the eagle, brotherly. Don't you come to me to pull home? I don't want to take a driver's license. Well, it's really a bit of a matter. I want to ask. Is there any race in our alliance? Freedomly soaring eagle. This is really not. It is strange that the traversers on the wasteland seem to have not obtained human races. I don't want to get a driver's license, but there are some on the grassland. Freedomly soaring eagle. What do you mean? I don't want to take a driver's license. Yes. There are humans. And it seems to be a crossing. Free flying eagle. Are you sure? I don't want to take a driver's license. I am not sure. I met an orc to say today. Free flying eagle. Are you coming to the grassland? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Well, there's a shortage of undead in the central area. So I came to the grassland to see if I can get some goods. Import some goods? Watching Batu and cheeks twitching on the system screen. Is this talking? I remembered that the last time Li Ziyu killed the ant-man in the nest, and made so many ant-mans undead. He was relieved. It's really possible that he's here to purchase goods. Freedomly soaring eagle. What about the last ant-man? Isn't it enough? Don't want to take a driver's license. Almost. Free flying eagle. What did you do? Did you go to war with the powerful tribes in the entire central region? That's tens of millions of undead. Don't want to take a driving test. Haha. Not really. Not really. It's not time for an all-out war yet. Li Ziyu told Batubu about what had happened recently in the central area. Batu deeply took a breath. On the grassland, he did not expect so many changes in the central area. Freedomly soaring eagle. Really wonderful. Say it when I need me. By the way, what is the human race? I don't want to take a driver's license. I guess the human race should not be a crossing person on the grassland. And it is very likely to come from other places. Free flying eagle. Okay. I'll go check it out. If you don't want to get a driver's license, communicate more. After turning off the system chat interface, Li Ziyu's face was not very good. He felt that there was a big trouble this time, and it was likely to meet the people of the outside world. This grassland is really a big whirlpool. There is a lot of fun to play with. Other things can be taken care of slowly. Now we need to get to know the grassland more deeply. Or we can start with the Talmas tribe. If you have a kitten girl, you can try to touch it. The grassland is a treasure land with rich resources. But for Li Ziyu, Ant-Man is what he needs most now. If he wants to stabilize the rear, he needs to take control of the central area. If he wants to take control of the central area, he needs a large number of undead. And Ant-Man is undoubtedly the best source of soldiers. The existence of Ant-Man is equivalent to the original Soul Mountains, and the source of energy continues to bring him more undead. It doesn't have to be any Ant-Man. The best ones would be the big black-headed Ant-Man or the small brown earth Ant-Man from last time. Their combat effectiveness is low, but there are many of them, so they are just right for developing the undead. There are many other types of Ant-Man in the grassland, and there are many powerful ones among the Ant-Man group. It is better not to provoke such powerful ones for the time being. Chapter 312. The two sides meet. Beep. The dull sound of horns echoed across the grassland. The tribe, which had originally had a relatively relaxed atmosphere, suddenly became tense. Teams of centaurs picked up their weapons, put on armor, ran out of the tents and gathered together. Merchants packed up their stalls. Civilians hid in tents. And playful children were pulled by their parents. What's going on? The centaur captain, with a bow on his back and a spear in his hand, asked loudly while calling out to his team members. Cavalry! Cavalry are approaching us. A centaur warrior, who was still putting on armor, responded loudly. Which tribe cavalry? Captain Half-Horses asked again, with a cold face. They are not from the tribe. They are different from us, replied the centaur warrior. Just when the captain wanted to ask something else, a centaur warrior came running from the front, shouting as he ran. Gather! A cavalry centurion! Ready to fight! Pick up the weapon! The centaur warrior who delivered the message raised the flag high in his hand. Seeing this, the centaur captain stopped asking questions and waved to his team members. Let's go! Groups of centaurs gathered and followed the messengers to the front. In a short time, nearly 1,000 centaur warriors and 3,000 to 4,000 other orc warriors had gathered. They held weapons and looked into the distance vigilantly. The breeze was blowing. The grass swayed, and nearly 100 knights were approaching slowly. As the cavaliers approached, the chief of the town mass tribe narrowed his eyes, and his chill rose in his heart. These knights are very prestigious. They wear uniform armor, and armor cover their bodies. They can't see clearly. From the appearance, these guys seem to be humans, but they are probably not ordinary humans. Their bodies are much taller than normal humans. The wide cloak was flying, with a wide sword behind him, and a knight gun hanging immediately. Let the chiefs pay attention to the horse that they ride. They were skeleton horses, also covered in armor, with blue flames coming out of their bodies. The chief of the Talmos tribe swore that he had galloped on the grassland for many years, and had never seen such a knight. Nor had he ever encountered a tribe with such knights. Where do they come from? What does it have to do with humans? Facing the many Talmos tribal warriors in front of him, the Bone Knights had no waves in their hearts. As one of the core arms of the Undead, the 100 skeleton knights are confident that they can attack a team that is 100 times larger than theirs. The leading skeleton knight took out the flag that his master had given them before they left. Undead banner. A stick of about 3 meters long, with a skull stick on the top. He raised the flag of the Undead and held it high, announcing his power to the other side. Huh? When the chief of the Talmos tribe saw the stick raised by the knight, he was a little confused as to what it was. Each grassland tribe has its own flag, usually 2 flags made of cloth with various tassels and gems as embellishments. One flag has a totem painted with colored dyes, and the other flag has the name of the tribe written in centaur language. When the 2 tribes meet, they will raise the banner to tell the other person's identity. During battle, flags act as signposts, guiding the soldiers in the direction of their charge. But what does it mean that the other party is holding a stick? At a distance of 50 meters, the skeleton knight stopped. The centaurs are a race that is good at using bows and arrows, and they have very good eyesight. The chief was surprised to find that the knight in the front was holding a catwoman in his arms. He turned his head to look at the tribal warriors beside him. The centaur immediately understood, and stepped out of the crowd with a spear in hand, walked forward about 20 meters and stopped. This is the pasture of the Talmos tribe. Who are you? The centaur warrior shouted. The skeleton knight glanced at the catwoman, Leah, in his arms, got off the soul horse, put Leah down, walked forward about 10 meters to the centaur warrior, and planted the Undead flag on the ground. The half-man and the warriors looked at the Bone Knight who entered, and his pupils shrink. This guy is so tall. The skeleton knight standing on the ground is nearly 3 meters tall, much taller than the centaur warrior. With the armor on his body, his oppressive power is incredible. I am a member of the Undead clan, a skeleton knight under the command of the Lord of the Undead. The sound suddenly rang out from inside the body, startling the centaur warrior, who looked at the skeleton knight in front of him in suspicion. The skeleton knight can actually make sounds directly. Like the Dark Knight, he can make sounds by utilizing the power of his soul to vibrate the air. But if you use soul transmission directly, it will be tight pants or spicy. This is equivalent to a show of force. So far, the effect seems quite good. What Undead tribe? We have never heard of Undead in this grassland. You have invaded our grassland. Get off our pasture? Although he was shocked and doubtful, the centaur warrior still remembered what he had to do and shouted to the skeleton knight. I come to meet your chief on behalf of the Lord of the Dead. Can you please represent your tribe? Your words seem to be declaring war on us. The undead. The voice once again rang out from within the centaur warrior. The centaur warrior was suddenly a little undecided. He often does things like driving people away. On the grassland, it is common for two tribes to compete for pasture. Normally, first come first served. The Talmos tribe had already occupied the surrounding grasslands, so it was normal to expel them. But if you do and agree, say that you want to start a war. It is not that a half of his horse warriors can get ideas. The two tribes started war. It was the chief. He turned his head to look at his chief, but found that everyone behind him was looking at him stupidly, as if they didn't know what he was doing. The centaur warrior was even more confused. Why are you looking at me? Make the decision. But his own people seemed to be stupid and didn't say a word. After waiting for a while, the centaur warrior had to turn around and face the skeleton knight again, looking very embarrassed. According to the rules of the upper reaches of the grassland, our Talmos tribe gets this grass field first, and you cannot break into it without authorization. The half-man warrior explained. Are you the chief? Let your chief come to see me. I represent the great lord of the undead. The skeleton knight spoke to himself, as if he didn't hear the words of the centaur warrior. The centaur warrior felt helpless. He couldn't help but look back and saw his companion still look stupid. There's no point in talking about this. The other party asked to see the chief again and again, but the chief remained silent and didn't know what to say. The centaur warrior simply said to the skeleton knight, "Wait a moment." After saying that, he ran in the direction of the centaur, seeing his men coming back. The chief couldn't help but wonder, "Why did you come back?" The centaur warrior said depressedly, "Chief, he wants to see you. Will you meet him?" The chief was even more surprised and asked blankly, "When did he say he wanted to see me?" The knight didn't say anything either. "I just heard you shouting." But the other party didn't make any move. This time it was the half-man horse warrior criticized. That knight said, "What he said he was the undead. The skeleton knight, which represents the master of the undead. To see you." The chief frowned and turned to look at the soldiers around him. "Have you heard it?" The soldiers around shook their heads, indicating that they heard nothing. They only heard the voice of the centaur warrior, but not the knight. Why can't they hear it? The centaur warrior was puzzled, but still said, "Chief, do you want to see him? I just asked him to leave. He said, we are declaring war on the undead." Hearing the declaration of war, the chief's expression froze, and he quickly said, "I'll go see him." He didn't want to start a war for no reason. He sensed an extremely dangerous feeling from the skeleton knights, which meant that the tribe behind these knights must be very powerful. It is obviously unwise to provoke such a force. Although he did not hear what the other party said, the opponent did not intend to attack, indicating that the other party did not come to declare war. The chief was very curious at this time what the other party wanted to do, bringing with him a dozen centaur guards. The chief came before the skeleton knight. Without saying anything, he looked me up and down, then raised his head and said, "My name is King Thomas, the chief of the Thomas tribe. What do you want from me?" The skeleton knight pointed at the catwoman beside him, and his voice rang out in Leah and Keen at the same time. "Her name is Leah, and she is a member of your tribe. The great lord of the undead saved her. She told us about your tribe out of gratitude. The great lord of the undead asked me to contact you." Leah suddenly turned her head and looked at the skeleton knight and was stunned. The chief was stunned as he felt the sound coming from his body. "Leah, when did I tell you about the Talmos tribe out of gratitude? Didn't you threaten me with death? You look so tall. How could you lie shamelessly?" "Chief, damn it. Damn it. I think I know why other people can't hear the sound." The chief immediately reacted and turned to look at Leah, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. "Oh my God. It turns out that I was betrayed?" Leah happened to look at the chief, with tears in her eyes. "Chief, please listen to my explanation. I have been wronged." "Ha ha ha ha. Did you see these two guys? So funny. You are really bad. But I like you so much. I was wondering why you wanted to take the lead. It turns out you were up to something bad. Next time, if you do this again, let me do it." Compared to the shock of the chief and Leah, the skeleton knight was already smiling broadly in his soul network. Although they always appear calm and serious on the surface, they also like to have fun in private. Well, then again, who can see any other expressions on those skulls? "I saw your words. A message floated gently through the Soul Network. The skeleton knights in the Soul Network suddenly fell silent, because those words came from their master, the Lord of the Undead Liziu. I was caught. Ha ha ha. I got caught. You guys are not completing your mission properly, but are actually having fun. Yes. 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 The most important thing is that they wanted to have fun, but didn't invite us. Damn it. The skeleton knight remained silent. But the Black Knight became happy and gloated over other people's misfortune. I also saw what you said. Another message passed silently. This time it was the Dark Warrior's turn to be silent. Oh. I was careless. The master was actually peeking at the screen the whole time. How insidious. The Black Warriors are uncomfortable. Chief, I didn't do it. They forced me to do it. After a long silence, Leah said, crying. Shut up. I'll deal with you when we get back. Chief Keen of the Talmos tribe glared at Leah and told her to shut up. No matter what. She revealed the information about the Talmos tribe. And revealed it to a tribe that had no idea about the details. And even led those people to the tribe. This is a serious matter. The intelligence of the Grassland tribe is equivalent to the lifeline of a tribe and cannot be touched. Once the tribal information is leaked, it is equivalent to handing the tribe over to others. If it is a hostile force, the tribe will be in danger. Keen was furious. After reprimanding Leah, Keen turned back to the skeleton knight and said, So, what do you mean by the Lord of the Undead? Do you want to destroy us? The voice of the skeleton knight sounded in his body. No. If we need to destroy you, you won't have a chance to talk to us. We brought Catwoman with us as a sign of sincerity. We don't want to go to war with you. We need your cooperation. Keen asked doubtfully. Cooperation? The skeleton knight nodded and said seriously, You have been chosen by the great Lord of the Undead. This is your honor. You will become part of our conquest of the Grassland. What the hell is this guy talking about? When did I say conquer the Grassland? I just want you to take Leah to her tribe. Discuss cooperation. And see if you can get more information about the Grassland. Liziu, who was secretly peeking at the screen in the Undead Fortress, was confused by the skeleton knight's outrageous actions. He felt that he needed to teach these guys a lesson. Reading comprehension skills seemed to be a bit too strong. Liziu was right in his thinking. The skeleton undead, the Dark Warrior and other guys would really interpret his orders in depth from time to time. Among these fanatical core undead souls, Liziu, the Lord of the Undead, is the greatest existence. And the undead are the most powerful race in the world. So when the Lord of the Undead asked them to contact a small grassland tribe, it was undoubtedly sending a message that they were going to start attacking the grassland. That means conquest. Nothing wrong with that. Tribes like the Talmos are undoubtedly lucky, because they have the opportunity to become the dependent race of the undead. Glory. Keen was confused again. He heard something very incredible and couldn't help asking. Conquer the grassland? The skeleton knight was about to answer, but was interrupted by Liziu. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear you apart when I come back, and then throw your head to the Black Warriors to play with. Faced with the threat from the great Lord of the Undead, the skeleton knight decided to follow his own soul fire. No. You heard wrong. I never said I wanted to conquer the steppes. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Do you think I'm deaf and stupid? I feel like you're insulting my intelligence. Keen's face darkened. He glared at the skeleton knight and said unhappily, I feel like you're full of lies. I don't think there's anything I can do to cooperate with you. Master. Tan. Can I cut him? Can I take your head off and let Darth Vader play with it as a ball? We don't want to conflict with you. Cooperation will benefit both your Talos tribe and our undead tribe, said the skeleton knight. Well, don't say too much. I am not interested in the undead. I hope you don't bother us again and find other tribes to talk about cooperation. Keen took a deep breath and waved his hands against the skeleton knight to signal Leah to return to the tribe with herself. Leah turned her head to look at the skeleton knight, then at Keen, and remembered the huge city she had seen before. Her little head was working rapidly. She moved closer to Keen and motioned for him to bend down. Keen looked at the short Leah and felt helpless. It's useless even if I bend down. You are too short. Although I can't bend down, there are still ways to whisper, such as picking up the little cat girl and putting it to my ear. Leah was picked up, looking a little desperate. Do I have to be bullied just because I'm short? Yes. Chapter 313 Agree to Cooperation. What do you have to say? Keen asked with a voice holding Leah. Chief, they are very strong and have a very big city. Leah turned her head to look at the skeleton knight and whispered in Keen's ear. City? Are these guys from the Empire? Keen asked thoughtfully. In his impression, the cities on the grassland belonged to the Empire. Only the orcs of the Empire would build city after city on the grassland, and have the ability to protect the cities from falling. Nomadic tribes like them were incapable of building or protecting cities. Leah shook her head and said, I don't know. I didn't see a large number of orcs in the city. Not an empire. The Empire is almost entirely made up of orcs. Keen has been to many cities in the Empire, and in those cities, orcs account for more than 90% of the population. He suddenly became curious about the undead in the Bone Knight's mouth, and he wanted to know where these guys came from. Putting Leah down, Keen raised his body, looked at the skeleton knight and said, Even if we want to cooperate, we need the leaders of both sides to discuss it. I can't feel the sincerity of the Lord of the Undead with just you. I need to see your leader. The skeleton knight paused for a moment before saying, Okay, we will come again later. By then, you can send an envoy to follow us to our city. Keen nodded and said, Well, very good. I'll wait for you. The skeleton knight pulled out the undead flag, turned around and walked to his mount, jumped on the horse, and returned with the other skeleton knights. After the Bone Knight went away, Keen returned with the soldiers of the Talmos tribe. Of course, he did not forget to bring Leah. He also needed to know more about the undead from Leah's mouth. A few days later, the cow horn sounded again, and the undead came again. With a few days of buffer, Keen looked a lot more calm and took many soldiers to the last time. Since the last time he saw the dead, he went back and asked Leah. Leah did not hide anything and told Keen everything she saw and heard in the fortress of the dead. She had not been in the fortress of the undead for a long time and had not seen much. But even so, the undead still left a strong impression on her. That was not a force that the Talmos tribe could resist at all. Originally, Leah thought that Chief Keen would not believe what she said. But surprisingly, Keen did not have any doubts at all. As the chief of a tribe, Keen could learn more about the grassland. He knew that the Empire was fighting another powerful forces in recent times. And from Leah's description, he keenly noticed that the undead seemed to be similar to the members of that force. If it is really as he guessed, it is better not to offend him. The skeleton knight did not get off the horse this time. Instead, he immediately rode a soul battle and asked, Chief of Kane, we come as promised. We will point your way for you and let your envoys follow us. Keen nodded. This time he went to the city of Undead, and he decided to go in person. He could only believe it if he saw it with his own eyes. In addition to Keen himself, there were 500 fully equipped centaur warriors. The delegation followed the skeleton knight across the grassland to the fortress of the dead. Chief, look! Look over there. That's the city of the dead. The prairie cat girl Leah, riding on Keen's back, pointed into the distance and shouted excitedly. Keen raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a huge dark shadow towering over the grassland. It is a magnificent city. The distance was not close, but it still shocked Keen. The city was much larger than any imperial city he had seen. I'm afraid only the imperial capital can compare to it, Keen thought to himself. As the team approached the undead fortress, more and more undead appeared in the bushes. Most of the undead were on guard around, and the rest were sent out by Li Ziyu to welcome them. The Talmos tribe was the first force Li Ziyu came into contact with on the grassland. He didn't want to give them a bad impression, and hoped to get some information about the grassland from them. The dead on the road gave Keen a great shock. The grassland tribes are different from the tribes in the wilderness. In the wilderness, the undead are synonymous with death and natural disasters, and all tribes are afraid of the undead when they hear the name of them. But on the grassland, at least in the Talmos tribe, the names of the dead are not that scary. This is determined by the survival mode of the grassland. Although the resources are much richer than in the wasteland, there are also more battles than in the wasteland, especially the nomadic tribes. They travel around the world and never settle in one place for too long. They are not just a tribe, but also caravans and robbers, always ready for battle. There is not much time to pay tribute to ancestors. Centaurs are impulsive and like to live in the present. For the centaurs on the steppe, the future is far more worth thinking about than the past. Following the skeleton knight, Keen and other centaurs entered the fortress of the undead. Along the way, they became more and more surprised. Undead? Very strong. So strong that they can easily crush their Talmos tribe. It's not even on the same level. After entering the fortress of the dead, Keen and his men separated. He could understand this. After all, he brought 500 centaur warriors with him. It was impossible for them to go to meet the Lord of the Undead together. Right? That's not realistic. Unless the other party is a fool. He will not do this. 500 centaur warriors are enough to launch a surprise attack. As for whether they are worried about being killed by the undead, ha ha ha, there's no need for that. Really. If they wanted to kill them, the 500 centaur warriors they brought would be of no use at all. Not to mention 500 centaur warriors. Even if the entire Talmos tribe rushed over, it would be useless. The other side would use overwhelming force to beat them into pieces. Keen still hasn't figured out why the other party chose him, and even took the initiative to send out the knights to cooperate with him. Is there anything the Talmos tribe needs from the other side? What do we have? No matter how hard he thought about it, he didn't feel that the Talmos tribe had what the other party needed. Could it be that there is something special about me that makes such a big shot take a fancy to me? Keen was puzzled. In order to demonstrate majesty and respect, Li Ziyu specially decorated the hall in a very undead style. There are 8 thick pillars made of skulls in the hall, and the surrounding walls are also covered with white bones. It is a typical underground tomb style, and a mass burial type. Near the wall, rows of elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors stood upright, looking very brave. The floor leading inside was covered with carpet, which Zhang Peng had traded from other time-traveling lords. On both sides of the carpet, black warriors stood quietly as if they were displaying armor. At the end was a platform built of stone strips, on which sat a bone throne. The style is simple, but serious enough and scary enough. A native like Keen, who had never seen the world, was frightened by the undead on both sides. As soon as he entered the hall, he looked at the undead on both sides in doubt and amazement. Please. Meng and I bowed slightly and stretched out her hand to invite him. Keen gathered his thoughts and improved his opinion of the undead. He walked forward along the carpet, his eyes occasionally glancing at the black warriors on both sides. He had a feeling that the armor on both sides were alive, and the fighting power of these guys should be no weaker than the skeleton knights he had seen before. When he reached the end, he saw the throne and the human sitting on it. Human? Keen paused, a look of confusion on his face. He had observed carefully all the way, and just now, all of them are skeletons. Skeletons and undead can be seen everywhere in the city. He thought that the Lord of the Undead would also be a skeleton, but he didn't expect it to be a human being. Master, the chief of the Talmos tribe, Keen Talmos, has been brought here. After Meng and I finished speaking, she walked up to the stone platform, stood beside Li Ziyu, and stood with her hands hanging down. This kind of introduction often puts people in an unequal position in the other world. In other words, in Meng Mi's introduction, Keen's status is lower than Li Ziyu's. Under normal circumstances, given the centaur's bad temper, Keen would definitely be angry. Who am I looking down on? I am also a chief, and being equal is the most basic thing. But now that Keen had seen the fortress of the undead, he did not feel disgusted or angry about Meng Mi's introduction. Instead, he felt that such an introduction was normal. The person who controls such a huge city and has so many tribesmen under his command is indeed much more powerful than him, who is just the chief of a nomadic tribe. If they were really on equal terms, Keen would feel uneasy. Keen bent his front legs, put his hands on his heart, lowered his head, and saluted Li Ziyu, saying, Lord of the Dead, chief of the Talmos tribe greets you. May the fragrance of green grass surround you, and may all birds sing for you. Li Ziyu had a calm expression, nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, Chief Keen, there is no need to be polite. With these words, Keen dared to stand up and look directly at Li Ziyu and said, At your invitation, I came to this magnificent city. May I ask, do you really want to cooperate with our tribe? Li Ziyu didn't say anything, but looked at the centaur chief below seriously. Leah had told him before about the division of power on the grassland. The centaurs thrive there like fish in water, and could definitely be considered the overlords of one side, even though the top leaders of the empire are lion men and tiger men, both powerful orcs. The founders, leaders, and chieftains of all nomadic tribes are all centaurs, who are not weaker than the two tribes. The nomadic tribes vary greatly in strength, and have no fixed place to live. So it doesn't seem like a very good idea. But think about it. The fact that they have been able to maintain basic peace with the Orc Empire for so many years without completely breaking off relations or starting a war already shows their strength. The reason why everyone can sit together and play chess is not because of civilization, nor because of peace-loving, but because they know that the other party has the ability to overturn the table. Peace can only be achieved when the fighting power is equal, and the two sides can threaten each other. The centaur below is over 1.9 meters tall, with a strong body, muscles, a lot of tattoos, long hair, an angular face, and a wild look. Tattoos made Li Ziyu very concerned. Many races in the other world have the habit of tattoos, partly because of the beauty, but more because of special abilities. There are all kinds of spells and curses in this world, and tattoos may exist for these purposes. After observing for a while, Li Ziyu slowly said, I just arrived at the grassland and am not familiar with it. Although many people have misunderstandings about our undead tribe, we actually like peace, and we are willing to live in peace with the grassland tribes. I really don't believe this. With such a magnificent city and so many warriors. You tell me you like peace? Do you really think I'm stupid? Keen looked at Li Ziyu, who was sitting on the throne, and said, Well, we in Talmos are also a peace-loving tribe. Li Ziyu didn't like beating around the bush, so he asked directly, So Chief Keen, are you willing to cooperate with me on behalf of the Talmos tribe? Keen looked at the undead around him and asked hesitantly, Lord of the Undead, what is the basis of our cooperation? Is it trade? Or is it alliance? Why did you choose us? It saves a lot of effort to speak this way. Don't use any empty words. Just get straight to the point and talk about interests. Li Ziyu nodded with satisfaction, and then said, It's up to you whether to trade or form an alliance. What I need is intelligence. I believe that as the chief of a grassland tribe, you must have a lot of intelligence. Are you willing to share it with me? Oh, so that's how it is. Keen understood. It wasn't because the other party had set his eyes on the Talmos tribe, nor was there anything special about him. He had simply just arrived here and didn't know the situation here, so he planned to find someone to ask. And his own Talmos tribe was lucky enough to have the opportunity to become the guide party. But should I work with him? Keen hesitated. The grassland was in chaos. The Empire and the nomadic tribes maintained superficial peace, but they continued to fight in private. The Zerg are all over the grassland, and both the Empire and the nomads are targeted by the Zerg. But now, an alien force has entered the grassland, not only plundering their nomadic tribes, but also waging a war with the Empire. I heard that the Empire is having a hard time fighting, and the enemy is very powerful. For the Talmos tribe, war would most likely mean genocide, and the tribe would be destroyed in the aftermath of the war. Finding a backer is a very good choice. But the problem was that he didn't understand the undead. King couldn't be sure whether they were truly cooperating or simply treating them as guides to be thrown away after use. If it is the former, then he is still willing to cooperate. The nomadic tribe, just loyal to their tribes. If it is the latter, then there will be big trouble, which is tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Don't believe a single word of the so-called peace-loving undead. After thinking for a long time, Keen couldn't help but ask, What kind of information do you need? The problem is that I have been ready for a long time, waiting for Keen to say this. Li Ziyu immediately asked, I need to know the situation of the Empire, and the situation of the human beings that attack the Empire. Hearing this, Keen's eyes lit up. This kind of intelligence is good. It won't leak anything about the nomads. As for the Empire and foreign forces, aren't they there to be sold? If it could be sold for a good price. Just thinking about it makes me smile. Kin nodded without hesitation. We can cooperate. At this point, it's basically the same. This is the first time the two parties have met, and they are not familiar with each other, and need to get to know each other better. Li Ziyu ordered the meal to start. Table culture is essential. When eating, the two had a good chat. The two sides decided to establish a preliminary cooperative relationship and start trade and intelligence exchange. Of course, intelligence refers to things that are not related to one's own tribe. Li Ziyu is already very happy to be able to achieve this. He has not yet planned to focus on the grassland, as the central area of the wasteland is not over yet. He came to the grassland this time to obtain more undead. During the dinner, Li Ziyu asked questions about the insect people, especially the ant people. Keen has something to say about this issue. The relationship between the Zerg and the nomadic tribes is not friendly, on the contrary. They are hostile. It's a good thing that the Lord of the Undead is so interested in the Zergmen. If the Undead and the insects are fighting, it is beneficial to have no harm to their nomadic tribes. However, information is sometimes very valuable. So Keen did not say too much and planned to give the information to Li Ziyu after the first transaction. Chapter 314, One Touch. Is the Talmos tribe short of goods? Lack. There is a severe shortage. Many members of nomadic tribes spend their entire lives wandering the grasslands. They raise herds of cattle, sheep and horses, constantly migrating and moving around, never staying in one place for too long. Because of this, it is difficult for nomadic tribes to live like tribes with territories. Not to mention the materials and products of various technology sides. Just say materials such as materials, iron, and copper. And each nomadic tribe is missing. They didn't have time to find minerals at all. And even if they were found, they didn't have time to minimize. For metals, nomads are extremely enthusiastic. And it is not afraid. How much is it? Every caravan is very important to the nomadic tribe. The appearance of Li Ziyu is nothing short of an opportunity for Keen. If cooperation could really be reached, given the size of the other party's city, it would be very likely that the Talmos tribe would take off directly. The fighting capacity of the nomadic tribes is not bad. Throughout the nomadic career, they laid the nature of their fighting. Although there is a lack of many materials, development will never stop. Nomads are based on the development of various witchcraft, magic, and also have a large number of cavalry and long-range troops. In the case of sufficient resource supply, any nomadic tribe will think about starting the war model to merge more nomadic tribes, absorb more populations, and form snowballs and make their tribes larger and larger. When Li Ziyu asked what goods the Talmos tribe needed, Keen immediately said that they needed a large amount of basic goods, including ore, wood, stone, magic materials, etc. If there is no basic material, weapons, and life items are acceptable. Li Ziyu was delighted when he heard this. You see, isn't this a coincidence? If you want something else, it may be troublesome. But if you want basic materials, it's easy. He always has a large amount of basic materials stored in his warehouse. What Pan Technology needs is basic materials. With basic materials, he can manufacture whatever he needs at any time. Therefore, there are always a lot of materials piled up in the warehouse of the Undead Fortress. One of these materials was collected by Li Ziyu himself, and more was exchanged by Zhang Peng through the transaction. Hearing that the Lord of the Undead could provide a lot of basic materials, Keen immediately became excited and asked what Li Ziyu needed. What Li Ziyu proposed was intelligence and corpses. It is mainly information. The time when Li Ziyu came to the grassland was too short and did not understand the grassland. This was very dangerous. No one travelers knew the role of information. Without enough intelligence support, you are no different from a blind person. Considering that the Talmos tribe is a relatively small nomadic tribe, Li Ziyu does not have high hopes for their intelligence network. Many important intelligence cannot be known by such a small tribe. But the corpses are not a problem. Nomadic tribes make a living by grazing, and their main food is meat. To eat meat, you naturally have to kill cows and sheep, and those bones are of no use. If you can use them to trade with yourself, the other party will definitely agree. In fact, it is true. When Keen learned that corpses and bones could be used for exchange, he was completely numb. It's so sad. They really have no shortage of bones or anything like that. For such a large tribe, they need to eat a lot of cattle and sheep every day. The meat was eaten, but the bones were useless and were thrown away. If they had encountered the Lord of the Undead earlier, the Talmos tribe would probably have become a well-known large tribe on the grassland. After the two sides reached a deal, Keen said goodbye and returned to the Talmos tribe to prepare goods. He is eager to go home now. The people in the tribe don't know that bones can be used as commodities, so don't throw them away. Li Ziyu prepared a corpse transport vehicle, filled it with metal ore and smelted metal ingots, and sent 100 skeleton knights and 1,000 evil spirit rangers to escort it, and returned to the Talmos tribe with Keen. The team set off quickly. The Undead Fortress is not far from the Talmos tribe, and a day is enough to go back and forth. When heading to the Fortress of the Dead, Keen was nervous, but when returning, he was excited and happy. He saw the hope of rising, and a fire was gradually burning in his heart, which was called ambition. The sunset falls, and the sky is sprinkled with the sky. The birds that had been flying in the grassland sky for a day gradually disappeared and returned to their nests. By evening, the Skeleton Knight and Keen's team were finally about to return to the Talmos tribe. From a distance, the outline of the tribe can be seen. But for some reason, Keen felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He frowned, raised his head and looked around, then raised his hand, and the team stopped moving forward. A centaur warrior ran up to Keen and asked softly, "Chief, what's wrong?" Keen looked at the 4 weeks and lowered his voice and said, "It's too quiet around." "It's wrong." The centaur warrior was shocked when he heard this. And he also realized something was wrong. At this time of year, they can see flocks of sheep, cattle, horses, and tribesmen grazing. But today, they didn't see anything. And those shepherds were gone. "There is something wrong with the tribe," Keen yelled. Keen drew his spear and ran towards the tribe. 500 centaur warriors also picked up their weapons and ran wildly behind Keen. "Should we go over there?" "TSK. Of course I have to go. I guess there will be something exciting to watch." "Ho hoo. Yes. We have to help." Why should we help them? They are not our people." "You are stupid. Let's fight." "Oh. Yeah. We can't watch our allies get into danger." "Brothers, charge." In the Soul Network, the Skeleton Knights only discussed for a moment before deciding to take action for their friends. Friends are difficult, and naturally pull the knife to help. The dead have their own true feelings. They are not just itching to fight. Ghost Rangers were arranged to guard the corpse transport vehicle, and hundreds of Skeleton Knights pulled their soul warhorses and chased after Keen and the others. The Talmos tribe. The tribe, which should have been lively and peaceful, was now on fire. Wooden carts and makeshift shops were smashed, and the place was in a mess. Totem poles stand tall, painted with various animal patterns and wrinkles, and red ribbons fluttering high like flags. The totem poles formed a protective formation, protecting the members of the Talmos tribe. The shaman had a strange mask on his face, a coat full of animal skins, and various magical instruments in his hands. He kept chanting spells to strengthen the power of the protective formation. A team of more than 3,000 centaur warriors circled the Talmos tribe, shooting arrows from time to time. Their arrows are not ordinary wooden arrows. Runes are written on their shoulders and arrow rods. They are arrows blessed by spells. They have armor-breaking effect and can cause damage to the defense array. The arrows hit the protective formation, creating ripples. The shaman of the Tamiya's tribe trembled, but soon stabilized and continued to sing the spell. The team, composed of more than 3.5-person horses, came very suddenly and directly raided the tribe. The people of the Talmos tribe were caught unprepared, and many of them were shot dead by the enemy. And the outskirts of the tribe were also breached. The warriors wanted to take up arms to resist, but the other side was obviously very experienced in plundering, and did not give the tribal warriors any chance at all. Fortunately, the shaman released a defensive magic circle in time, which saved the tribesmen from being slaughtered. The centaurs attacking the tribe did not raise any flags or send any signals, which meant that the other side did not want them to know who they were. This was a tribe that often plundered on the grasslands, and it was very likely that they made a living by plundering. Only they would do that. The tribes that live by plunder will not leave any room for others. They will kill everyone, take away the supplies in the tribe, and then leave. Tribes that did not live by plundering fought each other for pasture. Most of the time, it will be discussed in advance, or at least communicated. Only when communication fails will they launch an attack. When attacking, they will raise a flag to show who they are. At the same time, after the opponent goes on defense, they will stop attacking and give the opponent a chance to leave. After all, the purpose is to protect the grassland, not to kill people. The centaurs who attacked the Talmos tribe were all dressed in uniform, wearing light armor, and their weapons were scimitars and bows and arrows. They are light archers that excel at attacking with speed. They would use bows and arrows to shoot quickly from a distance to create fire suppression, then use their speed advantage to launch an attack, and then repeat the previous process. The attack method is monotonous, but very effective. Anyone would panic when faced with a dense rain of arrows when caught off guard. And at this time, the cavalry could easily achieve good results by charging again. This is how the Talmos tribe was defeated, and the warriors didn't even have a chance to pick up their weapons. Keen and 500 centaur warriors hid in the grass, secretly observing the moving troops. Damn it. The tribe is under attack. We don't have enough manpower, and we can't defeat the enemy even if we rush over. My wife and children. Chief, fight them. The Centaur warriors' eyes turned red. The tribe was their home and everything to them. Their relatives, the elderly, and their supplies are all in the tribe. If they are looted, they will be left with nothing. Keen looked gloomily at the centaurs, who gathered together and kept shooting arrows, thinking in his mind, he needs a chance. Even though he had 500 centaurs around him, all of them strong warriors in the tribe, it was useless. These normal tribesmen are different from the tribesmen who rely on plundering for a living, and there is a huge gap in their combat effectiveness. After all, one makes a living by hurting, and the other makes a living by killing. If you rush out in a fit of anger, not only will you fail to solve the tribe's problems, but you may also lose your life. These people are the only strength of the Talmos tribe right now. Fortunately, the shaman activated a protective formation, which allowed him to hold on for a while and look for an opportunity. Keep calm. Don't panic. Keen pressed his hand, signaling the centaur warriors of the Talmos tribe not to be anxious. Tap tap tap. The sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard behind him without any concealment. Keen's face turned pale, and he turned his head to look. It's them. Those undead knights. What do these guys want to do? Are they looking for death? The skeleton knight rode on a tall horse, galloping recklessly without any intention of concealing himself. Keen suddenly wanted to curse. It's too unreliable. This is a grassland, and the enemies are centaurs like them. Centaurs are very sensitive to cavalry, and the galloping of their mounts will attract their attention. Keen wanted to stop the skeleton knights, but he was a step too slow, and the skeleton knights rushed past them. Finished. These guys are dead. Keen closed his eyes. It seems there is no cooperation. If the knight sent by the other party to escort the goods dies here, there is no point in cooperating. It is good that the other party does not come to kill us. This was the first transaction between the two parties, and there was no trust between them to begin with. If a few more people died, Keen wouldn't dare to think about the future. The skeleton knights didn't know what Keen was thinking. They only knew that there were enemies ahead. The enemy. Very nice. The sun was setting and darkness was creeping in from afar. The soul fire became more vigorous. Like lanterns. Brothers, it's game time. Don't drop the ball. Formation. Stay in formation. Charge. The skeleton knight at the front raised the lance in his hand and signaled to his teammates. In response, his companions raised their lances one by one. The leading knight lowered his body and pointed his spear forward. The soul horse was in sync with his thoughts and suddenly accelerated. Blue flames ignited on the grassland, which were the traces left by the hooves of the soul warhorse. Moving forward. Tap tap tap, rumble rumble rumble. The sounds of horse hooves intertwined like war drums. The team slowly spread out and formed a straight line, and 100 skeleton knights charged towards the 3,000 centaur warriors. The sound of galloping horses was discovered by the centaur warriors, just as Keen had guessed. They were surprised for a moment, but when they saw that the other side had only 100 people, and they were not centaurs, they almost laughed out loud. Where did this fool come from? Don't you know that the steppe cavalry centaurs are the strongest? Rushing here to die. In that case, then your dream has come true. The centaur leader didn't bother to pay attention and waved his hand, and 500 warriors were immediately separated from the team. Although they are horse bandits, they still have a sense of honor as centaurs. 500 centaur warriors hung their bows and arrows on their backs and drew their scimitars. With a shout, 500 centaur warriors rushed towards the skeleton warriors. Cut through them. The soul energy flowed through the skeleton knights' bodies and was injected into the knights' spears. The knights' spears suddenly lit up under the infusion of energy. Blue light strips were stretched out behind them. Keen, who was far away, watched the skeleton knight and the centaur warrior collide with each other. The knights thrust their spears into the chests of the centaurs, piercing them. Even with the strong physique of the centaur warriors, they could not resist this kind of piercing. Their bodies were lifted off the ground and thrown into the air by the skeleton knights. It has to be said that centaurs are qualified as cavalry. Many centaur warriors dodged the knights' spears and swung their scimitars to chop at the skeleton knights. But it's useless. The scimitar with sharp effect only drew a streak of sparks on the knight's armor, while the skeleton knight was not hurt at all. As the core troops of the undead, they are not only powerful in attack, but also in defense. It's wishful thinking to think you can kill the skeleton knight with just a scimitar. At the first touch, the scene that Keen had expected of the skeleton knight suffering heavy casualties did not appear. Instead, The Centaur warriors suffered great losses, and even a few unlucky ones were lifted into the air. It's drilled through. Keen opened his mouth slightly, unable to believe his eyes. Are these knights so strong? Centaur warriors are natural cavalrymen, and there are almost no better cavalrymen on the grassland than centaurs. As long as it is cavalry, it involves mounts. No matter what, it cannot make up for the defects brought about by cooperation. Centaurs are different. They are half human and half horse, and from the moment they are born, they are knights. As cavalry, they don't have to worry about coordination or delay, which don't exist. So Centaur warriors are the strongest cavalry. 500 Centaur warriors faced off against 100 skeleton knights. But not only did they fail to destroy the enemy, they were instead pierced through their formation. Keen felt unbelievable. After the skeleton knights broke through the Centaur warriors' ranks, they continued to charge towards the large force ahead without delay. Chapter 315, Becoming a Hero. What are they going to do? Still charging? Keen was dumbfounded. Chief. Chief. Ah! The Centaur warrior beside him shouted twice in succession. And Keen came back to his senses and looked at him with a slightly confused expression. The Centaur warrior asked with an anxious look on his face. Chief Keen, it's time for us to attack. Keen seemed not to understand what the Centaur warrior said, and asked in confusion. What attack? The Centaur warriors didn't know how to explain it, and said hurriedly, Opportunity. It's an opportunity. Chief, the opportunity we've been waiting for has come. The undead are charging. These words woke Keen up from his dream, and he came to his senses with his eyes brightening. Indeed, the charge of the undead has disrupted the enemy's deployment. The skeleton knights rushing towards the enemy would inevitably cause chaos, and this was the opportunity they had been waiting for. Keen reacted and immediately picked up his weapon and shouted, Brothers, charge! The Centaur warriors, who had been unable to bear it any longer, suddenly shouted, followed their chief and jumped out of the bushes, charging towards the Centaur warriors who were attacking the tribe. The bandit leader was surprised that the skeleton knights could break through the formation. This is a powerful enemy, given the bravery of the Centaur warriors under his command. Even if the enemy can break through the team, they will definitely pay a price. But the skeleton knight was obviously not hurt, and was still full of energy, even charging towards him. The bandit leader was a veteran of many battles. Although he was surprised by the skeleton knight's strength, he did not panic. The team surrounding the tribe suddenly changed and faced the skeleton knight sideways. The horse bandits drew their bows and released arrows. Arrows with armor-piercing effects were shot at the skeleton knight in large numbers. Protected by armor, the skeleton knights ignored the arrows falling from the sky and kept speeding up. They believed that as long as they rushed into the enemy's ranks, they would be able to break through them. Ding ding ding. The arrows hit the armor with a crisp sound. Even the skeleton knight's armor could not withstand such a dense barrage of armor-piercing arrows. Each skeleton knight was hit by hundreds of arrows. Their armor was broken, and they were pierced like hedgehogs. But what's the use? As long as the skull is not shattered, and the soul fire is still there, they can launch an attack with vigor and vitality, even if they have twice as many arrows. After firing a wave of arrows, the bandit leader immediately moved with his men, intending to attack the enemy using the kite-flying tactic. He had already seen that the opponent relied on charging, and had no long-range combat capability. Although I don't understand why the opponent is not dead after being shot. It doesn't matter. I will definitely be able to kill him if I shoot him a few more times. Just as he turned around and adjusted the formation to prepare for another burst of fire, he heard a call. In addition to the shouting sounds, there was also the familiar sound of breaking through the air. Bow and arrow. Defense. The leader of the horse bandits knew something was wrong and immediately shouted a warning. At the same time, he quickly took out a shield from his side and raised it above his head. The quick-reacting horse bandits also raised their shields. A dense stream of arrows fell from the sky, whizzing into the crowd of bandits. Many bandits, who had no time to prepare, were hit by arrows and screamed in agony. After a wave of arrow rain, many horse bandits were injured, but only a few were killed by arrows. Centaurs are strong and a few arrows cannot kill them, but can only injure them. The leader of the horse bandits put down the shield that had several arrows stuck in it, and looked in the direction where the arrows came from. A group of centaurs were rushing towards him. Defense? He saw the centaur aiming his bow, and shouted again, raising his shield and moving. Centaur warriors are all excellent archers and their arrows are very accurate, which is their characteristic. Likewise, they were familiar with the fighting methods of horse archers. You can't run around randomly. You have to spread out and run in an S shape so that you are not easily targeted by the opponent. Faced with keen centaurs and the charging skeleton knights, the horse bandits demonstrated their high fighting qualities. The centaur warriors of the Talmos tribe shot arrows one after another. But this time, the effect was not great, as most of them were dodged by the bandits. Charge. Keen grabbed the horn hanging on his body and blew it. The dull sound of the horn echoed across the grassland. The Talmos warriors put away their bows and arrows, took out their spears, shouted, and rushed towards the horse bandits bravely with their 4 hooves flying. At this time, the skeleton knight's speed was getting faster and faster, leaving an afterimage, and he rushed into the group of horse bandits first. The bandits abandoned their bows and arrows, drew their scimitars, and fought against the skeleton knights and the centaurs of the Talmos tribe. Melee combat begins. The two sides fought fiercely. When it came to close combat, the horse bandits realized the power of the skeleton knight, which was an unstoppable force. The knight swung his sword and they blocked it with their scimitars, but ended up being cut in two along with the sword. Blood sprayed on the grassland. The warriors of the Talmos tribe are far inferior to the skeleton knights. Under normal circumstances, they are no match for these bloodthirsty bandits. But at this time, they had to defend the tribe, and the madness and bravery in their hearts were aroused, so that they could fight against the horse bandits. Even so, we are still at a disadvantage. Horse bandits roam the grasslands all year round, and have encountered too many battles. If their combat effectiveness is poor, they will not see the next battle, and will die on the battlefield. Under the law of survival of the fittest, the horse bandits have mastered too many combat capabilities, and even if the opponent looks crazy, they can still suppress it. The only thing that the horse bandits might worry about is the skeleton knight. The problem is that there are too few of these powerful knights. With only 100 knights, no matter how strong they are, it is difficult for them to play a role on such a battlefield. Soul Slash. Stop! A skeleton knight, stimulated by the blood and in a killing spree, swung his sword. A hazy halo lit up on the sword. Just as he was about to swing it, his companion immediately reached out and slapped him on the head, interrupting the blow. What are you doing? Don't use your skills recklessly. What if you scare the opponent away when you go out? I haven't had enough fun yet. Ah. Yes. Yes. You reminded me. Thanks, brother. For the centaur warriors of the Talmos tribe, this battle is a battle that must be won. But for the skeleton knight, this is a game. A game that he has not experienced for a long time. They weren't playing seriously at all. They were just playing for fun. Otherwise the battle would have ended long ago. Who are they? They are the core troops of the Undead. The skeleton knights, galloping on the battlefield. What race would not be afraid? Armor-piercing arrows? What are you doing? If they get serious, no arrow can hit them. When charging, the gathered soul power can form a shield in front of them. The strength of that shield cannot be broken by these armor-piercing arrows. Do you really think that the skeleton knight has no area damage skills, and can only slash around with a two-handed knight sword? They just stayed in the fortress for too long, got bored, and wanted to have some fun. Even if it was just for fun. With the power of the knight's sword, he still beat the bandits to a point where they were at a loss. The horse bandits were one-sided when facing the skeleton knights, and they were also one-sided when facing the centaurs of the Talmos tribe. Keen's 500 centaur warriors were about to collapse. He looked at the skeleton knight, and his eyes bulged. What the hell is this? Is it so easy to beat? Hundreds of skeleton knights had already dispersed and were chasing the bandits, hacking them wildly. The bandits had lost their desire to fight and just ran away. On the other hand, among the 500 centaur warriors on their side, nearly 200 have already fallen. If this continues, all of their warriors will die here. At this moment, the dull horn sounded again, and shouts of killing were heard. Keen turned his head and saw heads moving in the direction of the tribe. Support has arrived, because the skeleton knight and Keen led the centaur warriors to charge. The bandits' suppression of the tribe disappeared, allowing the warriors in the tribe to wear armor and take up weapons to support their chief. Withdraw? The leader of the horse bandits also saw the tribal warriors coming to support him, and waved his hand without hesitation. The horse bandits immediately left the battlefield and ran towards the depths of the grassland without any delay. Soon, the bandits disappeared. The skeleton knights wanted to chase after them, but the enemies were all light cavalry and were faster than them. After chasing for a while, they could not catch up and returned in despair. Look! I told you! Don't hit them too hard. They all ran away. Nonsense. What does this have to do with us? It was obviously the Centaur tribe that scared the people away. Forget it. I had a lot of fun anyway. Have you ever considered that the master is peeking at the screen? The skeleton knight in the Soul Network suddenly became quiet. Damn it. I was so excited that I forgot that the owner might be peeking at the screen. When they returned, the tribesmen of the Talmos tribe were cheering, celebrating their promise of a fight. They survived. The tribe was saved. Many people died in the battle. But the people of the Talmos tribe were not too sad. In a nomadic tribe, death is normal. There is a small battle every 3 days, and a big battle every 5 days. There is no battle without casualties. If we always worry about the dead, we wonder whether they are still alive. For the sake of their physical health, they would rather celebrate the victory of the battle. Keen organized people and asked them to go back to the tribe to clean up and collect all the bodies. He did not forget that corpses could be used to exchange for resources. After everything was arranged, Keen came to the skeleton knight and said, "Thank you for your help. You will be our friends." Keen looked at the skeleton knight, whose body was full of arrows, and saluted respectfully. He is really convinced. The nomadic tribes value the use of force, and the skeleton knight's fighting ability is obvious to all. He does not want to offend these people. The skeleton knight standing in the front nodded and said to Keen, "Go and sort out the tribe. I will come with the goods." Keen nodded quickly. Now is not the time for pleasantries. The battle has just ended, and there is chaos everywhere. He really needs to return to the tribe to take charge of the situation. We may be able to swap out more bodies this time. Yes. Maybe there will be a few more brothers. Have you ever considered that we have killed a lot? Those corpses should not change supplies. Hack. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you noticed. The Bone Knights returned to chat in the Soul Network while returning, and then found that they seemed to lose. They returned to the corpse transport vehicle and checked. The Ghost Rangers were all there, and no problems were found. The Skeleton Knights then returned to the team and escorted the corpse transport vehicle towards the Talmos tribe. Nearing the Talmos tribe, the Ghost Rangers stopped. And next the Skeleton Knights escorted the corpse transport vehicle into the tribe. Hundreds of Skeleton Knights, with tall statures, riding tall horses, with corpse transport vehicles slowly moving forward behind them, entered the Talmos tribe. When the tribesmen saw them, they stopped what they were doing and looked towards them. Why aren't they moving? The look in his eyes is so weird. They are coming. Should we kill them? Be on guard. We cannot take action before they do. The Skeleton Knights looked at the tribesmen who were slowly approaching them, and continued to communicate with them through the Soul Network. One of the tribesmen suddenly shouted, "Thank you." Then cheers and thanks rang out one after another, and the tribesmen welcomed the Skeleton Knight with smiles on their faces. The Skeleton Knights were a little confused, but their intelligence was much higher than that of ordinary undead, and they soon realized that the other side was not going to attack them, but to welcome them. So they loosened their hands holding the weapons. As night fell, torches were lit in the tribe to illuminate the surroundings. After the battle, the tribe became dilapidated and everyone was packing up. But it had not been completed in such a short time. The crowd made way for a path, and Keen led 10 Centaur warriors through the crowd and came to the skeleton warriors. "I'm sorry. The tribe has not been cleaned up yet, so I have to inconvenience you today." The Skeleton Knight sat on his horse, looked down at Keen and asked, "Aren't we trading at night?" In the eyes of the Skeleton Knights, trading at night is normal. They are undead, and night is their active time. Keen was stunned at first, then shook his head and said, "There is no reason to trade at night. It's too dark, and it's easy to make mistakes. Even if you want to trade, you have to wait until daytime. Besides, you all helped us, and we haven't thanked you properly yet. Please follow me to my residence to rest." The Skeleton Knights looked at each other, communicated quickly through the Soul Network, and agreed with Keen's statement. The tribe was destroyed by horse bandits, and many of the original facilities were no longer usable. Keen ordered people to build a batch of tents early on, specifically for the Skeleton Knights to use. These were not just guests, but also their benefactors. It was because of the Skeleton Knights that the Talmos tribe was saved from being slaughtered and looted by horse bandits. Keen prepared a place specifically for the Skeleton Knights. More than a dozen tents were set up and bonfires were lit around them. The knights came over and took a quick look without saying much. For the Skeleton Knight, It doesn't matter where you are. And tents are optional. The undead have no flesh and blood. So it doesn't matter where they are. Even on the grass. They will still rest. Or it doesn't matter whether you take a break or not. The corpse transport vehicle stopped. And the 10 skeleton knights consciously stopped at the transport vehicle, guarding the transport vehicle in the middle. Keen stepped forward and asked, "Do you need anything else? Do you need some food?" The skeleton knight looked at him in silence. "I do want to eat it. But as an undead, how can I eat it? Eat it above. And it must be dropped." Keen was frightened by the look of the skeleton knight, and suddenly realized that although the opponent was wearing armor to protect his entire body, there were probably skeletons underneath. Can skeletons eat? He suddenly felt that his problem was very stupid. Smiled embarrassingly. And coughed. "It's my fault. If you have any needs. Although you tell me." The skeleton knight then nodded. Seeing this, Keen said low to the skeleton knight and turned away. Tonight, the tribesmen still have to clean up the tribe, and they will be busy. After the skeleton knight settled down, they immediately began to transmit messages through the Soul Network. Report. We have arrived at the Talmos tribe. They refused to trade at night, and arranged a resting place for us. The process is not very smooth. The Talmos tribe is attacked. The skeleton knight delivered the message very seriously, and explained the whole story. These 2 messages were not sent to companions, but were specifically sent to Liziu. Chapter 316 Attacking the Ant Nest. After experiencing the horse bandits, the skeleton knight became a hero of the Talmos tribe. The transaction went smoothly, and the skeleton knight also brought back intelligence and a simplified map. It is called a map, but in fact it is just a distribution map of the surrounding forces, and it may not be accurate. The nomadic tribes on the grassland all have a basically fixed nomadic route, and they have a general understanding of the distribution of forces around the routes. This is how the map given to Liziu came about. Not to mention anything else. Just with this map, Liziu feels very satisfied. This is a regional map. The center of the map is the Talmos tribe. It can be seen that the map was drawn not long ago. After all, Liziu's undead fortress is also drawn on it. The centaur characters were written in red and black. From Liziu's understanding, the black ones should be less dangerous, or they might be the tribes of allies. Many of the cow and sheep patterns were marked in black. The red font should mean danger, and he saw a pattern similar to Ant-Man. There should be no problem with this understanding. Liziu does not know the centaur language. Liziu asked the skeleton knight to help ask around if there were any traces of the little brown Ant-Man or the big black-headed Ant-Man. The map is indeed marked with ants, but the painting is too much. In addition, Liziu does not know the half-person horse text, and it is impossible to determine what kind of Ant-Man. The second transaction started soon. Upon learning that Liziu was looking for the little brown Ant-Man and the big black-headed Ant-Man, King quickly took out the map, pointed to several patterns marked with red dye, and told the skeleton knight, "There are 2 big black-headed Ant-Man nests around us. If we go further away, there are several more Ant-Man nests with similar strength to theirs." After the transaction was completed, Skeleton Knight told Liziu the news. There are really a lot of insect people on the grassland. There are many types and numbers, and they are widely distributed. It is not surprising to see insect people no matter where you are. There really were big black-headed Ant-Men around. Liziu was very happy, and immediately decided to set out to conquer the big black-headed Ant-Men and replenish the undead troops. The people of the Talmos tribe had been keeping an eye on the fortress of the dead, and were shocked when they saw such a large city begin to move. He quickly returned to the Talmos tribe, and told Keen what he had seen. "It's them indeed." Keen sighed after hearing this. "Chief, did you know that the city of the undead can move?" The tribesman asked curiously. "I'm just guessing," Keen said, shaking his head. "You mean? But that's not right. There are no undead among them," the tribesman said thoughtfully. "Maybe not together, but it should be the same," Keen emphasized. Humans rushed into the grassland and started a war with the Empire. This incident had a huge impact. Almost all forces on the grassland were paying attention to this matter, and Keen was no exception. He was even fortunate enough to witness a battle between the two sides. One is the huge legion of the Empire, and the other is a human city that can move. That stop left a very deep impression on him. When he suddenly discovered that there was an undead fortress on the path he was familiar with, he already had his guess. Such a large city cannot be created overnight. He now travels back and forth along this nomadic route almost every year. If there really were undead building a city on this path, there was no way he wouldn't know about it. Last year, there was nothing unusual. But this year, an undead fortress suddenly appeared. Such a big city is totally abnormal. But if the other party built a city somewhere else and moved it here, everything would seem reasonable. Later, their tribe was attacked by horse bandits, and he did not expect the powerful fighting ability displayed by the skeleton knights. The undead are going to attack Ant-Man, which is beneficial to him, and he can also see what the undead's true combat power is. When Li Ziyu led the undead fortress to fight the undead, Keen also set out with the centaur warriors to watch the battle. Arriving at the mark on the map, the undead quickly discovered the traces of the big black-headed Ant-Man. Li Ziyu didn't waste any time and directly ordered the war. Li Ziyu had already done research on how to deal with the big black-headed Ant-Man. He took a shortcut in the last battle. But that was luck. If he really wanted to deal with the big black-headed Ant-Man, he would need a complete set of procedures. On the way back to the central area, he studied this matter and determined a set of war. To put it simply, it is to suppress the enemy with firepower, push them to the entrance of the enemy's nest, block the door and kill them. The body of Ant-Man will be continuously transported back to the undead fortress, converted into a paradise. When it accumulates a certain number, he can let the beetle people enter the nest and officially launch an attack on the ant colony. Of course, Ant-Man's lair must have more than one entrance and exit. Ant-Man will most likely come out from other entrances and exits to launch a sneak attack on the undead forces. Li Ziyu's strategy is to hold the bones holding a long-range weapon, and the group surrounds an entrance. A large number of evil rangers are deployed around the skeleton undead core. Once a large number of Ant-Men are discovered, they will issue an early warning. At this time, you can send out more advanced troops such as skeleton knights and fearless to intercept them, or separate some of the skeleton undead to fight against the opponent. Li Ziyu considered various situations and made a strategy of response. So this time he saw the big black-headed Ant-Man's nest, and he dared to launch an attack without hesitation. After Li Ziyu gave the order to start the war, the undead swarmed out of the fortress. At the front are the elite hammer skeleton warriors, who are responsible for defending against the big black-headed ants. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, who were once the main force, became a second-rate force after Li Ziyu possessed the black warriors and skeleton knights. In the strategy of fighting ants, the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior was classified into the defense formation. Facing Ant-Man, the elite hammer skeleton warriors really have no advantage. Although they are much larger than Ant-Man, they are no match for Ant-Man in strength. When fighting against Ant-Man, the only thing they can do is act as shields. Behind the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors are a huge number of skeleton undead holding crossbows. Mixed in the middle are skeleton undead armed with thorns and skeleton shortbowmen, as well as skeleton sprayers 1 and skeleton sprayers 4. The second echelon is the spirit fire artillery, throwers and other arms with large-scale lethality. The third echelon is the long archer, the hunter 2 type. Keen, who was observing from a distance, was stunned when he saw skeletons swarming out of the undead fortress, gathering quickly and densely covering the grassland. Chief, undead? Are there so many of them? The centaur beside Keen's lips trembled. How many undeads are this? It must be at least in the millions. When they went to the undead fortress, they were shocked. At that time, they saw a lot of undeads in the city, but they never thought that the undead could gather so much in a short time. It's so scary. Keen ignored the centaur warrior beside him, muttering to himself with a staring look in his eyes. Fortunately, he chose to cooperate. If he chose to be the enemy, the Talmas tribe may be destroyed in minutes. With this level of strength, there is no need to fight. He can just run through the Talmas tribe, and his tribe will probably be destroyed. 100-fold gap is difficult to make up with combat power. The big black-headed Ant-Man who came out to look for food discovered the skeleton undead and immediately sent a warning to the nest. The big black-headed ants, who were warlike by nature, did not flinch at all. Under the command of the Queen Ant, they swarmed out and launched a charge towards the undead position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A crossbow springs out, kicked off the prelude to the battle. Crossbow arrows, artillery bullets, various long-range attacks fall into the big black-headed ants. And the big black-headed Ant-Man fell like cutting wheat. The attacks were too intense, and Ant-Man's SH. I couldn't withstand them. Standing on the rooftop of the main building of the undead fortress, Li Ziyu looked out at the battlefield. Ant-Man's first wave of charge was worthless, and was contained by the long-range attacks of the skeleton Undead from the very beginning. Li Ziyu raised his hand, and waved it forward vigorously, and ordered, "Forward! Do not stop attacking. Collect the bodies." The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior in the front raised his heavy hammer, and moved forward slowly, while the skeleton Undead in the back continued to attack while moving forward. The big black-headed ants, who did not have a special attack, seemed to be vulnerable in front of the preparations. They had no way to resist the Queen Ant's orders, and could only launch suicidal attacks, and then died in the intensive attacks of the Undead. The Ant-Man front line was constantly pushed back, and the exposed corpses were collected by a group of skeleton Undead who had been waiting there for a long time, loaded onto the corpse transport vehicle that was moving along, and transported back to the fortress. The situation on the battlefield was as expected, and Li Ziyu had no intention of watching any further. He left the rooftop and returned to the main building, watching a large number of Ant-Man corpses being transported over. System. Decompose. He didn't dare to delay. Today. He doesn't know how many Ant-Man bodies will be there. He has to hurry up. Ant-Man's body was first decomposed into materials, and then transformed into soul-born insects and armored beetle men. Li Ziyu was busy chattering here, while Keen was stunned. That's Ant-Man. Just being suppressed and beaten like this? We were suppressed from the very beginning. No wonder the Lord of the Undead is looking for the little brown Ant-Man and the big black-headed Ant-Man. It turns out he already had a way to deal with them. The remote firepower of the Undead is really terrifying. Half-man and Ma family. Born knights. Also shot well. Keen was extremely proud of his identity. But after seeing the Undead fighting in groups today, his confidence was shaken. If the number of Undead is small, he can confidently say that half horses can destroy the Undead without injuries. But when the Undead groups fought, hundreds of thousands of them moved forward step by step with crossbows. And the crossbow arrows were like a storm, and no one could stop them. Not to mention, there are soldiers that can deal area damage later. In his heart, Ken felt that even the large nomadic tribes that dared to, and the Empire should be on the grassland. It is estimated that it would not be good. After 2 hours of fighting, Keen became numb. He watched helplessly as the Undead army advanced forward with unstoppable momentum, almost reaching the entrance of the lair. The big black-headed ants fought back desperately, and big black-headed soldier ants kept rushing out of the nest. But before they could reach the Undead holding sledgehammers, they were shot and turned into hedgehogs and fell to the ground. On the other hand, the Undead were almost unharmed. This is not a war. This is simply venting anger. If Li Ziyu was by his side, he would tell him that this is called when you are poor. Use tactical interspersion. When you are rich, use firepower coverage. By noon, the sun had risen overhead, and 4 hours had passed since the battle began. The sunlight filled the earth, causing the Undead's condition to rapidly decline. The fire of their souls became weak and dim, and seemed to be about to go out. In the absence of long-range weapons, Li Ziyu would definitely order the army to return to the fortress for repairs, or even go into dormant mode. But now there is no need for the Undead to rush forward and fight to the death. They just need to attack with weapons such as crossbows. It doesn't matter whether there are a lot of soul fire or not. The battle line has been pressed to the cave entrance. The attacks of the spirit fire artillery and throwers have become much weaker. The formation of the skeleton Undead slowly unfolds, surrounding the nest entrance to the center, and continues to vent firepower, preventing the big black-headed Ant-Man in the nest from getting out. Encirclement and suppression. The bodies of the big black-headed ants piled up at the entrance of the cave, forming a circle of black hills surrounding the entrance, making it more difficult for the big black-headed ants in the nest to come out. We fought around the cave entrance for about an hour. Chief, there's movement. A centaur warrior hurried over and interrupted Keen, who was eating. Keen threw down the food in his hand, quickly stood up, ran over with the centaur warrior, and looked in the direction of the fortress. Then a black mass of troops rushed out of the fortress. Is that Ant-Man? Big black-headed Ant-Man. Keen widened his eyes, and asked some uncertainty to the half-man soldiers around him. It seems like it. Oh, it's really Ant-Man. The centaur warrior looked carefully for a while, and suddenly screamed. Why is it Ant-Man? Keen frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. The Undead were fighting with the Ant-Man. But why did a group of Ant-Men rush out from the Undead fortress? Where did these Ant-Men come from? Could it be that Ant-Man sneak attacked the fortress and succeeded? Will Big Black Head Ant-Man have such wisdom? Keen felt uneasy. Chief, look! Those ants coming out of the city are heading towards the Legion. The Centaur warrior didn't notice Keen's face turning ugly, and shouted, pointing into the distance. Kane slowed down and looked at him in the direction. Sure enough, the big black-headed Ant-Man who had just rushed out of the fortress had a very clear target, which was the direction of the undead army. Not good, Keen growled. What to do? Is it just watching the Ant-Man going to impact the undead army? Now the undead and their friends are not only the Bone Knight help to deal with the horse bandits, but also because the resource of the undead is what they need. Do you want to help? But what's the use of our past? Keen turned around and looked at the hundreds of Centaur warriors he brought with him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. With this battle and all thousands of units, hundreds of people led by him could not fight in the past 2 water flowers. Oh, I can't help. I hope the undead is okay. Keen sighed, and chose not to move, and just watched. What he did not expect was that the big black-headed Ant-Man rushed out of the fortress did not attack the undead at all. Instead, when he was close to the undead army naturally opened the road and let these ants enter. What's the situation? Keen rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he was not seeing things. Are these big black-headed ants and undead? The big black-headed ant-men who transformed into soul-born insect men and armored beetle men entered the encirclement, but did not launch an attack directly. Instead, they began to pick up corpses. They picked up the piled-up corpses of the big black-headed ant-men and threw them onto the corpse transport truck. The corpse was quickly cleaned up, and when the big black-headed ant-man was about to swarm again, the attack frequency of the spiritual fire artillery and the throwers suddenly became higher. The attack on the pouring down directly into the entrance of the nest cave, and the big black-headed ant-man he wanted to rush out directly killed in the nest. The soul-born insects and armored beetle people took advantage of this opportunity to move in the opposite direction, rushing directly into the cave and fighting with the big black-headed ant-men inside. Isn't this going too smoothly? After receiving the war report ahead, Li Ziyu was surprised. The big black-headed ant-man was too interesting, and there was no moth at all. The battle deployment can be changed to the next plan. Chapter 317 Request for Meeting. In addition to normal plans, Li Ziyu also has a spare plan. Or Plan B. Plan C. Plan B is prepared for this kind of successful entering the nest. It is very simple to say. After the battlefield is stabilized, we will expand the results of the battle, looking for other entrances and exit of Ant-Man's nest. Differentiated skeleton dead core. Continuing to attack and siege the ant-human nest in many aspects. Other entrances have actually been discovered. The Ghost Patrol has been scouting the surroundings, and the big black-headed ant queen has indeed thought about letting the big black-headed ant-man sneak attack the undead from other directions. But it was intercepted by the Darth Vader, the Skeleton Knight, and the Fearless, which also exposed other entrances and exits of Ant-Man's nest. The undead army decisively changed its formation, leaving a group of skeleton undead armed with crossbows to continue surrounding this side, while the main army headed for other entrances and exits to continue fighting. Night falls. Li Ziyu found a total of 4 entrances and exits, all surrounded by the undead, and at the same time sent soul raw worms and beheads to attack. At night, the combat effectiveness will increase, and the big black-headed ant-man will be the opposite. They are active during the day and retreat into their dens at night. But the continuous operation of the undead made them have to fight spirit. The bodies of the big black-headed ant-men were constantly being transported out, then decomposed and transformed. More soul-born insects and armored beetle men rushed out of the fortress to the entrances and exits of various nests. This is a rogue way of fighting. Just to waste time and see who dies first. For every big black-headed ant-man who dies, 1 more undead will appear. As the number of undead increases, they will become stronger and stronger, and their numbers will increase. The battle took a turning point on the second day, when a group of armored beetle men that were rampaging through the anthill accidentally broke into the anthill and found the location of the queen ant. The armored beetle men and soul-born insect men immediately launched a fierce attack on the queen ant's location. The big black-headed ant wanted to defend, but there were enemies on all sides, and he couldn't defend himself. The soul-born insects and armored beetle people broke through his defense and took over the queen ant. When the queen is taken over, the war is effectively over. The big black-headed ant-man lost. On the 4th day, the nest of the big black-headed ant-man was destroyed, An ant-man nest that had existed on the grassland for decades was completely eradicated by the undead in 4 days. Keen said he didn't want to talk about this result. He was speechless. The fighting power displayed by the undead was enough to make him numb. We must never offend the undead in the future. The Talmos tribe must live in harmony with the undead, and always stay friendly with them. On the day when the big black-headed ant-man's nest was eradicated, Keen ran to the undead fortress, concluded a soul contract with Liziu, and announced that the Talmos tribe and the undead had officially become allies. This was a pleasant surprise for Liziu. The harvest was smaller than Liziu had expected. The ant nest he conquered only provided him with about 17 million corpses. It seems that it is not enough. I need to work harder. After leaving the wilderness and coming to the grassland, Liziu did not forget to communicate with Zhang Peng. The central area was in great chaos. Many powerful tribes learned about the cooperation between the Ratmen and the undead. They knew that the undead could help clean up the demons and monsters. Zhang Peng gained many more clients. According to Zhang Peng, the undead are in short supply now, and the more the better. Even with the help of the undead, the birth of new demons cannot be suppressed, and more demons are coming out of the abyss purgatory. The need for the undead among all races is becoming more urgent. 17 million soulborn insects and armored beetle people may seem like a lot, but they are all low-level undead. When fighting against demons and devils, they suffer heavy casualties and are just cannon fodder. Since our combat effectiveness is not strong, we will win by numbers. Liziu turned his attention to another nest of the big black-headed ant-man. If one ant-man nest is not enough, then make another one. After having a successful example, Liziu revised the battle plan again. A group of evil spirit rangers were dispatched first to follow the big black-headed ant-man and find their entrance and exit. After spending 3 days to determine the entrances and exits around the nest, Liziu launched another attack. Keen had been observing the undead, and when he discovered that only 3 days had passed and the undead had started fighting Ant-Man again, he immediately took his men to watch the battle. Liziu was much more prepared than last time, and the battle went much more smoothly. Except for one main entrance and exit. He deployed powerful undead soldiers such as black warriors and skeleton knights around the other entrances and exits, letting them attack and kill the big black-headed ant-men who might come out for a sneak attack. This big black-headed ant-man nest is obviously stronger than the previous one. Ant-Man is stronger, more aggressive, has stronger vitality, and is more numerous than the previous one. But under the suppression of the undead, it was still going smoothly. But their good luck ran out. The soulborn insects and armored beetle people who entered the anthill failed to find the queen ant, which prolonged the battle. It took nearly 10 days for the undead to take over the ant nest. After repeated tugs of war, the soulborn insects and armored beetles suffered heavy losses, and the final number of undead was about 24 million. The two anthills together contributed more than 40 million soulborn insects and armored beetles. The number was about the same as when he first came to the grassland. In terms of quality, this harvest is much better than last time. Not to mention that the big black-headed ant-men are stronger than the small brown earth ant-men. There are a large number of soldier ants among the big black-headed ant-men, and if they can be transformed into armored beetle men, the harvest will be greater than the last time. Although the beetle men are also cannon fodder, there are differences in the combat effectiveness of cannon fodder. Armored beetle men can resist for a longer period of time than soulborn insect men. This battle also made Keen realize that the ants who came out of the undead fortress were not the troops sent by the big black-headed ant-man to attack the undead. They were also undead. A legion sent by the undead Ant-Man army. He also understood why the undead were going to attack Ant-Man. In order to get more soldiers. Ant-Man, living in groups, and in large numbers. If his guess was correct, the Lord of the Undead could obtain new undead by transforming corpses. Then Ant-Man would undoubtedly be a very good material. Liziu, who had obtained more than 40 million Ant-Man dead souls, felt that it was almost time for him to go back. He had been in the grassland for almost a month. He talked to Keen about it, but Keen didn't say anything. This was a very normal thing for him. Nomadic tribes never stay in one place for too long and are used to separation. Before Liziu left, Keen came to the undead fortress and met with Liziu. Liziu left him a contact tool. The goal this time has been achieved and Liziu returned to the central area. The central area, the capital of the Ratmen, the city-state of Brula. There are two magnificent buildings in the city of Balada. One is the Ratman's Palace. known as the city within the city, and all the Ratman royal family members live in the palace. Not only does the king of the rat people live here, but it also has the rat people's largest library, laboratory, research institute, and the most advanced technology. It can be said that the Ratman Palace is the place that the Ratmen are most proud of. Another magnificent building is the House of Representatives of the Ratman City-State, which is undoubtedly the core institution of power. The power structure of the Ratmen is divided into three categories: the royal family, the elders, and the nobles. If we want to implement policies, it is not up to the Rat King alone to decide. It needs to be reviewed by the House of Representatives. If the royal family represents the city-state of Balana, then the elders and nobles represent many other city-states. Each city-state is relatively independent, and without the support of elders and nobles, the emperor's orders cannot be implemented. When we talked about asking the undead to help eliminate the demons and the infected, we all contributed our own resources. But now, what on earth did the undead do? Those infected and demons still exist. They are attacking our cities and killing our people. Where are the dead? Can't the undead kill the infected and demons? Why is our army still fighting them now? The elders of the mouse are emotional, dancing, generous words, and the sound echoed in the hall. What he was facing was the king of the Ratmen, who was sitting at the highest point. On both sides were large stands where elders and nobles sat. Following his voice, the elders and nobles whispered and nodded continuously. The undead were not hired by the royal family, but were hired by these city-states collectively. The purpose of hiring the undead is obvious. It is hoped that the undead can eliminate the infected and demons and bring peace to the Ratmen. Otherwise, why would they allow the undead to enter the Ratmen's territory and provide them with so many resources? What is the result? They invested a huge amount of resources, and tens of thousands of undead entered the territory at their invitation and dispersed throughout the territory. Indeed, these undead were fighting against demons and monsters, but the effect was far from as good as they thought. The demons did kill a lot of the undead, but the devil still exists. The annoying thing is that after a wave of demons is eliminated, they will come back again in a short time. What's even more annoying is that the undead will collect corpses. If they were merely collecting the corpses of demons or devils, the rat people would still be able to accept it. But these hateful guys are obviously not satisfied with this. Wherever they go, they will snatch away all the corpses, including the cemeteries in various city-states. I asked you to help me fight the bandits, and you actually dug up my grave? In view of this, the mouse cannot bear it, making the undead roll over louder. Some elders and nobles decided to listen to the people's call and wanted to drive away the undead. Just as the elders shouted passionately and cheers rang out from all around, a young man stood up. Young people are a new nobleman. In the parliamentary council, any rats are qualified to speak and have nothing to do with their grades. Seeing someone was about to speak, the Rat King paused his scepter vigorously. Everyone quieted down and looked at the young rat who stood up. I agree with the elder. He is right and makes a lot of sense. But I would like to ask the elder, if we drive away the undead mercenaries, can we still resist the attacks of the infected and the demons? Now, with the undead mercenaries standing in front of us and relieving the pressure on our warriors, we can fight the infected demons. If there are no more undead, are we going to let our warriors go and die? His voice made many young nobles cheer. Most of those who cheered were newly promoted nobles. The new nobles have a habit of opposing the old nobles and elders. They look down on the old nobles and elders, thinking that these people are old-fashioned and inflexible. Moreover, they occupy high positions and are unwilling to give up their power, which hinders the development of many young people. A common scene in the House of Representatives is that the new nobles mindlessly criticize the old nobles. No matter what you say, I will oppose it and try to find faults. If you don't agree, just argue. The rat elder who was speaking eloquently looked at the young noble and questioned loudly. Have the undead changed anything? Have they eliminated the infected? Are the people's resources going to be wasted like this? You are nobles. You should consider your people. The young noble snorted and laughed, shouting fearlessly. Have you considered your people? If you did, why did you release such a horrible virus? Look, our city is being attacked. There are so many infected people. Isn't it your fault? Elders, nobles, open your eyes and look down. Do you think it's just the undead who are doing nothing? Do you think it's only the infected and demons who are attacking us? Can't you see the rebels? The rat people became very chaotic under the attack of demons and devils. Many oppressed rat people saw their opportunity and stood up to resist. Now, in addition to demons and monsters, those who rebel are also attacking the rat people. The rebels' momentum is no less than that of the demons and devils. In fact, because they know the city better, their destruction of the city exceeds that of the demons and devils. Following the young noble's words, the House of Representatives fell into complete chaos, with everyone expressing their own opinions and attacking each other. The Ratman royal family listened for a long time, but these people couldn't make any sense out of the argument and couldn't reach a consensus, which gave him a splitting headache. Boom, boom, boom. The scepter fell to the ground again. The dull voice suppressed the quarrels of the rats, making them quiet down and turn their heads to look at the emperor. Stop arguing. You both have a point. I think we should combine what you both said. The undead mercenaries have not met our expectations, but it is inappropriate to just drive them away. Therefore, we need to communicate with the undead, admonish them, and make them work harder. We also need to improve the current chaos. Leave the infected and demons to the undead for now, and let our team deal with the rebels first. The Ratmen must unite in such a quarrel. In the end, both sides will listen to the emperor. After the emperor expressed his opinion, the House of Representatives fell silent and quickly reached a consensus, deciding to adopt the emperor's words. After all, they also need to solve the problem, and they all know that they can argue, but they have to do it in the end. After the meeting, the royal family immediately left to look for Sire. If they want to communicate with the dead, they need to go through Sire. Otherwise the dead will not see them. The dead only recognize Sire after finding Sale and expressing his intention to meet with the high-level undead. Sale was in a difficult situation. However, the royal family insisted on doing so, and Sale had no choice. After all, he was still a Ratman, and all the business was with the Ratmen, so it was not easy to refuse directly. After the royal family left, Sire immediately passed the news to Zhang Peng. Private chat. Conscientious merchant, boss. The Ratman said he wants to meet me. I don't want to get a driver's license. What are they going to do? Why did they suddenly want to see you? Conscientious merchant, I don't know. The news from Sale seems to be about mercenaries. Don't want to get a driver's license. Why don't you meet them and see what they mean? Conscientious businessman, that's fine. Don't want to take a driving test, delay it. I'm already on my way back. The conscience merchant, are you coming back? How many dead souls have you brought with you? Don't want to take a driving test, alas. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Conscientious businessman, oh? It's okay. It's okay. It's just that I will make less money. I don't want to get a driver's license. I just brought back a similar number of undead as last time. Conscientious businessman, Conscience merchant, boss. Don't stimulate me. Believe that my myocardial infarction shows you? Don't want to take a driving test, great. Great. Anyway, you are a time traveler. You have a mobile fortress. You can't die. So hurry up and show me one. Conscientious businessman, I don't want to talk to you. And silently shut down the system. Chapter 318 Border Negotiations. Bualata City-State. The Ground City. Sawyer Manor. In the spacious reception room, Sale, wearing an expensive, gorgeous and exquisite robe, smiled and humbly said to the rat noble in front of him, Sir, the mayor of the undead rat border city has agreed to a meeting. The Ratman noble in front of Sale came from the Ratman Palace and was a member of the royal family. He was responsible for communicating with Sale and telling Sale the message that the emperor wanted to convey. Hearing Sale's words, the rat noble nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Sale, thank you very much for your contribution to the rat people. You have done a good job. I will convey this message to the great emperor. After some compliments and small talk, Sale sent the rat noble away. After watching the Ratman nobles leave, the smile on Sale's face disappeared, and he looked silently towards the direction of the palace. He had made his way from a small street vendor in the border city-state of Alimaha to the imperial capital, and in a short period of time, he had amassed wealth and resources that most Ratmen had been unable to obtain in generations. All of this was because he turned to the undead and signed a sole contract with the Lord of the Undead. Sale never regretted this, and only felt endless gratitude towards the dead. If there was a conflict between the Ratmen and the undead, and he was asked to choose sides, he would stand on the side of the undead without hesitation. With his recent rapid rise, He has a large amount of undead goods in his hands, and is protected by the undead, which makes many people call him a traitor. Sale also knew that his actions were tantamount to treason. But what does that matter? He just wants to survive, and live a better life. The rat folk are sick. Very sick. The upper-class rat people have accumulated a lot of wealth, and indulge in pleasure every day. Their children are winners in life from the moment they are born. And they are at the end point of most people. The rat people are able to reproduce, and can leave many children at a time, which requires the upper class to constantly occupy more resources to maintain the family. If this continues, there will be no way out for the lower class people. Sale's family says it all. His ancestors had worked hard, but all their efforts only bought him freedom. The upward channels for the lower class people are almost cut off, and their hope is extremely slim. He wanted to live a better life, but there was no hope among the ratmen themselves. The appearance of the undead gave him an opportunity. After staring at the palace for a long time, Sale took a breath, turned back to the house, and muttered to himself, "Emperor, I hope you will not conflict with the undead. It is not the undead that need to be changed, but ourselves." He obtained the information about the last meeting of the Ratman Council, learned the decision made by the Emperor, and knew even more clearly that many elders and nobles were very dissatisfied with the undead. This seemed ridiculous to Sale. What do they think of the undead? A vassal race of the Ratmen? The elders and nobles of the House of Representatives still didn't see clearly that the undead were not a vassal race of the Ratmen. Nor were they a weak race. They were equal to the Ratmen. The undead did not obtain their territory by relying on the charity of the Ratmen, but by conquering it with their own strength. The gesture of the rats is high, the elder and the aristocratic arrogance, which will eventually recruit disasters to the rats. After the Emperor knew that the undead agreed to communicate, he immediately began to make arrangements. Initially, he planned to have the undead come to pay homage to him in the city-state of Balata, the capital of the Ratmen. But Zhang Peng rejected this proposal on the grounds that the rat-dead border city was busy. The Rat King was so angry that he didn't eat for 2 days, and roars could be heard from the palace from time to time. Who does he think he is? He's just a city lord. And he dares to reject me. The undead? A proud race. They ignored us and slapped the Nezumi in the face. We can't just let them go. Destroy them. I will destroy them. Allowing Zhang Peng to come to the Balata city-state for an audience was, in the eyes of the Rat King, giving face to the undead and a great honor. I thought the undead would agree excitedly, but I didn't expect them to reject me directly and mercilessly. This made the Rat King feel that his dignity was challenged. If it were in the past, he would have called a meeting of the elders to discuss sending troops to destroy the undead. But the current situation does not allow this. They are already facing enemies from all sides. The infected, demons, rebels, and other powerful races, who are eyeing them covetously. They cannot afford to add another undead race. The consultant in the Royal Intelligence Group finally calmed the Emperor down with all kinds of persuasion, and communicated with Zhang Peng again, and finally set the meeting place at the border between the Ratmen and the undead. This is a result that everyone can accept. After deciding the location and time, the Ratman delegation set off from Balata, with Sale accompanying them. There was no way. Among the Ratmen, Sale was the one who was most familiar with the undead, and the undead gave Sale face. So he had to go and be present during the meeting. A few days later, the border between the Ratman's territory and the undead's territory. A temporary structure was constructed between the borders for this meeting. The building was built by the Ratmen. It used several exquisitely carved stone pillars to support a roof, and there was no shelter around it. The Ratman and undead delegations arrived one after another. People from both sides gathered in a makeshift building as a diplomatic mission. The Skaven are serious. Everyone in the delegation was dressed exquisitely. The fabrics of their clothes were of high quality, with patterns painted with expensive special dyes and embellished with gems. Everything about them highlighted the word expensive. On the other hand, the undead are usually the same as they are. The only ones who can keep up appearances are probably the personal guards, the Black Warriors, the Skeleton Knights, and other accompanying undead. The leader of the Ratman delegation is called Del Cha, who is of genuine Ratman royal blood and a Ratman noble who is very particular about etiquette and appearance. In order to show respect for the undead, Del Cha only brought 4 nobles with him, one of whom was Sale, and did not allow any Ratman warriors to enter the building. The undead also entered the scene. There were 4 of them. The one walking in the front was Zhang Peng, the mayor of Rat Death Border City. Looking at the 4 people from the Undead clan, Delkia frowned secretly. He felt that the Undead were somewhat disrespectful. For such an important meeting, they did not even wear fancy clothes. But he didn't notice that Sale saw someone behind Zhang Peng's pupil shrink slightly. Lord of the Dead. Zhang Peng was in front, and among the people following him, one of them was actually the Lord of the Undead. The 3 people who attended the meeting with Zhang Peng were Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing and Damonlevsky. Sale's hair stood on end. He didn't expect the Lord of the Undead to show up without any prior notice. Li Ziyu also saw Sawyer, smiled at him, blinked, and signaled him not to act rashly. Sale nodded imperceptibly and pursed his lips. Ha ha ha. Good day, my undead friends. I am the messenger of the Ratmen. Delkia. When Zhang Peng and the others approached, Delkia immediately smiled, laughed heartily, and stepped forward to greet them with open arms. Hello, Mr. Del Cha, the Ratman envoy. I am the Lord of the Rat Dead Border City. Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng did not show any special reaction to Delcha's enthusiasm. He still looked half dead and responded calmly. Delkia originally wanted to hug Zhang Peng. He had some understanding of humans and knew that a hug was a normal greeting between 2 parties. But when he reached over with his arms out, he found that Zhang Peng had no intention of hugging him at all, and he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. City Lord Zhang Peng. Come, let's go to the table and eat and talk at the same time. Delkia temporarily changed his posture, and his open arms turned into a gesture of invitation, guiding Zhang Peng and others to the conference table. Zhang Peng nodded and followed Delkia to the conference table. Delkia clapped his hands as he walked, and immediately a group of Ratman waiters carrying plates and wine jugs came out from behind and placed fruits, juices, and drinks on the conference table. After everyone was seated and the fruits were laid out, Delkia glanced around, looked at Zhang Peng and asked with a smile, It's windy and sandy here. I wonder if City Lord Zhang Peng will allow me to lower the gauze curtain. Meetings between the 2 tribes like this are usually quite cautious, and sometimes a single action can easily lead to misunderstanding. The reason why the Ratmen built a building with open space on all sides was because they were afraid that someone would think too much. So they created an environment without any cover. Now that the envoys have met, there naturally has to be some secrecy. Oh, okay. Zhang Peng looked around. He didn't care whether there was wind or not, but the dust was indeed a bit thick. It would be nice to block it with a gauze curtain. With Zhang Peng's consent, Delkia waved to the rat man in the distance, and immediately a waiter ran over, lowered the gauze curtain that had been installed long ago, and surrounded the room. The workmanship of this gauze curtain is very good. It is very thin and transparent. While it can block wind and dust, it also allows people to roughly see the situation inside. Even if there is any danger, it can be detected at the first time. After the veil was lowered, the meeting officially began. Dear friends of the Undead clan, on behalf of our great and supreme Rat King, I offer you a drink of friendship. Delcha stood up, picked up the wine glass, and raised it to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng and the others also stood up, picked up their glasses, and took a sip of wine. As expected of a royal family, the drinks they serve are indeed delicious. The wine in the glass is a kind of fruit wine, sour and sweet with a wine aroma, soft on the mouth, and surprisingly good in taste. Putting down the wine glasses, everyone sat down again. Mr. Del Cha, according to the letter, you want to discuss the issue of mercenaries with us. I want to know what the problem is. Zhang Peng asked sleepily with dark circles under his eyes. The Ratman messenger wanted to keep it secret, so when he sent the message to Zhang Peng, he did not explain clearly what was going on. But Sawyer was an undead, and he had secretly told Zhang Peng what he knew. Zhang Peng asked this question just to seize the initiative. He was telling Delkia not to talk about those empty, messy things and just get down to business. City Lord Zhang Peng is a quick-witted and straightforward person, so I won't hide anything and will just say it directly. You undead mercenaries are doing a very bad job. The smile on Delkia's face disappeared, and he became serious. He raised his head slightly and spoke with a bit of arrogance. Oh, that's interesting. His expression changed, and he started to put accusations on others as soon as he opened his mouth. This guy also knows how to negotiate, because Sale had heard from the news before. Zhang Peng knew that the other party was here to call him to task. I don't think there is any problem with our undead. They fight on the front line. Did you kill your people? Zhang Peng leaned on his chair, crossing his hands on his chest, staring directly at Della. No. Your mercenaries are not doing what you promised. They didn't do what we said they would do. Infected demons are still wreaking havoc in our Ratman territory. And you undeads have failed to eliminate them, Delkia said with a serious expression, dissatisfaction in his voice. Zhang Peng picked up the wine glass and took a sip, with a sarcastic look on his face. What we said at the beginning was that we would help you clean up the infected and demons. We never told you that we would clean up the infected and demons completely. The undead troops I sent out fought all over your Ratman territory and cleared a large number of infected people. This is obvious to all. You have no right to tell me that we are wrong. Mr. Delcha, you have to speak the truth. Zhang Peng didn't tolerate Delkia's words and responded directly. You undead took our supplies, but failed to clear out the infected and demons in our territory. This made the Emperor very dissatisfied. You must give an explanation for this and pay the price. Delcha narrowed his eyes. Oh! Then tell me. What explanation is needed and what price is required? Zhang Peng showed a half smile on his face, and his eyes swept across Sire's face. Sale was a little overwhelmed. The information he received was that the Emperor sent people to reprimand the other party. But he did not mention any compensation or price to be paid. Li Ziyu glanced at Delcha, glanced at Sire, then turned to Zhang Peng, smacked his lips, picked up the wine glass, and looked like he was watching a good show. Since the city lord has asked, I will convey our intentions. First, you must publicly state your mistakes and write a letter of apology, which I will pass on to the Emperor. Of course, we are friends. This is just a procedure. After the Emperor sees it, he will recognize your attitude of admitting your mistakes and will not pursue it. Secondly, we will open up a wider market. Your goods will be taxed when they enter our territory. In addition to tax levy, you should provide us a batch of goods for free each year. The specific goods are determined by us. Third, the undead subsequent actions in our Skaven territory, as well as the undead troops that follow, cannot charge us for resources, and should serve us for free. At the same time, when we are in the Ratman territory, the ownership of the undead troops should belong to us Ratmen. We can mobilize the undead troops freely, and you are not allowed to interfere. These are just 3 simple points. I believe City Lord Zhang Peng will agree to them. Right? Delcha said with a threatening tone. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Before Zhang Peng could say anything, Li Ziyu spat out the wine he had just drunk, and started coughing while laughing. Delkia looked at Li Ziyu, and when he saw him spitting out the wine, a look of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on his face. What's wrong with this human being? He actually sprayed wine on such an important occasion. How rude. Zhang Peng also looked at Li Ziyu. Seeing this, Li Ziyu quickly waved his hand, indicating that he should not worry about him and just chat. My goodness, what are the Ratmen doing? It is not enough to describe them as a lion's mouth wide open. This is really like a snake swallowing an elephant. Make us apologize, pay you tribute, and give you command of the undead. It's almost like just swallowing up the undead. How shameless. Why didn't I notice before that the Ratman is so crazy? You are amazing. I underestimated you. City Lord Zhang Peng. What do you think of our proposal? Taking his eyes off Li Ziyu, Delkia looked at Zhang Peng and asked. Zhang Peng looked down, touched his chin and said, I'll sit and watch. Ha ha ha. This time it was not Li Ziyu who sprayed, but Lu Xingxing who sprayed. He was quite serious at first, but he didn't expect Zhang Peng to suddenly make a joke, and he couldn't help himself. Delkia was stunned at first, and then he realized what Zhang Peng meant. His face suddenly turned black, and he stood up abruptly, with anger in his tone. He said in a deep voice, City Lord Zhang Peng, please be careful about your words and actions. You and I represent the undead and the Ratmen. This is not a place for you to joke around. Zhang Peng raised his head, looked into Delkia's eyes, snorted and said with full of sarcasm, You still know that I represent the dead? Weren't you the one who made the joke first? Chapter 319 Nothing to say. At this moment, the drowsy and half-lifeless look on Zhang Peng disappeared. His dark-circled eyes stared at Delkia like a beast staring at its prey, which made Delkia shudder. Lu Xingxing, who was sitting next to Zhang Peng, froze and smiled. He had never seen Zhang Peng in such a state before. It was as if Zhang Peng had become a different person. It turns out that the guy who always jokes with me and me actually has this side of him? Kind of handsome. Li Ziyu tilted his head, looked at Zhang Peng, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Interesting. Really interesting. He had been wondering how Zhang Peng developed the market. The people from the other world were obviously different from those in the previous life. Compared to trade, those poor tribes preferred to get something for nothing. If they can just rob, they won't want to exchange resources for it. In addition, Zhang Peng always has dark circles under his eyes and looks lifeless, which is completely different from those businessmen who always smile, look friendly, and say that harmony brings wealth. So the question is, how did Zhang Peng convince the tribes one by one to agree to trade? Now this question has been solved. Zhang Peng is not the type of businessman who makes money through harmony. Instead, he is an offensive businessman. At this moment, his eyes were sharp and fierce, which made the Ratman noble named Delcha panic. Zhang Peng's eyes did not move at all. He stared at Delkia's eyes, kept looking, supported himself on the armrests of the chair with both hands, and stood up little by little. Compared with the height of the Ratman, Zhang Peng, the human, is obviously taller, allowing him to lower his head and look down at Delkia from a higher place, bringing a greater sense of oppression. Zhang Peng pointed to his chest and said word by word, I, Zhang Peng, am the mayor of Rat Death Border City and the spokesperson for the Undead. You just asked us, the Undead, to bow down and agree to a series of unfair proposals from you Ratmen. Do the Ratmen think that we the Undead really don't dare to go to war with you? Are you guys kidding me, or am I kidding? Delkia's pupils contracted. He felt the oppression and the murderous intent. The man in front of him was angry. Gurgle. He swallowed, his body tensing. City Lord Zhang Peng, watch your language. You are twisting my words. You are provoking a war between the Undead and the Ratmen. Once the war starts, the Rat Border City will be the first to bear the brunt, and you will die in the battle. Delkia suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted sternly, Oh, death? Do you think that as a human being I am afraid of death? I reiterate to you once again that I represent the Undead. The race I represent is fearless of death and regards death as grace. So, what makes you feel that threatening me with death will work? Zhang Peng straightened his chest, looked at Delkia with contempt, and said with disdain in his tone. Delcha was a little at a loss. When a person is not afraid of death, many threats will lose their effect. A hand grabbed Delcha's clothes from behind and pulled him back hard. Delcha turned around and saw Sale with a kind smile on his face. He couldn't help but ask, What are you going to do? Sale pulled Delcha back and pressed him back into his chair. He whispered to Delcha, You represent the Ratmen. I believe the Emperor has not secretly ordered you to go to war with the Undead. While Delkia was in a daze, Sale stood in front of him, turned to face Zhang Peng, and said with a smile, City Lord Zhang Peng, don't get excited. Don't get excited. We can discuss it. It was indeed us who went too far just now. Please sit down and have a drink. While talking, he asked Zhang Peng to sit down, and at the same time picked up the wine jug and filled a glass in front of Zhang Peng. We are just a group of messengers and are not qualified to make decisions. So there is no need for you to be angry with us. We have come all the way here to solve problems, not to intensify conflicts. Everyone can be more peaceful. Let's talk some more. Is that so, Mr. Delcha? At the end of his words, Sale turned his head, emphasized his tone, and winked at Delcha. Delkia suddenly realized and said quickly, Yes, yes, yes. Sale is absolutely right. There was something wrong with what I said just now. Zhang Peng stared at Delkia for a few seconds, picked up the wine glass on the table, took a sip, and returned to his half-dead look just now. Okay, Mr. Delcha, the Ratman noble. Let's re-examine what we want to discuss in this meeting, Zhang Peng said, holding the wine glass. Neither light nor heavy, neither salty nor bland. Li Ziyu looked at Delkia, then at Zhang Peng, and laughed silently. It's Zhang Peng indeed. A good hand at doing business. Looking at his expression, he seemed a little disappointed and unsatisfied. The Ratman nobles didn't seem to live up to his expectations, and the negotiations bored him. This is like a person playing LOL, hoping to meet opponents who can match his strength, rather than a group of noobs who are worse than AI. The Rat people are really the worst. They were scared by just a few words. I feel that what you Ratmen need is to expand the mercenary forces. I can provide more undead warriors. Of course, the resources for hiring undead warriors must also be increased. Zhang Peng put down his wine glass, crossed his hands, and said calmly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We have already spent so many resources. But the undead warriors have not met our requirements at all." When faced with interests, Delcha immediately forgot his previous fear and shouted, "What's the request? Isn't the only requirement to destroy the infected and the demons? Aren't our undead warriors destroying the infected and demons?" Zhang Ping tilted his head and asked back. "The purpose of hiring undead warriors is to completely eliminate the infected and demons in the territory, instead of chasing the infected and demons everywhere like we are now, but achieving nothing. And their numbers are still increasing," Delcha said dissatisfiedly. "This is the starting point of the elders and nobles. They want to completely eliminate the infected and demons. But the undead obviously failed to do so. Let's be clear first. I am not happy when you say that I have accomplished nothing. If we were not for the undead warriors, the number of infected people in your Ratman territory would probably increase several times. You should know where the word infected comes from, right? If you fight them, your soldiers will also be infected and become infected. Only we the undead are not afraid of their infection. I hope you understand this. We the undead don't care about the infected." Zhang Peng spread his hands, shrugged, and said indifferently, "The gray mist wanted to infect at least living things. The undead are a group of guys who rely on soul fire for their existence. The gray fog virus has no effect on them at all, and they can coexist with them. You infect yours, I play mine, and we don't affect each other." The reason why Li Ziyu formulated the mercenary plan was not because of the gray fog, but because of the infected people. If left unchecked, the Skaven territory is likely to be overrun by the infected, forming a large army that will in turn go to war with the undead. When the undead mercenaries intervene, the number of infected people can be effectively controlled. The infected can attack the rat men and reduce their number. When the undead are unable to form a large number of infected people, they can attack the infected to suppress the troubles and crises that the infected may bring to the undead. Do you really think the undead will save the ratmen for a few resources? What are you doing? Li Ziyu's goal is to unify the entire wasteland. The ratmen are like stones blocking the way, and they must be moved away when there is a chance. Just as Delkia was thinking about how to refute Zhang Peng, Zhang Peng spoke again and continued. Then let's talk about the problem of the infected and demons still existing. When we hired the undead warriors, we didn't say we would wipe out all the infected and demons. What we promised was to help you ratmen deal with the infected and demons. Zhang Peng said seriously. No. If that's the case, why would we, the ratmen, hire you? Delkia felt that he had found a breakthrough and asked immediately. This is an interesting question. Isn't it because it is difficult for you ratman soldiers to fight against the infected? Aren't you afraid of being infected by the infected? That's why you agreed to hire the undead? Zhang Peng said with a roll of his eyes. Delcha was stunned. What you said makes a lot of sense, and I can't find any reason to refute it. Seeing that Delkia didn't say anything, Zhang Peng spoke to himself. We the undead can kill the infected and help you fight, but we can't deal with the gray fog virus. We are not doctors, so it's unrealistic for you to ask us to wipe out all the infected. As long as the gray fog exists, the infected will continue to appear. We can't deal with the source, so there is naturally no option to eliminate all the infected. Similarly, as long as the space crack is still there, demons will continue to emerge from it. You powerful races cannot fill the crack. So do you want us, the undead, to fill it? If you think this way, then the resources for hiring the undead would not be so few. What Zhang Peng said was well reasoned and logical. Even if the ratmen wanted to raise an army to hold them accountable, it would be very difficult. Delkia left Zhang Peng speechless. The elders and nobles in the House of Representatives made impassioned speeches, but they did not mention that there were so many messy things in them. Come to think of it, it is true. The gray fog was created by the ratmen, and the infected people also appeared because of the gray fog. The talent of the ratmen is plague, and their ability to resist viruses is much stronger than that of other races. Even they cannot resist the gray fog virus. So the undead have even less hope. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't find a way. Zhang Peng looked at Delkia and he opened his mouth to say something. Then he thought for a moment and closed his mouth again. After a while, he opened his mouth again and closed it again, repeating this several times. Suddenly he looked very discouraged. The most important thing you should do is to accept my advice and hire more undead to eliminate the infected and demons. Of course, You can say that the Emperor doesn't want this and wants us to help for free. But, Mr. Delcha, you have to understand one thing. I am not a rat man. Your Emperor cannot control me. The ratmen can stop cooperating with us. Other powerful tribes still want us to send more undead. We have many customers. Zhang Peng's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Delkia's chest. He found that he couldn't say anything he had prepared, as the words were full of loopholes. If the Emperor is to continue to execute the order, the only thing that can be used is that the ratmen will go to war with the undead. But you must never say this out loud, or something serious will happen. Okay, Mr. Delcha. I'm afraid you can't decide what happens next. Go contact your Emperor and ask him if he needs to hire more undead, Zhang Peng said with a stiff smile on his face. Delkia fell silent again, staring at Zhang Peng. Speechless. Got crushed. There was no room left. Not even the ability to speak. Zhang Peng stood up, glanced at Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing, turned around to walk out, and suddenly walked back to the table. His action startled Del Chia, and he quickly asked, "Does City Lord Zhang Peng have anything else to say?" Zhang Peng picked up the wine glass, drank the wine inside, put the glass back on the table and said, "The wine is good. We can use it as a trade item in the future. It's a pleasure to communicate with you today, Mr. Del Chia. Good day." After saying that, he left without looking back. When they stepped outside, the undead immediately swarmed over, protected the four people, and returned to the Rat Death border city. "Oh my god! Brother Peng? That's awesome!" Lu Xingxing shouted exaggeratedly and excitedly. Li Ziyu didn't say anything, but just gave a thumbs up. He rarely saw Zhang Peng's serious attitude in negotiations, but this time he finally got to see it. A smile appeared on Zhang Peng's face, and he waved his hands a little embarrassedly. "It's boring. There's no fighting." Of all people, only Damonlevsky was unhappy. He had followed here thinking there would be a fight, but he didn't expect that a group of people would just sit down to eat and drink, and then end it after some chatter. After Zhang Peng and others left, Delkia breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the wine glass and drank it, then slammed the glass heavily on the table. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. They simply don't take the ratmen seriously. Don't these undead know how their territory came about? Delcha suddenly roared, his anger surging. It was made by someone with their own hands. How else could it have come about? Sale rolled his eyes implicitly. He hated these arrogant and conceited nobles, who always felt like they were chosen by heaven, and that the world couldn't do without them. What are these guys actually? If he hadn't been born into a good family, he would have starved to death long ago. Mr. Delcha, don't be angry. It's the same when I communicate with him. Sire knew that he had to speak at this time, so he hurried to comfort him. Delkia saw that Sale was so smart, and said with a groan, "It's hard for you, Mr. Sale. It's really not easy to communicate with the undead. I have experienced it this time." Sale nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's how it is when communicating with them. It's because we are not of the same race." When Delkia heard this, he immediately agreed and said, "Yes, these undead are different from us ratmen. They are too vulgar, but we still need them now. Mr. Sayer, what do you think we should do next?" Sale thought about it, and then suggested to Delcha, "I think we should tell this matter to the Emperor. Our status is too low to decide." In fact, Sale is not worried at all about what to do, because it doesn't matter. His mission had been accomplished. The Skaven and the undead had met successfully. How will the ratmen and the undead negotiate next? What does it have to do with him? A businessman? But Delkia is a royal family after all, so he should be given the face he deserves. Just go along with him, and that's it. Turning his head and frowning at Sale, Delcha's face showed an embarrassment. He came here to reprimand the undead, and to fight for welfare for the Skaven. He failed to complete either of the two tasks. Not only has it not been completed, but the ratmen may even have to expend more resources to hire the undead. If he gave such a response, he would appear to be extremely incompetent. There are quite a few rat royals. If he is incompetent, he will be replaced by other rat royals. He originally wanted to get some advice from Sale, but looking at Sale's appearance, it seemed that he didn't want to help him. How to do it? Chapter 320 Tripartite Talks. The underground city of Ilmaha City-State. The temporary palace of the royal family. Next to the swimming pool, Delcha was lying on a lounge chair with a glass of juice in his hand. He drank it while admiring the beautiful ratmen playing in the water. He was wondering whether he should reproduce later, as offspring would never be too many. An assistant attendant hurriedly walked past the pool, came to the lounge chair, leaned over to Delch's ear, and whispered, "My lord, Sale is here, and is waiting for you in the living room." Delchaw glanced at the assistant attendant and asked in a low voice, "What is he doing here?" The assistant attendant said, "Sire said he has some information to tell you about the undead." Undead intelligence. Delchaw immediately sat up and said to the assistant attendant, "Let my good friend Mr. Sale wait for a moment. I will go to see him right away." "Oh, remember to serve him tea." "Good tea." The assistant attendant nodded and hurriedly left, turning his head to look at the beautiful rat woman still playing in the swimming pool. Delchia lost interest and left the lounge chair to change clothes. Living room. The door was pushed open and Delchaw walked in with a smile on his face and big strides. Seeing Sale standing in front of the window with a cup of tea, admiring the scenery outside, Delchaw opened his arms and greeted him. "Oh, Mr. Sale, my dear friend." Sale turned his head and saw Delchaw, who also had a smile on his face, and hugged him. "Please sit down and talk." Delchaw pulled Sire to the sofa and sat down. "Mr. Sale, did you have a good rest these 2 days?" "Thanks to you. I slept well and ate well. I was born in Alimaha, and I have lived here for so many years. But I have never felt comfortable in the past few days. Thinking about it carefully, it should be Mr. Delch's arrival that made me feel full of peace and rest so well. Ha! I forgot that Mr. Sale is from Alimaha. So, Mr. Sale, what information did you bring me?" After exchanging pleasantries, Delchia took the initiative to ask questions and got to the point. Sale looked around and glanced at the waiters around him. Delchaw understood immediately and waved his hand, asking the waiters to go out first. The envoys bowed and left one after another, closing the door of the conference hall, leaving only Delchaw and Sire. "Okay, Mr. Sayer, now there are no outsiders here. You can talk." Delchaw smiled and nodded. "I got a piece of news. In the past 2 days, the Rat Death Border City welcomed a delegation from the Troll tribe. They should be here to discuss renting mercenaries with the undead," Sire said mysteriously. "Oh, there is such a thing?" Delchia's heart tightened. The undead guard their own territory very strictly, except for the border city of rats. Other places are completely closed to the public. They also announced that anyone who entered the territory of the undead without permission would be regarded as an enemy by the undead, regardless of death or injury. Therefore, it is very difficult to obtain information from the undead, and it is difficult to obtain intelligence about the undead. They, the Ratmen, came here to discuss mercenaries. The atmosphere of the last meeting was not very good, and the undead were obviously very unhappy. And at this time, the trolls have arrived, and I'm afraid something unexpected will really happen. Among all the tribes in the central area, the Ratmen were the first to come into contact with the undead and rented mercenaries from them, and in large numbers. It must be said that the undead mercenaries are actually very useful, and have done their utmost to curb the spread of the infected and demons. In contrast, the other races were one step slower than the Ratmen. Just this one step slower had already brought bad luck to the other races, who suffered a lot from the infected and demons, especially the trolls. The population of the trolls is far smaller than that of the Ratmen, but it is also a very populous race. In terms of combat power, the trolls are stronger than the Ratmen, but in terms of resistance to viruses, they are no match for the Ratmen. So the gray fog spread in their territory, leading to a large number of infected people. The troll territory is now in flames. It is said that many cities have been breached, with heavy casualties. They also hired undead mercenaries, which relieved a lot of pressure, but the numbers were not enough. In addition, the infected had already become a trend, making the trolls overwhelmed. The relationship between the trolls and the Ratmen is not friendly at all. The two sides often fight, and there are border frictions almost every month. There is a small war every year, and a big war every 3 years. It is not wrong to say that they are a feud. The Skaven are very happy to see the chaos in the troll territory. Delchia stood up, tapped the palm of his left hand with his right hand, and walked around the living room. The trolls are seeking help from the undead, but the Ratmen do not want the undead to help the trolls. But what means should be used to intercept it? Or can it be intercepted? The last time they met with the undead, they expressed a very tough attitude, as hard as their bones. These guys simply didn't buy into their Ratman's account. And the giant demon mission came. So have other races shooting envoys? Delshaw asked Sale to ask. Sale, can we stop the big devil's ambassador? After hearing this, Sale was stunned and looked at Delshaw with a strange look. Are you stupid? What is our identity? Can we stop a powerful race? Not to mention what the giant demon thinks. It is said that the undead can kill us. Lord Delshaw, I think we should not consider stopping the troll delegation. We should think about how to restore our relationship with the undead. Sawyer reminded. The purpose of his coming to Delkia was to make him understand the situation. Now is not the time to offend the undead. The Ratmen are being attacked by the infected and demons. What they need are allies. At this point in time, other races were trying hard to find opportunities to make friends with the undead. Only the Ratmen foolishly sent people to reprimand them. I'm afraid they had some serious illness. But last time, Delkia said with some hesitation, this is not the time to dwell on the last meeting. Do you, my lord, want the undead to reduce their support for us? Asked Sawyer. Delkia froze. As a member of the royal family, he knew the mentality of the emperor very well. Unlike those clamoring elders and nobles, the emperor does not want to offend the undead at all. What the emperor hopes is to gain greater support from the undead. If he caused evil people and the undead because he caused evil, then it is not necessary to say that when he returned to the capital, it was when he died. Mr. Sayer, do you have any good ideas? Delshaw asked. Write a letter to the emperor. Increase the hiring price. And hire more undead. Sawyer said seriously. This, the emperor will not agree to it. Delkia smiled bitterly and shook his head. The emperor wanted to cut the employment costs, not increase them. Otherwise, he would not have to come. No. No. The situation is not the same. To make the undead with better cooperation, we must give the undead more. At least we cannot get the giants to give more undeads. We need to hire more undead so that there are fewer undeads who can hire a giant. Sale analyzed. That makes sense. Delshaw thinks about Sahil's words. The undead have already sent out so many mercenaries, so they probably don't have many troops left. If they hire more ratmen, the trolls will have fewer troops to hire. With fewer undead troops, the resistance against the infected will be weakened. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks, which means the strength of the ratmen has become stronger. Don't waste any more time, Mr. Delshaw. If we wait until the undead and troll delegations have reached an agreement, we will have no chance, Sire advised. Okay, I listen to you, Delsko said. Mr. Sale, please arrange another meeting again. It is best to be present. I'll try. Sale nodded. Sale and Delshaw said goodbye. When leaving, Sale, with his back to Delshaw, had a smile on his face. The meeting was arranged soon. The undead agreed to talk about the three parties together. The venue was arranged by the undead at the request of the troll delegation. Compared to the old enemies, the giants obviously believe in the undead. To this end, Li Ziyu asked the undead to build a new building, a large room like an underground tomb, as the place of meeting. The envoys of the two tribes arrived as scheduled and followed the undead to the meeting place. In the spacious hall, there was a round stone table in the middle, with 3 large chairs and chairs for audience beside it. The undead stipulated that each race could send 3 people to attend the meeting, and the rest had to wait in the lounge. On the side of the undead, Zhang Peng is still the leader, accompanied by Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing. The 3 came to the venue early, waiting for the coming of the mouse people and the giants. Tap tap tap. 2 black warriors walked into the meeting room, leading Delshaw, Sale and another Ratman noble to the round table, then turned and left, standing in the shadows. I'm glad, Lord Zhang Pengcheng. We met again. Delshi took the surroundings and greeted Zhang Peng with a smile. Mr. Delkia, nice to meet you. Zhang Peng stood up, responded, and motioned for Delkia to take a seat. As the two were talking, footsteps were heard and the trolls entered, also led by 2 black warriors. The leader of the troll delegation this time was a young man. He wore a golden hoop inlaid with gems on his head, and 3 golden rings hung on his fangs. He held his head high and looked very high-spirited. Delshaw turned his head and couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the young troll. It was actually a giant prince. Do the trolls value cooperation with the undead so much? In order to hire the undead, even the prince was sent out? It is true that there are quite a few princes among the trolls, But they are still princes with noble status. The fact that they were sent to negotiate is enough to show how much the trolls value them. Delcha's eyes flickered. Prince Gregory. Welcome you. Thinking of the better than the rat. Zhang Peng was very enthusiastic about the Dalao prince, and took the initiative to say Lo. The young giant prince's eyes swept through the 3 rats from Del's, and then retracted his eyes, showing a happy smile on his face. Quickly stepped forward and held Zhang Peng's hand. Zhang Pengcheng. Let you wait for a long time. It's okay. It's okay. Ha ha ha. Come. Let me introduce you. This is Delkia, the envoy of the Ratman tribe. He's here to discuss mercenary matters with me on behalf of the Ratman tribe. Zhang Peng introduced Delkia in a particularly loud voice, as if he did it on purpose. Prince Gregory, who was very enthusiastic towards Zhang Peng, disappeared with a smile when he looked at Del Cha, and nodded indifferently. Del Chong saw this and didn't speak. He sat on the chair and didn't stand up. He just nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Peng smiled even more warmly and invited Prince Gregory to take a seat. I don't say anything about the extra words. I already know the 2 things. I already know. Undead mercenary. And there are. But this number. You also know that many races now need our mercenaries. Whether it is a rat or a giant. In order to help you deal with the infections and devils in your territory, I have dispatched a large number of undead to fight. So, I want to ask your 2 thoughts. Zhang Peng came straight to the point. Delcha was about to speak when Prince Gregory spoke first. City Lord Zhang Peng. You know about the Ratmen. They have a special talent for plague and are very resistant to viruses. In addition, the undead have cooperated with them early on, and the infected people in the territory have been brought under control. I feel that we, the trolls, should be given priority in this recruitment. It's tragic for the trolls. Our people are living in dire straits, and the number of infected people is increasing every day. Gregory started by stepping on the Ratman and trying to gain sympathy from Zhang Peng. Delkia was so angry that he wanted to curse. If you want to hire someone, just talk about your own business. Why do you have to kick us rat people for no reason? He said quickly. City Lord Zhang Peng. Don't listen to his nonsense. The undead and us ratmen have always had a happy cooperation. This time, Zhang Peng looked at Delkia and said calmly, Are we happy to work together? Delkia choked and said awkwardly, I feel very happy. Zhang Peng raised his eyebrows. Really? Then what did your emperor ask you to do? Delcha remained silent. Gregory on the side immediately said, I heard that the ratmen actually don't like the undead. Their people don't even want the undead to enter the city. The undead mercenaries can only wander in the wilderness. Prince Gregory, watch your words and actions. You represent the trolls. How can you slander us, the ratmen, and say things that have no factual basis? Delcha didn't dare to remain silent any longer and shouted angrily. You ratmen know best whether I lied or not, Gregory said to Delcha with disdain. The ratmen and trolls started arguing with each other and had a great time. Zhang Peng leaned back in his chair and watched the show happily. Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing also watched with great interest. It's human nature to watch the fun. They are in no hurry at all. All tribes in the central area need undead mercenaries. And their undead have no worries about finding work. The dominance is in their hands. Zhang Peng, Li Ziyu and others were very dissatisfied with the Rat King's actions. Damn it. We helped you clean up the infected people. But you still got into trouble, and even wanted to reprimand us. What belongs to you, and what is owed to you? You are shameless. It happened that this time the giant devil came, and they had to knock on the mouse people. Otherwise, they could not distinguish the king of size. Do you really think that the trilateral talks were facilitated by Delphi? That was what Sale did according to Zhang Peng's instructions. Even if Delcha didn't mention it, Sale would persuade him to bring it up. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Right at the beginning, the two sides started arguing, and the argument got more and more intense. They accuse each other of their faults and expose each other's shortcomings, and then start to use the mother as the center of the circle, the 18 generations of ancestors as the radius, the reproductive organs as the main weapons, YY as the main skills, radiating 360 degrees in all directions, and overturning the entire family tree. I don't know who will win. The winner's parents are still alive. The loser, the entire family tree has ascended to heaven. Li Ziyu and the other two were really enlightened. When the people from the other world started to curse, They spoke wittily, and used ancient words and dialects. From time to time, they could not understand what they were saying. Delchaw and Gregory's faces turned red, and their mouths were dry from the quarrel. Liziu nodded implicitly. And soon an undead came in holding a pot. In order to support their debate, Liziu thoughtfully prepared ice water, room temperature water, hot water, juice, and wine for Gregory and Delchaw. The dead man poured water into cups and handed them to the two debaters. The two were so drunk at this point that their saliva was about to run dry. They took the cup of water, drank it all in one gulp without caring what was in it, and continued to curse, concentrated to the extreme.